was hearing about is real estate and how a lot of people are using real estate for retirement as part of their retirement plan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of benefits to real estate. But one of the things that they mentioned that I'm actually going to drill into is that real estate investing is not very liquid. That's one of the things that people don't think about. It ties your money up for a long time sometimes, and it's very difficult to pull your money out instantaneously. So what I look for in an investment is not just profitability, but I look for liquidity. Liquidity, all liquidity is the simple financial theory definition of liquidity is very basic. It is the ease with which an asset can be converted into cash. If I need to turn that thing into cash and I need to do it in 20 minutes, can I do it? If I need to do it in a week, can I do it? If I have a bill coming up and I have a cash flow need, can I do it? Because one thing that people don't know about wealth is that if you look at the reasons businesses fail and the reasons bankruptcies occur, it's not typically just because of things like profitability. Most businesses don't fail due to a lack of profitability. Most businesses actually fail due to a lack of liquidity, a lack of cash flow. What does that mean? That means that you've got an invoice that you have to pay by Friday, and you're sitting on $1 million worth of assets, but you can't convert it into cash fast enough. Maybe you don't have the banker on the phone where you could borrow against it or whatever. So what I want to do is kind of lay out options income as something that I think is worthy of exploration. I think it's not just something that can benefit you. I think it's something that can benefit your kids. I believe in the intergenerational transfer of economic knowledge. I believe that we should be on the cutting edge of economic thinking. I believe that once we do that as a community, when we commit to that, I believe that we're going to be better than everyone else. I believe we're literally going to dominate the rest of the world. There won't be any other community better at wealth creation than we are. And I know that this is possible. This is we've got our Michael Jordans on the basketball court, we got our Tiger Woods on the golf course, we got our football players and all that. Well, and we got our Jay-Z's in hip hop. Well, maybe my goal is to make sure your kids are the Jay-Z, Michael Jordan of finance, right? That's what I want us to be. And who knows? I've been called the Michael Jordan or the Malcolm X of finance, so I'll accept that. I'll take that honor. I appreciate those who said that, but really, I'm not even talking about me. I'm really talking about you. What I have and what I am doesn't matter if it doesn't transfer to you and transfer to your kids, because there are more of you than there are of me. There are more of them than there are of us. So remember that it's really each one teach one. Scaling up means multiplying. It means mass producing that which you want to see in the world. So that's the goal. That's why I do Money in the Morning. We meet every single morning at 7 a.m. And I wanted to do this every single day because I wanted to help you form healthy financial habits, but form the habit myself of constantly transferring perspective and knowledge that can benefit you. So without further ado, let me go ahead and just lay this out. And again, those of you who've seen some of this before, then this is a great refresher. I every time I go through and I think about stock options and ways to use them, I come up with new perspectives. One thing I want to mention for sure is never get to the point where you think you know everything. Never get to the point where you think you have it all mastered and have it all figured out, because nobody has it all figured out. Nobody gets to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I know it. I know everything. I know it all. If anybody ever says that they know everything or that they've already have it mastered and figured out, then don't learn from that person, because that's not a person who's growing. That's a person who's grown to their peak potential. I don't want to ever be at my peak, because I don't think that my peak is something that I get to decide where that's going to happen. I think that that's God's decision. That's the universe. That's not my choice, right? So really, truth be told, even as I teach stock options and talk about it, I'm studying it, thinking about it all the time, analyzing different things, testing out new theories, running by, looking at different possibilities. And I kid you not, every single year I come up with a new insight. So what I'm going to talk about today is how to make money without working. And this is the power of selling stock options. Again, those of you who are new, you'll understand it by the time we're done. Those of you who already know this, this is a great refresher for you. And so let me just lay this out for you. So one question I'm going to ask, and this is, and also just so you know, I'm going to give this same talk today at the Power Networking Conference. So I figured, hey, you know what? If I'm going to talk to a room full of, let's say 40, 50, 80 people, whatever number there is, in Money in the Morning, we have 1,000 people that come in. Why not talk to 1,000 people in addition to the people that are in the room? So you don't have to be in the room, because you guys are part of the Money in the Morning family. You guys get a chance to see what I'm going to talk about tonight. All right. So basically, this is the goal. This is why we're here. One of the things I've noticed is that there are Many ways to make money. There are many ways to generate income and generate streams of income. We've talked about that a lot. And the best types of streams are passive, consistent streams of income, streams that don't require you to do any work. Well, one thing that people don't explore enough is that you can generate lots of money off of your stock that you own, similar to having an apple tree in your backyard. A person who has a healthy apple tree in their backyard doesn't go hungry because they can always go outside and get an apple. So another goal is to level up our lives. The more economically intelligent we are, and the more that we know, the better our lives are going to be. So it's not just about having a strong bank account; it's about having a wealthy life. That's the goal. When it comes to investing, I've noticed as we do our surveys, we do numerous studies. The Black Business School isn't just a school; we are a think tank. We have the best experts in a lot of different areas. We work with attorneys, we work with psychologists. We have the first ever Black financial therapy department. We're incredibly innovative in terms of solving one problem, and the one question we're solving is the racial wealth gap. How do we reverse the racial wealth gap? How do we remove the negative gap and turn it into a positive gap where we're running away from everybody else? So one thing that we found is that when our therapists and our psychologists are studying the mindsets of people in our community, we find that risk is really a big deal. And a lot of the risk comes from trauma, just the ways we've dealt with trauma. Trauma is something that's heavy in our community. It doesn't get talked about enough because people don't really understand how deep it is. It's not just in your head. It also is in your bloodstream. It is in your spirit and energy. It's in your relationships. It's going to definitely show up in your finances. So I said, okay, how do we look for ways to invest that are affordable and also impactful and safe, right? So how do we actually change our lives, not just pretend to change our lives, do things that everyone can afford that wants to do it, and also ways that are actually safe. So these are some of the methods that we've laid out and put together. And then lastly, leaving a generational legacy is extremely important because most of the racism and the other problems that we talk about, they link back to economics. Most of the areas where we don't feel free come down to the fact that somebody else is controlling our lives, or we have to get up and go to work for somebody we don't like, or somebody who doesn't like us, or we have to do things that we don't want to do. So the best way to prepare for freedom is to prepare for freedom. The best way to give your kids freedom is to prepare in advance. Leaving generational legacies is critical. It's not just an added bonus. It's not just something you do if you're doing a good job. It's something you do as a requirement. It's almost like when Chris Rock, used to talk about his friends that would say, "I ain't never been to jail," and he was like, "You're not supposed to go to jail," or "I take care of my kids." You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're taking things that should be that are really par for the course, and we're acting like we hit a birdie or an eagle. We're acting like we should get extra cookies for doing the very basics. So leaving a generational legacy, making sure that the person after you is not behind you or is not at the same place you are. That should be just a general principle that all of us apply no matter what. So here's some lies that I was told as a kid, and let me know in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if you were told any of these same lies. One, everybody has to get a job. Did anybody else grow up with that lie, that myth from hell that has destroyed so many millions of lives? Anybody else grow up with that? That everybody, if you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, I used to hear that all the time. That everybody has to get a job. Well, a lot of us don't know that there are families where they don't even talk about jobs. They talk about acquiring assets. They talk about raising capital. They talk about hiring people. They don't talk about getting a job. So everybody does not have to get a job, but that's a myth that we're told. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's another one I heard all the time when I was 11 years old and I wanted to have money in my pocket. I was told, "You better get a job, boy, better get a job." And that also you have to have money in order to make money. And a lot of you were maybe told that you have to be very wealthy in order to have income or to increase your income. And a lot of these myths are untrue. You don't need money in order to make money. Everyone has capital. Capital is deeper than just money. Money is a type of capital, but there are other types of capital that you have. If you went to school for a while, you have intellectual capital. By being a human being that can work, that's healthy, you have human capital. You had your free time is a source and a form of capital. Your relationships are a form of capital. If you're young and healthy versus old and tired, like that young person has a type of capital they can use. So capital is deeper than just money. So don't think you have to have money to make money. What you need capital to make money. You need capital, not money, capital. All right. So what do you want to avoid? Here are a few things that I think we can eliminate, and this is consider me to be like a financial doctor, and I'm diagnosing the patient and offering a medication that hopefully can help you. I see a lot of pain in generational curses. Let me know if you just sometimes get sad when you think about things that happened to you that shouldn't have happened. I get sad. I know that feeling. Let me know if you have ever looked at a situation and said, this could be so much better if so and so just did what they were supposed to do, or if this person had not done this horrible thing to me, or why would somebody who loves me treat me like this. A lot of us go through that. There's a lot of pain and generational curses, and I want that pain to go away. And it's tough, but I start with saying, okay, well, what about me as the head of a household? I have a lot of power. I can if I want to distribute pain to the children, I could. If I want to distribute something that uplifts them, I can. And the key is consciousness. Every single morning we meet for financial consciousness training. So consciousness is just awareness. It's understanding what you're doing and the impact of what you're doing. In economics, they refer to these partly as ripple effects. Ripple effects is basically how the way I treat my kids is going to affect how they treat other people, which is going to affect how they treat their kids. So that there's a big ripple effect in terms of what we do with each other and how that affects other people. So I know that, for example, when I talk to you, let's say there are 1,000 of you listening now. I don't think of that as 1,000 people. I see 40,000 people. And the reason I see 40,000 people is because I know for a fact that if I throw the stone hard enough, if I leave enough of an impact, if I push as hard as I can to share really powerful ideas, I know you're not going to keep it to yourself. You're going to internalize. You're going to carry. You're going to share it with somebody else. You're going to share it with your kids. A lot of you are already doing that. I met a black man the other day who told me that his 17-year-old son. He said, "My son's been listening to you since he was 2." And I said, "Oh, your son is going to be an economic genius," because I didn't even meet my first college professor until I was 19, actually 19 years old. That's when I met my first college professor, black, white, or otherwise. So the fact that your son got exposed to college level ideas at the age of 2 means that he's gonna be a high flyer when it comes to economics. We also want to get rid of the trauma of financial insecurity. There's a lot of pain in being financially insecure. You feel scared, you feel nervous, worried about the future. All that worry is very common. A lot of our families feel that, and I think we want to avoid that. Also, there's a lot of stress of working for other people. I think that that's something that we should try to eliminate if we can. And remember, it's not a matter of saying quit your job. It's not a matter of saying that no one should ever work for anyone ever, or that having a job makes you a sucker. I would never say that. I would never disrespect a hardworking person, no matter what they do. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between working for people because you want to versus working for people because you have to. And I've said that in class before, and I want to reiterate that it's really about options. I just want you to have options. And so even when I start talking about stock options, I want you to just know that you already know what options are. You know what it means to have options and not have options. You know what it means to be free to do what you want versus not do to do what somebody else is telling you to do. You know what that feels like. So stock options are just an extension of that. So if you want a quick overview of who I am, that's me at my second birthday party. I don't remember a thing, but I heard it was a blast, and that's my grandma Felicia holding me. My grandma Felicia. Oh man, I always get emotional when I see that lady because she died in 2012. But you know how it is. Grandmas don't never leave your soul. They just sit there inside your spirit. And so anyway, my grandma. She taught me financial literacy when I was 5 years old. She got me savings bonds and all that. And yeah, so she's a big part of my life every single day. And our Panther in the Black Business School, that's the Panther's name is Felicia, and the Panther has been infused with my grandma's spirit. So whenever I put that Panther on the screen somewhere, that's me knowing that my grandma's with me everywhere we go and every step of the way. All right, so. My mother was 17 when I was born. She was a single mom, like a lot of us have single mothers. I was a product of a lot of generational economic curses. I doubt most of you were poorer than we were. We had like nothing. It's hard to go below nothing. I was a former slave. I used to have a six-figure dream job when I was at Syracuse University. I made $115,000 a year, and I was living the dream. I was a 30-year-old black man that making six figures. I mean, come on now, that's a great life. But then I found out that my dream job was not really a dream. I failed most of my classes when I was a kid in school. I didn't start doing well until I got to college. So that's why I tell you, don't give up on your sons. because some of you got really smart sons who just have behavioral challenges, who just need to be put in spaces where they are loved and inspired. If they're put in spaces where they're loved and inspired, you're going to watch that little kid just bloom like a flower. He's going to just fly like an eagle. He's going to, he'll stop on that low vibrational behavior, and you'll start to see him set goals, have dreams, work hard, all these things. So find that space that's going to really love him and inspire him and give him something that he wants. And I guarantee you're going to see a change of behavior. Also, I struggled in school because I didn't see the purpose of it, and I did not feel loved going into that building every day. I was a single father at the age of 18. I discovered this thing in high school. I used to work at this job at Taco Bell, and I discovered this thing in high school called sex, and I liked it. And I also found out that there's another part of sex that's called pregnancy. And so here I was, 18 years old, having a baby, freshman year of college, scared, just scared to death. And my parents, and it's crazy, like how all happened at a Taco Bell. So stay away from tacos. Tacos will get you pregnant. And so, anyway, so I called my parents right before my daughter was born, and I was like, "Yeah, I got a baby coming," and they were like, "Oh, okay." And and it's funny how much your life can change during an episode of The Cosby Show. So that was my story, in terms of the early stage, and also I learned about racism at an early age. I grew up in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, where Muhammad Ali was born, and the same racism that led him to leave Kentucky when he was 20 was the exact same racism that made me want to leave when I was 18. I didn't want to come back for a very long time. And to this day, I've become very obsessed with Black wealth, Black family, and the Black community. I really believe that wealth is the solution to a lot of our problems. I think that it transcends everything else. I think that transcends whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're a feminist or not feminist, male or female. I think that wealth, if we work on the wealth issue and then work on the family issue, then we can fix the community issue. And I don't believe in big, gigantic, supersized leaders getting us there. I believe that it's going to be family by family, brick by brick. I believe you are your own greatest leader, and that's something that I believe in to my core. And so things like personal power, commitment, Black love, and responsibility, I think can go a very long way in helping us to achieve our goals. All right, so who did I choose to become over time? Just in case you're new, very quick run through of the credentials, so you know that I do know this topic very well. In college, I was a Wall Street Journal outstanding graduating senior. I had a triple major in finance, economics, and business management. And then I went on and got a master's in mathematical statistics. I completed the degree requirements for a master's in math and a master's in statistics. And I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky. I got a PhD in finance from the Ohio State University, where I was the only African American on the planet to get that degree in the year 2002. And also, I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University in China. I taught in Europe. I taught all around the world. Also, I wrote a bunch of books like The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's my most recent book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote that when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I've been on a lot of media outlets, too many to count. We have a lot of students in the Black Business School. My goal when I left Syracuse was to create a Black-owned institution that could do things that HBCUs have trouble doing, that would also be financially independent, that would be on the cutting edge in terms of being a premier think tank for issues that relate to Black wealth and Black economics. And we've done that. We have 156,000 students in the Black Business School now. We're growing every single year, and we're able to service lots of people because we've learned to develop a business model that scales quite directly. All right. Also, in just as an add-on, we got like over 500 million views on YouTube and other social media. We're probably approaching a billion now. I'm not sure. I don't count anymore. All right. So my biggest investment ever, some of you saw this, was my lovely wife, Alicia. And I remember when I met her, I saw her across a crowded room, literally. And that night in my journal, I wrote, "Today I met the most beautiful woman in the world." And what was so crazy was when I met my wife, she gave me this big, beautiful smile. Like a smile goes a long way, ladies. Like you smile at a man, that lets him know, like, okay, I can feel safe, So she gave me this big, beautiful smile, and we started talking. And I said, she said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Louisville, Kentucky." She said, "Oh, I grew up in Louisville." And so she's lived there from like age 5 to age 10. And then I said, "Where?" I said, "I bet you're from Gary." And she said, "How did you know?" And I said, and I just honestly, I just guessed because most of the black kids at Indiana University were from Gary, Indiana. And that, but so I got lucky. But then I said, "What is your name?" And she said, "Felicia Taylor." And I said, "Wow, my grandmother's name is," sorry. She said her name is Alicia Taylor. I'm sorry. And I said, "My grandmother's name is Felicia Taylor." So her name literally rhymed with my grandmother's. And what's crazy too is that if you were to see my mother and my wife standing next to each other, you would swear that my mother was her mother. Even my wife's mother says, Boyce's mother looks more like you than I do. So I felt like it was really meant to be. And I did propose to her in front of everybody, and it was embarrassing. It was kind of weird, but I'm glad I did it because I believe that Black women should be honored and loved. And I think Black love is essential to us developing as a community. So I felt as a man that it was very important for me to display what love looks like for the men that are still trying to figure that out, and to say that I think that loving a woman and doing your best for her is the most masculine thing you could ever do. So here's the other side bonus that I did not expect. My wife is a damn good therapist. She's a full professor of social work. Very few people, only 1% of the population become PhDs. And out of that 1%, maybe 10% of them become full professors. So she's literally in the top 10% of the top 1% of our society. She entered her PhD program with five other black students. She's the only one that made it. They literally, the racism was very real. They literally forced the other four out. And she just did not give up. She did not quit. So to this day, she's a person that runs marathons. She writes books, and she helped me to create that Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first one ever. So we were able to form this really awesome team where we literally in our house created an academic department where I said I'd like to take the most cutting edge concepts as it relates to therapy and the subconscious mind and mental health challenges, and figure out how that blends into what we're doing with our wealth and our economics. Like right now, in fact, she's literally studying to recertify herself in trauma. She already has a certification. You got to renew the certification. And what we're finding it very deeply, and this is very important for us to understand, is that trauma is such a factor in what we do with our wealth. It's amazing. So what we're doing in the Black Business School is not just, we're not trying to be as good as Harvard. When it comes to Black wealth, we're better than Harvard. We're not trying to be as good as an HBCU. When it comes to Black wealth, we are better than an HBCU. You can go check textbooks. You can check any university in America. You will not find a Black financial therapy department where they literally work with the best therapists they can find to drill into the psychological barriers that keep Black wealth from growing. So this to me was when I married my soulmate. In fact, she's not just my soulmate; she is my soul. When I married my soulmate, that was something I think was meant to happen, because now we're able to really develop all these amazing insights into what's going on with Black wealth and Black economics. So just a side note there. So that was a great investment. And so over time, another little benefit was that she helped me not be so fat anymore. There's me on the left, and I was trying to lose weight, but I didn't know how to really take action. You know what you're supposed to do, but you just don't do it. And so what she did was she actually helped me keep my promises to myself, and she got me running. We ran a marathon together, stuff like that. And next thing you know, I was slim, trim, and sugar free. And a lot of y'all saw that transition. And so I can tell you, pick somebody that's going to help you level up. That really made a difference. And also another thing about this to remember too is that investing is a lot more than just what you do with money. By investing time and love and everything else into the marriage, it benefited me in a lot of ways, right? So health is wealth. If you don't believe that health is wealth, then just ask any old sick person, would they rather have their wealth or have their health back? And I guarantee you they would rather have their health. So anyway, so that's been that journey right there. And also it's a great note, I would say, in terms of really getting in spaces where you're going to be challenged to take action, getting into spaces where you're going to be encouraged to be your best self, getting in spaces where you're going to be encouraged to make the investment, to make the move, to learn the skill, to grow. That's what's going to make you the person that you know you can be. So one thing I'd like to ask you your permission on, give me a yes in the chat. If I rock it out and I help you level up your learning, is it okay if I spend 10 minutes making an offer for you to join one of our special programs in the Black Business School? If you can give me a quick yes in the chat. I don't like to just sort of pop stuff in there. I am going to invite you to be a part of a program that's been very successful that everyone loves. But I'd like to ask for permission so you guys don't think, oh, he's just trying to, dupe us or anything like that. So just give me a quick yes if that's okay. All right. Okay, so I see the yeses. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that permission. Okay, so let's hop into this and let's learn something. All right, so Here's the thing. When it comes to investing, basically you're either the casino or you're the gambler, right? You're either the gambler or you are the house, right? And generally speaking, this is a big part of how financial markets work, particularly stock options. Either you're the casino or you're the house, and who always wins between the casino and between the gambler and the house? Who always wins? The house always wins. The house always wins. And one thing that I can tell you is that there are millions of people that are buying stock options. They call these out of the money call options. And all the research that I remember reading in graduate school pretty much said the same thing. It said that a consistent investment now in out of the money call options is usually going to lead to a financial loss. So and now here's the thing. As these people are losing money, when one side is losing money, somebody's making money. When one side is giving away their income, somebody else is getting rich. Just like when you pay your rent consistently, your pockets are depleting, but the landlord's pockets are growing. When you are spending money on your car note every month, your wealth is going down while their wealth is going up, of the people who own the car dealership. So my thought was when I saw everyone become interested in stock options and everything else was not, how do I do what everybody else is doing? A lot of investing is built on contrarian behavior. My thought was, well, how do I do the opposite of what everybody else is doing? I don't want to be the buyer of these options. I want to figure out who's selling these things and getting all this money. So today, what I'm going to show you is a few little basic ideas. Why selling stock options pretty much saved my real estate portfolio. Also, I'm going to show you why selling stock options is much easier than running a business. I'm a big advocate for business, especially Black-owned business, but this is much easier, actually, and it's a better way to make money. Also, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. So for many years, I've always been a big advocate for real estate, which I still am. I've always been a big advocate for owning a business, which I still am. I've been a big advocate for owning stock, which I still am. Stock options really sweeten everything. They sweeten they're either a great addition or even a great substitute, depending on what position you want to take. So let's talk about what a stock option is. Some of you know what it is, some of you don't. If you already know this, don't worry. Remember, going over the basics can never hurt you, and it also makes you sharper because every time I go over the basics, I learn something new. All right. So what is a stock option? An option is basically this. It is the right to do something, but not the obligation. So if I give you the option of getting in your car and driving to the grocery store, that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means you could if you wanted to. And if I took away that option, then you might be upset about that because maybe you want to go to the grocery store, or at least you want to have the ability to go if you get hungry. So an option is just the right to do something, but you don't have to do it. Okay. So I have, for example, with stock options, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. Hollywood buys options all the time. If somebody has a great script and they're not sure if they want to buy it, then they'll say, well, we don't want your script, but we will buy an option on your script. Okay. So that means we might buy it, but we may not. We're gonna give you money just so you can hold a place for us in case we decide we want to come in and buy this. The thing about options, another fundamental rule of options is that every option has a buyer and it has a seller. Just like every child has a mommy and a daddy, right? You have to have both in order for something to happen. When they tell you that real estate prices went up, that means that there were transactions between a buyer and a seller at a certain price. And they would say, okay, that price was lower than what it used to be. They call that the equilibrium price in economics. So every option has to have a buyer and has to have a seller. Also, the market is massive. There are about 40 million options contracts traded per day. And I consider it to be almost like a type of seasoning for your stock portfolio. It's almost like when you eat food that's really bland and really basic and boring and not very good, and you put maybe a little salt or a little pepper or a little seasoning on it, and it tastes so much better. Options are like the financial seasoning for your portfolio. So basically, the research shows that those who buy options don't typically profit on average. They might profit every now and then. Just like if I go to Vegas, sure, I might walk away a winner, but most people that go to Vegas don't win. Okay. So basically options don't typically make money. And also when people buy them, one person that's buying the option is looking for risk. They might call this risk-seeking behavior, where you say, I'm gonna buy this thing and hope that it goes up in value. That's speculation. That's a type of investing, but it can be very risky depending on the situation. The other person is looking to get rid of risk. The person who sells you the option is saying, look, I just want to get guaranteed income. I want money in my pocket. just in case something bad happens. So if I am a writer of a Hollywood script and I sell an option on my script, that's great for me because I receive income to hold your spot. Like this is guaranteed income. I get to keep this money no matter what. And then if you decide to buy because the value of it goes up for whatever reason, then that's even better for me. But at the very least, if you don't show up, if you don't come back, then I'm still going to have that initial whatever amount of money is that you gave me, just to know that I didn't totally like lose everything. Do you understand? Whereas if I don't sell the option, then I'm just kind of hoping that good things happen. So if you, so basically, what I want is I don't want you necessarily taking more risk all the time. I want you to be able to sell the risk. During the California gold rush, there were millions of people who went out to speculate and try to find gold. 99% of those people never found anything. 99% of those people just lost a bunch of money. The people who made the money during the California gold rush were not typically the speculators for the gold. It was the people who sold picks and shovels to the people that wanted to speculate on the gold. It was the people who sold lunch to the gold miners. Because no matter whether you find gold or don't find gold, you got to eat lunch. You understand? You have to eat. Levi's jeans, a whole major corporation, was built basically selling these rugged blue jeans that you could wear while you were mining for gold. They're like, look, we don't want to mine with you, but we'll give you some pants you can wear that will be durable while you're out there doing your best. So so this is a side of the market people don't talk about because it's not as exciting, but it's great money. It's great income. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. Every now and then I might just for fun, but for the most part, that's not really where I make my money. I make my money by selling them. So so moving on. So when you sell an option, what are you selling exactly? Let's look at an example so you can kind of see it in real life. All right. So let's say that the price of a stock is $82 or sorry, $80. And it's a stock that I own. I own this stock. It's $80 a share. The price could go up, it could go down, nobody knows. Now, I could just sit there and hold it and hope that it goes up, right? And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't, then I lose, right? Or I could do this. So let's say that someone believes the price is going to rise above $82 that week, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. Well, what they can do is they can buy an option from me. They could give me money placing a bet basically. The bet the price 82 is what they call the strike price. So they would give me money, and if the stock goes above 82, then you get to buy my stock for $82. And the reason you can buy it for 82 is because we made an agreement before the fact that if this thing goes up past $82, you're going to buy my stock for 82. I don't mind. I'm happy for you because I get to sell my stock for 82 and before it was only worth 80, so I made money and you make money. Good for you. But then on top of that, I got this amount of money that you paid me in advance before the game began that I was going to keep whether you won the game or not. So it's like when you go to Vegas and you give them a bunch of money and they put your money on black and they say thank you for your bet and then you win, they're happy for you. But remember, they made money whether you won or not, right? So let's keep going here. So if it doesn't go above 82, you get to keep that premium. That's what it means to sell a stock option. You're basically selling someone the right to purchase your stock at a price that you two agree on. Now, so basically, they're the gambler, you're the house. They're giving you money like a casino, hoping that the stock will go up, and you're accepting the money and saying, "Hey, good luck to you. If it goes up, then I'll sell it to you for that price." Now, here's the deal. In this particular transaction, in my view, the house always wins. If the price goes up, you get to keep the money. If the price goes down, you get to keep the money. And if the only difference is if it goes up, then you both make money in addition to the money that you already made. But if it goes down, he loses everything. You still have the money that he paid you. Okay. So so here's an example of when my wife and I made a dig into real estate. This is how we found out that we don't enjoy real estate very much. Real estate's a great investment. We bought this house in Atlanta, Smyrna, Georgia, to be precise, and we loved the house. It was a beautiful house, and we bought it because we had these big dreams of doing an Airbnb type situation. And it didn't take us long to find out that that there was like a 2-year waiting list to be able to Airbnb on this property. And even then, I don't even know how I would have gone through the process of being able to profitably manage it and deal with all that because I'm very busy and I don't like to do that type of stuff. And then, so what we did was we took a long-term tenant. We found somebody to rent the place from us, and it's a nice lady, and we were, and it was, it's not, it's cool, you know, it's someone they're basically paying the mortgage on the house, right? So So then we had something happen. This happened. I got a picture sent to me where I think that because I'd forgotten to pay the water bill or the electricity bill or one of the bills, the whole bathroom had molded up. And it was going to cost maybe $6,000 or $7,000 to redo the whole bathroom. Somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 is what I paid to redo the whole bathroom. And I remember that was kind of the first incident of many that just let me know that being a landlord wasn't really for me because I don't enjoy evicting people. I don't enjoy chasing people down to make sure that they pay the rent. I don't even enjoy dealing with the property managers because the property management companies are okay, but they take a bunch of money and they don't do as much as you think that they're going to do. And also the profitability just isn't uh what you think it might be. I'm not saying don't do it. Some of you are deep in real estate, and if you are, then I think there are many benefits to it. I'm not here to dispute that. But what I am saying is that I found that I had an epiphany. I realized that selling stock options is a much easier way of making money than real estate. I could put the same amount of money into some stock and generate the income from the options and do that without doing any work, without keeping up with any tenants, without worrying about whether or not somebody paid their rent that month. The stock market's always going to pay them rent. I could get on my phone right now and in 30 seconds generate several $1,000s in income by selling options on stocks that I already own. I could do that while I'm talking to you. I could multitask and do that in 30 seconds on my phone right now. That's very different from dealing with a tenant and a property manager and wait until the end of the month and all these other things. And then all the paperwork that's required to even purchase property or to relinquish property when you're done. So my annual ROI on real estate, I'm going to guess maybe it's about 10% per year, not including all the busted toilets and everything else. My annual ROI, if I take the income divided by the cost of the capital base, the amount of money I had to invest, I'm going to guess around 60%. That's a pretty conservative estimate. That's very easy to generate significant amounts of income if you own enough stock from doing that. Though some of you are already doing that. If you're already doing that, say something in the chat, like mention it. Just, that way people know I'm not making this stuff up. Say something in the chat. Tell your story. Talk about it because I know your stories. I've talked to a lot of you, and this to me I think is a pretty awesome way to elevate and level up your family situation because in my view, when I've looked at the real estate deals I've seen and been exposed to and had brought to me, I have people bring deals to me all the time. It just is a much better ROI and it's a much easier ROI. Okay. So here's the other thing. When you talk about starting businesses, I believe deeply in starting Black-owned businesses. To me, a Black-owned business is a business owned by a Black person. That's what it has to be. It doesn't have anything to do with who's buying your product or where the businesses are. So if you own shares of Disney, then the shares that you own, to me, is a Black-owned business because you're a shareholder and you own some percentage of Disney. That's a Black-owned business in the sense that the owner of those shares is a Black person. You control those shares. You get to decide what happens with those resources. But in general, when you talk about Black-owned businesses, there is a lot of opportunity there, a lot of possibility there, and a lot of necessity there. I do believe deeply in that. One thing I do also believe, though, is that when you talk about the freedom of owning a business, you're not a slave anymore, and also money's great. I've made money. A lot of us have made money. The problem when you start a business, though, is two things. One, the Black-owned businesses have about an 80% failure rate. So if you take all your life savings and you pour it into that business and you're hoping for the best, you have, in many cases, a 50 to 80% chance that the business isn't going to succeed, that all that money is going to kind of disappear and it's going to kind of fall to pieces. And also, I found that running a business had me working nonstop. I enjoyed it when I was about 32. I did not enjoy it when I was 52. I did not even really enjoy it when I was 42. And I definitely didn't enjoy working on things if I was just doing it for the money. Working just for the money is just not very fulfilling. It depends on how you're built, but I wasn't as inspired working for just money as I was inspired to do things that I'm really passionate about, things I really care about. Okay. So all this nonstop work led to another epiphany that passive income is just better than active income. And it got me to really rethink what that even looks like, what that really means. And also this culture of working until we die that we kind of have in our society. I know people that are attorneys that make $400 or $500 an hour and they have an endless supply of clients. And that's a dream, right? Think about this. You got an endless supply of people willing to pay you $500 per hour for your time. But then real life starts lifing. The real world starts hitting you where you start realizing that if I'm working all the time, my health is deteriorating because I can't even go to the gym. I'm eating cheeseburgers in between meetings. Um, my spouse is tired of me because I'm never available. I can't invest in a relationship if I'm investing all my time into my business. My kids don't know me. My quality of life has declined significantly because I've overinvested in this business or this job that I have. So working is really a hard way to make money long term. It's not that it's not valuable. Hard work is very important. It also it's much easier when you're younger, right? But as you get older, when you're in your 30s, your 40s, and your 50s, you don't want to do that as much anymore. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm tired of working all the time. So passive income is, in my view, much more enjoyable than active income. I think that working should be something you do to work your way to the point where you don't have to work anymore, where your money can literally work for you. So I own and then here's the third area that I was thinking about is I own a lot of stock in companies. I own hundreds of shares in hundreds of companies or thousands of shares in hundreds of different companies. A lot of my students do as well. Stock ownership is really valuable and beneficial. Stock ownership is the number one key to wealth building. I do believe that. However, the thing about the stock market is that you have to wait until the price of your asset goes up. And sometimes the stock market doesn't do what you want it to do. It doesn't do what you expect it to do. This year has been a great year, but if you remember, 2022 was not such a great year. And when the market goes down, you kind of get slammed. You have to watch your wealth drop as these assets drop in value, and that can be a little bit tough to stomach. And so when that happens, when you can't get your stream of income from your stock, you have to find another stream of cash flow to maybe fund other investments or to help you pay bills while you wait for your stock to go up. So the stock market has been really good for us. For the last 15 years, the market has been insane. This isn't even a recent graph, but typically, if you look at the stock market over any, say, 15-year horizon, you're going to see green, 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 up, up, up. This is why I don't understand why there are people who avoid the stock market because that's where most of the money's at. But then you have those tough years like 2022, where you've got a big decline in market prices and market valuations, and you're just sort of waiting for things to turn around. Well, the options are great because it led to that, at least this third epiphany, that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. And effectively, when you have stock and you're looking for that income driver, you don't have to actually sell your stock in order to generate income. One of the biggest questions I get all the time is when should I sell my stock? And really the best answer is you should never sell it if you don't have to. You sell it because you have to. You sell it because you found a better investment. You sell it because you have to diversify, but you don't sell it just because like, okay, my time here with this stock is done. I'm gonna go and just do something. I'm gonna go spend my money now. No, you really shouldn't ever have to sell it. And one thing people don't know is that you can actually generate income from your stock without selling them. And so you don't have to wait for the price to go up in order to do this either. If you look at a year like 2022, where markets were down, there were people selling options, still generating consistent income because what they were doing was they were selling casino tickets to people who thought the market was going to go up. So people would show up and say, I think the stock is going to go up. Here, let me give you money so I can buy this option from you. They would collect the money, and then the market didn't go up, and then they were able to collect this money every single week, every single month, etc. So here's the thing. When you talk about investing, one other thing is you don't have to be greedy to invest. You can let others take the risk. So selling stock options is, in my view, a very conservative approach to investing in the sense that you're not you're not trying to necessarily get these gigantic scores all the time. You're creating a space where with this particular portfolio, you can get consistent income that allows you to pay your bills and to be financially secure and to do things you want to do. I've seen people quit their jobs. I've seen people replace their bills, all kinds of stuff. Okay. Now, so here's my process. I sell my stock options every single Monday. First thing I do is I find assets that can generate income. Not every stock is good for selling options on. There's some variables you can look at that can help you find which ones are best for selling options on. I measure the ROI on each of the stocks that I'm looking at. At that point, I check the risk levels of the assets to make sure there are no red flags with the investment. And then after that, I sell the options and get the income put into my bank account that I could then send over to my wife to pay the credit card bill. And because y'all husbands know that's what we do, we make a bunch of money and we give it to our wives, and then you collect the weekly income, and you can use some of it for spending, some of it for saving, put some of it for retirement, some of it to acquire more stock, whatever it is you want to do. Now, and all this is done from my phone. Like literally, I will lay in the bed, I roll over and turn away from my beautiful wife, and I say, "Hey, babe, I gotta get my money. I gotta get my paycheck really quick." And I go and I sell my options on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. when the market opens, and by 9:40, I'm done. Okay, and this is a pretty cool way to make income. And so this year, or actually this is last year, we sometimes you have stocks that do really well. When you're participating in the market, you can be there when great things happen. This was a pharmaceutical company. I don't have the name of the company in front of me, but it was a company that a lot of our students were excited about because the stock price literally went up $210 from I think it was trading at $70 or $80, and it went up to $290 or something overnight because basically a big announcement came in with the company, but it was one that we had spotted before the fact, and we sold options on it, and then I kept a few shares and didn't sell options, and it made a lot of money really fast. One couple in the group actually made I want to I could have sworn they told me they made about $500,000 from this or something, and that's because they saw this and they went ahead and invested, and it really made a life-changing difference for them. And so sometimes just being there when the right opportunity emerges makes a big difference. And so let me ask you this. So now that we've talked about stock options and what it can do, I mentioned earlier that if I nailed it, you'd let me kind of pitch a special offer to you to join our program. Give me a yes if it's okay if I go ahead and pitch this to you and let you know how to join our Prime group to decide if you want to sell stock options. How did I do? I mean, do you feel like this is something that makes a difference for you? Is it something that you feel that is worth exploring? Do you feel like it's something that is worthy of consideration? And I know some of you are already doing this, and so if you're enjoying the experience, if it's been beneficial to you, then please feel free to add a yes as well. And the reason I want to do it this way is because I really, really think this is something worth looking into for you. And so let me not spend too much of your time and tell you about the Prime program. Now, Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. Okay, that's what Prime stands for. And it's a powerful coaching program in the Black Business School where we generate safe passive income. We do stock market research, things like that, in order to generate income. And so there's various ways to generate income in the market. Different assets generate different possibilities. With the students, I talk to them about exactly what I'm doing, what I'm invested in. We have different tiers. We have the main class, then we have VIP sessions with small groups, and then a few students do one-on-ones with me. And I literally just open up my portfolio and say, look, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm investing. So it's not investing advice. It's really me explaining what I see, and you can ask me about what you're doing and what you're working on, what you're thinking. Okay. And so, so also you can understand time horizons for investment, risk management, some things called the Dr. Boyce method, a particular method of either stock selection or options investment that I share with the students. And also we talk about leverage. Leverage is a very powerful tool for investing that doesn't get discussed enough, but it's something that we cover in class. Now, here's a real life example of what kind of money a person could make literally on their phone right now. Like this is an options move that you can make right now. If you have the capital base to do this, you can make this money right now. So this is different from starting a business where you might make money 5 years from now, or you might make money 3 months from now. This is something you could do today. Okay. So let's look at a stock like Coinbase. Coinbase, the current price is $221.43 at the time of this, at the time I put these slides together. So let's say that you sell an option and you basically someone pays you money in order to make a bet with you, and you don't ever meet this person. You don't see these people. You just put your order in and it goes through. You don't know who you're making this deal with. So the strike price, let's say there's a strike price of 235. Now, what is a strike price? Strike price is basically the price at which you're agreeing to sell your stock if it goes past that price. So they're paying you money for the right to buy your stock if it hits 235. You can pick different strike prices based on what you'd like to do. Okay. So the price is 221. You don't know if it's going to go up or go down, but you can generate income right now by selling an option on the strike price. And this would be a call. And let's say that I own 100 shares of Coinbase. Okay. 100 shares of Coinbase will cost me $22,143. On Robinhood Gold, I can get 50% leverage on this. That means they'll put up half the money for certain stocks. With this stock, they'll put up the $11,000 of that investment. They charge you interest on the money that they loan you, so you don't have to put up all of it on your own. A lot of people are not sure about debt and leverage, but let me just tell you, leverage is how a lot of people get wealthy. Elon Musk became the richest man on earth by using leverage. So leverage, if it's used carefully, can be extremely beneficial, but if it's not used responsibly, it could be bad. So you really want to be careful. All investing always involves risk. So so that's your position. So your question would be, how much money can I make from this? So right now, or at least based on what I saw in the market, if I sold a 1 month call option, meaning that the stock has 1 month to get to 235, if within this month, if it goes past 235, or at the end of the month, if it's past 235, they're going to buy my stock from me for $235. I would get $11.65 per share for that option. Okay, they're going to pay me $11.65, and the number of shares I have determines how much money they put into my bank account. In this example, I have 100 shares. So that means that I'm going to receive $11.65 times 100, $1,165. That's how much money they're going to put into my account. That's money I could pull out right now, send it to my wife, pay a bill with it, whatever it is I want to do, pay the rent, car note, whatever. That's real money. Okay, so if the stock, now let's say the stock rises above 235, well, then I get paid again. I get paid even more because they're going to come buy my stock for 235. Now, mind you, my stock is only worth 221 now. So that means that we both won. It's almost like taking a business partner. They've paid money for a piece of the upside to my investment. So at the end of the month, if the stock goes up to 235, then in addition to the 1165 that I already got, I keep that money no matter what. That's my money, period. I don't ever have to get that back. I also made 235 minus 221.43 times 100 shares. And that gives me a total of $2,522. Or if you look at that in terms of ROI, that is 2,500, or that's 22.7% in 1 month. That's a really massive ROI for 1 month. I dare you to go find a real estate deal that pays you 22% in a month. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, let's look at another example. Let's compare it to real estate. This is why I'm so much more of a fan of options than I am of just direct real estate investing. I don't hate real estate. I have a lot of friends in real estate. I respect it. I think real property is extremely important and valuable as a part of your portfolio. But in terms of income generation, I think this method is better. So the median price of a home right now is $420,800, right? So let's say that instead of buying a home for $420,000, I just buy um, 2,000 shares of Coinbase stock. So in this example, instead of owning just 100 shares, I have 2,000 shares. How much would those 2,000 shares cost? That total value would be $442,860, a little bit more than the price of not an extraordinary house, not a massive multi-family property, not an apartment building, just a regular, simple, measly, regular little house. So I want you to imagine how much rent you could receive. In fact, put that in your head. Put that in your head. If you owned a house that had the average cost of a house in America, 442,860, how much money per month do you think that you would make in income if you rented that house out? And in fact, not just income, but income after expenses, after you pay the taxes and pay for the repairs and pay the property manager and pay anything else that comes up. How much do you think you'd make per month? Now, let me give you an example. The house that I bought in Atlanta was $590,000. The value's gone up, maybe about $100,000 since we bought it. We make $3,500 a month from that property, and that's before expenses. That's not after expenses. That's before expenses. Okay, so after expenses, maybe it drops to half of that. All right, now I want you to keep that number in your head. Write that down, or put it in the chat if you want to. Guess a number in the chat of what you think you'd make after expenses, and then I want us to have a point of comparison. Okay, so that's option one, right? Buy the property, deal with the tenant and hope that they pay the rent and all this other stuff. All right, and we got our number over there. Now, let's look at option B. Option B is I take that money, instead of putting it in the property, I buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase. Robinhood loans me half the money, so I don't have to put up the whole 442. I put up half of that. Let's look at what your income might be on this other investment. Well, remember, each of these options sold for 11.65 each. Now you could get more expensive options sold if you want to. You just have to move the strike price. But 11.65 is a modest number that I picked. Now instead of having 100 shares, you have 2,000 shares. Let's see how much money a person would make. And this is real life. This is something you could do on your phone right now. Let's see how much money that person would have by taking option B. $23,300. $23,300. Now, do you understand? Let me know. Give me a yes. If you get, do you understand why I love options so much more than I love owning property? Like, do you understand why my wife and I are in the process of selling one of our properties right now? Because I showed it to my wife and she was like, "What are you doing? Like, get it done." Right? Okay. And maybe she's lucky. Like, how she's a finance professor for a husband. I have no idea, but I know she gave me extra kisses and wanted to make me a steak that night when I showed her the results of putting our money to a more efficient use. So this is surprising for people. A lot of people are shocked by this. A lot of people think it almost sounds too good to be true. But one thing I can tell you is that I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. I'm not a person here to sell you anything that's like a get rich quick scheme or anything like that. I don't believe in getting rich quick. I believe in getting rich slowly. I can verify this. You can pull out your phone and do this right now. So the question for you is this, right? So imagine if you if you bought a rental property for 442, do you think you can earn $23,000 after you pay the expenses, the mortgage payment, the taxes, the maintenance fees, the property management fees, the utilities, the insurance, and everything else? Yes or no? No, you couldn't. There's no way. Like, there's no way. It would be almost impossible to do that. So and now here's the other thing. Here are the other benefits to options income that I want you to kind of process. Okay. Not only is it a higher ROI, but it's got liquidity. One other thing about real estate or art or any other kind of investment is that people don't consider the challenge of having your money locked up. They don't think about the fact that you can't get your money out quickly if you need it. A lot of times it takes at least several days and sometimes weeks and months to get your money out. With this, you could sell the 2,000 shares of Coinbase in 30 seconds and get your money out. So liquidity is really important, especially when you need your money. Also, you can pass these assets to your children. How about that? How about this as a master plan? Everybody wants to, talk to me about who they're voting for and going to school for 12 years so they can, go become a surgeon or something. And I think all those things are great. I'm not against any of that. I did that. I went to school a long time to get a PhD. But what if instead you took that 2,000 shares of Coinbase that you've been using for years to generate, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income? And what if you just gave that to your child? And then they had 2,000 shares of Coinbase and they could sell options for 10, 11, $12 a piece every month and bring in $20,000 a month, bring in almost $250,000 a year without a college degree, without going to work. See, the thing is, I'm not really interested in complaining about the problem for too long. After we finish complaining, we got to solve the damn thing. This is a solution. This is implementable. This strategy costs the same as the average home in America. So if you can afford a house, you can afford to do this. Now, maybe you don't feel like you can afford a house. We could talk about that, like what it means to raise the capital base. And some of us are not there yet. Some of us, maybe look at a number like that and it seems like a big number. And remember, that's why I did it with 100 shares in 2000. But what I want you to understand is that there are easier ways to skin the cat than what you're typically being exposed to. This is something that a young kid could have at the age of 20 and without going to 8 more years of school could be making as much money as a medical doctor and possibly as much money as a surgeon. I know I have friends that are surgeons and they had to go to school for about 14 years to become surgeons. And that's just to get to the point where they can start making money. And then they have to go start working 18-hour shifts at the hospital where they can't have a personal life. They can't spend time with the kids. They can't do things they want to do. They're overworked. They're tired. They're exhausted. And they're doing this all the way up into their 40s and 50s. You can have your kid there at this level in their early 20s. Tell me this is not like awe-inspiring. This blows my mind. Anyway, let me keep going. I'm not going to overtalk it, but this to me is I think is adequate of a solution as anything I've ever heard in a presidential debate or something. So let's keep going here. Also, the best part that I like is that no work is required. I don't have to go stress out. I don't have to get up and deal with a boss every day. None of that stuff. And there are lots of you that are listening right now who are already doing this. And if you're listening in the chat, I hope you'll share your honest experience, your honest testimony, so that when I do lay out the pricing offer, people will know that this is not something that's just some goofball, like hope it works out kind of thing. This is something that can be implemented. I'm into practical solutions. That's what I like the most. So let me describe what you get in the Prime program. I'll go through this quickly so you can make a decision, decide if you'd like to go. And if you already have made the decision, you can go to drboyceprime.com and just see what's on there on that page. Dr. Boyce Prime. That's the URL. Okay, so here's what you get in the Prime program. And those of you who are already in it, this is a reminder of what you have access to, and I hope that you'll use your membership to the fullest because I want you to really get max value. We have biweekly coaching calls. I get on a Zoom with the students and I answer questions. I lay out frameworks. I tell them what I'm investing in. I tell them what I'm up to. I tell them what's going on in the markets, where the opportunities are, stuff like that. And we talk as much as possible. Also, we have something called a Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, where I spent 6 weeks explaining how to invest in the stock market. So if stocks are new to you and you want to understand them at a deeper level, this masterclass will get that done for you. You get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. That's every single week. I give a list of stocks that I like, and I do research, and I find assets that your family can own for the next 5 to 10 years that will give you long-term economic value. You get access also to the Black Financial Therapy Department. My wife does family investment support group consultations. She just did one not too long ago where she brings the students together and they talk about things like financial anxiety and generally dealing with the emotions that come with investing and how to make sure you understand your relationship with money well enough that you're able to make good long-term economic decisions. Also, things like being able to work together as a group. We have a lot of family investment clubs where families come together and they pool their money together and they're generating income together. And basically, when you're working as a group and you're making money, a therapist is beneficial because a therapist can help make sure you get along with each other and that you never mess up your money by having these conflicts that so many of our families have. You get access to investment club training. There's lots of training blueprints and materials. If you want to form a family investment club, if you want to get together with that cousin, that sibling, and friends, etc., you can show them this video if you want to. And if they're as persuaded as you are, then doing it as a team is really great. It's a great way to change each other's lives. You also get access to a list of what I call Dr. Boyce money makers. And those of you who are in the Prime program, I just released another list of the money makers. So log in at drboyceprime.com and you can find them. And basically, this is my personal stock option selections. These are stocks I picked and vetted specifically to determine how much income they can generate, what that looks like based on the margin that's available, things like that. So you don't have to do that. So if you're not sure what to do, if you wanted to, you can literally follow what I'm doing, what I do to make money for my own family. This is what I actually apply. I'm not offering the medicine to you. I'm literally taking it myself. Okay. So what else do you get? You get access to, if you're new to stock options and you want to understand options better, there's a whole training on how to invest in stock options. You get access to that program. Then you also get access to an expanded topics group in what I call Black Money 102. Black Money 102 is our stock market training program. It's very popular. It's been around about 7 or 8 years, and it just takes you through everything you need to know about the stock market. We also have excellent customer support. If you're looking for something new, you can just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can help you find whatever you're looking for. Okay, so if you add up the value of all the materials that I just listed to you, it would be about $8,692 per year. Okay, let's put that into context. When I taught at Syracuse University, I don't know what the tuition was exactly back then, but I know the last time I checked a couple of years ago, it was about $73,845. It's probably over $80,000 a year now. I wanted to leave that environment mainly because I felt like that's too much to pay. Most of the Black students I taught at Syracuse are still 20 years later trying to pay off their student loans. I don't want that happening to you. So to join this program, the fee is only $2,999 a year. $299 per year. If you want it now today, the offer I can make to you is $19.99 per year. So if you want to go sign up at drboyceprime.com now, you can actually get in for $19.99 per year. Now, I want to ask you a quick question and give me a yes or no if you agree or if you understand where I'm coming from on this. If this made you an extra $50,000 a year, would it be worth it? A lot of you already have, you're already saving, you're already buying stock, you're already trying to figure out ways to move forward. If it made an extra $50,000 a year, would you consider this to be a good investment? And if the answer is no, then it's no. But if it's yes, then I'd like for you to say yes. If you were able to make just an extra 20,000 a year, would it be worth it? Would 20,000 a year work for you? Would that make you say, yeah, I'm glad I did this? Uh, if you just made 10,000 a year, would it be worth it? What do you think? I don't know. Do you think that this is the goal? This should be the goal of really all educational programs, because I've seen people who know probably 1/50th of what I know about stock markets and stock options literally offer programs that are like 15, $20,000 a year, insane amounts of money. And they don't get the results. And so a lot of you came to me because you were so jaded by what you were seeing kind of out there from people that really didn't have the training in this area. Well, we have the training, and also we have money back guarantees, student testimonials, stuff like that. So you know that what you're getting is a real deal. So here's a student testimonial someone wrote, and we have hundreds of them actually. They wrote, "I love the information given, the openness and honesty, the ability to communicate with Dr. Boyce, to ask questions and to gain positive insight." So that's what Danny Dean said. And if you want to join monthly, the monthly option is $3.99 per month. So that would be the monthly fee if you wanted to do the monthly option. Now, today, if you want to sign up, you can actually sign up for $239 per month. That's the monthly fee that you can get today. Now, here's another testimonial from a student. "I love how you give everyday illustrations to explain what you're saying." Inez Boykin sent us that note. Jose Lopez says, "It has totally changed the way I look at the market. I would think there's no way I can learn this market stuff. Now I'm filled with hope that I can use this information to make positive changes in my family's life." So Jose Lopez Ramos said this. All right. So here's the thing. If you had an extra $3,000 per month, what would you do with that money? Well, here's some things you could do. The average used car note is $503, so you could easily cover that. The average mortgage payment on a $300,000 house is $2,071. You could cover that. So maybe some of you could use the money to pay your mortgage. What's left over, even with just $3,000 a month, is after you pay the car note and the mortgage, you still have $426 left over. That's money you can actually invest. So this allows you to have positive cash flow in your household that you can use for long-term wealth building and really have a long-term economic plan. So the cash flow really is a gateway to allow you access to wealth, but also allow you access to a more enjoyable life where your decisions are not being made by a lack of cash or financial security or financial insecurity. If you invest 426 per month, if you take the extra 426 and you invest it every month, how much would you have in 20 years? This shows you the power of compound interest. You would actually have $103,471. So literally, this isn't just a training program. This isn't just a way to make extra money. This isn't just a way to make money without working. This is a pathway to building the kinds of economic infrastructures that we'd like to be able to pass to our children. This is a generational wealth master plan that you can apply. A lot of you are already applying this. I know families that are doing this already. It's working. This is exactly how you build an economic empire. So very quickly, I'd like to sweeten the deal for you. So instead of the $19.99 price that I mentioned earlier, if you'd like, you can join right now for $869 per year. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, your annual fee would be $869 per year. This number will never change as long as you are a member. If you sign up today, that is your price. That is it forever. Okay. And I think $869 per year is maybe $80, $90 a month or something like that. If you want to do monthly, you don't have to pay $299. How about we make it $155 per month? That's the absolute best deal we can offer. Right now, we've got a lot of people in the program, so at some point we're just going to shut down enrollment because I don't want it to get too big. But that's literally the best offer we can make. That allows the Black Business School to continue to grow, and it also allows you to be able to test it and see if you like it and get the benefit from it. And so that's the offer. There you go. That's the offer. So if you want to take advantage of the offer, just so you know, there's a lot of bonuses thrown in there as well. And just to recap what you get bi-weekly coaching calls with me, access to the Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. You get access to the Family Investment Support Group consultations with Dr. Alicia, access to Investment Club training programs and blueprints, access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers, the list that I put together for the students once every 2 to 3 weeks, access to how to invest in stock options training. Okay, so that if you're a beginner, you can figure it all out, and then once you get there, you'll be able to generate your income, and so. Oh, and then also access to Black Money 102, our stock market training program. So you have these choices. Here are your choices. Your choices are very simple. You could take no action at all, right? If you take no action at all, then you're losing money. That means that if you could have made $1,000 a month, then over 12 months you lose $12,000 per year. If you were going to make 2,500 per month, a lot of our students are making 2,500 per month or more. Over 12 months, that's $30,000 a year that you'd be giving up by not taking action. This is my encouragement to you to do something, whatever it is you want to do. I encourage you to do something. And so you could do it all by yourself. You could sit down and try to figure it all out on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. I encourage you, I support you, whatever pathway you take. But the problem is that you won't have the guidance to be able to avoid the risks. I have seen lots of money get lost by people trying to do it on their own. There's a student that I meet with twice a week in one-on-one consultations, and one thing that he was saying is that he says you talk in a way that makes everything look easy, and and I'm proud of that because I like to use simple analogies to help you understand the bigger picture. He says, but once you dig into the weeds, it's not as easy as you make it sound. And I'm glad I can talk to you because because you can clear that up. So ultimately, that guidance is something I'd like to offer you. That's where I want to add value to your life is by literally sharing with you in real time what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. Because I've personally had scenarios where I missed something and ended up making a mistake. Okay, so ultimately, that guidance is part of what you get by being part of the group. In addition to that, there are action alerts that I send out to the students via text. You won't get the action alerts on investing possibilities and opportunities as they come out. You won't be part of the collective. The students have become friends. They've formed a family. They're going to all get together and meet each other at the All Black National Convention. And so that collective is a great way to elevate your economic game. Instead of spending all your time around people that are struggling, you'll be around people that are thriving. Instead of being around people that are negative, you'll be around people that are positive. Instead of being around people that are afraid of being black, you're around people that love being black. Instead of being around people that are following the crowd, you'll be around people that are innovative thinkers. You'll be around people that are wealth builders. Some of them are flat out rich and doing really amazing things. That's an amazing collective. It's a beautiful group of really prosperous, successful people that will really help you to elevate your peer standing because a lot of you are struggling because you have so much consciousness and awareness. And James Baldwin actually said that when you become conscious, it's very lonely and it's very frustrating because other people aren't rising with you. Well, this is the consciousness cloud. I mean, this is literally the most extraordinary brain trust in the entire Black community because you have intelligent people that are on the cutting edge of finance and money. And they're implementing these ideas and they're getting it done and they're doing it as families. There's father-son duos, there's mother-daughter duos, there's entire families, grandma getting involved, grandma trading stock options with the grandbaby. I mean, this is all happening right now in real time. And I think you would enjoy the collective quite a lot. And also, direct coaching from me and my team. That's another area where we add value. That's always available. Sometimes there's a little bit of an add-on bonus cost or something if you want sort of one-on-ones or small group training, but it doesn't cost that much. And it's definitely designed where I tell you straight out from the very beginning, if you don't feel like you're benefiting financially by what you're investing, if you don't feel that what you're gaining exceeds what you invested, then we don't want your money. We don't want you to sign up. Your university didn't say that when they took $100,000 from you. So we're not going to say that if we get you to invest 1,000. Okay. Also, insider secrets on what options and strike prices, et cetera, to choose. I'm very specific with the students. They say, okay, I don't know what expiration date to pick or what strike price or what particular option. I tell them exactly step by step. Okay, this is what I'm picking right now. Feel free to follow. It's not investing advice. I don't give investing advice, but I do let people follow me if they want to. And I also talk about what I'm seeing in the pros and cons of each approach. All right. So if you try to figure it all by yourself, It might, like it does for a lot of people. It might take you 5 or 10 years to do it right, where you're spending time kind of losing money, paying tuition in the school of life to figure it out. Or you can take the shortcut. I have a PhD in finance. I've been doing this for 30 years. I started teaching finance in 1993. So I've already made the mistakes so that you don't have to. So I've also condensed the process to make it simple. So anyway, in fact, there are times where I can do it for you if you're interested. Now, if you want to know something about the Black Business School, I hope you'll allow me to kind of brag on how great our Black-owned institution is. There's something called a Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score is a measure through surveys of how many raging fans you have of your school, like how much people, or of your product, period. It's a school product, brand, business, whatever, right? So to give you some ideas of Net Promoter Scores as a benchmark of customer satisfaction, how happy the customers are, also how loyal the customers are. It also measures the willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. Let's look at some examples of some famous brands and what their Net Promoter Scores are. So if you look at companies like Microsoft, they have a great Net Promoter Score of 40. If you look at Amazon, you go up to 51. If you go to Apple, their Net Promoter Score is 52. Harvard University, their Net Promoter Score is also 52. The Black Business School, we measured our Net Promoter Score. We sent out the survey and did the measurements. Our Net Promoter Score was 94. 94. How about that for Black excellence? I'm very proud of that. Yeah, our Net Promoter Score is 70, 80% higher than some of the strongest companies in America. I mean, and some of y'all are in here. Some of y'all already know. I mean, for some of y'all might be preaching. I told y'all that I'm. This is kind of my practice to get ready for the event that I'm going to do in a little bit. So I thought I'd kind of run this by you guys and see what you thought. But then I was like, well, if they want to join, you're still welcome to do so. Um, but yeah, a lot of you are raging fans because we put a lot of damn effort into just making sure you're happy. We started from the very beginning, and I said I want us to be student obsessed, customer obsessed. I want us to make people happy. I want us to make people's lives better. And if we're not doing that, we want you to tell us how we can do that better. So we're good at what we do. There's no risk of you signing up for something and feeling like, oh, they screwed me over or they did me dirty. We don't do that. We don't do that. So students love our trainings. Here's another testimony from Letitia Parker. She says, Dr. Boyce is so thorough in his explanations. The examples he gives are very clear and easy to understand. I highly recommend the courses because you will most definitely get your money's worth. Actually, you get more than your money's worth because he goes above and beyond in making sure that the students learn what they need to be successful. He's simply the best. Well, thank you, Letitia, for saying that. And I did not tell her to say that. I've not met Letitia. I just saw her comment. All right. So one last thing I'll throw in there, just is just a formality for sure, but it's an important one, is we also have what I call the Dr. Boyce hassle-free refund guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason in the first 30 days, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will give you a full 100% refund with no questions asked. And in fact, if you're not satisfied and you sign up and you do the annual membership, then we will not just give you a free refund. We will give you a free $1,000 course. So all you got to do is say, hey, I'm not happy. I want my refund and my free course, and they will give you both. And so that's how determined we are to show you that we know what we're doing and that we're good at it, and how much comfort we have in letting you know that you're going to absolutely love being part of the Prime program. The Prime membership will be something that will change your life and elevate you in so many ways that you can imagine. So if you want to take advantage of the offers that I mentioned, $869 for the year or $155 per month, you can go to drboyceprime.com right now. Remember, the annual fee was $29.99. Your fee is going to be $879, and also the regular monthly fee is $399. Yours will be $155. That is not going to be the price in the future, but that's the price right now for you. And and one more thing, I forgot to mention this. If you have someone in your family that you want to share this with, we are for you guys. There's buy one get one free. So that means that if you sign up and you want to join right now, then you can bring someone in your household that can share your membership and share your login, and they can actually participate in the membership with you. Okay. Now we ask that's per household though, that not just anybody that you just find anywhere, but they have to be someone in your household that you are connected to or related to, because building wealth is not fun when you do it by yourself. because you don't want to be the rich person with a bunch of broke people around you, because that just puts you in danger. So instead, as you elevate, we want you to elevate with others around you so that it's a comfortable experience, and other people can benefit from your prosperity. So I'm going to ask you all now, are there any questions that you have? And you can feel free to also give me any feedback if there's something that you feel like I didn't touch on, or whatever the case may be. And let's see, Pamela says, I've joined and I will need to add a family member. Yeah, yeah, please do that. And email support at theblackbusinessschool.com if you have any questions about how to do that. Let's see, Miles says, do you know any apps I can use to set up an account to buy stocks? There's a lot of apps. Robinhood is one, of course, and then they have E-Trade and stuff like that. You can do that. Patricia says, what's the link to join? The URL is drboyceprime.com. And so what I'm going to do is I will put the link to the page. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to just click on the link. But yeah, it's Dr. Boyce Prime, PRIME.com. And also, and by the way, thank you guys for letting me share this. As you can see, it's a training and it's also a pitch. And I appreciate you all hearing this out from me. That really helps me a lot in terms of just sort of thinking things through. And by the way, if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. And I'll see it there. If you put it in the chat, I may or may not see it. You're a fast talker. Will we receive the replay slide deck to revisit the session? Asked Sandra. Yeah, the replay, I can text it out. I'll text it out to you. So if you're on the Money in the Morning text list, if you're not on the Money in the Morning text list, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you via text today. You have a lot of international viewers as well. Yeah, I do. And we do have international students that are in the program. International students can invest in U.S. markets. You'd have to work with like a local bank or something like that. Let's see here. What do you mean by capital as opposed to money? That's a great question. Capital is basically something that you can use to get more resources or to get the things you need. In particular, let's say money. So when you talk about capital, if I'm a farmer and I have cows and pigs and chickens, let's say that I never have any money, I can still use the cow is still a source of capital because I can get milk from the cow. I can make a steak from the cow. I can breed the cow. Maybe if I think there's a cow. There's like this cow in Mexico that's like the biggest cow ever. He's like the Shaquille O'Neal of cows. And this cow literally, I think to buy the eggs from the cow is like $400,000 to get the eggs because the cow breeds these big old gigantic cows, right? So anything that generates resources or money for you is capital, pretty much. When you sell an option, how do you select the stock to sell? There's a lot of criteria. There's different things like what they call implied volatility. There is also just the risk level of the asset. It depends on whether the company has an earnings announcement coming up, things like that. Let's see, Dr. B, the link you shared came up at $19.99 per year. Go to the bottom. If you go to the page, let me see if I can pull up the page for you, Zoe. Let's see here. Let me make sure everything's what it's supposed to say. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, I see. Okay, you know what? Okay, here we go. Let me give you a code that you can use. Because I think Micah changed everything. So I've got a discount code you guys can use. Let's see here. All right, so if you go to the Prime page, if you go to the top, it says start making money now. And at that point, you can pick which offer you want, the monthly offer, the annual offer. So if you go with the monthly option, I want you to remove the discount code, and I'm going to show you exactly how to put in the new code. I didn't know this. I think Micah changed everything on the page. I don't know why. Maybe it was my fault for giving her the wrong information. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's the code if you want the monthly discount. The monthly discount, you can put in the code. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay. Now, if you go with the annual option at $869, the code is offer 2023, and there is no monthly at the end, just offer 2023. Okay. So let me show you how to apply that. Gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. See, this is why you practice because, Sometimes you miss stuff, right? Because we had talked yesterday about it, and I think that she changed it and didn't know. All right, so here, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you're going to see this, right? And all the details and information on the program are listed on this page, right? In terms of all the bonuses and everything that you get when you sign up. And if you want to just scroll to get to the, cut to the chase and sign up, you hit start making money now. Now, here at the bottom, you got two plans you can pick from. You've got the monthly plan, and here she's got $349, and this discount gives you $50 off, but that's not the discount you guys can get. I'm going to give you a discount code to get the big discount. This one is $19.99 per year, which is $1,000 off per year. You're not going to have to pay that. So if you want to do monthly, here's what you could do. You could click on this, and you can put in the code. So here on this page, right, here's the price, $399 per month. It says $50 off. I want to give you a bigger discount. So what you do is you hit remove for the code, apply the new coupon code, and put offer 2023 monthly. All one word, offer 2023 monthly. Now look at the prices, $399. If you hit apply, it'll drop by $243, and you go to $155 per month. Okay. Now, if you want to do annual, if you want to sign up annually, then what you have to do is this. Okay, so what you would do is you go back to that page, drboyceprime.com, and you would use the code 20, let's see, was it offer 2023, all one word. Okay, so let me share the screen again and show you guys. All right, so here on this page, so right here where it says annual, you could hit enroll now. And when you get on the second page, you would remove the discount code. So here it says $29.99. That's the regular price. You can get $1,000 off by default, which goes to $19.99. But what you want to do is remove that code and use the better code. So you hit apply coupon code after you hit remove, and you could type offer 2023. Okay. And then you hit apply. And once you hit apply, you should see your discount. This goes from $29.99 down to $869.71. Okay. And that is the price that you would pay. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry, guys, about the confusion on that. I thought that she, I didn't know she had changed it like that. We talked about it, but I didn't know she actually did it. All right, so let me answer some more questions here. All right, so the Antonio Fuller says VKTX is very volatile, but has a good premium. Yeah, that was on the moneymaker list. We took that one off. Yeah, that's not one that I'm invested in anymore. Let's see. AC Salam says, what is the minimum amount of stock to own to be able to sell options? To sell options on a stock, you have to own at least 100 shares of that stock. If you own less than 100 shares of the stock, then you can't trade options on it. So if the stock is $25 per share, then 100 shares would cost $2,500. So when you ask about things like the minimum amount of capital to get started, you'd have to have enough capital to be able to buy 100 shares of that stock. And then also there's some other things that you'd want to do to manage risk, like using put options in particular. So that might cost a little bit more, but then there's various ways to apply that strategy as well. Let's see here. Someone posted in the chat, what's the advantage of your school? The advantage of our school is that we're very good at what we do, particularly when it comes to identifying and resolving a lot of the economic problems, the Black wealth problems that exist within our families. We're able to dig into those areas that standard universities don't dig into. That's why the Black wealth problem has never been solved. It's because no one's really tried to actually solve it in a meaningful way. They try to solve it with maybe a rising tide lifts all boats sort of approach, and that just doesn't work. You have to be very specific. The Black community has been through a very unique experience, and we believe that that experience requires surgery, not just an aspirin. Okay, Al says, I tried offer 2023 monthly, invalid code. Actually, it's all one word. Did you try offer 2023 monthly altogether? It's just like that. I'm typing in the chat. It's all one word. So don't separate anything. So try it without, okay. And actually, I just heard from Micah, and I think Micah changed the code so that if you do go to drboyceprime.com right now, you will find that the code may already be in there. So if you hit start making money now and you go to the bottom, yeah, she's made it easy for you. So actually, so if you just go there now, you don't even have to put the code in. We just made that easy for you guys. At first, she had switched it, and now you have to put it in there. But now she's just switched it back because I asked her to. All right, so let's see. Another question says, could you share the capital base used to make these amounts? Yeah, well, in the example I gave with Coinbase, I showed you exactly what you could do. I mean, this is not there's no mystery with that. I mean, if you have enough money to buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase, you can sell the options on the Coinbase, and that's it. And that's very, very straightforward. Let's see, Zoe. Oh, no, you're not being a pain at all. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So you went in at the higher price. Yeah. If you did that, if you went ahead and signed up at the higher price, then just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll refund the difference. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, tell them what happened, and they can fix that for you. So the customer service is very, very good. And I wish there was a person that was actually in the room right now to talk to you from customer service, but they couldn't make it. But they're available right now. You can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will make sure you're happy. That's I know that. I mean, I've worked with the people that run customer service for about 6 years now. They're very good at what they do. Let's see here. Can you use this plan with an investment club? Yes, you absolutely can. It's in fact, it's more fun to do it as a group for sure. Do you have to? Let's see here. Juanita Nelson signed up for Black Money 102. Does that teach stock options? No, 102 is stock market investing. So we talk about stocks, but it doesn't go very deeply into options. Let's see. Rolo says, I believe selling call options per week is better than monthly. It can be. It depends on what asset you're talking about. It depends on how consistently you want your cash flow. Some people want their money monthly. Some people want it weekly. It really depends on what your preference is for sure. Let's see here. What was the initial investment for the example you were giving? I think for the Coinbase, it was 2,000 shares, which took you to a total valuation of about 442. And you'd have to put up about half of that in Robinhood. So you'd have to put up about half of 442, which is 222, something like that. And so remember though that you don't have to do the 2,000 share example. I just did that to compare it to real estate. You could do 1,000 shares if that's all you have. You could do 200 shares, right? The point was to say, what if you approached it with the same capital base that you might put into a real estate deal? Let's look at the reasons why this is a much better way to make money. Again, no work. It's highly liquid. ROI is better. That's why I've walked away from real estate a little bit. I don't hate it. I think real estate ownership can be very beneficial, but I own a lot of my real estate through real estate investment trust now. I publicly traded real estate investment trust. I don't do a lot of the illiquid deals anymore because they just haven't really been that beneficial. I don't like locking my money up, and then the risk is way too high. So that's just my 2 cents. Can you do the 869 in 4 payments? We don't have that. We don't have a payment plan for the annual, but you can do monthly, right? Monthly just means you pay the monthly fee. So right now the two options we have are the annual and the monthly, and that's pretty much what they have. They can look at a payment plan, but right now, there's nothing in place for that. It's just those two ways to pay. Some say weekly options is dangerous. Why? I don't know, Ronald, what the context of that comment might have been, but I don't think they're dangerous. I think everything can be dangerous or not dangerous depending on the situation. So, yeah, options investing can be very dangerous if you do it in a way that builds a lot of risk. You can go and trade options in a way that will ruin and risk everything. Or you can go and trade options in a way where you're very, very safe and very, very conservative. Companies use the options market not to increase their risk, but to reduce their risk. So don't ever think options are just one thing. It's just like fire. Fire is not good or bad. Fire is just powerful. If you use fire in the right way, it can do amazing things for you and cook your food and keep you warm. But if you're irresponsible with it, then bad things can happen. So let's see here. Is $5,000 a good base to start with? Yeah, a lot of students start with about $5,000. You add some leverage, it can do some good things for your life. My husband enrolled in Prime about a year ago or so. I'm now coming on board. Now, I wish I'd done it sooner. Lessons from the stock options have paid off and created great passive income. Yeah, good, good. I'm glad, Miss Bird, that we were able to convince you to take a look. And it's okay. Like I've met people who were super skeptical for a long time. I counseled a couple directly and they were very skeptical for good reason. The husband was I think he was a federal agent or something, and I can talk to people in that space because my father was a detective for a long time, so I know how cops kind of think. They're skeptical of everything, right? And I think that that's fine. I think that's good, right? And he was very skeptical of me for a very long time. He was skeptical of investing in in stuff like this for a long time, and they had good reason to feel this way because they'd made some investments and stuff that really, really just took him for a ride and cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it took him maybe 5 years before he trusted me. And I was like, okay, have I earned your trust? Do you feel comfortable? He said, yeah, yeah. And he smiled. And I know that's a lie. Cops don't really smile, right? So, it's one of those things where if you're not comfortable, I understand. Then let's keep talking until you get comfortable. And you can dip your toe in the water. And that's why we have things like money back guarantees and stuff like that, because the internet is an interesting place where it's attracted a lot of people that just are just getting you to do stuff with the promise of possibly turning it into money. And a lot of these people are not trained or qualified on any level. You look at their background, they don't have any credentials, but they sound good. And some of them are flat out criminals. And so, yeah, I get it. I totally respect whatever your process is. And for those of you where it took you a little while to gain the trust, that's okay. I hope that we can keep earning that. I want us to keep moving that direction for sure. Let's see here. Okay, the Q&A bot. Okay, wow, there's a lot of 34 questions. All right, I'm gonna answer as many as I can in rapid fire succession so we can bounce out. And by the way, the URL is drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take advantage of the offer. I want to do one-on-one coaching. What's the extra cost? I don't have the cost in front of me right now. I know that it's not. I know that a lot of people do like 30-minute sessions, and it's a few $100, maybe like 5.99 or something like that. And it's because we don't have a lot of them. We just don't, and they fill up really fast. But if you want to do something like that, then email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. The one-on-ones are not something that I think everybody has to do. It's really for those that are making weighty decisions that really need me to specifically look specifically at what you're doing. I wish I could do that for everybody, but I can't. And so that's where the investment makes sense, right? You pay a consultant when if you're making a $20,000 decision. Well, yeah, it makes sense to pay a few $100 to get good information so you don't lose the $20,000, right? So yeah, feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and Chanel can set that up. I won't be able to do a lot of one-on-ones in the next 3 or 4 weeks, though. I got to go to. We're doing our group trip to Egypt and some other stuff that's happening. But I'll be able to do them maybe I think toward the end of August. Is the $900 per year forever? Yeah, that fee, whatever price you sign up for today is yours for life. That's your fee forever. Let's see. I want to join, but the only option is yeah. Okay, so the 1999 option. I hope you're able to. Or sorry, the eight. I said 879. Actually, it's 897. I got the numbers reversed in my head. I gotta check. Maybe that's a dyslexia or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. To be precise, it's 897.71. That's what Micah sent me. Sorry, wait. I said 87. No, no, no. It's not 879. Sorry, it's 869.71. Jeez, the numbers are spinning around in my brain. So it's actually lower, it looks like. So yeah, so just go to the page and thank you, Miss Dixon. I appreciate that. Yeah, 869.71. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and those are your prices. Thank you very much, Terrence. I appreciate that. Sorry for being scramble brain. This is why I'm practicing with you guys. And I appreciate you guys letting me go through this with you and talk to you about this. Okay, so let's see. D Hines says, "What if I want a friend to join? How long is the option available?" The first 30 days. If you just reach out to the team and talk to them about it, then the only thing that we can't allow is like people just blanketly sharing with like too many people, just because that kind of undermines the ability of the school to operate. We are a Black-owned business, and we do hire lots of people that help us to implement this. I can't do this by myself. We need a team, and we don't take money from corporations or the government because I don't want to be a government-funded institution. I think that that's what's actually hurt our HBCUs is that they are dependent on the government, so they can't actually solve problems in an adequate way. Like, for example, it doesn't make any sense that most HBCUs won't even invite Dr. Claude Anderson to speak. Why wouldn't you want the premier Black economic thinker on earth to come into your campus? Well, it's because they're afraid of what the man is going to, what other, what I mean, other people are going to think that have a stake in sort of keeping us right where we are. And so we present solutions, and our solutions actually work. Let's see, the original Prime student from day one. Okay, Justin, if you want to get the adjustment on the price you signed up for, this is a special offer for new members, but talk to the team. Maybe they can work with you, offer you a bonus or something like that. We're not opposed to talking about that for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, reach out to the support team and talk to them about your situation, and we can definitely figure that out. Let's see. Michael Ruff, is there a promo code for the deal? Yeah, there's actually not a promo code anymore. You can just go to drboyceprime.com and it's right there on the page. How do I set up multiple children in your Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you with that. If you have multiple kids and you want to get them set up, we have our Black Business School for Children. I think our children, if you have ambitious, intelligent children or grandchildren that are willing to learn things that are going to help them make money later on in life, I think teaching them stock options is absolutely appropriate. I think they can understand it. Our kids get it. They're going to have to learn something to make money. They're going to have to go to dental school or something, or they're going to have to learn how to be a nail tech or whatever it is that they choose to do. And those things are hard to learn. So if they can learn those hard things, if you can learn the hard stuff required to become an employee, then you should be able and willing to learn the hard stuff required to become an investor. I think it's very strange that we are, okay with going to school and learning all kinds of special skills that let us serve other people. I have, one of our kids works at a restaurant. Um like Applebee's style restaurant. And I'm gonna say Applebee's style because I don't want to be giving away too much personal information. But I went through her training and she had this massive pile of stuff to learn. You had to learn all the different menu configurations and how to serve the customers and the procedures to make the food and everything else. And it was like a college class. So if you can learn all that, if you can learn all the stuff required to learn how to serve food at Applebee's, why can't why can't you learn stock options? Like I just explained stock options to you in an hour or so. So I just don't get it. And I know people that make thousands doing, with stock options. I don't know a lot of people who get rich working at Applebee's. I just don't. So anyway, let me get off that soapbox. Travis, would it be wise to start with 5K? 5K, I say start where you are. Some of you have 0K. Even if you have no money, that doesn't mean you have no wealth. You just might have to figure out a way to get some money to go with your wealth. But when you're learning this stuff, that's a form of wealth in itself. You just may need to find somebody that has a little bit more money than you and talk to them about what you know and see if there's a way you can partner together. Let's see, how many shares of individual stock do you have to own to do options? You have to own 100 shares of a stock in order to sell options on that stock. Between joining Prime or attending your conference in October, which would be more impactful as a first step? I would say joining Prime because with Prime, it's a year-round thing. The conference, you can work up to that. The All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. We are going to have a special gathering of Prime students where you get a chance to meet others that are in the group as well. Let's see here. That's okay. That's not an embarrassing question, Kenya. The price, if you go to drboyceprime.com, Kenya, there is the pricing is at the bottom. The annual fee is $869.71. That's the special price for today. The monthly fee is $155. Okay, so those are the options. Those are the prices that you have available, and all the information is at drboyceprime.com. So let me answer a few more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out, and then I will see you all tomorrow morning for class. Thank you for hearing me out on this discussion. I hope you gained something from this. Let's see. L. Davis, the additional discount for the $897 annually is not showing. It should show, Mr. Davis. Okay, it looks like the comment came in 20 minutes ago after Micah made the change. So it should be on the page for sure. If you don't see it or you have any challenges and you don't see the prices that I mentioned, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will take care of you. They will make sure that you're in good shape. Once we join Prime, don't we have to buy 100 shares of more than one stock in order to earn money? No, I mean, I know people that sell options with just one stock. You don't necessarily have to have a bunch of them. You can just have one that makes money for you. So for example, let's say I had something like, let's look at another stock that I like Marathon Platforms or Marathon Digital. So let's say that let's say I went out and bought 200 shares of Marathon Digital for $3,834. Robinhood requires me to put up 60% of that money, and I could sell an option on that that expires a month from now, and I could make roughly, depending on which one I pick, I could make roughly $1.63 per option. So if I had 200 shares, I can make about $350 a month from selling those options. Then now that's not a ton of money. It's not life changing, but the amount of the investment is pretty small. It's only $3,800 that you're using to buy the stock, and you don't have to put up the whole 3,800. You put up about 2,000 of that, and then you're able to generate consistent income every month from that. Now, if you had did something bigger like 38,000, then you can add a zero. So instead of me making 350 or whatever per month, I can make 3,500 a month. For a lot of you, 3,500 would pay your mortgage or pay your rent plus your car note. For a lot of you, 3,500 is almost escape velocity money. Like that's freedom money, right? Or if it's not 3,500, maybe it's 7,000. Whatever your number is, I can tell you when my favorite individuals and couples to work with are people that have been savers their whole life or have money put to the side or have access to some type of capital. It might be through a HELOC or whatever. And literally, when they tell me how much they want to use towards stock options, I literally will say, okay, how much money do you need to make each month? And they give me the number, and I say, okay, let's take that capital base. Let's see if we can get to that number. And we shape a portfolio, and it's not investing advice. I just tell them this is what I would do. And I lay it out and I say, well, you could buy some of this and then buy some of that and then buy some of that and then do this and then this and do this. And then when we get done, I say, okay, here's your number, $7,245 or whatever. This is bigger than your number. How do you feel? I literally I think investing's connected to feelings. My wife got me into feelings and stuff. And because she's a therapist. And every single time, every single time they smile. Like every single time, it's like, yeah, and that's because money creates that natural dopamine rush. It's so much fun to make more money. And it's and you think about this, right? Think about how excited we are if our boss gives us like a tiny raise, like he gives us like a 5%, 10% raise, and you make an extra $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year and you feel good that day. Imagine if you're making, an extra $3,000 a month. Like that's a pretty good feeling. So this is real stuff. This is not hocus pocus. We got probably a couple thousand students or something in Prime now. I don't know how many in there exactly, but I want them to give you authentic reactions so that you will just kind of know what's going on. And if you are a student and the reaction isn't what we want it to be, then reach out to our team and they can talk to you about ways we can figure things out so that you can get the reaction that you want. Okay. Elhai says greatest feeling ever. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that what also happens is that you're also feeling my natural reaction to this because this affects my life. This is how I make money for my wife and my kids and my family. So this is not just me teaching, this is me doing as I'm teaching. So I'm definitely a player coach. I invest right along with the students. That one stock I showed you that went up by $200 in a day or something, and everybody made a bunch of money. That was literally an asset. My student asked me about it. I looked at it and I said, "Oh yeah, this is great. I love this." And I had some extra money sitting to the side, so I invested in it too. We all made money together, right? So this is a great feeling. Investing, now, mind you, I want to be really clear though. Investing always has risk. There are some times where you have to learn how to manage and deal with the fact that portfolios don't always go up in value. And that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department, because my wife, a therapist, is there to help us figure out how to process feelings in a way that's not going to destroy the long-term value of what we're trying to do. Right. So the risk part is really important. I'm not here to ever make you think that there's not risk, but I am here to tell you that there are ways to manage risk effectively, and the good does outweigh the bad. All right. So let's see a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. I hope everyone's. Please help. Can someone please help me sign up? Okay, so Stan, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you should be able to hit the button at the top that says start making money now. It'll take you to the bottom. You got the monthly option or the annual option with the discounts already embedded. If you are stuck, if you have any more trouble signing up, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will work with you until it's fixed or until you feel better. They will call you on the phone if they have to, and they will make sure that you get signed up. Okay, so Stan, so let me know if you're still stuck on that. All right, a couple more questions, then I'm going to get on out of here. Let's see here. I just enrolled in Miami. That's Money in a Minute. Okay. Is this an overlap or complement to the Prime course? That is a complement to actually Money in the Morning. So Money in a Minute is basically, which if you're interested and you want to take a look at that, you text the word Miami to 87948. That's Money in a Minute. minute. Get it? That's the acronym. So money in a minute is where basically, when we were doing Money in the Morning, I said, how do we form habits where we can increase our financial literacy by having a lesson delivered every morning to us on on our cell phone? So, Money in a Minute is where every single morning you'll get like a basic lesson on stock options delivered to you right to your cell phone, and so you can watch the lecture. It takes 90 seconds, 2 minutes, very short, so almost really mini lectures, and then you've learned something that day. And by the end of 30 days, you have a basic fundamental understanding of the market and kind of how it works. So feel free to text the word Miami to 87948 if you'd like to take a look at Money in a Minute. Okay, let's see here. Also, can you have an investment club to do this program? Yes, absolutely, Eunice. The investment clubs are the best way. It's a lot of fun because you can build wealth, learn, and also connect with people you love at the same time. It's the best Black experience ever. What's the URL again? It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Let's see. What trading platform is best for getting started? I like Robinhood for the simplicity. There are other apps out there, but Robinhood's one of my favorites. Let's see. Will this be Zoom? Will these be Zoom meetings? Yes, we're gonna have one soon. And so once you sign up, you will be on the text list, and I will text you guys. In fact, if you wanted to get on the text list now, you'd have to log in to come in. But if you want to even get on the text list for Prime now, text the word options to 87948. If you text options to 87948, I will send you links when we have our meetings coming up, and also when we do Q&A. So text options to 87948. You have to log in though, so make sure you're signed up so you can get in. Let's see, what app do you use for stock options? Oh, I use a lot of them. Let's see. I mentioned Robinhood earlier. That's my favorite. In Prime, do you show how to analyze stocks? If so, where do I find that in Prime? You know what? With stock analysis, I take a little bit of an unconventional approach in the sense that analyzing stock is not what a lot of people make you think it is. A lot of people make you think that it's a matter of looking at all these ratios and trying to figure out the direction of a stock or a company by looking at their financials. I just don't know if that is the best approach, to be honest with you, not based on the research, because I don't even think it's like it would give you a bunch of information that would only confuse you and you wouldn't even know exactly how to apply it. So really paying attention to what the analysts say is more important than you trying to be the analyst. It's like if I want to get my car fixed, I could take the hood off and I could pull the engine out and I could try to take it apart and put it back together again, but I'd have to have a lot of training to do that properly. So the best thing for me to do is not for me to try to fix my car myself. It's the best thing for me to do is to take it to the shop and give a guy $1,000 or whatever and have him use his expertise to go inside the car. Do you understand? So to some extent, the inner workings of a corporation are like that car. And I think that a lot of people teach stock analysis in the wrong way. That's my 2 cents. But if you want to understand stocks, believe me, we got 7 years of material, lectures, curriculum, probably 2,000 lectures on it right now that I've done since 2015, and it's all available to you. And you can just go through them, and I guarantee when you're done, you'll know more about stocks than 99% of the population. Okay, so I'm going to go. Sandra's asking, what are the days and times and durations of the biweekly coaching calls? They tend to be Thursday nights at 8 p.m., but it's not every single Thursday, and it's not always at 8. Sometimes my schedule kind of, I reach out and I'll let you guys know what the time is. There is a schedule inside. If you log in at Dr. Boyce Prime, you will find a schedule for the next Prime meetings, and we do Prime Q&As. Every 6 weeks, we do something called Prime 101, which is Prime for beginners, where we'll just do a beginner session and where you can hit the reset button, or if you can get up to speed. So we do a lot of these things to make sure that you're able to understand everything that's going on. So let me give the information one more time before we go. How long will I be in Charlotte for the Power Networking Conference? I'll be here for till tomorrow, basically, and then I got to go on another trip. But I'll be here every morning with you guys, and the days I can't make it, you'll get a text message. So really quickly, if you'd like to get that special offer that I mentioned, just go to drboyceprime.com. There is a monthly option, and there is also an annual option. The discount's quite substantial. I think you're going to like it, and I know you're going to love the program. You can instantly get started, start coming to the Prime meetings, and really start applying some of these strategies right away and generating income today. if you wanted to. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for allowing me to share this with you. Now I get to go and talk to the people at the Power Networking Conference in confidence, knowing the areas that I have to tighten up and the areas where everything's smooth. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning again for financial consciousness training. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Important as going to work every day for a white man, right? We don't we value we'll go to work for that guy every day. We'll go to work for Massa every day, and that's our top priority. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the most important thing we have to do. Anytime the kid wants attention, it's like, well, I got to go to work. I got to go to work. I got to go to work. So I think maybe we can try to get to a point at some point where we can really distribute a true inheritance of a type of black privilege by basically saying, educating my kids or anybody who I adopt as a child, that's more important than anything else that I'm going to do, right? And I think if you do that, if you think about this, when I think about this brother who we talked for a while, and he'd made some mistakes in his life in some areas where he felt like he didn't go as far as he wanted to go, but I had a lot of respect for him, a lot of admiration for him because I can tell clearly from his behaviors, from his choices, that his children were going to be light years ahead of him. I mean, think about this. He explains to his 17-year-old how he generates thousands of dollars every week selling his stock options. And nobody knows that stuff when they're 17. 17-year-olds don't know that stuff. So you those little head starts mean everything. I give my grandmother a lot of credit for the head start she gave me. And my grandmother didn't even know anything about finance, really. She never took a class in finance or economics. My grandmother just, she knew how to save and hold on to her money and keep her credit score up, basic things like that. She knew how to buy savings bonds. That was another thing she knew, but she did not know the types of stuff we talk about up in here. I mean, I just want to be clear. This what we do every day in here is cutting edge. It is better than anything you would get. You could be at Harvard and you wouldn't get something this good because nobody understands black wealth the way we do. Nobody understands the black economic challenges, the struggles of our families, the issues that we confront. Most people can't even identify with some of the weird things that happen in our community. Like I don't know, like your mother uses your social security number and ruins your credit before you turn 18, or daddy's not in the house, so you have to figure out ways to make money for mom and them and everybody else, or dealing with applying for jobs and knowing that because you're black, there's certain jobs that you'll never get. You're not going to get the good job. You'll get the black job, or all the other things that we deal with every single day, when it comes to black economics, or starting a business and not only not getting the capital that you need in order to start the business, like you don't get the financial support, you can't get the bank loan. Nobody in your family will loan you money because they don't have any money. But also you're dealing with, the Negro naysayers who, the Negro naysayers are the people who always have a problem with every solution because they operate in fear. Fear is a low vibrational, low frequency sort of lower level instinct, right? And because they're all living on this low vibrational frequency, when you try to rise, they emotionally weigh you down without even trying to. You get emotionally weighed down because everybody dumps their fear on your back, and you're trying to fly like an eagle, but you got 80,000 pounds of fear on your back, and it's really hard. It's really, really hard. So I'm going to say this too. Not only should black excellence and black privilege, I think black privilege can be delivered by a commitment to black excellence. Excellence comes through preparation, but also I think that black success is not the same as white success. Like I think that when we succeed, when we win, when we overcome it all and become successful, there's nobody in America anyway that can really match that in terms of understanding what we had to go through to get there. Like yeah, there are some white guys out here that have PhDs in finance like I do, but I told my chairman when I was 29 years old, I went into I was kind of cocky when I was young, I was kind of like because I'm from Louisville, we got that Muhammad Ali in us. And so I was kind of cocky, and I remember telling my chairman, I said, you don't understand. I'm not like the other students here. Not I'm the best, I know stuff better than everybody else, sure. But you're looking at us as a group as if we all started in the same place. You don't understand. They didn't start where I started. You don't have another student who could say he was born in the projects. You don't have another student who could say my daddy was on drugs, so he wasn't even there on the day I was born. You don't have any other students who can say that they overcame the things I went through in terms of growing up with growing up with roaches and stuff in the house. You don't have any students that can say that. So don't put us in the same category. We're not the same. Like Kendrick says, they're not like us. I was saying that 25 years ago. So long story short, I'm going to just say to you, you know, that your uniqueness, your individual experience, the things that you overcame, to me, those are your superpowers. If you study, you know, the storyline of any superhero on a Marvel comic book not Warner Brothers, the other one, DC Comics, you'll notice every superhero has a horrible origin story, right? Something really terrible happened to that superhero that made them great. So, really, what I've noticed is that the difference between a struggle that weakens you and a struggle that makes you stronger is your attitude. You know, how do you really embrace it? Do you embrace it and say, okay, this is what's going to make me stronger? Or do you look at it and say, oh my God, this is what's going to give me another reason to feel sorry for myself? If you're in the latter category, then I hate to say it, but you know, you're kind of it becomes wasteful energy. You know, it's like if I eat a bunch of food and then I just sit on the couch, then you know, I'm taking a bunch of sugar or whatever, and I sit on the couch. Well, that sugar is gonna just sort of sink into my body and become almost like a type of poison. It's going to make me fat, whatever. But if I get up and I go use that energy to work out, then that's going to really fuel me and make me stronger, right? So I would encourage you, take those experiences that you have and just really understand that that really is a type of training camp that God created for you that gives you an opportunity to be as great as you want to be. You know, and it's really hard to remind yourself of that because sometimes we go through hard stuff. And I think that the energy, the attitude, one of the reasons that Black wealth does not grow, um, and I'm going to explain why Black wealth doesn't grow. There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why Black wealth doesn't grow is because there is a pessimism that sort of seeps over us from the time that we're born. And the pessimism is not just that fear that I told you about. You see, what you got to understand is that economies don't grow in fear. It's like trying to grow a flower in terrible soil. You know, if you have really nasty soil and it's dry and it's toxic and whatever, and there's no nutrients in it, nothing's going to grow in that soil. You're trying to grow, you're trying to create life in a dead space. So to some extent, there are sectors of the Black economy that are just dead. They're dead largely because of the way we perceive time, the way we perceive risk, the way we perceive our circumstances. You know, for example, I've talked to you guys extensively about how Warren Buffett and people like that will always tell you that a lot of wealthy people are made wealthy by basically buying assets extensively when the market's down. When the market goes south, they don't sit around and cry about how bad the market is. They say, "Oh, wow, there's so much cheap stuff out here I can go purchase." So they start moving, they start activating when times get tough. They don't sit there and just cry about it or just say, "Oh, well, this is look, they done did it to us again, y'all. They done took it from us again." I can just tell you that a lot of economics is really built on uh, psychology. This is why when they measure the state of the economy, they measure things like consumer confidence. How confident and optimistic are consumers? Because they know that an economy where consumers are optimistic and confident, which is connected, right? When you're a confident person, you're optimistic about yourself, your life, and your prospects. They notice that when consumers are optimistic and confident, the economy goes up. So I think you got to ask yourself that question. When you look around at your family, look at your family and economic consciousness exercise. This is what this is going to be. And when you hear them talk about struggles and challenges, do you pick up on optimism and confidence? Like, oh, we got this. We're going to go get this. We're going to make this happen. I'm feeling good today. Or do you pick up on pessimism and negativity? The negativity, oh, it's just so hard out here. How you been doing, man? Oh, man, just surviving, man, just surviving. Well, if you're just surviving, I mean, the truth of the matter is that that's called survivalnomics or strugglenomics. That's not powernomics. You can't play powernomics if you're just surviving. It's like if I'm trying to win the Super Bowl and I have a great football team, and I think that we have the ability to win. But our goal is to just survive each game and not die by the end of the football game, just to survive. Like we might lose by 30 points, but at least we made it. At least we didn't get injured today. That's not an attitude. That's not a winning attitude. A winning attitude that leads to positive outcomes tends to be based on your prior perception of your self-worth, your odds of winning. I think a lot of people don't succeed because think about it. Why would you try hard to do something difficult if you believe that you can't do it? If you don't believe you can succeed, why? Like I didn't get up this morning with the plan to go climb Mount Everest because I think that if I tried it, I would probably freeze to death. I don't know how to climb. I don't know what I'm doing. I would fall off the mountain. That's what I would do. So you're not gonna see me get up this morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go up on Everest today and climb the. I'm not doing that. Partly because I know I don't have confidence in my ability to climb Mount Everest. Now, there are things I have confidence in. I have confidence in my ability to break down economics on a lot of different levels for you every single day. I have confidence that it's going to make a difference. I have confidence that it's going to start my day off right. So that's what I'm doing. You got to understand, you put your energy and you make investments. There's the word investment. Remember, I want to circle it back to the words like investment. So you'll stop. So no one will ever be tempted to think that we quit talking about economics. See, when I take you around the world, I'm talking about life and trees and happiness and everything. People think, oh, he's not talking about economics anymore. No, no, no. We're talking about investing, but we're talking about it in a holistic framework because you've been investing your entire life. Anything that you invest in has the capacity to grow. That which you do not invest in is not going to grow. A flower will not grow if you put no water in the flower. And you won't put water in the flower if you don't think the flower has a chance to grow. So it's a chicken egg situation. It's a feedback loop. They feed into each other. You feed the flower because you think it'll grow, and it grows because you feed it, and then you feed it more because you see it growing, and then it grows because you feed it. So it becomes a constant feedback loop. And so I want you to translate that to certain other areas where we don't invest. The Black community doesn't get a lot of investment, particularly from even Black people, because there are people who believe it's a waste of time. They don't believe it's going to grow. Lots of dreams die. The cemetery is full of some of the best, most brilliant ideas. The cemetery is full of visions that did not come true. The cemetery is full of people who had amazing ideas that would have been given life, but these people, unfortunately, due to a lack of vision, lack of confidence, lack of discipline, whatever it was, they let those visions just whittle away and disappear and die. In this room right now, there's several hundred of you, a few thousand people watch this, join us every single morning. Um, a lot of you have a vision for yourself, for your life, for your economics, for your family, whatever. That is brilliant. That's amazing. That's going to change somebody's life. That's really going to make a difference. But if you don't have that confidence in the vision, if you're not willing to invest in the vision, then the world will never see it. And then no one else will invest in it because you didn't even invest. It's your idea, but you're scared to invest in your own thing. Well, what makes you think anybody else is going to invest in something that you don't believe in? So part of my goal when I talk to you every single morning is I say, I think the first thing I got to do before I ask anybody else to commit to making any adjustment in their own life is I got to show you that I believe in this damn thing. I got to show you my own confidence in what we're doing here. I have to show that to you. I have to show you my commitment. And that's why I commit to popping in here every single day. If you've been watching me, if you've been watching me for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, you've been seeing me pretty much every day for 12 years. I'm available somewhere every day. Right. So that's my way of saying like, no, no, no. If you're investing in this road with me, oh, you're investing in something that's real. This is something, this is a dream that's made out of concrete. In my head, I see it as if it's already there. So I encourage you, figure out what that is for you. Figure out what matters to you. Figure out what it is that you are going to invest in and believe in and plant your seed in and just go make that damn thing happen. And really every day, just understand though that there's a process and that psychology is huge in an economy where everyone is pessimistic, cowardly, and not feeling good about the future. Those economies do not grow. That's why they measure consumer confidence, because they know that confident consumers who are very optimistic are going to boost an economy. And I don't believe that we're always so optimistic about ourselves. This is why I was explaining to you all how a lot of economics is just like love. It comes back to love because it's hard to be confident in something if you don't love that thing. And it's hard to love something that you're not confident in. So really, at the end of the day, do you love yourself? And you better, because you're all you got. We're all we got. Right? So we got to love this. And if you love it, then you'll invest in it. If you love it, then you'll believe it. If you love it, then you'll never give up on it. Do you understand? And if you do that and you position yourself where that's a consistent strategy, then guess what? You get to a point where you're kind of insulated from all the BS that's out here in the world. I'm I've had scenarios where if somebody got mad about something I said and they tried to cancel me, and I was like, you can't cancel me. You can't, because I know how you cancel, but you cancel people by creating scenarios where whoever is investing in that person, whatever company is supporting that person, backs away because they're so afraid that they're controversial or whatever. So then they get canceled, right? Because then they lose their TV show, or they're not the record label drops them or whatever, right? But I'm like, but you can't cancel me because I'm not ever going to stop investing in Boyce. Boyce's backer is Boyce. And I've talked to him. I meet with him every day. And he tells me, hey, keep going because I got your back. So you can't cancel me. My funding is secure. Damn it. That investment is coming from God. It's coming from a place that you can't even touch. You can't take my soul from me. That's not going to happen. So I would encourage you to put yourself in a position where the world can never cancel you. They can't cancel you by taking your job. They can't cancel you by, a woman can't cancel a confident man by ending the relationship. A man can't cancel you by telling you that you're not pretty because you know how pretty you are, right? You've got to find a source, and this is something we don't think enough about. We don't think enough about the source of the funding for whatever it is that we're doing, right? And I'm not talking about just the financial side. I'm talking about all of it. When you are reliant upon funding sources for your vision, your dream, your empire, if you're dependent upon sources that are not reliable, that are not stable, that are not sturdy, that are going to back away at the sign of any problems or any trouble or any disappointment, then you're very vulnerable. That's a risk factor. Remember, when I studied under Renee Stoltz at the Ohio State University, he's one of the greatest risk management experts on earth. So we spent a lot of time talking about risk and understanding how risk works, how risk shows up. So one of the biggest things about the Black community in our economics is we don't understand risk. Because if you did, you would understand how risky it is that the number one funder of your dreams, of your education, and of your economic success is the same group of people that put you in chains, raped you, beat you, stole all your money, castrated you, hung you from trees, and all this other. If you understood risk, you would not be dependent on people who have harmed you in the past in the way that you do right now. You wouldn't. You would not. Nobody, that's not even logical. That is not logical. So the truth of the matter is that we will make these risky moves. We'll have a job and we'll be working for massa and we'll think we're secure because massa's sending the paycheck on time every Friday. And then we're like in shock when massa decides, Tyrone, I found out about your conviction for possessing weed when you were 19 years old, and we're gonna have to go in a different direction, Tyrone. And then next thing you know, Tyrone's devastated because his financial backer has backed away. He no longer has his investor anymore. And I'm the guy who kind of says, yeah, Tyrone, but I don't think they really ever liked you that much anyway. I think that they're not like us, Tyrone. They're different. You have to find some other way to get what you need without going to the people who don't give a damn about you. That's why that's literally the whole premise of my life. And it's hard for me to explain because when I explain it this way, people get nervous. They think I don't like white people. No, I don't have any problem with white people at all. I got many white friends. Isn't that what they always say? I got a lot of white friends, and I'm very nice to them. And as long as they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. It's just I'm not gonna trust you to make sure my family gets fed. I'm not trusting you to make sure that I get to be a man. I'm not doing that. I'm not predicating my self-confidence and my self-respect and my self-esteem on whether or not you validate me or not. Because I know how y'all do. I know how you are. I read the history books. I've been kicking it with Dr. Claude Anderson for damn near 20 years. I understand that I know where the bodies are buried. I've read the secrets. I've read the real history books that really tell you about how you used to use black babies as alligator bait. So I don't expect more from you than anybody should expect from you with the history that you have. Your credit score is very low. So the trust is not there. I'm not loaning you anything. I might partner with you. I'll be friends with you. I can even work with you. Again, I have nothing against people who are not black, and that's something I have to keep on explaining because people think that in order to love yourself, you got to hate somebody else. I don't believe that in order for you to love you, you got to hate nobody. I don't even wake up with hate in your heart. Hate is a toxic emotion that will kill you. It stresses you out. It literally destroys you. My wife just yesterday was going through, she was updating her trauma certification, and she said, Boyce, you would not believe. She always comes to me with everything she learns. I become the student. She has to come and she communicates, right? You know how you ladies like to talk a lot, and I talk as shoot. I can't talk. I talk as much as I hung out with my mama a lot, so I'm a big communicator too. So she said, Boyce, oh my God, I was reading about trauma, and did you know that women are more likely to get cervical cancer if they were traumatized and they didn't heal from the trauma? I was like, really? It's connected to cancer? Well, I guess that makes sense. But still, like these little things, they affect you in so many different ways, and this is important stuff to know. This is important stuff to know. Now, let me move into one thing I wanted to bring up today. I wanted to bring this thing up because I was running with my wife. I run very slowly. My back was hurting and I'm fat, so I'm not a good runner. But I did cover my 3 miles, and that's great because as long as I cover my 3 miles, I know I'll never look like Roland Martin. So that's the goal. As long as I never have to, I'm playing. I'm being just so petty today. Anyway, but anyway, so here I was running with my wife. I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care. It was funny. Um, and we're running, and I told her we were talking about jobs and working and working for people and especially working for massa, right? Working for people who don't like you very much. And I said, I said, really, my dream and my vision is one where I don't believe black people. I think if we did right by our children, we could position all of our kids where they never have to work for anybody. I really believe that. I really believe that that's quite doable. A disciplined parent can do that. Any disciplined parent can really do it. The things with the $5 a day plan and all that. We've talked about that. So we won't go into the specifics of that today. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's free. It's all right there. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That'll explain everything. And she was and we were kind of going back and forth. And she was saying, somebody said, you still have a neck though. Aha, Brandon. Okay, Brandon's got jokes. Well, my neck, I think my neck comes from lifting weights. I've been lifting so many weights that all my shirts don't fit no more. So, I'm doing my thing. So don't make fun of me, Brandon. Anyway, so my wife and I were talking about this. And I said, because it really still bothers me deeply that we spend so much time in these spaces that we don't want to be. We spend so much time at work, and being at work becomes the dominant force in our lives. If you add up, I'll do the math really quickly. If you work 40 hours a week, and then let's say it's 50 hours a week, really, because you're spending time not just at work, 8 hours a day, let's say, but you have an hour to work or an hour getting ready for work and getting there, and an hour kind of coming home and decompressing. So let's say each week you're spending 50 hours at work, coming home from work, getting ready for work, whatever. And you do that for 50 weeks a year. That's 2,500 hours a year. If you do that over a decade, that's 25,000 hours over a decade. If you do that over a 48-year work life, you're talking about 100,000 hours of work. Most people really work about 50 years, actually. So if you go out 50 years, you're talking about 125,000 hours that you're spending, in many cases, doing something that you would not be doing unless you were getting if you something that you're doing that you wouldn't be doing if you weren't getting paid for it. You understand? And if you and here's the thing, right? So I was talking to my wife about it, and she said, well, some people, they like their work. Some people are fulfilled with their work. Work gives you a sense of purpose. And I said, yes, it does. But I kind of think that your purpose should be connected to something that you care about, something that is a God-given purpose, as opposed to massa just giving you a purpose and saying your purpose in life is to come to the Ford plant every day and pull this lever, or your purpose in life is to serve Chipotle every day to customers. All these things are fine, and it's not meant to work shame. I'm not saying that work is something we should be embarrassed about. I think hard work is important, right? It gives you something to do, a reason to get up in the morning. And they find that when people don't have work to do or something on their schedule, they tend to just waste time and engage in things that are very unhealthy, right? So, because the idle mind really is the devil's workshop. Okay, I get that. But I would love to ask everyone what I refer to as the $10 million question. Okay. I'm gonna ask you all the $10 million question. I want you to answer me in the chat. Give me a yes or no. The $10 million question is this. If you were not getting paid for your job and let's say you had $10 million in the bank, if you had $10 million in the bank right now, would you keep going to your job every day? The job that you have, if you had 10 million, if you won the lottery tomorrow and you had 10 million in the bank, so money wasn't nothing but a thing, would you keep going to work every day? Yes or no? Okay, and I see Tequila and Brandon and Patricia and Shirley. Okay, I see your answers. I'm looking at your answers. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. I really am. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. Okay. And let me tell you, I did a survey on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins one, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number one. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me. It's controversial because I just say what's on my mind, but it's fun. At least I thought about it before I offended you. And if you want to come hang out with me on Twitter, just go to Dr. Boyce Watkins one. And also, I'd like for you guys to follow me because I get tired of debating with weirdos. All right. So here's what the results of the survey were. I asked that very same question, and 62% of the respondents said no. 37.9% of the respondents said yes. So that's about what I am seeing in this chat, that about 1/3 of the respondents are happy with their work. They feel that it's fulfilling. They feel like it's connected to their purpose. They're glad to be doing it. They'd be doing the work even if they were doing it for free. And for those that are in that category, I really congratulate you. I think that's really awesome. And I'm never a guy, and I want to make that's another point I sometimes have to clarify, is there are people who think that the only thing I want black people to do is quit their jobs and become entrepreneurs. No, that is not what I'm saying ever. Because some of y'all will be terrible entrepreneurs. Some of y'all don't need to be running a business. Some of you don't want to. It's hard work. It's very stressful. It's hard to do. I've never said that everybody should be an entrepreneur. I've just said every black person needs to own something. Remember, owning a business ain't the same as running a business. In fact, there's plenty of people out here who are very wealthy who own lots of businesses who ain't running nothing. They own donut shops and can't make a donut. They own shoe stores and don't even know what shoes are in the store. So owning the business does not mean you have to actually run the business. So never ever think those are two areas I got to kind of clear up. Three areas really. One myth is that I don't like white people, which is not true. Because I just love myself. Another one is that I've been telling black people not to vote or to go vote for the Republicans, which is never true. I've only told you to vote for who you want to vote for and don't let anybody intimidate you out of that. And the third one is that I'm telling black people to all quit their jobs and start businesses. I don't do that. I tell you to find your happiness, find your bliss, whatever that is. And if that's a controversial response to you, then I don't know how to help you. If I say I want you to be happy and you say, screw you, then I can't help. I don't know what to say at that point, right? So anyway, so let's circle back to the $10 million question. Okay. So here's what I'm going to throw out there. If I ask you that $10 million question and I say, okay, on this job that you have, if you had $10 million in the bank, would you still go to that job? And your answer is no, then I'm going to argue that that is evidence to me that this capitalist economy and the whole black job seeking culture has disconnected you from your purpose. You are disconnected from the purpose that you were put on this earth for. And I believe everybody has one. To me, a purpose is just something that you're passionate about, maybe something that you're also good at. It's something that achieves a goal that matters to you, right? My purpose is to be a great parent and to raise my kids and love them and make them feel safe and happy in the world so that their lives are better. That's a great purpose to have. Maybe another purpose might be something in the community. Maybe your purpose might be art. My youngest daughter, her purpose is clearly dancing and performance. So I want her to be as connected to her purpose as possible, because when she is connected to her purpose, that unlocks an entire universe of happiness and optimism and mental health and potential and excitement and genius that she would not have if I shut all that down and forced her to go and screw bolts for a living at a factory. Do you understand? So what I hope you'll get, and this is the and there's it's hard to fix this quickly. So I'm not telling you to run off and cuss your boss out today. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is that when you know the history of capitalism, you know the history of the American economy, you'll understand how deeply insidious it is, and how much of a dream killer it is. This has not always been the case. This is more of an artifact of industrialization. If you go back before the Industrial Revolution, you really didn't have this culture where people were leaving their kids behind so they can go and spend their whole day in the factory. Like, you had to be trained, you had to be brainwashed to believe that that makes sense. And so really, to me, the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts you can give a child, if you care about a child in your life, is to figure out, okay, how do we create a pathway where you can get away from the corporate plantation and do what you're supposed to do what you're meant to do what you're passionate about. And the thing about it is that following your passion is not disconnected from making money. If you understand economics and you have financial literacy training early, which every child in our community should have this, then you learn that almost everything has an economy around it. Everything has an economy. So if you know that everything has an economy around it, then that means you can find the things you're passionate about, go be great at it because you love it so much. It's not work. I haven't worked a day. I have not worked for at least 30 years. The last time I worked, I was 22 years old, going to like make food at Arby's. That's the last time I had a job. I ain't had a job. I have not worked since then because I love what I do. And I'm great at what I do because I'm passionate about what I do. And I'm passionate about what I do because this ain't work. If I had to work, I would get fired in about an hour because I get easily bored. You have me sitting around doing some bullshit, excuse my French. I'm gonna say, why am I doing this? This is dumb. This is a waste of time. This doesn't even matter. I don't care about this, and I'm gonna be terrible at it. And so the reality is that if you unlock your that passion and you find and you connect to your purpose, then what it does is it just unleashes another side of you that really gives you an opportunity to be impactful and great in whatever area of life that you want to be great in. And again, I just think even basic stuff like just being like a superstar parent, like really, really, really such a great parent that your kids grow up and say, "Oh my God, without my dad, I would be nothing right now. I'm in the NBA now because of my dad. I'm you know I'm a surgeon because my dad spent so much time with me and took me to science camps and whatever it is, right? Like, I just think even something very basic like that. So if you think that there's no opportunity for you to connect to your passion, I would encourage you, number one, maybe that meditation piece of just figuring out what you are passionate about, who you really are, is important. But then also, life gives us many opportunities to be impactful and passionate in what we do. And I think that what happens with money, and this is where money becomes the devil, is money can distract you from where you're supposed to be, and also a lack of vision for your life that sort of that can drive our ultimate need to kind of follow other people's advice. And so you love something and you really want to do it, but you don't quite know how you're going to make enough money to survive. And then somebody comes along and says, well, that's not realistic. You should be doing this over here because they're hiring at the post office and you have to be practical and reasonable. Right. And that's kind of, and I get that. Right. These are people that think that they love us and they think they're helping us by doing this, because what they'll do is they'll take this big, gigantic, bold dream you have and they'll shrink it down into a nice, collapsible little reality that fits into the umbrella of the resources that you have access to and the rules. And they'll say, hey, why do you have this big black dream when you could just go get you a nice black job? And you get that nice little black job at the post office. And then what happens is you kind of spend, 10, 20, 30 years sitting there doing stuff that you don't really that doesn't have a lot of meaning to you, and then you're kind of sometimes sad, like you have a lot of regrets, like you're looking back and you're imagining what your life would have been if you had actually done what you wanted to do as opposed to doing what you were told to do. In fact, I read those studies about what old people on their deathbed say when they're reflecting on their lives, like what are their biggest regrets, and their biggest regrets tend to be that I didn't live for me, I didn't do what I wanted to do, I did what everybody else told me to do. I would feel my passion and the universe would tell me to go left, but all my relatives would tell me to go right. So I went right and I regretted it ever since. Right. So what I think is true as well is this. Let's just be realistic, right? we've got, when your kids grow up, they're going to have bills to pay. Um, we have to have money to survive in this economy. This is why I love teaching and talking about money, is because money is really important. Money's critical. Money's life or death for some people. Um, so if you are financially literate, then what you're able to do is you're able to understand that it doesn't have to be an either or conversation for yourself. It can really be a both and. So when I talk to our youngest child who loves to dance and loves to sing, and every now and then I'll hear her say something, or I hear someone say something to her, like they'll say, "Well, dancers don't make very much money." I instantly interrupt and I say, no, but that's not going to be your situation, because I'm going to show you how to make money. So you'll have all the money that you need. You'll make as much money as a medical doctor or whatever you want to do. And then you can go dance all day. Right? We can get the money part out of, again, let's go back to the basics. Money's not the be all end all. In a capitalist society, they make you think that as long as whatever you're doing is making you plenty of money, then you're doing the right thing. And what and the shittiness of that trade-off, that just the thing that infuriates me to no end, is what they get you to do is they get you to the point where you're trading things that money should not be able to buy. You are 25 years old. You should be enjoying your life, traveling, living, learning, having experiences. But instead, you're sitting in a warehouse all day, or you're you're in an office and you're bored to death all day, or you're surrounded. And even worse for Black people, you're surrounded by these microaggressions and all this racial hostility that we have to deal with every day at the job. That's not supposed to be your life. So if you feel that itch, this sort of tingling with you, is that in your heart that you're in the wrong place. You know that there's another parallel universe, there's another reality out there that was supposed to be your life. That was supposed to be your life. And this goes back to when I was talking to you guys about the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Right? Massa's plan for you is to put you in a nice little black job and keep you there so that you can contribute to the economy in the way that he sees fit. But that has to be superseded by your plan. But your plan is still limited. I encourage you to even go deeper and to rise, whether you want to call this spiritually or consciously, and really see if you can connect to God's plan. You can't tell me that it wasn't God's plan for me to be talking to you right now, doing what I do right now. In fact, and it was and that whole idea was even inspired by the fact that my 17-year-old mother, when she gave birth to me, she's not 17 now, but she was 17 back then. And she put me on the altar. She went to church and she was pregnant. And if you know, in the 1960s, when a Black girl got pregnant, it was terrible. They didn't treat you well. People would call you dirty names and all that, which I think is an absolute sin, because there's no more valuable of a job in all of humanity than the job of being a mother, right? I just don't understand how we lost connection to this very basic idea. It's insanity to me that we will look down on a woman for becoming a mom. Like, I just don't understand that. There's nothing more important that a human being can give us than life, right? Like, that's literally the most important thing that anyone has ever given me, is the chance to live. And and so anyway, so my mother was dealing with this nonsense, of people, that were going to judge her because she was pregnant. And my father was 15 years old, so he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And then he went off and got on drugs and stuff. And my mother, so she's sitting in church and she's pregnant, but she couldn't tell anybody because she was so scared. And she just starts praying. And they bring you up to the front. I don't know anybody, how many of y'all go to Black churches? Anybody been to a Black church? So they have a time where they bring everybody up and you have to go up to the altar and you can say a little prayer. And my mother was sitting up there praying, and she just kept praying and praying and praying. And then everybody went back to their seat and sat down, and she's still sitting up there just praying because she's so scared of, like, having this baby, and so anyway, she said that she just felt something. She said that God told her, like, she just felt it. She said that she just said, "Okay, I'm good. I'm giving this baby to you, and I just need you to do this because I don't know what to do." I can't tell this story. Every time I tell a story, I get emotional. I don't know why. I gotta stop there. Stop it, boy. Stop it. Okay. So she literally said she gave me to God. She said I had a feeling in my heart that I had to have this baby, that you were going to do something important in the world, and I had to give birth to you. And so she said, I gave you to God, and that was it. And so long story short, here's the thing that's interesting, right? Um, I guess now, years later, and now, all the problems we had back then, those are long gone. And years later, when we're reflecting on that story, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So maybe because she gave me to God and she saw me as having a purpose from God, maybe that's what led to the impactful things that we've done. Like we've been able to reach millions of people, and a lot of you in here, I like to I hope that I've been able to impact your life in a positive way, right? But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's because she told me that I had a purpose, that maybe I internalized that and said that because I've been given a purpose from my mother, I need to be on level 10. Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's all just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, okay, I was told that I'm the chosen one, so I better go out and do some important stuff, right? And here's the thing though, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like why it happened. All that matters is that it happened. And this also speaks to the power of our children. When we talk about giving them black privilege is not just giving them a bunch of money. Black privilege might be instilling in them the specialness that they will carry with them through life, to know that because I'm representing something important and because I am an important human being, and I was important enough for my parents to spend lots of time with me and teach me things and prepare me. Oh, I got to go do something important in the world. It's mission critical that I uphold the standard. Do you understand? I really believe that in many cases a lack of progress, a lack of success, et cetera, a lack of initiative for young people comes from the fact that nobody ever told them how important they were. Nobody told them that they were special. Nobody told them that this is the tradition that you're upholding. This is what makes things like the educational system so dangerous for Black people, is that from the very time I remember learning Black history, all I would hear is that you used to be slaves until Abraham Lincoln freed you, and now you should spend your life being grateful to white people for letting you go eat at the same lunch counter as them. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not inspiring to me. That means that I wasn't nothing until you decided that I was going to be somebody. You lifted me up and gave me my self-esteem. You gave me my identity. You made me relevant in the world, and then we carry that through life. The same person that brought you in this world can take you out. The same person who gave you your self esteem can take it away from you. The same person who gave you your validation can rip it away when they get mad at you and you're not doing what you're told anymore. The same person who gave you your financial security can take it away if they're not happy with your behavior. So every time the situation calls for you to stand up, somebody says, sit your Black ass right back down. This is the dilemma that we run into when we don't take control of what happens with our young people. If we don't inject them with the Black privilege that they need early, to know, no, to no, 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 no. You are somebody, whether they say you're somebody or not. You were born somebody. You were born special. You're a Miller, you're a Smith, you're a Watkins, you're whatever, right? That's the standard you're upholding, and you don't need nobody out here validating none of that. You got the juice already. Don't go looking for the juice. The juice is inside of you. Look inside yourself to find out who you're supposed to be. Don't look at the world. The world don't. The world's full of people that don't know who the hell they are, where they're going. All they know how to do is look around and see what everybody else is doing. What's everybody else doing? I'm gonna go follow the crowd. That's, to me, is not that's not the goal. That's not the objective, right? So the same way my mother, she gave me the story about giving me to God as a baby, and I believe her. It sounds like a real story, and she was really scared. And I thank her all the time. I say thank you for not aborting me. I appreciate that. But still though, I don't know. Maybe her telling me that is one of the things that made me say, okay, you know what? I got to go out here and at least do my best. And again, this goes back to what we said earlier. I'm gonna close on this point because I think this is a great point to end on for today. Remember, I told you a lot of the economics, and which is linked to success and everything else, a lot of it just goes back to self-love. To love, right? If you love something and you care about something, then you'll tend to value that thing. And if you value something, then you're going to invest in that thing. And I argue that many of us don't see investment in our community because we don't see the value of that. We don't invest in our families because we don't see the value of family. That's why I have to spend time reminding you of how your family is that multi-million dollar asset that you didn't think much about. Because if you knew how valuable it was, maybe you'd put more energy into forming the connections that make a strong family, or working on the marriage, like taking classes on how to stay married, or maybe spend time working on figuring out ways to spend more time with the children. Okay, or also, and then more at the core of this is that in many cases, I think that we don't invest in ourselves at a high level, perhaps because we don't see the value in ourselves. You think about this, and an unemployed black man, in many cases, will sit at home waiting for the phone to ring because he does not believe that his free time has value. He thinks, well, my free time only has value if someone hires me and they pay me for my time. But to me, an insightful person, a financially conscious man, would understand that, oh, wait, I've got 12 free hours every day to do anything that I want now. I can sit here and I can create a business. I can invest in my family. I can invest in myself. There's so many areas I can invest in now that my time has been freed up. I've got all this free wealth called time that I can then apply to all the things that matter to me. And that's where self-love and valuing what you have is really important. And you should be able to value what you have independently of whether or not a particular system acknowledges you or not. Because unfortunately, the reality is that we live in a country where being unapologetically black means you're not going to get invited into a lot of spaces. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who said, "Yeah, boys, we got these people that have this money that want to partner with you on blah 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 blah, but they're a little nervous because you do this and do that, or we had you come to our event and we lost a corporate partner because we invited you." And I said, "I appreciate you inviting me, but don't invite me next time, please, because I don't want you to lose money because you're affiliated with me. I know how dangerous I am. I know that being associated with someone who thinks like this, you're not going to fit into corporate spaces because they're just not quite ready for whatever it is that I'm bringing to the table. But I'm okay with it. Like, I don't need to be invited. I don't care if I come to your stuff. Like, I like you. I just don't. It's okay. So uninvite me, kick me out, and keep your partner if that's going to help you, because I can't back off of this. I'm not going to apologize for this. That what I've got here is too valuable for me to not invest in this. I must invest in this. If I back away from this at all, I'm missing an amazing opportunity to do something that is the most important thing on earth I could be doing anywhere for anybody. So I'm sorry, I can't course correct now. Really. So really, I would just say to you, pick your thing, pick your juice. And if you really are committed to the damn thing and you're putting your energy into the damn thing the way you should be, you won't care what nobody else is doing. You don't need nobody else to invite you into the party for you to be relevant or to be important. They should be trying to come to your party. And that to me is an example of self-love. And when you love something, you invest in it. When you invest in something, it will grow. So the things in my life that grow, they grow because I invest in it. And I don't apologize for it. I don't hesitate. I do that every single day. So find your thing. I think you'll it feels good. It feels good. So anyway, Derek says I spilled my coffee after the Roland Martin comment. Sorry, Derek. When I see you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. All right. So anyway, I can't start a day without being at least a little bit petty. But anyway, so let me stop. Roland's a good journalist. I've known Roland for a long time. We're not the best of friends. I can't lie, but I've known the guy for a while. All right. So anyway, let me finish up really quickly and say this. If you're not on the text list to get the text notifications when we go live, make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to take a look at the Prime program and see what we're doing with stock options, stuff like that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. And also to go with Money in the Morning, we created something called Money in a Minute that allows you to learn any specific skill that you want to learn. The first one we did was stock options. And basically the lessons get sent to your via text message to your phone every day. So if you'd like to take a look at the Money in a Minute curriculum, Just text the word Miami to 87948. It's $2.99 for lifetime access, and you get 35% off if you're here in this class. So just text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you'll get a link, and the link will give you a place where you can go sign up at the discounted rate. And then what will happen is every single morning at 9 a.m., there will be a stock option lesson that will appear in your phone. And it's basically for those of you that are beginning, that are just sort of new to it and want to understand how it works and the basic terminology. So it's very basic. It's stock options fundamentals. So if you're more advanced, it's not quite for you. But if you're just getting started or you want to reset on the basics, then text Miami to 87948. All right. So yeah. So I hope that Nina says, please repeat your stock options email. Yeah. So the URL is drboyceprime.com. Dr. Boyce Prime. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. The number one goal of that class, and everyone loves it. It's really popular. Is the number one goal is to increase income, and it's a direct pathway. It's not hocus pocus. It's not a bunch of goofy stuff. It's really stuff that actually works based on economic science, and I think you're gonna like it. I know you're gonna like it. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And I hope you have a great day. All right, and let's see. Yvonne says text money to the number is 87948. So that's the number for all the text words. It just depends on what you're family business. My wife and I, all of our books, any book that I send you that's autographed or otherwise, comes out of literally an office we built right in our basement. And our 17-year-old, to teach her business, I had her come work for the family business. All the kids work for the family business at some point. And all of them usually get fired at some point because we have high standards and we will fire your black ass if you come in here and you're lazy and you're not doing what you're supposed to do. However, we usually rehire them once they mature a little bit, and so she's been in and out a couple times, but she's actually working with me pretty regularly, and it gives us an opportunity to spend a lot of time together. And so, anyway, one of the things I was talking to her about was investing. And she really, everybody has their little vices. Everybody has their little thing that they like to do with their money that may or may not always be healthy, but it's just something that they want to do. And it might be shopping, it might be video games, maybe it is. I'm not gonna lie, I know I'm 50 something, 50, I can't remember. I'm on the 30th anniversary of my 33rd birthday. So I'm 33 plus 20, whatever that number is. I can't do the math in my head. But anyway, I actually like the video games. I do. I think that they're fun. I got back into them, and I play Call of Duty. Sometimes I even play on my YouTube channel so I can make myself look even dumber than I look half the time. And it's just a lot of fun, right? So everybody has their little vice. Everybody has something that they want to do. Maybe you like luxury cars. Maybe you like nice vacations. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that that's okay. And I think that there's a way, and this is something that it's not in a textbook or anything, but I'm always thinking about little ways that we can make little adjustments that can make a big difference in our lives, right? Little things we can do that are going to get us to the next level financially, without requiring like all the work that we think is necessary for us to be successful. So let me start off by asking a really basic question. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat if you would like to be rich one day? Let's do a consciousness exercise. This is consciousness training. So I want us to consciously reflect on being rich and successful. I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna explain to you why I am asking you that ridiculously dumb question. How many of you want to be rich? How many of you want to be successful? Give me a yes in the chat. All the rich and successful people, future millionaires, generational wealth builders, give me a yes in the chat. I think you have to declare what you are and who you are so the universe will hear that and other people around you will hear that and people will eventually see that. So all the big wealth builders in the building, put a yes in the chat if you are a generational wealth builder and you're going to do amazing things. Okay. All right. So why did I ask you this crazy question? Well, the reason I asked you this question is because I had a conversation yesterday in the kitchen with with our oldest, who is so it's just really, so today's conversation really is kind of a mashup of conversations I've had with the kids literally in the last 24 hours, and I'm gonna explain why. I promise you, it'll all come together in some comprehensive framework that hopefully will make sense to you when we're done. So I was in the kitchen with our 13-year-old and our 21-year-old, and we were talking about being successful. And the 21-year-old says, "I really want to be successful. My biggest concern is that by the time I'm 40, I will not have accomplished anything." And I just that concerns me. And the 13-year-old also said, I want to be successful and I want to do this and I want to do this and I want to do this and I want to do this. I want to all these things I want to do. So I'm just listening about to them talk about their success. And the first thing I said was, I said, I think before you decide that you want to be successful, which I think is great, which I think you're both, I know you're both going to be, I said, I think you have to figure out what success actually is. Like, what is success? And that's when I just I probably get on people's nerves when I do this, but I like to think I at least try to be a deep thinker. I think the first step to being a deep thinker is to at least try to use your brain cells. So I said, what is success? What does that look like for you? And I think the 21-year-old, his name's Quincy, he's 6'9". He says, I don't know. And I said, okay, so I think that maybe that's the first step, right? Before you decide that you want to be successful, I think it's very important to decide what success looks like. I said, now, it's what the mistake a lot of people make is they think success is all about the money. Like literally, you have people in the room and they can say, "Oh, I'm successful and you're successful," and that because well, why? Well, because I'm a millionaire and you're a billionaire. And what you'll find actually is that there are many, many people who are financially successful who have these really horrible lives, who are terrible, terrible people. Their kids hate them. Their spouse left them. Their health is horrible. Their mental health is just out of control. I saw Eddie Murphy talking about when he was 19, hanging out with John Belushi and Robin Williams, and they were using all these drugs, and both of these guys are now dead. And it's like, but these guys were successful. You're successful, but you're dead. Right. So that's and then even before he died, because of the drug use or partly connected to the drug use, Robin Williams had a lot of psychiatric issues, and I don't think the drugs helped. I don't again, I don't know which this chicken or egg kind of thing. But my point is to say that, I think when you talk about success, it's very important to be very clear about what success actually looks like. And that's the conversation I had with the kids was, what is success anyway? What does that look like? And I talked to them about a conversation I saw on the internet where there's this guy, I've never seen, he's a YouTube influencer apparently named Bandman Kivo. I don't follow him at all. He's got a few 100,000 followers, but I saw him because they said that he got a surgery where he's going to allegedly go from being 5'6" to 6'8". Not only does that sound impossible, but it sounds very painful and very dangerous. But whatever, good for him. Height matters. I didn't. It's funny. I've always been 5'8". I like to believe I'm 6'3". That's what I keep telling myself, but people keep lying to me and telling me that I'm only 5'8", and I just think that it's all fake news. And but the thing is, I didn't even realize that 5'8" was actually short because a lot of women like the tall men, right? So literally, if a man goes from like 5'6" to literally even just 5'9" or 5'10", that makes a big difference in his dating options. Really, it's kind of crazy how the psychology works. But I never knew that I was short. I guess maybe because I just never, I don't know, I never really thought about it. And I found out that actually when I wrote my book Financial Lovemaking at Syracuse, when I researched like mating tendencies and attraction, I found that there's many, many ways for a man to be tall. So a man can be tall not just through physical height, but he can be tall through stature if he's a powerful man, if he's a wealthy man, if he's a really intelligent man. So, I'm not a stupid guy. I got a little bit of money. I was like, okay, I think I can compete with the tall guys, right? So the point is to say that I was talking about this conversation with Bandman Kivo, and he's talking to another dude on this podcast, and he says, I don't drink or smoke, and I'm successful. You drink and you smoke a lot, and you're successful. What's the difference? And the guy's sitting back and he's smoking something. He's got some liquor in his hand. He says, "Well, it kind of depends. It's different from person to person." And all. And I was sitting there thinking, I don't know. I wonder if he's really successful, or I wonder if he's just a person that has money. Do we at least acknowledge and understand that sometimes you can be a very wealthy failure? Did y'all know that? Do y'all understand that because I was looking at the guy and I say he doesn't look successful to me. He looks like he might be a alcoholic or a drug addict, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the guy. But he didn't seem like. I was like, what makes him successful? What is your criteria? And I think that one of the biggest mistakes we can make is when we define success by one variable. It's just like defining, if you talk about a great woman and someone says, well, she's a better woman than her because she's really pretty and she's only average. I don't think that's how you should you shouldn't pick a wife like that. If you do that, you're headed for trouble. You're gonna have some problems. So what tends to occur, I think, in a simple-minded world where people don't spend time doing some of the things that we do every day, like literally just thinking and reflecting, is that we come up with these one-dimensional answers to multi-dimensional questions. You see, like a question should involve multiple variables, but we just pick one. And I don't think money should ever just sort of be this one variable that determines whether a person's successful or not. So that was the conversation I had with the 21-year-old and the 13-year-old. With the 17-year-old, I had a different conversation about finances. Actually, you know what? I didn't actually have the official conversation with her yet. I'm gonna pitch it to her today, and y'all pray for me and hope that it actually works. Because as y'all know, teenagers don't be listening. They just don't. Their ears are full of cotton. But I'm gonna try. But I had the conversation with her mom, and I said, "Here's what I think we can do." I said, "I really want her to do what I have found to be the most important thing a person can do when it comes to building wealth. Y'all ready?" I need her to invest consistently. I need her to consistently buy stock every week, every month, even every day if she wants to. I need her to get into the habit. I need her to form wealthy habits that are going to ensure that when she gets older, she's going to have a big pile of money and not a big pile of regrets. So here's what I said. Here's what I threw out there, and this is what I'm going to throw out to you. And this will make you rich in a decade if you stick to this. I promise you. I said, if you think about all the places that we spend our money. You know, the average American spends probably thousands of dollars a year on fast food, for example. And I said, imagine if you did what the environmentalists do. What environmentalists do. Has anybody ever seen this? Where in order to save the environment, one thing, which I don't think they're going to be able to save because we just want to destroy it so badly. One thing that environmentalists have in place is this sort of like replacement mechanism where every time they chop down a tree, they plant like another tree. Right? Anybody seen that? Let me know if you've seen stuff like that before. Where, you know, so if they, for every bad thing they do something else. And then they even do something with carbon emissions. I don't know. I'm not an environmentalist. So if I say it wrong, just please forgive me. But really, there's kind of like this idea that says every time you deplete a resource, you replace the resource. And maybe sometimes you even replace it with more than what you took away. You chop down one tree, you plant three more. Right. And I like that. I think that's a great idea. So I said, what if we did the same thing when it comes to wealth? I mentioned to you all that the ability that having a culture and a series of habits that lead to the acquisition of wealth, the preservation of wealth, and the growth of wealth, those are the characteristics of families that become filthy, stinking rich. Those are the families that become, if you start success with financial success, these are the people that tend to become wealthy. So I said, what if we approached it like environmentalists? What if you took your biggest vice, right? And instead of feeling bad about it, because I'm not a guy that's gonna like see you on the street and slap the Starbucks coffee out your hand and say, what the hell are you doing? Why are you drinking coffee? You know that if you were to invest the money that you spend on coffee every day, you can have $1 billion by Tuesday. I don't do that. I don't believe in doing that because then what I'm doing is I'm taking away from your happiness because that coffee might have made you happy. I got coffee. We need our coffee, and Starbucks is good. Starbucks is not the devil. Starbucks is not the reason that your bank account is empty. I don't know what other people do, but it's not. I'm not here to make you feel guilty because you drive a Mercedes. I don't want you to feel bad because you went to the mall. But here's what I'm gonna challenge you to do. And I promise you, it's beautiful because the more financially ratchet you are, the more effective this is going to be. So I want you to pick your most ratchet vice. Like think about something that you spend money on. And you're like, damn, I can't believe I spent money on that. Like maybe you went to the strip club and you're like, man, every time I go to the club, I put $400 in a stripper thong and I feel really guilty about it afterward. Or maybe you go to the mall and you have a shopping thing and you buy shoes, even if you know you don't have 3,000 feet, but you got 3,000 pairs of shoes in your closet. I get that. Or you go on vacation and you want to ball out, or you want to fly first class, or you want to drive a Bentley or Mercedes or whatever car you have, right? Some of y'all do really drive Bentleys. There are millionaires in this room. I've talked to a lot of you. So think about your habit that is your biggest vice. And then all you have to do, if you want to be rich in a decade, is turn that energy from that vice, because money is energy. Take the energy from the vice and just turn it in a different direction. So what I think you can consider is this. If you take that biggest financial vice that you have, make a commitment to yourself, and you can do it today if you want to. I hope you'll do it today. And just say, every time I spend $1 on this, I'm going to invest $1 in that. Every time I chop down a tree, I'm going to plant two more trees. So every time I go, if fast food is my vice, it's not the healthiest thing, right? But we've all eaten fast food at some point. Most of us have. I know I have. Then maybe the rule could be, if I go to McDonald's and I spend $22 in the drive-through, I'm gonna get on my app right then, right at that moment, not later. We're not doing level one. We're doing level two. We're not doing one day. We're doing 2 day. Not one day I'm gonna go and buy the stock. No, 2 day. Right now, in this moment, I'm gonna get on this phone, and that $22 in spending spree is going to cost me $44 because I'm going to buy $22 worth of stock to match the $22 that I just spent at McDonald's. And if you want to make it fun, maybe buy stock in the company that you're about to buy a product from. So you're buying their products, you're giving them money on the front end, but you're going to make an investment on the back end. If people did this, like let's say you take somebody that's an enthusiast over iPhones, for example. If a person simply said, every time I go buy a new iPhone, I'm going to buy the same amount in Apple stock, that person would be incredibly rich to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. If they started doing this in, say, the year 2001 or 2008 or whatever, when the iPhones came out, that person would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, even if all they did was invest in Apple stock. Now, obviously, we know that investing all your money in one company is a clear, blatant violation of the rule of diversification, which is don't put all your eggs in one basket, but it's still better than nothing, right? So pivot. I promise you, if you make that one little tiny pivot, if you pick your biggest vice, your biggest financial vice, the biggest thing that you get mad at yourself for spending money on, and you just simply do a matching program with yourself, then what's happening is now you're taking that negative energy and you're making it into positive energy, right? Instead of pointing the gun at yourself, you're pointing it in a different direction, or instead of using the fire to burn yourself alive, you're using the fire to keep you warm and heat up the whole house. So effectively, if you do that, then what happens is that not only can you enjoy your life and do all the things you want to do, but you're also investing in the future. If you think about your present and your future, think of your present, your life right now, and then your life 10 years from now. Think of them as like having kids. Let's say you got two different kids. And the mistake people make is that they feed one child and they starve the other one. They feed the moment, they feed the present, they feed it with instant gratification. So you're feeding one child. In fact, that little child is fat and spoiled and obese and got diabetes because you're just shoving food down his throat, which is the instant gratification. You're feeding the moment, but you're starving the future. Do you understand? And I don't want you to starve your future because you're gonna get there. The future is coming. A lot of y'all didn't even think 2024 would ever get here. We didn't think about 2020. If you're over the age of 40, you probably remember when 2024 was like so far away that you didn't even process it. You didn't even, if somebody said, let's do this, and then by 2024, you'll have this much or money, or it would have sounded crazy. It sounded weird. Even in 2012, it would have sounded weird. But now we're here. We're in 2024, and then we're going to get to 2034 and 2044. Those years are coming, and those are, again, I would think of 2024 as one child, 2034 as another child, 2044 as another child. You got to feed all the kids, so the whole family gets to eat. You got to feed the whole timeline. You can't just feed the moment and ignore the future, and that's what people do. That's the culture. That's cultural. Do you understand? If you watch, I always make jokes about the BET Awards and how crazy and ridiculous it can be. But that's what I see. I see a lot of instant gratification where people want to be cool and hip and fly and have fun in the moment, but they're making choices that have horrifically bad long-term consequences when it comes to their physical and mental health, when it comes to their relationships. You got a bunch of baby daddies or babies mamas, and you're not even thinking about what your children are going to say about you when you're 20 years old. And then also financially speaking, they're chasing the money, chasing the Diddy parties so they can become famous and fly and wealthy now. And then there's going to be all these prices to pay later on down the line. At some point, you always have to pay the piper. So feed both. Enjoy your life, but also prepare your future so that you can enjoy that too. And so I think this is a simple way, a very simple idea that I hope you'll consider incorporating into your life that will help you. It'll make you wealthy in a decade if you do this consistently. This is not something I've never spoken about this before. I've never given like a lecture about this or anything like that. It literally was something that came up because I was talking to the kids. Like, it's, when the kids ask me what I think they should be when they grow up, I say, I just want you to be happy. That's it. I don't want you defining your whole life by a profession or hoping that you get the right black job. We're not doing that. I want you to be able to create black jobs if that's what you want to do. But I don't want you chasing whatever crumbs master decides he wants to deliver to you. I want you to be the master of your fate. I don't want you to be colonized. I want you to at least colonize your own life. Don't colonize other people. That would be unethical. But really, I need you controlling your life. And the way you do that is through financial planning, financial preparation. You got to prepare. If you're prepared for the future, then you can pretty much overcome almost anything, at least when it comes to the degree of economic warfare that is cast upon us when we're not financially prepared. Most people that have to get up and go to work every day to a job that they hate, they have to do it because somebody did not prepare for their financial future. It's really that simple. So anyway, that's my thought for today. Actually, I'm not going to talk much more than that. If you have a question, you want to put a question in the Q&A section, you can, and I can answer a few questions before we bounce out. I promised you guys yesterday I'd answer a few questions. I wanted to mention also, if you still wanted to do the Money in a Minute series, which is stock options. Stock options is the first Money in a Minute series where each morning I'll text you a financial lesson on that specialized topic. So right now we're doing stock options. So if you'd like to sign up, you get a 35% discount for lifetime access. Just text the word Miami, MIAMI, to 87948. Text Miami to 87948. The lifetime access fee is $299, but it takes 35% off. So feel free to text Miami to the number 87948. And then you'll start each morning at about 9 a.m. You'll receive a lesson on stock options that'll allow you to learn stock options within the flow of your day. And then at some point, we're going to do some more specialized lectures and options in stock market investing. We do a lot of stuff here in the Black Business School. You guys know that. All right. So what I want to do is I'm going to reach in here and answer a few questions. Let's see here. Were you able to send out the dividend stock list? Asked Barbara. I thought that I did. I thought that I put it in the chat last time. Did I put it in the chat yesterday, or am I just making these things up in my head? I thought I shared it with you guys yesterday in the class, but maybe I should. I try. I don't want to text it. I don't want to send too many text messages out unnecessarily per se. But maybe I can do that. Yeah. So let me. I'll send it out again today. All right. So yeah. So if you want to get the list of stocks that pay dividends, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So you're not just getting an invitation to Money in the Morning or economic elevation training. You'll also get that list of dividend stocks. So feel free to text the word morning to 87948. All right. The next question is when will we get the new Dr. Boyce's buying this week? That's going to be done today. So yeah, that's part of the Black Stock Market Program. So if you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com and look under the section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, you can find that there. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. And that's the first month is free. So feel free to take a look at that. There's a lot of stuff in there. I've been doing it for about 7 to 8 years now. So I save every single thing, every single training, every single lecture, every single thing. And you can sign up. You can bring your whole family with one membership. So feel free to go there. Okay, let's see. Kamisha is asking about the Miami list. You didn't get the Miami this morning. You know what? If you have any challenges or issues, you can email the support team. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and I'll take a look. I'll take a look to make sure you're getting what you're supposed to get. And if you didn't get it, then that could be a mistake on my end. The Miami program is really kind of new. We're testing it out, and so yeah, that feedback is helpful in terms of knowing what is or is not working properly the way it should. I'm going to look at that now. I'm going to make a note of that. All right. All right, let's see here. Dr. Boyce, what does it mean for a stock to have volatility? Volatility is basically just if you think about what it means for somebody to be a volatile person, right? What does that mean? If a person's volatile, that means they're not stable. They're kind of crazy. Maybe they're bipolar. They're kind of out of control, right? So volatility is just like that for a stock. A volatile stock is a stock that goes up and goes down and goes up and goes down. So it's kind of a bipolar asset, just kind of insane. So that's kind of what volatility looks like. What do you think about SAVA? You know what, Naomi? I don't have access to stocks in front of me right now. So we do our portfolio power plays where I can look up a bunch of stocks then, but I don't have that with me now, so I can't really tell you about that stock. I don't know much about that particular company. Let's see, but later on we will do stock market stuff. So we do that on Tuesdays, but maybe we can even do another session. Let's see here, Antoinette, which S&P would you suggest? Which S&P? Well, there's a ticker symbol SPY, Sierra Papa Yankee, which is an S&P 500 index fund. And so you can feel free to take a look at that. That's what I mentioned on the $5 a day plan, which you can take a look at for free at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Let's see. Tana says, how's Dr. Anderson doing? He's having a book sale. How's the award going? I don't know what you mean by the award. I know that we at the All Black National Convention we have the Dr. Claude Anderson Lifetime Achievement Award, and that is fine. That's going to be done this year. If you want to join us at the convention, it's in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. Well, Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago, just a few minutes from the O'Hare Airport, at the Westin Hotel there. So you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you'd like to join us. I hope you will. It's a lot of fun. Let's see here. Next question. How's Dr. Anderson doing? He's 90. That's it's a challenge. He's not young like he was, but he's great to talk to. And I call him about once a week and we have a great time. It's pretty much me listening to him tell stories. He's the elder, so I just feel like my job is to listen and be supportive and to love him because I love the guy. Let's see. I'm new here, Doc. Been following you for a long time. What's your web address? Hey, Leroy. Everybody say hi to Leroy. Welcome, Leroy here. Leroy, my main website is boycewatkins.com. That's boycewatkins.com. And also, if you want to know some of the stuff that we have going on, we have some Black-owned businesses that we support, as well as some stuff we have going on in the Black Business School. There is a platform my team just created called Dr. Boyce Offers. So if you go to drboyceoffers.com, that's where you can find some offers on some things that we have that can benefit you, that you can, access at a discount. So drboyceoffers.com. Greg Harrison. Hey, Dr. Boyce, when you get margin, do you have to use it right away? No, you do not. That's just almost like a line of credit. So margin is not something you have to use, and it's something you should use very carefully, in my opinion. Can you give an example of the money in a minute? Well, money in a minute is basically where money in a minute, we call it Miami for short. Basically, if you text the word Miami to 87948, you can take a look at the money in a minute program and decide if you want to sign up. But money in a minute basically is something where I was thinking about innovative ways to try to incorporate financial literacy almost like in the bloodstream or the daily flow of your day without it being something that where you have to consciously sit down and watch a video or take a class or take notes or whatever. It's like, how about we just flow it into your day where you can sit there and you can watch some stuff from us that is going to help you add a little bit to your learning level in that particular topic. And really, that's the whole theme of it. And so what we decided to do based on what you all voted for is stock options. Stock options is really popular now. I think it should be. I make most of my money from stock options now. I love stock options, but I don't gamble with stock options. I don't like to do that. There is always risk, but I like to sell stock options. And so, yeah, so there's lots of opportunities there. So if you want to take a look at money in a minute, just go to, just text the word Miami to the number 87948. And then what'll happen is after the first day, you'll receive a text every morning from us with a lesson for that day. And then if you want to just go through them all at once, you can log in and just fly through them all. But by texting them to you, you can just hit the button and watch it real quick and get your daily dose. Almost like a financial multivitamin, right? So every day you take your financial vitamins and you're learning a little bit more every day, and it's easy. It doesn't take a lot of time, that kind of thing. Let's see. What do I think about Nancy Pelosi's portfolio being up 39%? Well, she's got inside information. She's probably legally allowed to use it. I think the fix is in definitely when it comes to Congress. We have a pretty corrupt government in that way. They shouldn't have let money infiltrate the way the governments run. That's absolutely appalling to me. What do I do with stock investments that are in the negative? I didn't know what I was doing when I first started. If your investments are in the negative, just remember, just because it's in the negative doesn't mean it's going to stay there. It's really a personal decision to decide if you want to remain in a particular investment. Selling stock, one thing I don't do when it comes to selling stock is try to predict whether that particular stock is going to go positive again or if it's going to go up or down, because you can't predict that. You sell stock for a few reasons. One, if you need the money, you just need the cash. That's what they call liquidity reasons, because you need to turn your money, your asset into liquidity, into cash. Or two, you have just another investment that you think will be better for you. Or three, maybe for diversification purposes, you want to spread your money out because maybe the investment has done so well and you want to move your money. I don't sell stock because I think that the stock is going to keep going up, because nobody knows what it's going to do in the near future. Also, remember that most investments, and yeah, Cliff, I am still invested in Riot platforms significantly. Most investments are long-term plays. So if you buy a stock and you're thinking, oh, I hope this goes up next week, rubbing your hands together like Birdman, that's not really how you want to invest. You don't want to judging a stock investment based on how it does in the next 3 or 4 months. That's like somebody giving birth to a baby that they say is going to be in the NBA, and somebody coming back a year later and saying, "How is he going to play in the NBA? He can't even walk. He's not even, he's 1 year old. We waited a whole year, and he can't even walk yet. So what makes you think he can ever be a basketball player? Well, babies have to grow up. So stocks need a long-term 5 to 10 year horizon before you can really determine if it's good investment or not. So I would not get caught up in the short-term instant gratification day trading culture too much. It's fun, it's exciting, it's like sports, but you can't take it too far, because short-term, short-sighted thinking is how people lose money. A lot of people miss opportunities because they don't have patience. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors of all time, pretty much said that investing is a wealth transfer from impatient people to patient people. That's what he said. He said that the patient people get all the money because they wait. They just chill. They sit back. They don't make a move. They just buy and they hold. That's what they do. So and then when they've held for 20 or 30 years, then that investment that they spent $1,000 on is now worth 100,000. That's what patient investors do. Do you know how many stocks there are that if you simply bought some of those shares 20 years ago and just kind of let them sit for a while, you would have millions of dollars? If you did that with Apple, if you just consistently made small investments in Apple, it would be very easy to turn that into a $2-3 million asset, just literally with less than $100,000 in total capital. So just and think about this. If you make, say, $50,000 a year over the course of a 20-year period, you spent about $1 million on stuff, right? And of course, these are things that are required to live. So it's not like you were wasting the money, but we all waste money at some point, I think. And if you were to just sort of think about this, just what would have happened if you'd say bought some Bitcoin back when it was $20 a coin and just waited. Think about how much that would be worth right now. You'd be a multimillionaire. So don't keep on shuffling and making moves and always reacting to everything. You don't have to react to everything. It's just like life. They always say, like, somebody says something about you. You don't have to react to everything. You don't have to respond to everything. Sometimes you have to sit back and process and think. This to me is a type of consciousness, that ability, and it's maturity too. When you are emotionally mature, you learn that you don't have to respond to everything, whether it's a person or an asset or anything. You see it happen and you just say, okay, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this unfolds. Okay. All right. So anyway, let me see here. A few more questions and then we'll bounce out for today. Let's see. Can we make money in options with little to no money? You can. It's easier to sell options if you have a capital base, though. And if you want to know what we do with selling options and all that, we do a lot there. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com. It's very popular. Everybody loves it. And it's a great way to make money. It's better. I used to talk a lot about starting businesses, which I still am a fan of that. But this to me is better than starting a business. This is better than real estate, to me, because the ROI that you can earn from selling stock options is higher than what you can earn from most real estate investments. Also, it doesn't require any work at all. Also, it's a liquid investment. You can easily convert it to cash. Anybody who's ever done real estate knows how hard it is to get out of a deal. Once you've bought the property, if you want to sell it, you can't just sell it in 10 minutes. You have to talk to people and work with the agent and, find a buyer and all this other stuff. with my investments that are in some of these stocks that I own that I sell options on, I could sell that stock in 30 seconds and get my cash out and do whatever I want with it. So I highly suggest looking into it. I think it's a great way to make money. But the best thing too is when they say it takes money to make money, well, that's why it's important to be a saver and to be an investor. These processes are much easier for people who've been saving and investing, for their whole lives. So when you have, say, a couple that's there's a lot of couples I work with, I do a few one-on-one sessions, stuff like that. And I'll see where they've been savers and they have, tens of thousands, if not a couple $100,000 that they've saved up and they're ready to stop working. It's perfect for people like that, right? But if you haven't saved anything at all, it's really hard to get capital because your only capital that you have is your brain and your body, your time and your labor, and maybe your education, and those are all important forms of capital, but those are not as liquid, right? So you're still stuck in that trap of trading time for money. And I just hope that you over time will aim to get out of that trap and train your kids to get away from that trap because it's really hard. It's really difficult. All right. So anyway, drboyceprime.com is where you can go if you want to take a look at what we're doing over there. And then also, if you have any questions about anything, or if you want to do a one-on-one or stuff like that, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take care of you. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Did you ever check on the fan base investment? Um, yeah, I did. And I'm not I wouldn't put my money in it. Um I just kind of I don't know. I kind of feel like some of the stuff that you see online, I'm gonna Google it real quick. A lot of the stuff that you see online, yeah, okay, it looks like fan base is okay. It says you can invest in fan base for 3.99. It looks like what it's a way to raise cap. Okay, next generation social media for people who value content and community. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I don't. And I think it's great. It's innovative, but I wouldn't put my money into it because startups are really risky. One thing that people don't talk about is how risky startups are. Venture capitalists that invest in startups, they'll invest in 10 different startups, hoping that just one of them will make money, maybe two, if they're lucky. Um, I I'm not a fan of I don't like that kind of investing, honestly, because number one, I don't want to take that much risk. And number two, I don't want to wait 5 years to get my money. I just don't. I want my money available. I want to be able to pull my money out if I want to within, say, a year or two. And my feelings on that have changed over time too. And I'll also think that I know that when I've been asked about some of the stuff that even we do in the Black community, some of the stuff is we get excited about it and we think that this one project is going to be the one thing that just changes everything. Like I was really kind of I was highly disappointed in just everything that went down with the Tulsa real estate fund, for example. I just really I just there's so many things I didn't like about it. That it wasn't that I invested in it, by the way. I did want to support it because I want to support things that involve a bigger vision for the community. But at the same time, I didn't think it was run well. I thought that people had too much faith and too much belief that it was going to be kind of the one thing that was going to turn their $500 into 50,000. Um, I learned a lot just watching how the fund kind of fell apart. I have not checked to see. I know they had a meeting the other day about it. I haven't checked in them on the meeting. I was just kind of disgusted just with a lot of it, just a lot of what occurred with that, because I don't think that one investment should ever be that important in your life. I really want you to invest in a way where you spread your money out, you stay liquid, and if something doesn't work out, you should be able to just say, okay, that's my investment that didn't work out, but here are my investments that did. Um, you sh I've seen so many examples where people will start a business and put everything into their business. And then if that business is gone, then all their wealth is gone. And when you're in that situation, that's incredibly vulnerable. It's like a single mom who is the sole breadwinner for the household, who, let's say, doesn't have any insurance, doesn't have any plan Bs, doesn't have any other streams of income. And then if she gets killed or something, or she just drops dead of a heart attack, there's nothing there. There's no plan B. And one of the rules of finance is that you always have to have a plan B. You always have to be prepared for the possibility that something is not going to work out. And I don't know if we think that way. And also even in job culture, people think that having a job is safe. That's as vulnerable as you can get, especially if you have one stream of income. That means that the whoever's paying you, if they stop paying you, you're done financially. So I would avoid the temptation to do what people do. A lot of people, and maybe because they don't know better, they haven't been taught on this, or they haven't had time to fix this. But they might live paycheck to paycheck. Don't save money. Don't sort of even consider things like family. Like if you get married or something, that's important not just for you to feel good or to wake up next to somebody who's cute. It's also your chance to have a little more financial security than you would have otherwise. So, even myself as a man, I'm not a poor man, but one of the incentives I have for making things work with my wife is that I know it's much easier to solve certain economic problems with a teammate than it is for me to do it by myself. So I'm not going to jeopardize the relationship over silly things or allow my ego to block the blessing that we can both pursue together. I'm going to try to figure it out. I'm like, okay, let's sit down and talk about this because you're an important business partner to me, and I don't know if we're even taught to think that way. Maybe it's because we have a wealthy country and a wealthy society, and everybody's doing better than most people are in the world, and we feel like we don't have to think about financial security. But I think that we should. I think that it's important. And if you look at where people are right now, what people are talking about, especially younger people under the age of 35, how much stress they're feeling financially. I can tell you for a fact that a lot of these problems would have been easily solved with a little bit of planning and preparation. If somebody had simply, if their family just simply had a rule that says we're going to start a trust fund for every kid that's born in our family, or an investment account, or just have some money invested that's going to grow, that's where they're consistently getting, and it could be as little as $100 a month that's going into an investment account for them, so that when they get 25 years old, they've got a capital base. That would go quite a long way. But anyway, let me keep going. Travis says, "Are you familiar with the public app for stock trading?" I heard about the public app. I heard that they are. Oh, public. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I haven't tried it, but I've heard good things about it. How do I feel about gold, Lamont? I like gold. I think gold is something that will keep you rich, but it's not something that will make you rich. Travis, are you? Oh, you already asked about the public app. Okay. Can Gigi says, "Can I text the dividend list?" Yes, I'll text it right after we're done for sure. King May, what is a limit order and the purpose? That's kind of beyond the scope of today. That's a lot to explain, but basically, a limit order is where you place an order and you tell them only sell or only buy if certain conditions are met. That's more of a training kind of thing. I did a training called How to Invest in the Stock Market. If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to that. Or if you go on the blackstockmarketprogram.com, you can take a look. It's hard for me to kind of explain that with a quick answer. Let's see, Wildon, how would the election affect the stock market? The Republicans are known for less regulation. Trump, in particular, is being favored by Silicon Valley because he's not going to regulate, whereas the Biden administration has pushed forward with a lot of antitrust, sorts of not prosecutions, but antitrust investigations. So, so basically, Biden is favored by the tech companies and by Wall Street. And sorry, Trump is. I'm sorry, Trump is. And Biden, though, is a person that is, in my view, seen as a sort of a better senior leader for the United States, even though he's mentally just kind of messed up and gone. I think people have faith in his ability to just have a good administration around him. And but either way, I think both of the candidates are pretty terrible. All right, let's see. Alry says, "What's a good range to invest in for dividends of $400 a month?" I'm thinking here maybe. Well, $400 a month would be 4,800 per year. So 4,800 per year. I would say that if you want to have enough stock to produce $4,800 a year in dividends, I'm guessing maybe 90 to $100,000 worth of stock would do it. So I'll send you that list of dividend paying stocks today, and make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you. It's morning to 87948. Are you a fan of using the VIX during the volatile stock market season? The VIX is the fear index. It measures how people are feeling. I think the VIX is very important in terms of telling you how investors feel. When investors are afraid, prices tend to go down because a market that is full of scared people just isn't a very good market. It's not a good economy. My question is, how do you, and actually, what's interesting is in terms of the black economics, part of the reason that black people have a difficult time building an economy is because there is kind of a lack of trust and there's a lot of fear, a lot of and this was one of my concerns about just the whole debacle with the Tulsa Fund and the fighting that occurred, which I just didn't want to get in. I just didn't want to participate. I didn't like it. Is that there's a problem with the fact that I think as black people we really do trust white people more than we trust each other. And then when something weird happens where somebody loses money or whatever and it becomes a big deal, I think that sometimes we analyze it in a way that is specific to like what's wrong with us, and this is what our people do and stuff like that. And one of the things I pointed to was Adam Newman with WeWork. He actually had a company that was worth $47 billion, and the valuation completely zapped down to zero. So he literally destroyed $47 billion worth of value, and he did it by basically running the company poorly. He did a lot of self-dealing. He personally made money from the decline in the company's value. And when it was done, they gave him $2 billion or something and sent him on his way. They fired him. And it's like you move on. You deal with whatever happened, and then you move on to the next investment, right? And I encourage you, if you want to be an investor, you have to sort of have an idea of how you're just going to deal with the punches. There's no investor out here that just makes money over and over and over again. It just doesn't happen like that. You make some, you lose some, you make some, you lose some, and you just over time you're going to make more than you lose. That's what's going to happen. So I think it's very important to understand that mistakes are going to be made. And for example, with the Tulsa Fund, I see someone says Julian Gordon was right about him. Yeah, Julian's right, but Julian was wrong too. Julian invested $40,000 into the Tulsa Fund. He read the contracts, he saw everything that was going to occur, and then later on, he feels that he was surprised and that things didn't go the way he thought they were going to go. So now he's upset about it, and I understand that. But I think at the same time, though, no investor goes without making a mistake. No investor goes without sort of looking back and saying, God, that was a terrible place to put money. Disney, for example, had a big proxy fight recently because literally, $100 billion worth of value was destroyed because the management was so bad. But the original investors that put the money in were smart people. They went to Harvard and Yale and they did all the analysis, and it was just wrong. They just got it wrong. So effectively, with investing, one of the things I think is really important to just know is that sometimes you're gonna get it wrong. And one big thing, in my view, that you can't do too much of is spend too much time dwelling on your mistakes to the point where you can't move forward to your next win. The more time you spend getting upset about the fact that you lost money over here, the less time you have moving forward to your next big opportunity that's around the corner. Just like dating, if I date somebody and they break my heart and they do me dirty, and I spend the next 30 years trying to get revenge on the person that I feel broke my heart, that's going to block me from meeting somebody better. You understand? And this is I think an important lesson. There's billionaires like there's a guy named Palpatilia or something. I can't pronounce his name, but he's a multi-billionaire and he was one of the original investors in Facebook. That was one of his biggest wins. He made a lot of money when he invested in Facebook, but he also promoted a lot of SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, back during the pandemic when they were really big and these companies were worth billions of dollars. A lot of these SPACs went bankrupt and people were mad at him and they said you lied and you're a crook, blah blah blah. Well, you know what, this guy's moving on. He's now investing in something new. He's moving to new stuff, and he's doing just fine. He's making money, right? And again, it's sort of like uh it's not completely cool, right? Because billionaires get away with stuff, investors get away with stuff, and that's true. But at the same time, I think just understanding the nature of the game and the mindset required to be a wealth builder is really important for you to get. And I think you can ethically just say, hey, I got it wrong. I'm gonna get it right next time. I'm still learning. And I think that's the most important thing you can learn. Remember, I have a whole PhD in this stuff, but I never wake up on any given day and think that I understand everything there is to know. Every day I wake up saying, what can I learn today? What mistake did I make? What am I trying to do next? Right. So I would encourage you to kind of think that way, because sometimes I think if we can get so caught in a cycle of dwelling on the negative and dwelling on the past that we really can't move forward to the future. So that's my 2 cents on investing in general, as far as philosophies and stuff like that. Um, all right. So let me see here. My question is, how do you enjoy your profits? Well, a few ways you can enjoy profits is sometimes you could just sell a little bit of your stock and take some off the top. That tends to happen when the stock goes up by a lot. People will start selling a little bit, and the price will pull down because people just don't want to be overcommitted to one asset. Another way to just sell it to enjoy your profits is if you sell options on the stock. When you sell the options, you're selling the upside of the stock. So there are people who will sell options to pull income from the stock. A lot of people don't know that you can pull enough in. If you have a decent stock portfolio, you can pull enough income that you could quit your job. You can make enough money to pay all your bills. I have a lot of students who are doing this right now. This is very doable, but the requirement is that you have to own the asset to use the asset. It's no different from having cows and chickens and pigs and selling the eggs and the milk that comes from the cows and chickens and pigs. Let's see here. Next question is, how do we join the stock portfolio sessions on Tuesdays? Yeah, well, you can join the Black Stock Market Program if you want to. You can do the first 30 days for free to try it out, see if you like it. You can go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. Sharon says, what are margins? Margin is money that they loan you so that you can actually buy more stock. And why is that important? Well, because it's not just what you own, it's also what you control. Whatever you control gives you the ability to make money from the thing that you control. So you may not own it, but you can deploy it. And what you deploy can make money for you. Like if I have a house and I don't own the house, the bank owns the house. I can still use the house and rent the house and make money from the rent that comes from the house. So stock is the same way. If I can only afford, say, $20,000 worth of stock, but I get margin, which lets me control $40,000 worth of stock, I can sell options on all 40,000 and generate income from that, and then use that income to repay the debt. What do you think about index universal life insurance? I think IULs are fine. I don't hate them at all. I think that they are better than nothing for sure. I just don't have one because I just have better uses for my money, but it doesn't mean I think IULs are bad at all. And I like the way it combines the insurance component with the investing component. But you have to have some type of investing vehicle to survive in the economy. So if that's your best option, then I say go for it. SPY or VOO or both. I like both, Michael. I like them both. Let's see, Christopher. I purchased stock options course. Am I eligible to get Miami messages as well? I'm not sure what you got, Christopher. But if you're not sure, just email our support team. That they'll help you. They'll respond to you within 24 hours, and they're very nice people. They've all been working with us for many, many years. So we have a good team here at the Black Business School, and we treat people well. And the testament is that our most of our team's been here like 6 years. They're all just really good people. And one rule that we have is I just tell them to really um respect the students. Like you must respect. If you don't do that, then that's a problem for me. So yeah, so if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can answer any questions that you have. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. How did my daughter's dance recital go? It went really well. She got top 10 in individually. She did an individual, like a solo, and got top 10. She is on the high school dance team now. She is a really super talented young lady. I'm super proud of her, and she's beautiful like her mother. So whenever she's like dabbled in stuff, like she was in an acting class, and they did some display or something, and all that black girl magic came out, and they were literally inviting her to do commercials and everything. But my big thing is like I want to make sure that she understands Hollywood and entertainment and not get caught up in that industry, because terrible things happen to little kids in that industry. Diddy, I'd use Diddy as an example because Diddy was a very powerful man. And a lot of people would send their kids to be with Diddy or to be with the R. Kellys of the world because they want them to be famous so bad. And they would use their power to get things that money should not be able to buy. But because people are so desperate to be famous, and be next to these people because they're famous and they're celebrities, you let a lot of things slide. And so we have a lot of conversations about just protecting yourself, just not we're not going to get caught up in all that. And I just tell her also, I say, look, if you ever want to make a play or make a movie, talk to me. I can help you get the money to make a movie, because if you fund the movie and you own the movie, then you can make yourself the star of the movie. A lot of the desperation that I see with my friends in LA who will go to these auditions where there's 500 people auditioning for one role, they don't understand that there are the economic gods, the people that actually raise the capital, who get to control other human beings like puppets. They get to say, we're having an audition, and there's one role and we need 1,000 people to apply, and 1,000 people will sit there in the hot sun all day long begging for this one opportunity. And I'm like, I don't want you to be a person who seeks opportunities. I want you to be a person who knows how to create opportunities. So we study Tyler Perry. I say, look at Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry, he's making those weird ass Medea movies. I don't like any of them, to be honest with you. Well, most of them, they're just not my thing. But they're harmless. They're not hurtful movies. They're not as bad as like really bad gangster rap or whatever. But then again, Medea's kind of this goofy stereotype. But he owns his stuff. I admire that man. I said Tyler Perry wanted to be a playwright. He didn't wait for anybody to give him the right to be a playwright. He did not ask for anybody to give him permission. He said, if I'm a playwright, I'm going to be a playwright. So you write the damn play, you get a stage, you get your actors, you direct the thing, and you get it done. And then you try to sell tickets. And that's what he did. And he built a business off of that. And that's what I told her. I said, never wait for anybody to give you permission to show your gift. She said, I want to be a director. I said, if you want to be a director, then you're a director now. Direct something. Go direct something. Do not ask for people's permission. There is no such thing as a gatekeeper when it comes to you and your passion. There is no gatekeeper. God, maybe God is the only gatekeeper, and God gives you the power to do anything you want. The universe allows you to be whatever you want to be. So don't wait for the gatekeepers to give permission. Don't wait for massa. Don't wait for their validation. That all that's a trap and a trick, in my opinion. It really is. And then what happens is not only do they withhold the validation and charge you for it, there's a price for admission. Do you understand? Do you know how many famous Hollywood celebrities there are that I can name for you right now who literally slept their way to the top? They literally got a chance to be famous because they decided to get into bed with some crusty old man who had access to money and power and the things that they wanted. And these are people that are mainstream celebrities that you would know. If I said their names, you would know them right away. And to me, it's an abomination. It's problematic when we raise our kids to really admire that and aspire to that and want to be that. There's nothing good about selling your body so you can be in a movie. So we talk about these things because it's all, to me, it's all a trick and a trap. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I want, just be great at what you do and build on that. Don't, these all these gatekeepers, that's a bunch of it's a bunch of BS, a bunch of crap to me. And then the stupid thing is, like, when they do validate you and they give you these so-called opportunities, it's not usually because you're showing up as the best version of yourself. Like, if I were validated by mainstream America, it wouldn't be because I am the real and the raw Boyce Watkins. It wouldn't be me showing up as the best version of myself. They would validate me because I would show up in the way they want me to show up. Remember, I was a finance professor at Syracuse University. I had a lot of media access because Syracuse has one of the best media schools in the country. So when they would call CNN or ABC and they would say, oh, he's a professor at Syracuse, there would always be a Syracuse alum that was on the production team that would say, oh, he's from my alma mater. So I had some access there. It was fine. I mean, but the problem is they didn't really necessarily want this version of me, not the version that I'm most proud of. They wanted whatever their vision of what a black man from Syracuse is supposed to say, and so I personally feel like that's just not the best of who you are. I don't think that other people will ever celebrate the very best of what black people have to offer, but they will celebrate the sexy reds, right? They will celebrate the thug image. They will celebrate the comedian. They will celebrate the athlete. I don't think they're ever going to celebrate, the husband, father, mother, sister, thinker. I don't think they're not, it's not their job. They're just not going to do it. So in order for that to be celebrated, I think we have to create those spaces. That's just critically important. So yeah, there we go. So that's my response to that. All right, so I'm going to get out of here, guys. It is 10 o'clock or Central Time. It's 11 o'clock Eastern. And so that means it's time for us to get on out of here. So I hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. And don't forget, if you want the list of dividend stocks, just get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. And I will send you the list now. That's morning to 87948. And I hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every day. Financial consciousness, economic elevation. That's what it is. And we are One little trick I've always done that kind of helps me a lot, that's really helped me as far as goal setting, is I give myself opportunities to hit the reset button. I live my whole life in pretty much 30-minute intervals, right? So if I have a bad 30 minutes, like if I oversleep or I just waste time or do something wrong, I challenge myself and then I forgive myself. Self forgiveness is really important because you're not going to be perfect and you have to love yourself no matter what. And if you love yourself and you have the capacity to forgive yourself, then you'll never give up on yourself. So I don't want you to give up on yourself. Never give up. Never believe, oh, I'm not good enough. I can't do this. But you always have to kind of strive for something better. Each day I think you should wake up and ask yourself one basic question: how can I do things better today than I did yesterday? How am I going to be a better man today than I was yesterday? How am I going to be a better woman? How am I going to be a better parent, a better student? How am I going to get better at my economics? How am I going to get closer to my goals? And I think that if you have that mindset, I think that goes a long way. That way you're not dwelling on mistakes. A lot of times we make mistakes, we do things wrong, things don't work out, and sometimes that can linger. Almost like just an ugly cancer, that just eats into our future and our potential because it shapes our self-perception. It reshapes how we view ourselves, what we think we're worthy of, what we think we're capable of. And I just think all that's kind of a waste of time because as I tell you, like to me, part of consciousness, I really look at consciousness as leveling up, going to higher dimensions. And every dimension you go higher, you're getting closer to God because God actually in the universe, whatever you want to call it, has access to all the dimensions. They say God lives in the sixth dimension. I don't, I would, one day we'll just, one day when it's like a Friday night and I'm just really looking to have a crazy deep conversation, I'll explain why God's in the sixth dimension. I don't even know if I can explain it. I understand it from a mathematical standpoint, but I cannot quite explain it. And so being in that sixth dimension kind of means you can kind of see all things from all sides and all possibilities and even the possibilities behind the possibilities. So that's kind of what I want. I want you to level up. If you talk about leveling down, I think low vibrational stuff, lower level, one dimensional stuff is stuff like where we define success based on whether or not somebody has money. Like if you really think a successful man is simply the man that has money, that to me is not high vibrational thinking because you're kind of missing all the other variables that determine whether a man is successful or not. Money does matter. I believe money is very important, but money can't be the only variable that shapes how you view a human being. If you do that, then I mean, think about it. There's horribly creepy people out here in the world who have lots of money in their pocket. So we don't want to get caught in that thinking. All right. So anyway, give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying. Let me know. Also, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to check my audio. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Did I see somebody write a comment in Arabic? Wait, is that wait, no, Al Hunt Bay. Is that an Arabic comment? Like why you up in why you up in the chat writing in another language? I don't know Arabic, man. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm joking. All right, so all right, so let me and actually fun it's just given that you mentioned that, and it's so funny. I have some things I actually want to cover, but here's a funny story that relates to the flaws of one-dimensional thinking. I knew this guy that I grew up with, and he was my friend in childhood. I did not know he was going to grow up to become literally the most unbelievable con artist I've ever seen in my life. I knew he was a fart and a crappy kid. I knew he was spoiled by his mother. I knew he was a punk. I knew he was a liar. But I did not know what that was going to turn into when he became an adult. So let me tell you about this guy. It's a funny story, but it's very tragic. So here's what this guy did, and just this kind of speaks to consciousness and the limitations of one-dimensional thinking. So one thing that he understood, or what one philosophy he had about women, he was a tall, handsome guy, very handsome man, who had a way with women. The ladies all loved him. Me, I wasn't that tall. I had to work to get a girlfriend. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have no game. I wasn't tall, and I didn't have. Back then I was broke. Now when I got rich, when you get rich and stuff and famous, you don't need game. You just show up, and everyone thinks that you're just this husband material just because of stuff like that. Again, flaws of one-dimensional thinking. You should never think that way, but that's what. So, but back then, when I was young and broken short, I had to hustle to get a girlfriend. But that's actually that was good for me though because I appreciated a woman's attention. I didn't disrespect women because I was like I might not get a chance to get another one, so I'm gonna be nice to the one I got. So I've always been a nice guy. I like being. I'm still nice. I'm nice to my wife. I don't treat her bad. Anyway, so here's the deal. But he was the opposite. This guy had all the chicks. He was tall, handsome. He knew exactly what to say. He also knew what they wanted. He knew that there are people who get caught in their fantasies. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Like when I asked him one time, I said, "So what is it with you and all these girls?" And he said, "Oh, you just got to sell them a dream. Just figure out what they want." And then just promise them whatever they want. Right? If they want a pink elephant that flies that with $1 million attached to his tail, just build that fantasy for them. Tell them that that's what you're going to give. That's literally what he what he said. So anyway, so this guy, he was so insidiously horrible to people in the sense that, and that's why I had to cut him off. When we became adults, I said, I can't hang out with you, man. You're gonna get me locked up, dude. You're not a good person. And what he would do to women was really fascinating. He would actually meet a woman, he would love bomb them. If you don't know what love bombing is, look it up. My wife is a relationship therapist, and she would have a lot to say about love bombing. The person that shows up and literally figures out what your fantasy is, and they present themselves as the fantasy. Or as TD Jakes always says, he says, "You're not meeting the person, you're meeting their representative." Anybody ever heard TD say that? He's a wise guy. He says a lot of smart stuff, and so his representative was the smoothest guy. He was very handsome. I love you. I want to marry you. Why don't we have a baby? Stuff like that, right? And you say that in the middle of the drug-induced experience called sex. That really is a drug-induced experience. If you look at the effects of oxytocin, for example, and vasopressin and phenylethylamine and dopamine on the brain of a human being, particularly also on the brain of a woman, we have different receptors. We respond differently. What oxytocin does is it makes women lower their guard and they become very trusting of the person who is helping them to deliver all this oxytocin. And that's so things like orgasm, we think of it as pleasure. That's actually designed to really shape your perception. It affects your consciousness. Give me a yes if you notice this, that maybe if you sleep with somebody, they're just in that moment, they're the most amazing person in the world, and you don't see their flaws anymore. You think that they're going to be the person for you forever, and it glues people together. That's what I that if in fact if you took the oxytocin out of a woman's brain, she would have no attachment to her baby. Like you see how women are attached to their kids. Women will fight you for their child. They'll kill you for their child. But if you took the oxytocin receptors out of their brain, she wouldn't care. She'd just say, "Here, take the baby. I don't care." Right? So basically, he knew how to get a woman to lower her consciousness. This is all consciousness, and this is an investment. This is not an investment in money. This is an investment in things that money cannot buy. This is an investment of love. This is an investment of time. This is an investment in a human being. Human investments in human beings and investments of time and your energy and your love and everything. That's far greater than money because once you have a bad 5 year relationship, no matter how much money you have, you can't go back and get those 5 years back. Right. So this is deeper than money, but it's still investing. It's still investing, right? It's a low level of consciousness that can cause you to make mistakes. So here's what would happen. He would meet the lady. He would tell her everything she wants to hear. He would say, "Hey, let's have a baby," and she'd be pregnant in like about 2 months after the relationship starts, right? In that real heated part of it. They say that you shouldn't make any heavy relationship decisions in the first 6 months because you're literally high. You ever see somebody just falls in love, they're like all crazy and stuff. That's because of those chemicals I talked about. So anyway, I read a whole book about it because when I wrote my book Financial Lovemaking when I was at Syracuse, I was fascinated by this process and how this traps us, how this puts us into really horrible situations. Like you see how many men are complaining about their babies, mamas, and their child support. You see how many women hate the fathers of their kids, and people will say, "Well, why would you choose him?" Well, because she was high. And if you don't know what's happening, if you're not conscious of what's happening, then you're going to make bad decisions. A lot of us have made bad decisions in relationships. Raise your hand if you have. I know that I have. Give me a yes if you have. So, long story short, he would get the woman in this trapped kind of crazy situation. They'd be living together. She'd be pregnant, and it was crazy to me because they would have been together like 8 or 9 months, and she wouldn't even know his real name. He would fabricate a whole history of his life that where she didn't even like. He would be like, "Yeah, in 5 years ago I was in Afghanistan, and 10 years before or 5 years before that I was in Shanghai selling carpets on the street, and then I spent time working for IBM." Like he would make up this whole everything. So he would build this whole carefully construct this whole false reality, And then what would happen is it would slowly but surely just kind of be picked apart. It would fall apart brick by brick to the point where she would start asking questions and like, well, wait a minute, you said that you did this, but then you did that. And I looked it up. I did a background check and I found out that there is no person named Dave McMillan that was in Arizona in 1992. Well, but whatever, right? And then after a while, after about maybe about 9 months, he would just abandon ship. And he'd leave the baby, leave the lady, leave everything, and leave all the problems, all the financial problems he created. And then he would go to a new city and he would literally hit the reset button and just start all over again. And the reason he came to mind is when I saw that Arabic in the chat. I think it was Arabic. I don't even know enough Arabic to know if when I see Arabic, but it looked like Arabic to me. Is the reason he came to mind is because he was such a genius that he went to the Middle East and he learned Arabic in like 6 months. He literally his emotional intelligence was so high that he literally went to a whole nother country, absorbed the culture, learned the language, and blended right in. And in fact, he blended in so well that he convinced a prince to let him marry his daughter. And he told the prince his whole story about this big mansion that they had in the United States and all these maids and servants and everything else that they had, and none of it was true. It was all a big old lie. And so that made me really think about this interesting thing where even having high consciousness does not mean that you are ethical, right? He was very conscious of the environment. He understood how to blend in. He understood what you wanted. It's like he could look down at the world and just see the world from an elevated status where he knew, okay, these people go over here, these people over here, they like to do this. When the party starts, this happens, and that's a type of consciousness. But consciousness does not mean that you're ethical. Right. So there are lots of unethical people that have high consciousness that are in the business of significantly manipulating other individuals. And in a way, what's interesting too is when you talk about consciousness, and in this class every day, we're always focusing on economic consciousness, which is deeply connected to things like emotional intelligence and other forms of consciousness. It's like it reminds me of what the study that they had where they said that kindergartners that were the most quiet kids in the room, they always understood the room better than anybody else. They could talk to the little kid that wasn't part of any group, and he could tell you everything that's happening in the room. He wasn't in it or of it. He understood it. So as an outsider, because that little kid, that little quiet kid that nobody plays with, that's just sitting there watching everybody, can tell you, Billy always likes to play with the blocks. Terry and Cindy, they fight over the sliding board. Jamie and Cindy used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but then they broke up. Like that little kid is the one who had the highest level of consciousness. Because he had the thank you that Cal. See, there you go. You're doing it again, Calvin. He would have the power of observation, right? And I really think that there's something to that. I think that there's something to consciousness that also connects to things like meditation, some degree of separation, where you disconnect and you just observe. You think, you process things, you look and you see what you look for patterns, you look at other people's behavior. You don't always, some people are always in it so much that they can't see the forest for the trees. They always in one thing after another, fighting with this person, in love with that person, talking to that person. And sometimes when you're just always in the mix and always in the shuffle, you lose yourself. You don't know who the hell you are. You don't know what the hell's going on because you're reacting to everything. Sometimes you got to step back and just observe. Step back. Or if someone asks you a hard question, sometimes you step back and say, I don't know. Let me think about that. Let me think about that. You just be quiet. Just watch. Right. And what you'll find is that your consciousness level will go much higher. The act of simply being alone for a while gives you so much more vision and perspective that I can't even describe it to you. When I went to Indiana University, that was the year I met my wife. um, I lived by myself, and I had this apartment, and I didn't have a roommate. And for about 6 months, I was lonely. I was lonely and bored because I had nobody around to talk to. I had no one to engage with. After about 6 months, I just made a decision. I'm going to embrace this. I'm not going to sit around and be sad all day. I'm going to find I'm going to enjoy this. And what I would do is I would just sit there in my apartment and just think about stuff. And at that time, at the age of 22, I remember noticing how many things I started to observe that I never would have noticed if I was always busy talking to people. And I said, "Oh my God." And at that moment, at 22, my biggest one of my biggest dreams was I said maybe one day I'll be like a famous professor where I'll get a chance to go tell people all the things that I'm figuring out because I'm sitting there thinking about stuff all day. So I started getting into the act of just thinking, just thinking hard about something, and not assuming that you understand it all. Like, oh, I got it. I already heard that. I already know that. People who talk like that get on my nerves. But the smartest people in the world to me are the ones who say, I don't know. I'm gonna just think about that. Like you could look at one little picture and just stare at it and keep thinking, and then look at it again the next day, then look at it again. Or when I teach classes, I taught probably 30 or 40 different types of finance classes, from banking to international finance, all that. I've never had a problem teaching the same class over and over and over again, because every time I teach it, I learn something new. Every time I talk about stock options, I see it from a different perspective. Like, oh, I didn't, that's how those things connect. Do you understand? And I really think that life is like that. I think life is like this big, complex video game that is hard to figure out sometimes. And in this game, you've got people with different levels of consciousness who are sometimes are trying to manipulate you. And if you're conscious, you can spot the games as it's being played. You can spot the manipulation. Like in politics, you're being manipulated by politicians. And let's spin to the actual original topic that I was going to hit today. Even when you talk about luxury brands, it was just discovered that Dior, this brand that everybody wants and loves, Dior actually, the Italian prosecutors basically accused Dior. I'm gonna read the story to you. They accused Dior of spending $57 to produce these bags, and they would sell them for $2,780. It says the Italian police raided some of Louis Vuitton's Dior suppliers that make luxury handbags. They found that Dior paid $57 to produce the bags that retail for $2,780. Bernard Arnault, who runs Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. Anybody heard? How many of y'all? Give me a yes or no if you've noticed that how many black people love Moet. Uh, anybody know how many? Give me a yes if you notice how many black people love Henny. The Henny. Blame it on the Henny. I want to drink the Henny. Right? We have probably put $10 billion in this man's pocket. How many of y'all know black people who love Louis Vuitton and Gucci and all this other stuff, and or Tiffany? Just all these luxury. We love luxury stuff. We love it. So basically, what they're claiming is that Bernard Arnault is playing with your mind. He's like my cousin. He understands how to basically fill voids in your soul that should have been filled by your daddy, or to fill voids in your soul that are created by the fact that you are victims of racism. I don't want to call you a victim, but that we didn't cause the racism that got us to where we are. But seriously, he knows what those weaknesses are. It's pimping 101. That's what it is. Pimps are really, really conscious and observant people. Pimps know how pimps be pimping. Pimps be pimping. So, and pimps are not just the guys on the street corner who talk fast and talk circles around you and get you to get your head filled up with all these fantasies, like my cousin, like the person did earlier that I was telling you about. Pimps also are people that you got pimps in corporate America, you got pimps in politics. Your boss might be a pimp. He's trying to figure out, okay, how do I manipulate? How do I get you to do these things I need you to do? At the end of the day, what they're saying here in this article, I'm gonna read some of this to you, and then I'm going to actually talk more deeply about luxury brands and just sort of what that process ends up looking like, so that at the very least, if you are gonna be pimped, at least you know that it's happening. Like sometimes I'll know someone's manipulating me or playing with my head, but sometimes if I enjoy it, I'll say, okay, keep going. I like this process. This is actually kind of fun. What isn't fun is when you don't know that it's happening. Okay, so it says here that the judges placed Dior and Armani units under judicial administration for 1 year. Two Italian luxury giants paid just a small amount to produce handbags in retail for thousands of dollars, according to documents in a sweeping investigation of subcontractors. Italian prosecutors in Milan investigated the Louis Vuitton Hennessy or Moet Hennessy subsidiary Dior's use of third-party suppliers in recent months. Prosecutors said these companies exploited workers to pump out bags for a small fraction of their store price. Citing documents examined by authorities, Reuters reported last month that Dior paid a supplier $57 to produce bags that retail for $2,780. The relevant unit of Dior didn't adopt, quote, appropriate measures to check the actual working conditions of the technical capabilities of the contracting companies. In probes through March and April, investigators found evidence that workers were sleeping in the facility so bags could be produced around the clock. They also tracked electricity consumption data, which showed work was being carried out during nights. Okay, so what's interesting here as I'm reading this is that it sounds to me like they're not necessarily being accused, they're not necessarily being prosecuted for overcharging for the bags. It seems like this conversation is more so about the rights of the workers that are in the factories, right? That they're overworking them and making them sleep in the factory and all that. But I think that the release of that information, that they pay $57 to sell a bag for 2,700, I bet that is just kind of like a little jab that they're like, okay, in addition to prosecuting you for this thing over here for workers' conditions, we're also going to tell your customers how you're playing them. That's what I think. I think that was strategically released because I have not read anything here in this article that tells me that they did anything illegal by overcharging for that bag because that's a markup, right? Companies do that all the time, and there's a big question about what's an appropriate markup. Nobody knows. The probe also extended to Giorgio Armani contractors, and the luxury company was accused of not properly overseeing its suppliers. See, again, Armani paid contractors $99 per bag for products that sold for more than 1,900 in stores. A spokesperson for Armani Group told BI Business Insider in a statement after publication that it is collaborating with the authorities, blah, blah, blah. The prosecution said violating labor rules was a common industry practice that luxury giants relied on for higher profits. Quote, it's not something sporadic that concerns single production lots, but a generalized and consolidated manufacturing method. The main problem is obviously people being mistreated, applying labor laws, so health and safety, hours, and pay. Okay, so it's interesting, right? They're talking about workers' rights, and I don't, and it doesn't necessarily connect to how much they're paying per bag. But I think the only connection I can see here might be that they seem to also be implying that if you gave your workers better rights, if you paid them more money, if you gave them safer working conditions, then the bags would not cost you $57. The bags might cost you $157 because you're paying the worker more to produce the bag. You're paying more money to make sure the factory's safe. You're not working them as many hours as you're working them right now. So I think maybe that might be the connection. Bernard Arnault, the CEO of Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy, is the world's third richest person, according to the Bloomberg Index. His daughter, Delphine Arnault, is the CEO of Dior. So Bernard Arnault, again, I'm not going to speak to the ethics of how he runs his companies, but I am going to say that I brought Bernard Arnault up in class because one thing that he does do that you can learn something from is he meets with his children regularly, and he invests heavily in training his kids on how to run the family business, getting them to want to be a part of the family business, compensating them well to be a part of the family business so they don't want to run off and go work for other people. And so what he does is he's positioned each of his children to run various parts of his empire so that his empire will last in the next generation. And that's actually what the Rothschilds did. The Rothschild family did the same thing. They understood something that I talk extensively about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. One thing that the original Rothschild father did, the one who started the whole empire, is he understood the importance of family. He understood that family is a multi-million dollar, multi-billion dollar asset. So when you meet that beautiful black woman or that wonderful black man and you have a bunch of babies, those babies are not what everyone thinks that they are. Everyone thinks kids are luxury items. They think that, and what do I mean by that? They think that children are these just wasteful little expenses that get in the way of you getting your freak on the weekends. You going to the club, you can't go to the club no more. You can't do what you want to do. They whine and they cry and they cost money and all this other stuff, and they talk back eventually and it gets on your nerves. No, children are also, if you use it properly, if you think about it the right way, children are a very important investment. And it's funny, it's like you go from one side of being wasteful and just thinking that children are just these little humans that you just pop out and you just do stuff for them, and then they never appreciate it, and then they end up going to work for the white man. That's one angle. But then you got the other extreme of it, where when I say that no, your children can be an investment, your children are an asset, family's an asset. People have thought this way for thousands of years. People start saying, oh well, that's not right because you're using your children, you're trying to get something out of your children. I don't give my children stuff expecting something back. Well, why not? Why not? You don't put up with those little sons of bitches since they were babies, and all their whining and crying and ungrateful attitude and all the little ups and downs they took away a lot of your fun. You can't have as much fun if you're trying to. Now the parents that are having too much fun, see, y'all not good parents. We got a lot of those on the BET awards. You ain't really parenting if parenting is easy and fun for you. That means you just dropping the baby off at grandma's house and going out for the weekend. That don't count. But for the parents that are putting in the work, and a lot of you are, the parents that are putting in the time, a lot of you are, the parents that are giving the love and the attention and the teaching and all that, that's very, very draining. That's very, very draining. So if you are that kind of parent, I want to propose you, I want you to at least consider a very basic idea. You don't have to believe me, just consider it. You deserve an ROI on everything that you're putting out. You deserve it. You should be first in line. And I'm sorry, like I never, I'm not gonna lie. I never understand when there's some mother or some father who has sacrificed night and day to get their child to the NBA, and then people act like that this NBA player who's making $100 million a year or whatever, or 30, 20 million a year, not 100, 20 million a year, that he doesn't owe anything to his family. I never understood that at all. I'm like, no, the family should be the first ones to get taken care of. And some people get it. They're like, oh, what are you gonna do with your money? I'm gonna buy mama a house. And you should buy daddy a house too if mom and daddy are still together. Hopefully they are. If they're not together, you take care of everybody who took care of you. That to me is very logical. That's how economies work. Economies are an ecosystem. Economies are not these spaces where one party gives it everything and the other party just takes. That's not how you create a functioning ecosystem. It's like imagine a relationship where you're doing everything to make the relationship work and the other party's doing nothing. Well, that's very draining. Eventually, you'll be drained and sucked dry like a tree where all this nutrients sucked out of it, and then eventually you're going to die. You're going to just die broke and devastated and heartbroken and sad and weak and everything else. And no, what's supposed to happen is you pour into me, and then when I get my stuff straight, I'm gonna start pouring into you because by the time I have my energy up, my economic energy up, money is energy, but I have my economic energy up, your energy might be declining. My parents poured into me for many, many years. My father poured into me. I've told you all this. He poured into me for many, many years, and he didn't have to do none of that. He could have been out getting high. He could have been out having women. He could have been out living his best life. But instead, he spent all his 20s, his 30s, his 40s, and his 50s looking after me. So I'll be damned if you ever going to convince me that I don't owe that man something. I owe him my life. I owe him everything. So at the end of the day, it has to be an ecosystem, and that's the way it's supposed to work. When you get to retirement, you're tired, you're drained, you may have financial problems, and the children that you poured into are the ones who are supposed to step up and have your back. And everybody who's in a good family understands this. People who don't get it, I encourage you to kind of expand your thinking and imagine what a world looks like where someone does a lot for you and you feel like you owe them nothing. Really? You probably owe them something. So anyway, what are Louis Vuitton, or sorry, Bernard Arnault and the Rothschilds and others understood is that if I make a strategic and economically intelligent investment in my children, not investing money, but investing the other things that money can't buy, like time and love, right? If I invest time and love and attention, time, love, and attention, TAAATA, time, well, sorry, LAT. Sorry, I said L, I forgot the L. Okay, I was trying to think of tall, TAL. If I build tall children, right? TAL, time, attention, and love. So if I build tall children, I just made that up. Maybe it's a good way to remember it. Then those children are gonna continue my legacy, but then they're gonna come through for me in the event that I need help. Also, the stronger I make them, the stronger I'm making us. I'm pouring into them so that I can have some people that are going to have my back so that we can all go out here and fight as an army. Because we all know from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, that economics is a team sport. A lot of the reason the black community loses in the economic game is because you forgot that economics is a team sport. You got all these single mamas out here trying to do it all by themselves. That's very hard to do. You got single daddies paying child support on 5 kids, trying to figure out how to get ahead economically. That's very, very hard to do. You got people that don't get along with nobody, cut off everybody, don't want to work with anybody, don't wants to compete with everyone and everything, never wants to collaborate. And then you wonder why you struggle. Well, because when you're competing with everything and you have no energy toward collaboration, that every time you do that, you are reducing your probability of success. And collaboration is a kind of energy that is built in an ecosystem. If you and I are collaborative, that means that we're going to understand that the group is more important than the individual. This is in direct contrast to American culture. American culture is built on this nonsense called rugged individualism. It's all about me and mine and everything. And then you listen to hip hop and rappers. Look at me, look at I, look at me, look at I. I told you that. I didn't even know. One of the reasons that Kanye West and I couldn't even have a good conversation is because we were speaking different languages. I'm like, okay, what can I do to help, brother? He's like, well, me, I'm the most important. I'm Kanye West, and I'm like, what? What? Stop it! Shut up! Shut up! You sound stupid right now. It's not I. But here's the thing. You get that is heavily, that idea, that mindset is heavily promoted all throughout entertainment. All rappers, unfortunately, they pretty much train most rappers, not all of them. I'm not talking about the good ones. I'm not talking about D1 and people like that. Most rappers that I observe, if you listen carefully, you'll pick up all on the narcissism in in the way they communicate messages. And hip hop is very influential in the black community. Everybody thinks it's all about me. It's all about me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at what I did. And then also the competition versus the collaboration. When Kendrick Lamar is competing with Drake and attacking Drake, everybody loves that. But when J. Cole says, no, 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 I don't want no smoke. I want to collaborate with him. Like I think Kendrick is he's one of the dopest artists in America. Everybody's like, oh, you a punk, you a simp, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing wrong. Collaboration is how people win. Collaboration is how they've kept your black ass enslaved for the last 400 years. They couldn't have done that without a tremendous amount of cooperation amongst many groups, individuals, and federal agencies. They had to. If you don't believe me, go open up Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader, and read on how strategic they were and how conscious they were in the collaboration to keep your black ass enslaved. Really, that's what they did. They made laws. They would get together and they'd say, okay, you know what? I don't like you, Billy Bob, but I'm going to work with you because we all have one goal. And the goal is to control the Negroes and make sure that we all get paid and that they get nothing. You can't have control over a group of people without significant amounts of collaboration across various groups. And this happens not just in terms of slavery and stuff, even the NCAA. For many years, the NCAA had formed something called, in economics, it's called a cartel. A cartel ain't nothing but collaboration. That's a group of people getting together and coordinating their strategies and saying, how do we make sure that all of us are getting paid and that those people over there are getting nothing? So the question is, who are you collaborating with? Even gang affiliated people, actually, we look down on gangs, Crips, Bloods, all that, but there's gang affiliation actually is a very natural state of the human condition. Animals understand this. Animals understand collaboration. That's why they run in packs and herds and they're all together because they say, well, if I'm by myself, I'm very vulnerable. But if I'm if I'm with the posse, if I'm with the group, I'm with the gang. Oh, you can't mess with me because we run 2,000 deep. We might all be a bunch of geese, but you can't. We could kill a lion if we wanted to because we're running deep together. Do you understand? So anyway, let me move back into this luxury thing, because there's more to say here on this, and because I want to actually share some stuff here that will help you in terms of understanding this. Okay. And by the way, the book is called, but Dr. Anderson's book is called Black Labor, White Wealth. Black Labor, White Wealth. He does a very good job of highlighting all of the laws that were put in place through collaboration that were designed to pretty much control black people and to extract wealth and resources out of the black community to make sure you got nothing and they got everything. That's the very nature of cartel-like thinking, or maybe for terms like oligopoly, things like that. That's basically coordination and collaboration amongst a group of people that want to keep power and resources for themselves. So what the Bernard Arnault and the Rothschild guy had in common that you may want to pay attention to is they got their children together. Their consciousness was at a level where they were sacrificing for the future. That's one dimension of consciousness, that you're not into instant gratification. You're thinking about delayed gratification. And so they said, okay, let's make a plan. Let's get together. Let's talk about what we're going to do. I'm going to pour into you. I'm going to basically invest heavily in you to make sure you're trained, to make sure you're loved, to make sure you're connected, to make sure you're on code. And then later on, we will all reap the rewards because we're all operating with a coordinated strategy. Do you understand? So that strategic thinking, that collaborative thinking, that long-term planning is the key to success. And if you pay attention to the culture, and again, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about the culture and how the culture does not breed collaborative strategic thinking. It breeds competition. That's why everybody loved seeing Kendrick Lamar destroy Drake. Nobody, a lot of people would have been disappointed if he'd said, "I want to work things out with Drake." People don't really like that, and I can just tell you that that's not how you succeed. That's literally, and as Denzel Washington said in the movie Crimson Tide back in 1995, which is a great movie. He said, "In a war, pay attention now. In a war, the enemy is not the true enemy. In a war, your ops are not the true enemy." And the guy said, well, who is the true enemy? He's the military commander is like, well, if he's not the enemy, then who's the enemy? He said, the enemy of war is war itself. That's the enemy. The enemy of war is war itself. So my goal with you is not to destroy you or to defeat you. My goal is to figure out a way to stop fighting with you, because if you're a worthy adversary, I might get in some licks, but you're gonna hit me too. I don't want to get hurt. I also know that the best way to overcome an enemy is not to destroy the enemy. It is to figure out how to make the enemy into a friend. When countries invade other countries, or even in Game of Thrones, they talked about this a lot. When this lady, she had the dragons and she was about to go in and take over the whole, all the seven kingdoms. They told her, they said, look, you can't go in here just burning everybody down, destroying everybody, because if you destroy them, then you're going to pretty much be ruling over a bunch of ashes and a bunch of people who hate your guts. They said, no, be nice to the people. Like, just let them know, look, hey, I'm walking softly, but I carry a big stick. I'm the dominant one here. It helps you to understand that I'm the leader here. And now, as the leader, I want to be nice to you, gracious to you, so that we can work together, so that 2 + 2 becomes 5. Do you understand? Instead of 2 - 2 becoming 0. So ultimately, so I would encourage you to consider that. I think that when you're talking about children, I think that that's really important. I don't look to dominate my children. In fact, I had a complex experience, that was enjoyable, but it required some consciousness. As I moved into a space where it was me, my wife, and her children, and she loved me, but they didn't. So I had to figure out how to connect with the kids, and it didn't come from me coming in and saying, "I'm the daddy, damn it, do what I say, sit your ass down." Blah blah. Blah. I don't operate like that. I try to figure out who you are, what you love, what you care about, and where we can find common ground. And I give the ground so that later on, when I need you to give me a little something in terms of some cooperation or to listen to me, I earn your trust, I earn your respect. I don't come in and take it. Right? We're trained to just go in and take stuff and beat people up and make people feel bad. And when you do that, all you're gonna do is you're gonna have a bunch of people plotting against you. You're gonna have a bunch of people wishing, praying for your demise. And at the end of the day, that's not how you win. That's not how you become successful. Collaborative energy, 9 times out of 10, is better than competitive energy. And that is very inconsistent with what you're taught in this society. But I believe that that's part of the reason why you see so many people struggle. It's because competition is also driven by ego. Like, because I'm insecure, I gotta prove I'm better than you. I gotta prove I'm more important than you. Like when I had that weird conversation with Kanye, he seemed to be determined get me to submit to his dominance as Kanye West, and that does not work with me. I'm a man. I have testosterone. I don't bow to nobody. I'm not here to be your servant. I can work with you. I will partner with you, but I'm not. I can't. I don't do that. And when you're forcing people, when you're stepping in with your ego first in a relationship, for example, you step into a marriage and you're all about, I need you to submit, I need you to do this and do that. That's why that stuff never ever works. Ladies, when you try to change your husband and make him be who you want him to be and do what you want him to do, that don't work. It ain't at least it's not gonna work with a lot of men I know. A lot of men I know are like, no, I'm not. I'm going to resist just to make the point that you're not going to enslave me. You're not going to force me to do what you want me to do. But the same thing is true, I think, for men. I think that when we talk about submitting, I believe deeply in submission in all relationships, not just marriage. But submitting to me is deeper than just submitting to a person. That's not it. When I talk about submission, I'm talking about submission to the relationship. I'm talking about submission to the collaboration. So me submitting doesn't mean I'm submitting to you. You don't have to submit to me. We have to submit to something higher than ourselves. That's where consciousness comes into play. A lot of people, because they have no consciousness, they can't even connect to something higher than themselves because they don't even see it. So when I'm your friend and you're my friend, I'm gonna always submit to the friendship. If we have a problem, I'm gonna say, gosh, how do we make sure that we fight the real enemy? The real enemy is not you, it's not me. It's the fight itself. How do we deal with this? How do we work through this? Right. And that to me is that's when you're operating as your highest self, in my opinion. I think that's how you handle disputes. You don't come in blaming and attacking. In fact, I spend a lot of time with therapists now because my wife is a therapist, and they talk about like the four horsemen of an argument that you should avoid. And I think it's like criticism, contempt, stonewalling, and there was a fourth one: criticism, contempt, stonewalling, and I forgot what the fourth one is. There's a fourth one, right? And basically, what they were saying, it was really hard. Actually, it's like it felt like some hippie stuff at first, but basically, like you have to know how to argue the right way. So a lot of times, the ability to maintain a relationship or marriage or anything doesn't come down to your to whether or not you can avoid fighting or avoid disagreements. It's how you handle them, right? So let me see if I can remember. It's criticism, contempt, stonewalling. Oh gosh, I should know what the fourth. I can't remember what the fourth one is. I'm so mad right now. Anyway, let's get defensiveness. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Was it defensiveness? I think it's defensiveness. Defensiveness. Stonewall. Yeah, let's say defensiveness because I can't remember what it is exactly. All right. So anyway, let's move on. So one thing I want to mention to you all also, I want to play this video. Here's a video. Let's go back to the luxury goods stuff and how much money we waste on goofy luxury items to make us feel better about ourselves, and it's all a complete waste of time. I'm gonna play this little thing. I put this up on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. If you want to follow me there, and I have another Instagram, Dr. Boyce Money, because they keep taking my Instagram pages down. So if you follow me on both, that'll help. Because I don't know why. I don't know why white people get so mad at me, but they just do. All right. So here is this is very short. It's a white boy rapping, and he said something that I thought was really clever and hilarious. And then I'm going to follow up and kind of give you some science on some of this. So check this out. All right, so let me know if you can hear this. All right, I'm going to play this. I'm going to try to play this now. Hold on.
Chorus time forward for the Mac. Thank you. Calvin Klein, maybe Dolce, Cavalli, all black. Hey. Armani, Ralph and Tommy, you're the Prada with the strap. You don't got a job, but you still got the white man on your back. Dior, Michael Kors, Tom Ford for the Mac. Thank you. Calvin Klein, maybe Dolce, Cavalli, all black. Hey. Armani, Ralph and Tommy, you're the Prada with the strap. You don't got a job, but you still got the white man on your back.
Okay, I thought that was funny. I just thought that was a really funny way to kind of talk about this too. Is there is a big racial angle to what's going on with Dior and Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy, and all this stuff. They really couldn't, their brands wouldn't be where they are without black people. Black people, we are the tastemakers of society. We're the tastemakers of the world. We have all the style, all the class, all the, everything. Or I don't know if you call it class, but at least creativity. Some of us, unfortunately, aren't trying to have a lot of class, but we're creative. We're original people, and people follow what we do. So swag, that might be a good word too. Thank you, Mr. Jan Jasmine. Um, so basically, one of the many ways that wealth is extracted out of the black community is you have lots of individuals and companies that simply take black swag, and they know it because they understand distribution, marketing, and monetization. They will market black swag to the world and make a massive profit from it. So a lot of these luxury items that we embrace so much, the ones that we want, the ones that are marketed heavily by hip hop artists who are shown to be the greatest influencers in our society, is incredibly detrimental to our ability to build generational wealth. There's nothing about wealth building that says that it makes sense to go spend $3,000 on a bag that costs $57 to make. There's nothing there that says that that's a good move. So what I want to do is, since we have the first Black financial therapy department ever in the Black Business School, where we work with the best therapists to figure out the psychological barriers to building Black wealth. Let me give you some science behind this that you can kind of consider as you think about how to spend your money. So here are some studies. I found 5 studies that basically talk about why we buy luxury items. It's all psychological. It's all just like that person I told you about earlier, who manipulates women by figuring out what they want, figuring out what their emotional voids are. His pimping worked best when he ran into a woman that didn't feel loved or didn't have a father or whatever, was abandoned by her baby daddy or traumatized people. They're easily manipulated because you can kind of figure out where the emotional holes are, and you can sort of pretend to fill those holes, and then they'll kind of do what you want them to do. For example, I just saw a video this morning with Joy Reid on MSNBC, who was, and again, I don't care if people vote Democrat or Republican. So I want you to just, if you're a Democrat or Republican, don't feel unwelcome to this space. I truly do not care who you vote for, to be honest with you. But one thing she was doing that I had an issue with was she was doing exactly what happens in every election they tend to lean on fear to get you to vote. They don't really say vote for this person because of all the great things that can happen in your life if you do this. They say vote for this person because the other person is dangerous and you're going to die and it's terrible. Like, remember when Diddy did vote or die? Like, that was, those words were deliberately selected, that if you don't vote you're going to die. If you don't vote, then your life is going to come to an end. And I think vote or die, that when Diddy ran it was like back in 2012. How many of you, give me a guess, how many of you died because you didn't vote in that election? Did anybody, or give me a guess if you didn't die? How many of y'all didn't die? How many of y'all remember vote or die, and you lived, and you lived to tell the story? Because I mean, Lord, how did you make it? How did you make it this far? I know some of y'all didn't vote, and you supposed to be dead. Somebody's supposed to show up at your house and put a bullet in your head because you were supposed to be dead by now. So how in the hell did you survive? That, I don't know. It's got to be rare. I'm sure most of us died. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe I'm just doing this conversation from heaven or something. I don't even know, because maybe dead people don't even know that they're dead. So I could be a dead guy because I'm gonna just tell you the honest to God truth. And I hope nobody gets too mad at me for exercising my freedoms. But I don't think I voted for anybody that year. But I think I survived. I think I lived. Okay. So here's the deal. One of the things that happens is that when people are seeking to get you to do something, there are various psychological tricks they might use. So in politics, fear is one of the things that tends to be a go-to strategy. Every election, something is going to come up where they say, okay, stop thinking, stop worrying about what you want, stop having desires. It's crunch time. It's emergency time. If you don't do what we say, then these horrible things are going to happen. So why would you do that? Why would you resort to fear? Well, because fear is a low vibrational emotion. People who are afraid, their consciousness level is incredibly low. They're not a conscious person is not a fearful person. So if you're living your life in fear right now, I just want to tell you that's inhibiting your ability to grow from a consciousness standpoint. So one of the biggest things you have to do in order to become more conscious of the universe and who you are is you gotta find a way to operate or push the fear to the side. You feel it. We all feel fear. But things like faith, which is a type of consciousness, right? Shout out to the Black church. I think the Black church can give us a lot that can help us achieve our goals, right? Not everything's perfect, but faith is a type of consciousness. That's when you're connecting to God. And a person that has faith is a person who overcomes fear. They feel the fear and they do it anyway. They get scared like everybody else, and then they say, you know what, I got faith. I got the power of God behind me, or I believe everything's going to work out. What will come will come. What will be. I'm going to be okay, right? And if you can find something to hold on to, I think that allows you to operate with a higher level of consciousness than a person who's just always responding to fear, always operating in fear. And one of the things that I've mentioned to you all repeatedly is that the Black community, one of our biggest challenges that I've discovered from talking with therapists, including my wife, is that your biggest problem, the biggest source of your manipulation, economically, politically, and otherwise, is the amount of undiagnosed, untreated trauma that exists in your community. The trauma levels are insanely high. The trauma is a financial STD that has affected millions of people. The trauma is deep. The trauma kills you. Trauma, go look up one day and look at the effects, the physical and mental health effects of trauma. A traumatized person does not live as long as a person that hasn't had trauma. They have bad relationships. Their physical and mental health is a wreck. They're more likely to suffer from anxiety and depression. They're more likely to end up on drugs. And they're definitely not going to have what's required required to go fulfill their dreams until they heal, until you fix the trauma. You have to clean it up. Once you clean it up, then you can go and have that healthy relationship without being triggered. You can go and you can make financial decisions without someone emotionally manipulating you into spending your money or scaring you all, around every corner to get you to go make a move. Okay. So anyway, let me read to you a few studies really quick on why people buy luxury items. And I want you to connect this to black people. And I want you to give me a yes if you know black people who might fall for this trap. There's a study by Veblen from 1899. This goes all the way back 100 years. And he introduced the concept of something called conspicuous consumption, where people buy luxury goods to display wealth and status because you are so insecure that you're worried about what other people think. So you buy luxury items so people will see. They'll see the Mercedes emblem on the front of your car. They'll see the Louis Vuitton bag. They'll see that you are wearing the $3,000 suit. This behavior, they said, is driven by the desire to gain social recognition and admiration. Now, give me a yes if you know people who kind of just really want to keep up with the Joneses, people who want to be seen, people who worry a lot about what other people think about them. And what you find is that people who are conscious and have the self-love and everything else, they're not as concerned about what other people think. Also people who are not as concerned about what other people think, they tend to be freer than people who are always worried about other people's opinions. Part of my journey to become a free black man is I had to let go of people's opinions of me. I had to really, it never really goes away completely. You're always still conscious of it and kind of aware of it and aware of the trade-offs. Like if I say something that I know is going to piss everybody off, I think about it and I say, okay, is this a battle I want to pick? Is this trade-off really worth it? And if the answer is yes, I'll just do it. And it's like, no, well, you know what? Nobody likes Boyce right now, but I like Boyce. My mama likes me. So I'm gonna be all right. My wife likes me, so I'm gonna be okay, right? You have to have something to hold on to, and I learned my personal journey of learning this about not worrying about what people think is when I was at University of Kentucky and I was in grad school and I was writing all these radical articles about race and just how black people were being treated. I was just sort of growing into the person I am now. I was literally half the age that I am right now, so I had a lot to learn, but I knew something was wrong, and I would write about it and I would express my frustrations as a black man. And I remember number one, 90% of the white students either hated me or they were afraid of me. Most of the white students on that campus didn't understand me. They thought I was just this angry, scary black man. And when they met me and they saw that I think I'm a pretty nice guy, they would say, I'm really surprised that you're like that. And because I think that they would expect somebody who's just going to be mad at white people. And I was like, I'm not mad at anybody. I just want us to address this. I want to talk about this because this affects me. But then also what I learned is that I had some black people that really loved what I did, right? And I became very popular, and it was the first time. Again, I told you, like when I became kind of popular, it's like it was, all the girls wanted to meet me and stuff, and it was like, oh, this is kind of cool, okay, But the thing was, what I learned was that that can also be a trap. Because when you get caught up in that admiration you get from other people, it does become an addictive drug. And you then get to the point where you become afraid of doing what you need to do and saying what you need to say because you're worried about people not liking you anymore. And at 25 years old, I dealt with that. And I went from being loved to being hated to being loved again. And then what I learned from that experience is that it doesn't matter what people think. When people say bad things about you, that's not important. When people say good things about you, that's not all that important. You have to find your own internal compass and you got to stick to that. That's what you got to commit to. It's just like investing. Just like investing. I always talk to you guys when we're in prime class, I talk to you about paper losses versus realized losses versus FOMO. And I say, these are the things that I don't think you should really pay attention to. You got to learn how to let these things happen and just remain consistent. The most successful people I've noticed in the world are people that are able to pick a strategy and stick with it and be consistent, be the same person every day, all the time, without fear, and be okay with that. You got to be okay with you. That's what I'm saying. To succeed in anything, to have anything, to be smart about your money and your life or whatever, you got to be okay with you. And I can tell you that if you're okay with you, then you won't give a damn what the son of a bitch down the street has to say because it won't matter. When you're running a household, when you're trying to head a household, you're trying to be a father, you're trying to be a mother, you're trying to be a leader. You can't be running around like, oh, well, what about what these people think? What about what those people think? They don't pay your bills and they don't live in your house. They don't. And listening to other people will just have you making a bunch of dumb decisions that you didn't even make. You just did it because you were following the crowd. And then when those decisions don't work out, none of those people are going to come through and bail you out. You're gonna have to answer to you, period. And shout out to my dad for teaching me that. My dad never gave a damn what people think. I would come in and my mother would ground me for 2 weeks for something small, and I'd be kind of mad. I'd be like, well, mama, he didn't even his mama didn't ground him. And first thing I would always hear is, well, that's what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing. And that was the best thing ever because I told you, most of the boys I grew up with ended up in jail, on drugs, dead, unemployed, right? Every single one of them. Every one of them. So you know what? That old school wisdom in the community, there that's gold for you. And I don't go through life thinking white people have all the answers. I turn to my family. I'm like, well, y'all did something right because you look at what you overcame, look at what you accomplished, and nobody helped you. You didn't have help. And I really think that that's something I think that we don't tap into enough. See, your grandmother and your grandfather have wisdom that is remarkable and it's undervalued because it's never gonna get attention like a sexy red video or the BET Awards. Ain't no wisdom in the damn BET Awards. The BET Awards are full of formulas and recipes on how to destroy your life, how to catch every STD in the book, how to end up broke, how to get hooked on drugs, how to have a broken family, and how to be as miserable as you can possibly be. That's what they're going to mass market. The BET Awards, the BET is that white-owned company owned by Paramount and the Redstone family. The BET Awards to me is like this place where it's like almost um like chitlins for your soul. Like it's like taking the most unhealthy food, most unhealthy spiritual food, and getting you to digest it in on a mass scale by the millions, and then you wonder why you're sick and you're dead and you're dying and everything's falling apart around you because they're mass selling poison to you. They're literally mass producing poison and selling that to the black community, and it's coming through this thing that's very impactful on your subconscious mind called hip hop music. Hip hop music is the most influential force in all the entire black community. Those who are conscious of this, those who want to control you, want to get things out of you. Every politician, every luxury brand, every media outlet that wants to control the black community knows the first thing they got to do is go to the rappers. They know that if we go to the rappers, who are the Pied Pipers of the black community, black people will do whatever we tell them to do. That's why Kamala Harris sat down with one of the guys from the Migos, Quavo, and was talking about how much of a great leader he is. And Quavo didn't even know how to answer the damn question because he knows he's not a leader. But that's kind of what happens in this world. She would never sit down with a scholar in the black community who truly is authentically working on behalf of the community, but she'll sit down with a 28-year-old rapper who barely knows, up versus down, right? So this is done. This is the world we live in. This is something that you have to be aware of. So to me, the wisdom that will help you survive in this society is the wisdom of grandma, who knew how to survive in a world before affirmative action. Granddaddy knew how to get what he needed without the white man's help. He's very he's if your parents and grandparents are like mine were, they're very suspicious. My grandmother was a woman who never ever she got divorced when she was 19 and she raised five kids by herself. She never made more than $22,000 a year. She had she didn't have a college degree. She had an associate's degree, and she never had a financial problem in her life. She never did. She never ever all her credit cards were paid off. She had perfect credit. A lot of your grandmas are like this. A lot of you have grandparents that operate like this. And what I noticed with that culture, and this is why when I wrote an article for Essence magazine when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I was writing this for about financial stuff. I talked to my grandma because I said, "Wow, here's this person who never got any financial training, but she's a financial masterpiece." And a big part of her culture and her self-belief was if you don't do it for yourself, nobody else will. You have to be sort of focused on taking care of you and yours. Stop worrying about what other people are doing down the street. Ain't nobody coming to save you. My grandma did not have a Superman to come save her at any point in her life. So she knew that she was kind of all she had. She knew that family was all you had. So going back to the very basics, I think those foundational elements that really constitute a sturdy human being, I really believe that is one of those things where if you embrace all of that, nobody can stop you. No one can stop you. Nobody can stop a person who's sturdy, self-confident, who has plenty of self-love, who knows exactly what they want, who ain't scared, who isn't worried about what the Joneses think. People like that can't be stopped. They can't. Like stop talking to me. I get it. We talk about the racism and all that, and I get all that, but I know black people. I know some solid black people who cannot be stopped. And I really encourage you to study those people and stop studying the idiots that you see on TV. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. Here's some other reasons why people buy luxury brands. Okay, another psychological reason. This is found in a study by Escalus and Bettman in 2003. They said that consumers often use luxury brands to construct and communicate their self-identity. The association with high status brands helps individuals feel a sense of belonging to an elite group. How many of y'all feel like you know people who just don't know who they are? Think about this. Who's more vulnerable to that temptation of establishing your identity with stupid labels on your body? Right? Who's more connected to this idea than somebody who was never taught who they were? So as black people, we go to school and we're never taught who we are. We're never taught about the greatness of ancient Africa and Kemet and everything else. We're never taught about the strong traditions that exist within our community. We're kind of taught that you're nothing unless a white person validates you. That when you get on TV or when you get the fancy job or when you get the degree from the big white university that you gave $200,000 to, then you've become somebody. You're now important because you got that fancy job, you're driving the Mercedes, you bought the luxury brands. So what they're doing, and I need you to really understand this, is that what they're doing is they're selling you your self-esteem. Just like that person I told you about, the con artist I knew who would sell women their dream. That's what he used, that specific term. He said, you got to sell her a dream. If you sell her a dream, she'll buy it and she'll give you things that money cannot buy. He didn't say that, but that's what I'm adding that part in. But that's what happened. She would give things that money cannot buy. She would give her time, her love, her attention, and her body because she's buying from him all the things that should have come from her parents. Her father should have given her these things, but because the daddy wasn't there, 76% of all black women grow up without their father in the house. I don't care what anybody says. That's a Holocaust. I don't think that we would ever think that it's normal to have a society where 76% of all black children grew up without their mother. If 76% of all children grew up without their mother, then we would have a whole nation full of serial killers because we know how important the mother is. But I think the reason we don't react to the missing father is because we've been trained to believe that it doesn't matter. We've been trained to believe fathers don't matter, black men don't matter, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. In my household, I matter. In my household, my wife is the queen and I'm definitely the king. She's impactful and I am a freaking juggernaut. I'll be damned if you're going to tell me that me being here with the kids every day and teaching them, coaching them, guiding them, and interacting with them isn't going to make a difference in their lives. You will not diminish the relevance of my existence. But that's what they've done. They've diminished the relevance of the existence of the black male, and this has cost you in ways that are literally cannot be measured in money. It cannot be measured in dollars or numbers or anything. It's so deep, so much deeper than that. So anyway, let's keep going. The third reason that people buy luxury items is a study according to Lynn in 1991. They conducted a study showing that scarcity increases the perceived value of luxury goods. Limited availability and exclusivity make these products more desirable as they signify uniqueness and rarity. So there are a lot of people who will pay millions of dollars for something, or at least thousands, for something that they perceive to be rare. So a lot of people don't know this. How many of you knew this? Give me a yes or no if you knew this. How many of you knew that diamonds are like not really all that rare? How many of y'all know that? How many of y'all know that diamonds are just everywhere? Like diamonds, they make you think diamonds are rare and they're hard to get. Did you know that De Beers is the company that controls a big chunk of the diamond market? And so they go to Africa and they just extract all this wealth out of Africa by making these deals with corrupt leaders to go and take all the diamonds so the people get nothing. Well, well, one thing that the De Beers had to do was they said, okay, wait a minute, there's an oversupply of diamonds. There's too many. So diamonds are not getting the same level of respect that they used to get. So they started to artificially restrict the supply of diamonds so that people will feel like they're rare. But really, diamonds are not rare. But actually, in fact, diamonds are not as valuable as a lot of other minerals. But what De Beers did was they basically did, excuse my French, cover your ears. I'm about to cuss. What De Beers did was they did a mind fuck on the earth. They did a campaign. Anybody ever heard the campaign Diamonds Are Forever? Anybody ever heard that term? Diamonds are forever and ever. They what they did was they did a campaign. It was an award-winning campaign. It won marketing awards because all the other pimps were like, "Man, that's some good pimping right there." They went to the pimp and player awards and they got every award that year because they were like, "Wow, you really convinced people that diamonds are something that they have to have. That diamonds are forever. That they're rare. That everybody needs them." You immortalize this idea of diamonds being significant by putting it in a James Bond movie. Oh my God, that's some real good pimping right there. So Bishop Magic Don Juan would have been impressed by that, and so they did the campaign and they put it in the movie, and then also here's another thing that they did: they specifically and strategically put it in the advertisements that if a man does not buy you a big old fat ass diamond for your ring finger, that means he don't love you, girl. He don't love. Look at that rock he got you, girl. He don't love you, girl. He don't. If he loved you, he would spend all his money, give us all his money to buy your love. That's what they did. That's that. Look it up. Go look it up. And then again, I'm not saying, ladies, I know if you like diamonds, that's okay. I'm not making fun of that, but I am saying that this was deliberately implanted 100 years ago. If you said, well, you got to get a diamond if you're going to marry somebody, they'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, no, that's not. But they put that in an ad, and because people fall for the advertising, that's what happened. And then another thing that they did with diamonds, I want to mention. Oh, give me a yes if you've heard this. How many of you have heard when about the ads where they tell you that you have to spend, I think, what was it, like 3 months salary on a diamond? What is that what it was, or was it 2 months salary? I can't remember what it was. Anybody remember that? Where they tell you have to spend 2 months salary. And I remember just to reveal something, this isn't the first time I've ever gotten engaged. I actually got engaged to marry an awesome woman back in 2007. I literally proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show. It went back when Wendy was on radio in New York, and I kind of did that because I kind of wanted everyone to know that I was taken because she was a great lady. We didn't get married for various reasons, but it wasn't because she was a bad person. It was just how life be life, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But I remember when I was like thinking about like what kind of money I would spend on the diamond. And so I remember hearing like, okay, you got to spend 2 months salary. And I did the math. I said, oh, hell no. Like that's a lot of money. Like I'm not spending 2 months salary. I'll be broke. And so a lot of people, people who are not conscious about their economics or just follow the crowd, um, that's part of why they end up broke. And like, look at how many people get married and they go so deep in debt for the wedding that they're not even done paying off the debt by the time they get a divorce. They put more energy into getting married than they spend learning how to stay married. You should put more energy. It should be the other way around. I'm sorry. You're supposed to put more energy into learning how to stay married because that's a puzzle for your ass. That's complicated. You should put 10 times more energy into knowing how to stay married than you put into getting married. But because people are so addicted to the dopamine of the ceremony and the status that it gives you, I'm now a wife now. That makes me more important. Now, we spent $100,000, $50,000 on our wedding and everybody's coming and it looks like a big deal. And I get it. You celebrate. There's nothing wrong with that. But Lord Jesus, if you were to compare the amount of money people spend getting married versus the amount that they're willing to spend to learn how to stay married, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. And then that helps you understand why so much wealth gets lost from the divorce rate because they make money on you coming and going. So they're gonna make a bunch of money from you when you go get married. Then they're gonna make a bunch of money from you when you go get a divorce. There's a documentary that Dr. Drew did called Divorce Corp, CORP. And in Divorce Corp, he basically explains that there is a multi-billion-dollar industry of in the family courts where all these people are making billions of dollars every year from all the people who end up in divorce court. And then they end up in family court. And then you got to pay lawyers and administrators to sort through the mess that exists in your life. So here's a little wealth hack. In order to avoid paying all your wealth to have people clean up your mess, try to not be so messy with your life. If you're a person that is conscious enough to minimize the mess, then you don't have to be the person who's constantly paying to clean up the messes. But if you follow society, which teaches you nothing but instant gratification, they teach you nothing but short-sighted thinking, or they call it myopia. Myopic thinking is short-sighted thinking that's heavily promoted. You just move based on feelings. Oh, she looked good. I'm gonna go sleep with her, or what? Or it feels good. I'm gonna go spend the money, right? You move based on emotion, and you move with this myopic thinking. Then guess what? You just create one mess after another, after another, after another, and then you have regrets, and you're like, "Oh, I messed up. I shouldn't have got her pregnant. Or I shouldn't have." And this happens not just to this is not just something that happens to poor people. It happens to rich people. It doesn't just happen to uh uneducated people. It happens to educated people. I had a friend that was a really good. I told you I had to admit I told you I didn't have no game with the ladies. I had to work to get girlfriends and stuff. I got a few. Like I was a decent little. I was on the track team and I had lots of muscles and I was very fast. I was faster than every boy on the football team and I had muscles. So girls like that. But I still didn't quite know what to do with all. It was very complicated for me. He didn't have that problem. This man, he was very handsome and he was also super smart. He became a professor. And one day I saw this guy and I hadn't seen him for years. And I said, how you been, man? What's going on with you? And he said, man, dude, he said, man, it ain't going so good. And I said, what's going on? He said, man, my baby mama, I hate her. She's blah, blah, blah. She's doing this with my daughter and doing that with my daughter. And I'm paying all this money. And I was like, ooh, that sucks, man. What happened? And I'm always thinking like, how do we get to this point? Like you're a smart person. How did you make such a stupid decision? But I wasn't calling him stupid. But that's what happens, right? Your emotional intelligence is not always connected to your logical intelligence. Your emotional intelligence that's in a whole different department from your education level. And a lot of educated people don't understand that. You think that because you went to school a long time that you can't make those mistakes. But no, emotional intelligence that's a whole nother university you got to go to. That's a whole nother set of classes that you never took. That's a set of classes they'll never make you take. Literally, a person who just spends time learning how to be emotionally intelligent is going to be 100 times more successful in life than a person who spent no time doing that. So if you fall for the okie doke like most people do, and you spend no time developing your emotional intelligence, then what's going to happen is your emotional gaps, your emotional failings, your emotional mistakes are going to destroy everything that you earned on the other side of the building. Every single thing you built, every good job you got, every empire you created, every success that you've accomplished in your life will be destroyed by the lack of emotional intelligence that comes from your unmet needs, undiagnosed, untreated trauma, emotional voids that were never filled, and you're going to go through life destroying everything. I want you to process that for a minute. I want you to process people who are so smart, but their choices are incredibly dumb. And I might even be talking about you. I think I'm talking about myself right now. I'm revealing because there were times where I would say, damn, I'm a smart person. Why would a smart person do something so stupid? Well, that's because there's another level of intelligence that goes beyond just how many damn books you read at that big white university you went to. The breadth of knowledge in the universe is a billion times bigger than what you learned in school. So, but some people make the mistake of thinking that because you went to school, that you got intelligence all the way across the board. That's like thinking that because I spent years learning how to play basketball, that I automatically know how to play lacrosse. No, you don't. Lacrosse is a whole different sport. You got to start over if you go play lacrosse. If you've been playing basketball your whole life, you're not automatically a great tennis player. There are different types of intelligence that a human being needs to navigate this world. And I can just tell you, I don't know. When I think about which is more important, emotional intelligence or going to school for a long time, it's neck and neck. I don't know. I know I can tell you, emotional intelligence saved me from a bunch of horrible shit. I was saved from a lot of bad outcomes. Because I'm gonna tell you, you get tempted by that real pretty girl, or you want to go for that fast money situation, or you want to go and just do something. You want to be lazy instead of working hard because you haven't thought about these things. Like all these variables are important. So I really think I would encourage anybody that wants to succeed. I would spend a lot of time studying emotional intelligence. And here's the thing: the formula and the recipe, the remedy, the what's the word? The treatment plan for everybody's going to be different because we all have different experiences. We all have different emotional voids that were unmet needs when we were children. We all had different experience. Some of us have gone through abuse. Some of us went through abandonment. Some of us have self-esteem issues. Some of us have issues with dealing with temptation, right? So your treatment plan for yourself, which I highly recommend everybody pursuing something, is going to be different. And the interesting thing about it is that you can connect that directly to your economic outcomes. People like Warren Buffett will tell you all day that wealth is nothing but a transfer from undisciplined, impatient people to patient people and disciplined people. Discipline and emotional intelligence is one of the most important aspects of wealth building that there is, because the emotionally intelligent person is not going to have to go back and rebuild something because they're not going to destroy it in the first place. An emotionally intelligent person is going to say, I'm really mad at my wife right now and I want to walk out the door. How do I calm myself down? I'm okay. I'm gonna give myself 3 days to think about it, and then I'm gonna go talk to my wife and I'm gonna call the therapist and fix it, rather than getting the divorce and paying the $50,000 to the attorneys. The emotionally intelligent person isn't gonna have, years of dealing with being a single parent with a horrible co-parent, because they're going to stop and say, gosh, I really want to have sex with this person, but sex creates babies, and I don't know if this is the person that I should trust with my body. I don't know if this is the person I should have in my life. Let me think about it for a couple of days. So ultimately, I'm just going to tell you, the emotional intelligence piece, that's huge. That's important. It's really, I think, important for Black people because we go through so much hell. Some of us, not all of us, but a lot of us just go through horrible things that never should have happened to you. Poverty in itself is a trauma factor. If you grow up poor, that right there speaks a lot to what you're going to do economically, because you formed an unhealthy relationship with money, where there's a good chance you're going to overvalue money. Just watch the BET Awards. The BET Awards on stage is full of lots of people who grew up poor to the point where they're willing to do anything and degrade themselves, destroy their community, and ruin everything in order to make a couple dollars, right? And so BET, the people that own the network, Paramount, they dangle a couple nickels over your head. They tell Sexy Red, hey, if you come up here and degrade and embarrass Black women all around the world, we'll give you $50 and a bag of Cheetos. And she shows up and she does everything that she's told, because she probably went through a ton of trauma. You can see it all over her face. You can see it in her behavior. It's everywhere, right? So anyway, let me go ahead and finish up. Let me dig in. Let me finish up this quick list real quick. I just we got to go. I always try to do 30 to 45 minutes, but sometimes it's just more to say. All right. So the fourth factor that determines people's commitment to buying luxury items is social influence and peer pressure. A study by Bearden and Etzel in 1982 demonstrated that social influence and peer pressure significantly impacts luxury consumption. People are more likely to purchase luxury brands when they observe others in their social circle doing the same, driven by FOMO, fear of missing out, and the desire to fit in. And what's interesting about this study is that this was written 30 years before social media. So with social media, one of the downfalls of social media is that people get on Instagram and they see their friends living their best life and they're wearing the nicest of everything. And they say, I want a piece of that, or I'm missing out. I should be driving that kind of car. I should have that kind of relationship. I should have that kind. And it's unfortunate because social media is not a reflection of people's real lives. It's a fake life. It's a representative life. It's a pretend life, and we believe in that and we buy into it. So we invest in something that isn't actually real. And so ultimately, if you can let go of these things, like if you can be conscious and aware of these things, and let them go or deal with them appropriately, then you're going to find yourself in a better economic situation than people who don't. Right. So a lot of these things, and I'm going to summarize it like this. I'm going to pull it all together like this. A lot of these things I have found over time, and again, I'm speaking as a 53-year-old college professor who still hasn't learned everything. I'm probably going to have a different story when I'm 80. But what I have figured out over time, because I like to collapse complex ideas into some very simple things that you can hold on to, I really find that self-love goes a very long way. I think self-love is the cousin of self-confidence. If you really love yourself, then you're confident in who you are. When I didn't love myself, then I would feel like the world didn't have a reason to love me either. That woman, why would that woman love me if I don't even love me? So then what happens is you do stupid things like you'll chase somebody that is going to mistreat you because you feel that it's someone who actually loves you. There must be something wrong with you, because why would you love me? I don't even love me. You're clearly flawed. Why would you love a flawed person like me? So that means because I know that you must be flawed, then I'm not going to pick you, because who the hell would want someone like me, right? So little things like that. So I found that self-love is really, really big. So when I spent a lot of years just learning how to love myself, and not just loving myself when I'm doing things right. You gotta love yourself when you fuck up. Excuse my French. You gotta love yourself when you're not perfect. You got to love yourself when you make mistakes. You got to love yourself when you come up short. And that's actually what it's funny. I feel like this is a great time to go full circle with this. When you start the conversation, remember I was telling you, I said my goal every morning is to be in the 5 a.m. club. I wasn't in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8:30 a.m. club. But then I went into a self-love conversation to say, hey, you just got to forgive yourself. You got to know, hey, you got to do better next time. Don't give up, right? Because you are your own biggest investment. You are the investment. You can't walk away from you. So to me, if I'm expecting the world to invest in me, then I got to be the first one willing to invest in me. And in order for me to invest in me, I got to love me. I got to believe in me. And one of the things that I think holds us back generally as Black people is that because we don't love ourselves, we don't invest in ourselves. And because we don't invest in ourselves, our families fall apart, our communities fall apart. Because why? Well, because we love him more than we love us. And because we love him so much, we will invest in his businesses. We show up for him every morning, 9 a.m. We show up for him for work, right? Because we love him more, we'll go buy his products, right? Because his products, if I put his labels on my ass, that makes me more valuable because I'm associated with him. And in marketing, they call that co-branding. So I'm nothing. I'm just a lowly Negro that's worthless. But man, when I slap the Louis and the Gucci and I go to Brown University and it cost me $200,000 and I got the fancy job working for IBM in the big corner office and they put me on the BET Awards, oh, now I'm somebody. Now I am co-branded with with something that I respect, something that I love, something that I admire. Because basically you've put lipstick on a pig because I ain't nothing but a pig. I'm worthless. So if you reverse that process and you know your worth and you love yourself and you see the value inherent in who you are, then everything switches. That's when you start becoming a dangerous Black person, to be honest with you. What makes you dangerous? Well, because you know that you are the juice. You know that you got the gold buried in your backyard. Why the hell am I going to go look searching in the neighbor's house when I got 10 times more wealth right here in my own family? Why would I want what you got when what I got is already seen in my view as being the most important thing I could ever have, right? I've already got the wealth. A person who's already got what they need is not a person who spends their life running around begging for other people to give them what they need. Do you understand? Do you follow? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. When you understand your worth, when you understand your value, when you understand the power of the resources around you. Yeah, I got smart siblings. I got good people around me. I got an amazing wife. I got kids that are hardworking and smart. I don't have time to go chasing down Mr. Massa to get a piece of what he got because we're good over here. So I think that this is an appropriate message because today happens to be Independence Day. Well, shit. What does independence look like? Independence means I don't need you because I got what I need. Really, and I think that generally speaking, I believe deeply that as Black people, I believe we are raised not to be emotionally independent, not to be financially independent, not to be socially and politically independent. We don't even know what independence and self-reliance really looks like. And this is why people like Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey are so important. And this is why they don't teach you about these people in the way that they should, right? But really, to me, if you're talking about Independence Day, well, then shit, be independent. Whatever that means for you. Whatever that means for you. You should be able to get your emotional fulfillment independently because it's sure as hell a whole lot cheaper than going out buying a Gucci bag so you can feel like you are somebody. You were somebody before you bought that damn bag, and don't you dare let the spending on goofy luxury items determine your self-worth. That's all silly to me. So anyway, emotional intelligence. That's my suggestion. I hope that this was helpful to you. And I apologize if I sound a little bit preachy, but I love myself so I can forgive myself for when I mess up. All right. So anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. If you want to get notified when we do Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training, this is a free class that we do every day in the Black Business School, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. Pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I will invite you to class. We do this every day. We do this 7 days a week, including holidays. Number two, If you live in another country and you can't text the number, you can just go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in England and Jamaica and other places, so just go to drboyceelevate.com. You can sign up there. Number three, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, our financial flashcards for children, our financial workbooks for kids, etc. And even my wife's books are all at our bookstore, which is drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. You can go take a look there. And also, I hope to see you guys at the All Black National Convention. The All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th, right outside of Chicago in Lombard, Illinois. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good day, everybody, and I hope you have a wonderful holiday. And next Wednesday, this is where we do the free Powernomics training every Wednesday night in the Black Business School. And the reason that Powernomics training is so important is because we know that money is power, and we know that we want to go get some. We want to have power so that others do not use their power over us. And also, for the last several years, we've been reading through every single one of Dr. Claude Anderson's books because he's the GOAT in terms of individuals that have made tremendous contributions to our society and helped us to just learn the things we need to learn and be who we need to be. And so tonight we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to read in one of his books. His book is called The Black History Reader, and I'll let you guys know what page we're on in 1 second. And also, another thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about a little bit of a current event that I just saw that I thought would be worth analyzing, exploring, and breaking down. Because you know what I do. I do the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. In fact, I have a podcast on Spotify called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. And literally there's stuff up there every single day. So if you have Spotify on your phone and you support independent Black media, we would love to have your back. We would love to have you subscribe. And so feel free to look me up on Spotify, look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, or the other podcast I have called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. All right, so let me see who's in here. I want to say hi to some of y'all before we jump right into it. Hey, Lori Eubanks. I see you, Lori. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. I saw Karen. Oh, Kendall and Karen from New York. Good to see you. All right. I love this. Bed-Stuy. Rodney Ward, San Francisco. Let's see. Landetz T. Jones. Is that right? I probably said it wrong, but good to see you. Sacramento in the house. I love Black Sacramento. I did an event in Sacramento about 7 years ago, and I never forgot how amazing that city was and just how awesome the Black folks were in Sacramento. DMV I see Rev Joe. That's all I see of your name. I don't see the rest there. Akila Hooker, good to see you, Akila. Taquana Logan from East Rancho Dominguez, California. Did I see East Atlanta for Kwame? Okay, good to see everybody in here. And I saw Black London in the house. Good to see everybody. Okay, so so here is the first thing that I wanted to kind of discuss and sort of address. Did anybody else hear about this? Did anybody else hear that that BET is on the chopping block in terms of being sold by their parent massa, Paramount? Because BET is not a Black-owned company. We know this, right? BET. It's not Black entertainment television. It's white entertainment television in blackface. That's what that is. It's not a Black company. It's a white company that has Black people in it, that uses Black culture and sells Black culture to you pretty much, and gets corporate sponsors to give them money because they go to the corporations. They say, we have, like Trump said, we have all the Black people. We have all the Black people. And we will gather all the Black people to come and watch Sexy Red twerking on the stage, get it sexy. And when we get all the Black people, they love to buy things. They buy everything. So you advertise to us, you pay us money, pay us billions of dollars, and we will go gather the Black people, and then we're all going to get rich together. And that's kind of what BET is. And BET, in case you don't know, is owned by a company called Paramount Global. And for many years, Paramount Global was run by a family called the Redstone family. The patriarch of that family was a weirdo named Sumner Redstone. He was a funny guy. I don't know I think he's dead. He might, but maybe he's alive. I don't want to kill him too quick. But I think he was like 92 and had like a 35-year-old girlfriend or something. So he was probably doing some old Diddy Hugh Hefner type stuff. And anyway, so the Redstone family, apparently they have run Paramount into the ground. BET, if you work for BET, you better be worried because your economic daddy is having some problems. If you study Paramount Global, you'll see that Paramount Global has a big problem, and their problems can be summarized very quickly in terms of too much debt. They got about $15 billion in debt that they can't really service. They overpay for their content. They put out way too much money for content. Now they don't overpay for BET content. That they overpay for other content. Not but the BET content they get the discount. And I don't they're not going Sexy Red probably costs you like $8 in a bag of Cheetos to get her to twerk on stage while she's pregnant or something. So that's cheap. That's there. So BET is, as black people always have been, BET is the golden asset of Paramount. It is really a nice little business where they're like, hey, we can go buy these Negroes for $1.99 and we can then sell them to advertisers and make our money just like we did in slavery. So it's something to rest on died in 2020. Thank you, Janet. I did not know that he was dead. I could not remember. I don't know the family that well. I know the basics. I know the basics. So let me kind of read to you about the sale of BET and what I've sort of seen and then kind of give you a Dr. Boyce perspective on this. And just so you know, you know what I am. I'm probably gonna sound like a hater because I am. I kind of am. I hate anybody who hates us. I just well I don't hate, you know what I mean? But I don't when you hate us that much that you just want our children dead, you want our kids in prison, you want our people as ignorant as possible. You want more broken families. You want to celebrate all the things that harm us. You want to celebrate black people dying young from diabetes and fried chicken. You want to celebrate mental illness. You want to celebrate busted, broken relationships. You want to celebrate economic despair. You want to celebrate poverty. You want to celebrate the lack of education. That's gonna make me a hater. I'm gonna sound like a hater, so I have to be honest with you. I'm really not particularly interested in having a lot of patience with anybody who's probably doing more damage to the black community than the KKK ever could. There is no Klansman. There is no Trump supporter. There's no Democrat or Republican that could ever do as much damage to the black community as BET is probably doing when they celebrate some of the stuff that they celebrate. In fact, if you recall, BET was the network that that really, really, really elevated R. Kelly right after he got caught on video with that little girl. If you go back and you look back maybe about 2003, 2002, 2004, something like that, this was way before I was doing any of this. This is way before any of you knew who I was because I was just on the faculty at Syracuse University. No one knew who I was. Nobody cared. I remember I called my wife, Alicia, who's now my wife. She was my friend back then. And I remember calling her and I said, how in the hell are they putting this Negro on TV? And making him the keynote performer. They didn't just it was right after. If you recall, go look at the history. It was right after this man, was on this tape with this little girl. I don't know if that was the time he peed on the girl or not. I get them mixed up. There's so many pee stories about R. Kelly. And if you remember, the only network that really stood by him was BET. BET brought him on for an interview after the incident, and that was where he was given an opportunity to do some damage control. And he kept saying, "Just focus on my music, just focus on my music," because that's the goal, right? If we get you to focus on how good my music is, then you're gonna forget about all these other things that are going on. And then for the BET Awards, I will never forget. I said, I wonder if they're gonna have him perform on the BET Awards because a lot of radio stations had banned his music at the time. Not only did they have him perform on the BET Awards, they gave him the longest set. Like everybody else's performance might have been 3 or 4 minutes. His had to be like 12 or 13 minutes, maybe 15. It was really long and it was a full-fledged music video, all that stuff. Maybe it was 03, 04-ish around that time. And I just remember thinking, Lord Jesus, is that all? So y'all really, that's all y'all really care about is the money, huh? And so this is the history. And I'm sorry, you can, I don't think you can be nice about it. What BET kind of does is I understand what they're seeking to do. They try to balance the crazy and the negative with a little bit of positive to try to say, well, no, we got this and we got that, and I love that. They have Infinity Song who performed at the All Black National Convention several times. They were at the BET Awards this year. I think D1's been invited, stuff like that. So I think that their goal is to say, look, we got a range, but I think I was talking to my wife about it the other day, and I said, okay, so If I gave you 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and it was like the best Kool-Aid you've ever had, but I tell you, oh, by the way, there's about 2 ounces of piss in the Kool-Aid. Like I just put a little drop of urine in the Kool, just a little pee, just a little. It's not a lot. You won't taste it. You won't taste the pee in the Kool-Aid, but because there's 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and just one drop of pee. Is that okay? Like, would y'all drink the Kool-Aid? How many of y'all, yes or no? Would you want to drink the Kool-Aid if it had even just one little drop of pee in it? But it was like the best Kool-Aid you ever had, but it's just one drop, just a little drop of pee in there. What do you think? I don't know. What do y'all think? And I think that's kind of what the point, the argument would be is that, if you think about it, if someone was to make the argument and say, well, no, 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 look at all the good things BET does, that outweighs the bad things. I think that's an interesting conversation because then you can make that same argument about R. Kelly or Bill Cosby or really anybody, any person or entity that's done terrible things. You could say, well, even if you dislike Donald Trump, for example, or if you look at Joe Biden and know that he incarcerated more black men than any president in American history, or you look at Donald Trump and what he wanted to do to the Central Park Five, you can make the exact same argument. You could say, no, 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 but look at all the good things. Look at all the good stuff he did. It's okay. It's all that's forgiven because he did this good stuff. And I think that's not an argument. That's not a debate for me to have for you. That's a debate I want you to have for yourself. And I think all of us have to kind of balance that out and figure that out. Like, what does this look like? So BET is very dangerous, to be honest with you. And I know I upset people over there, and I'd hate to be the guy who's saying these things. But I think that they know these things. They know these things, and the reason I know is because I had a conversation with a guy named T.J. Holmes, and back when he worked with BET, and I remember he called me. Somehow Don Lemon gave him my number, and he called me on my phone, and we talked. And I think he was surprised that I understood their business model so well. He said I was in a meeting, and he said I could have. It was almost like you wrote that article as if you were in the meeting with us. I couldn't believe that you wrote, and I said, yeah, well, because I understand how racism works. I understand how powerful media is. I understand what capitalism does. I understand when you mix money and media, that can be a formula for oppression. When you mix money and media, so y'all got to understand this. This is an economic lesson. I'm about to dive into this article in a minute, but um, when you have the money, which white people have much more than you, so if you measure your success based on how much money you have, then you're automatically going to be a white supremacist. And the reason is because white people have most of the money. That's like a fish measuring it's the quality of the fish by how fast it runs the 100-meter dash. A fish will always be inferior to a panther because panthers run fast and fish do not. Fish, they swim. So what the fish would have to do in order to create a level playing field is stop trying to be a track star. Stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to give your opponent the advantage by competing with their rules and their standards. Do you understand? So stop measuring success, your success, my success, black success by how much money you have or how famous you are, how much you're on TV. Because that's something, if you want to talk about this whole oppression, white supremacy thing, well, they own the TV networks. They own the radio stations. They have the capital bases. They own the banks that fund these institutions. So how the hell are you going to compete with that? How are you can't do that. The only way you can really win is you have to change the rules. You have to throw out the whole competition altogether and create something that gives you an advantage. So ultimately, when you mix money and we love money. It's really fascinating to me. In case you knew, my background is I'm a finance guy. I've been teaching finance for a long time. When you really consider how much we love money and how much we worship people just because they made money or just because they're on TV, um, it's really fascinating to me because we don't have that much money to begin with. So you can't measure black success based on who has the most money or who's the most famous. Give me a guess if you understand that. We have to pick other criteria. What are those criteria? I'm going to allow you to decide what that's going to be, but it has to be something other than that. So with BET, it's the perfect formula for oppression. And I'm gonna read this article to you and tell you what's going on with BET. Another real surprise with this pending purchase of BET is that they cut the price in half. And the price when Byron Allen made a bid for BET, he bid $3.5 billion. Now they're in talks to sell it for 1.7 billion, according to Variety. Now here's what Variety's saying. Now that was a real shocker to me. I'm like, why? So maybe BET struggling. I don't know. I mean, this is very surprising when the price gets cut that much. So they said here in this article in Variety, it says BET or Paramount is reportedly in talks to sell BET for 1.6 billion in a buyout led by CEO Scott Mills. I don't know Scott Mills. I guess he's the CEO of BET. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know. He's a bald. He's got a bald head like me, but he's got kind of a little George Jefferson thing going on. But he's he looks seems like a nice dude. I don't know this man. Um, it says Paramount Global's trio of co-CEOs have publicly said they've hired bankers to evaluate the sale of certain assets. Industry speculation has swirled around BET, which has been the target of acquisition offers in the past. Now, Paramount Global is engaged in exclusive discussions to sell BET in a deal valued at 1.6 to 1.7 billion to quote buyers that include end quote BET CEO Scott Mills and Chen Chu, founder of private equity firm CC Capital, Bloomberg reported, citing anonymous sources. The BET Media Group comprises the BET cable channel, VH1, and other networks, the BET Plus streaming service, and BET Studios. Reps for Paramount Global and CC Capital declined to comment. Shares of Paramount Global rose on the report of the renewed sales talks, closing up 5.7% for the day to $10.72. Interesting, right? The latest reported price range for BET is less than half of the 3.5 billion that media mogul Byron Allen extended to Paramount Global in late 2023. So let's think about this for a minute. Let's be conscious of time for a moment. What month is this and what year? This is July 2024. And just late 2023, you had a bid that was twice as high as what you're selling the company for now. What's happening? That just doesn't add up. It seems to me that Byron Allen was offering you 3.5 billion 7 or 8 months ago. You would have taken the bid. Now, the only possibility I'm thinking about is perhaps they didn't believe that it was credible. Remember, anybody can bid anything for anything. Anybody can pop up and say, "Oh, I'll give you $10 billion for your house or something." But they have to be able to raise the money. And so I think that with Byron, I think the question might have been, can he really go get the money? Or is he just making big bids, hoping he can go raise the money? Is he just doing it for attention? Nobody knows. And I know that with Byron Allen, it seemed to me that the Griot was having some trouble. I know he bought the Griot. I think that they were overspending on their content. I got that sense because I know he had to let a lot of people go. He had to fire a lot of people. The media business is a tough business. So some other bidders were were Tyler Perry and Sean Diddy Combs. Can you imagine if they sold BET to Diddy? Wouldn't that be something else? In August 2023, Paramount called off the bidding process for BET because, quote, a sale wouldn't result in any meaningful deleveraging of its balance sheet. I'm confused. It's just 8 months later. So now it wouldn't. So 3.5 billion wouldn't result in you paying off enough debt, but 1.7 billion will. So I think that what's happened is that Paramount's in even deeper, much deeper trouble than it was at the end of 2023. But I can tell you, as a person who's been following Paramount stock for a long time, that company's been in trouble for a while. So I'm very surprised that they're even talking about this. Let's see here. The three executives running Paramount Global have outlined a three-pronged strategy of job cuts, asset sales, and streaming partnerships to right the ship. The company's going solo for now after controlling shareholder Sherry Redstone, who's the daughter of Sumner Redstone, nixed M&A talks with Skydance Media as those came down to the wire. The leadership trio, George Cheeks, president and CEO of CBS, Chris McCarthy, president and CEO of Showtime, MTV Entertainment Studios and Paramount Media Networks, and Brian Robbins, president and CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon, were installed as co-CEOs after Bob Bakish's dismissal. Okay. Another prime asset Paramount Global is expected to shop around is the Paramount Pictures Studio. So basically, okay, here we go. Let me move on to they talk about Chris Mills, the guy that I mentioned. I think his name was Chris Mills, the CEO of BET. I hope I got Scott Mills. I'm sorry, Scott Mills. Um, let's see. They said here, speaking of the June 25th employee town hall, CBS's Cheek said the Paramount's co-CEOs are looking to sell certain Paramount-owned assets. In fact, we've already hired bankers to assist us in this process, blah, blah, blah. Scott Mills has led BET since January 2018, adding CEO to his title in 2021. He first joined BET in 1997 as a senior VP of business development and rose through the ranks over the years to various senior roles. As COO of BET, he led the launch of his Centric channel, and as president of digital media, launched BET Mobile and BET's digital video distribution operations. Okay. So there's more. You can go look up more if you want to. But basically, BET is owned and run by Paramount, as we mentioned earlier, and basically Paramount has too much debt. The traditional media that they built their business on, Sumner Redstone is really good with traditional media and traditional cable. All that stuff's kind of dying, it's kind of going away, and so they're losing money in a pretty horrible way, and they're just overspending on their content. They had this show that I liked called Yellowstone, and they had this writer named Taylor Sheridan who wrote the show, and I guess because his shows were so good, they gave him like the ability, kind of a blank check to write, to just create a bunch of other shows that are on the network. I forgot the name of it. I think one of them stars Sylvester Stallone's like Tulsa King or something, and a couple more. But anyway, the funny thing was that they were, and this is something for you to remember when you go build your own business, is that if you recall, remember the other day, how many of you were in financial consciousness training in the last couple of days where I talked about the free cash flow problem? Does is anybody remember when we talked about the free cash flow problem and what happens when companies or even individuals just have too much access to cash? Well, what happens is you become less efficient, you become less financially conscious, you start to just make it rain, you start throwing around, you start becoming a rapper in the strip club, dropping $100 bills in stripper thongs, right? So basically, Taylor Sheridan, there was a deep Wall Street Journal analysis of Taylor Sheridan and the toxic financial relationship between Paramount and Taylor Sheridan, where basically they said that because Paramount Global had given this guy free range to do whatever the hell he wanted, he was creating amazing content, but he wasn't profitable anymore. This man was going around talking to other farmers, from what I understand. At least that's what the report insinuated. He was literally talking to his homeboys and saying, look, these people are suckers. These Hollywood suckers, they got all this money. You can rent your horses for $2,000 a day. You can use I use my property and they pay me $50,000 a day to use my land. He would fly in horse trainers from other states when he would be in a state with plenty of horse trainers, but he would feel the need to fly his horse trainers in from Texas or whatever. So basically they didn't sort of consider the fact that yes, you do have a hit. Yeah, you are making money, but you have to remember the most important rule of financial success. It is to live within your means. It is to spend less than what you make. If you, I don't care if you make $1 trillion a year, if you spend more than you make, you're only digging yourself into a deeper and deeper financial hole. And so what happened with Paramount Global as a result, and this just gives you the backdrop. And I'm talking about this because BET is part of the community, and y'all people be out here thinking that it's a black owned company, and it's not. Um but so the thing about Paramount that was interesting, so what happened was Taylor Sheridan, his shows were so good that they got a million new subscribers with Paramount. That's really good. They got a million new subscribers in a quarter. But that same quarter, I think they lost either $1 or $2 billion. They had $1 billion loss. While like literally the greatest period of growth in your company is a massive loss. And so keep that in mind. Be efficient with your money. Be efficient with your income. Conservatism is a culture. And I can tell you that if you don't embrace that, then you could have some financial challenges. And this goes for an individual, this goes for a company, or in everything in between. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I think that's a lesson to learn. I'll keep you posted on what happens with BET and who their new massa is, and maybe maybe Scott Mills will buy it, and then I guess it'll kind of be a black owned company. But the other things I'd always be interested in who's really funding this, right? Because I'm a believer that it's not the manager who makes the difference because he's been managing BET for a long time. He's been the economic babysitter of this entity for a very long time. The real power is the person who's actually writing the checks. That's the person who or the group who has the veto power. And the big problem you have with black media right now. Here's the problem that you have. And this is something I want to talk about before we dig into the book. Unhealthy black people are very profitable. Vices and addictions are extremely profitable. Vices and addictions and unhealthy behavior are much more profitable than people living with intelligence, consciousness, and discipline. And what do I mean by that? It's much easier to sell black people fried chicken than it is to sell them health food. You actually have to care about them to get them to buy health food because you're not going to make as much money. So if money is your only criteria, then you don't sell people things that are going to help them. You sell them their vice. You sell them the things that they want, not the things that they need. And that's the biggest problem that you have with BET is that there is a part of the culture that has become quite accustomed to all of the cultural poisons that kill our young people at an early age. There's a part of the culture that really embraces the drugs because drugs are fun. I don't use drugs. I never popped a Molly before, but I bet I would like it. I ain't never hit the crack pipe. But if you'd say, well, how do you know crack is bad if you never tried it? Well, no, I know that if I tried, I would probably enjoy it. In fact, if I was to try it, I wouldn't be the man that I am right now. I'd be on here justifying crack use because I wouldn't want to give up that high. You know, the reality is that when you talk about the problems that we have, we're very comfortable in the dysfunction. We're starting to celebrate the dysfunction. We celebrate it because what they do is they sprinkle money on top of it and they sprinkle fame on top of it. So you look at a young lady like a Krishan Rock. I don't know if you ever know if you anybody how many of y'all I keep up with all the culture. Me and my wife do. I don't some of y'all I know don't keep up, but you need to look up Krishan Rock and Blueface. How many of y'all are familiar with Krishan Rock and Blueface? Anybody else? Because I watch the culture because I like to see because in my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about economics, but all I talk about is culture. What does a strong economic culture look like? And we don't have one, people. We just don't. We have a long way to go. Well, Krishan Rock and Blueface, to summarize it, they're kind of like the new version of it's imagine Bobby and Whitney at 25 years old, but also imagine that neither one of them have any talent. Like Bobby and Whitney could sing. Bobby could dance and jump around and sing and wiggle and all that. And Whitney had the most beautiful voice ever. She actually had to earn her way to fame. Krishan Rock and Blueface don't really have any talent like that. They're not that great. They're okay. I think Blueface made a song or two, but they're not that good. But they're similar to Bobby Whitney. They're just this train wreck in slow motion. Like you're watching these two young people literally kill themselves in public. And the reason it ends up seeming okay is because they've got lots of money and lots of fame, and they've got millions of Twitter followers and Instagram followers that will watch them destroy each other's lives. And Krishan had a baby that my wife is a therapist who can identify things like fetal alcohol syndrome by looking at the face of a child. And she was deeply concerned with Krishan's child because she knows that Krishan loves to party it up. They were at the BET Awards twerking and, pregnant women twerking and holding liquor bottles. And one of the things, for example, this is one of many things we could talk about, but I'm not going to go into all of it because I don't want to depress anybody. But do you understand that when you're promoting the city girl culture of all these young black women that are being told to go out and twerk and drink liquor all day and have sex with just anybody, fetal alcohol syndrome is literally one of the quiet epidemics that's occurring in the black community. If you look at the symptoms and in the effects of fetal alcohol syndrome, you're talking about significant cognitive delays and significant behavioral problems of millions and millions of black children. I was shocked by how little alcohol the mother had to consume during her pregnancy for fetal alcohol syndrome to kick in. So think about this. You live in city girl life because you've been watching the BET Awards and Krishan Rock and Megan Thee Stallion told you that's how a young girl's supposed to live. You've been having sex. In case you don't know, sex results in pregnancy, and that means children are going to be born. For those who need a biology lesson, sometimes we forget. And so you're pregnant for maybe 4 weeks, but you don't know you're pregnant. So every week you're getting drunk and getting high every single week. Well, that is where the fetal alcohol syndrome comes from. And what many people, what nobody has talked about, I have not seen anybody on the internet address this at all, is that millions of young children, young black children, are getting fetal alcohol syndrome because you don't have to drink that much for that to really disrupt the brain of your child. I'm talking about significant neurological problems, like they're slow for the rest of their life and have behavioral problems for the rest of their life. So this is one of the many things that I think has to be addressed, right? Somebody has to talk about it. And when people talk about these things, you can't just say, well, you be hating. That can't be your response. Man, that's not hate, that's love. Now, the real hater are the people who celebrate this kind of stuff, who know what it leads to, who see the millions of black kids going to prison and getting killed and all this other stuff and think that that's okay. And so part of my job, in my opinion, is as a person who talks to you about money, is I need you to really understand money from a 360 standpoint, which means that money is good, it's nice, but it can destroy you or distract you and mislead you. Money can get you to heaven, but money can also be the devil. Money can be the devil shows up with a bag full of money. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but BET has become kind of the devil of the black community. Everything that is harmful and destructive and terrible about being black tends to get celebrated in these spaces, and they dress it up with money and fame, and we think that that makes it okay. But even before people realized that Diddy was a predator, there were people who always said that, but there were many people who would have argued you down because they would have said, no, 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 Diddy's one of the leaders of the black community. And process this. Think about this for a moment. One of the biggest predators that in the media right now is a guy who 4 years ago was telling you who to vote for. Anybody remember Vote or Die? He was telling you got to vote or you're going to be dead or something stupid like that, right? And people were doing this. Millions of people were following the lead of a person who has a complete track record of 30 years of doing horrible, harmful things to people, possibly including starting with killing Tupac, right? So I think generally, and this is where we're going to dig into. We're going to read tonight about black leadership and the history of black leadership, so you can understand that sometimes you're following the wrong leaders. That's my point. In fact, it's so dangerous to follow a black leader nowadays, in my opinion, that I don't really want you following any leader. I don't even want you follow. I don't want you following me. I'm just an advisor. I'm a person who's got a perspective. If you'll hear my perspective, then that's all I ask you to do. I'm not asking you to follow me because generally speaking, it is difficult for black people on a mass scale to distribute a message that is going to be beneficial to all black families. Most of the messages that are healthy are not going to make as much money as the unhealthy messages that are going to point you to more ignorance, drug abuse, and ratchetism. That's what makes the money. This black intelligence stuff is not a big money maker. Okay. All right. So let me jump into the book. We're going to read tonight from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader. We're going to go to page 158. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson, his books, I always have to mention his website. It's powernomics.com. So you can go to powernomics.com. Get all of his books. These are the must-read books for every black person in America that wants to do better. He's the modern-day Marcus Garvey. He's one of the greatest black thinkers in the country, which is one of the reasons why he's seen as dangerous even by many HBCUs, because their bills are being paid by people who don't want to see the black community gain too much power and influence. But if you read his book, Powernomics, it will transform you immediately. And I'm not here to say every entertainer is bad. I can tell you, Kanye West saw Powernomics. He immediately was affected by it. Ice Cube saw Powernomics, immediately influenced by it. Charlemagne the God, Tiffany Haddish, people like that. A lot of celebrities, even Diddy flew Dr. Anderson into his office because he has so much respect for Powernomics. So some of this, so what's going on, in my opinion, is that there are people who know that something's wrong. They just can't put their finger on it. Like they're just not sure. They're like, okay, something ain't right here. It's like you're playing a game and somehow the other team keeps winning. Somehow Massa always he ends up with all the money, all the power, and all the positive outcomes belong to him. And you always end up in last place. And you can't figure out. And every time you say, wait, this game seems rigged, he has you brainwashed. He's been educating you and grooming you, right? So he can exploit you, right? He just like a groomer would groom. He's been grooming you through the educational system to buy into a set of ideas where all of the disparities can be explained away. And so you walk away concluding a bunch of nonsense like, oh, well, the reason that white people have all the money is because white people just work harder than black people. And the way to fix those problems is we all got to go vote for our favorite white man, either the old arrogant narcissist or the old guy who can't remember his kids' names right now. Like that's the guy, that's what we do, and that's going to get us where we need to get to. And so to some extent, the reason that Dr. Anderson is dangerous is because he's encouraging you to wake up. And really, I will tell you, my position is very simple. I'm not really telling you to do what I tell you to do. I'm not telling you to do what I believe you should do. I'm telling you to do what's going to be best for you. And I want you to study that. I want you to figure this out. And again, it goes back to very simple things: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean for black people to be physically and mentally healthy? There wasn't much on the BET Awards that led to physical or mental health. None of that. There's nothing about a pregnant woman twerking and holding a liquor bottle that says anything about a young lady having a positive, wonderful life. It speaks that she's going to be abused, assaulted. She's going to be depressed, and have and fatherless for her children. Her children are going to be unhappy. There's going to be a lot of poverty. There's going to be a lot of despair. What's healthy about that? What's physically and mentally healthy about any of that? The second area is relationships. We need families. We lost our families. Who's getting our families back? What is it when you watch the BET Awards? What about the BET Awards on any level, in my view, is pro-family? There's nothing. I mean, if you're highlighting the sexy reddish, type stuff, There's nothing about that that's pro-family. Nothing. There's nothing about that that speaks of responsible planning of when you have a child and who you have a child with. All that's promoted typically is very irresponsible, very sloppy sex. I'm going to go sleep with whoever I want. STDs are very, very high because a lot of people fall into this culture. And also, broken families are very high. A lot of people don't even have the training of what's required to even have a healthy relationship with another human being that is necessary to provide a protective space for a child. So, when a child is not protected by a father, that increases the probability that he ends up getting molested, or that he ends up in the street, or that something bad happens to him, or ends up in prison. And then you go down the third area. What does it mean for Black wealth to actually go up? There's nothing that I've seen rappers really do that's improved or increased Black wealth in the Black community at all. Nothing. And then when you turn to the politicians, all they do is they offer you jobs working for white people. So those are the two options you get. You either get a rapper who brags about how much money he has, but ain't putting nothing in your pocket, or you get a politician who says, "Here, come work for me, Negro. I'll give you a job. I'll help you in your desperate situation." Well, who's giving you the long-term plan that's going to really allow you to have the peace of financial security? Who's really giving you the solutions that are going to allow you to actually prosper instead of just survive? Who's doing that? There's nothing in mainstream media, or very little in mainstream media, that I see that is really sort of doing these things that's really going to get the Black community where we need to be. Not only are we being given the wrong medicine, we're being given no medicine, and we're given a bunch of poison disguised as medicine. So that's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. All right, so let me start reading here. And by the way, if you're not on the text list to get invited to Powernomics training on Wednesday, just pull out your phone, text the word greatness, GREATNESS, greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. And also, we have my book is the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. Use the code word book club and get 30% off everything in the store. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can check that out. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson reveals on page 58 of the Black History Reader that it was really fascinating to me. Did you know that Black leadership changed their position on immigration around the 1960s? Did you know that they actually had a completely different policy on immigration before the civil rights movement? And basically, whoever was controlling them pretty much got them to pivot and shift in a different direction. I don't know if y'all know this, but let me read this to you. I'm going to tell you, this is what Dr. Anderson says. I literally have not read this yet, so I'll be as surprised as you when I get to whatever he says. So he says here, Black leaders and activists unilaterally expressed opposition to the nation's open door policy on immigration throughout the 19th century. These conscious Black leaders expressed concern that immigrants were reinforcing the subordination of the native Black population, as well as usurping the access of Blacks to rights, privileges, employment, education, and wealth building opportunities. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves. Think about this. You have a labor shortage. You got all these former slaves. You got all these Black people, hardworking people that they've been working for free. So you know they're going to make good employees. They've been working for free. So here on page 159 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Anderson is telling you that whatever you learned in school was a bunch of BS. So listen to this. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves, who had been skilled tradesmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, cooks, artisans, and farmers, to fill those jobs. But the country recruited and imported European immigrants instead. The pattern was just beginning. For more than a century, Black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. So they were asking them to shut the doors. They were like, look, you got your workers here. We got you. We can do this. But they were like, no. Rather than working with you, we're going to go get some people from England. That's what he's saying here. So it says, for more than a century, Black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. In his famous 1895 Atlanta Expo speech, Booker T. Washington pleaded with white industrialists, businessmen, and politicians not to look to European immigrants to develop skills and work in their businesses, but to instead look to native Blacks. How about that? Washington also pointed out that many already had the skills, attitudes, and experiences to meld into the mainstream society. W.E.B. Du Bois was against immigration and spoke frequently about the downside for blacks of 40 million white immigrants coming into the country, doing the jobs of former slaves and being automatically elevated into an overseen white management class. How many of you have ever heard this before? How many of you have ever heard this anywhere? So maybe their concept in their head was if you do have black jobs, every job should be a black job. Any job we can do is a black job. A black man can fill that job. So I'm not, again, I believe that you have to own the companies and all that for sure, but you can't, Booker T. Washington, that was a great man. George Washington Carver, W.E.B. all these individuals were people who said, yeah, well, some of us want these black jobs. We don't want to have fathers and mothers that are unemployed. We want to have opportunities to make money and to go to work like everybody else. We're already very hardworking people. So stop bringing in outside recruits to replace us. But now, years later, we support wide open. A lot of us just support wide open doors and don't even know why. Don't even know why. Only reason you support it is because Joe Biden told you to support it. That's it. That's the only reason you support it. You forgot about the mass incarceration and the crime bill and all. You don't even think about it. That's why Shaquana ain't got no daddy. You're not even connecting the dots on that. You're just so quick to just do whatever they tell you to do that you don't even think about it. I'm not mad at you for voting for Democrats and Republicans. I get that. I know lesser of two evils. Okay, I get it. But still, what I have a problem with is that some of us don't even think about it. Some of us don't even come to our own conclusion. We just say, okay, what you want me to do? What you want us to do? And that's my problem. That's my problem, is that you're not even processing the information. You're not even thinking like, well, what's best for me? You've told me what's best for you, but I need to make sure that what's best for you is also best for me. That's the problem that I have. And that was really the whole crux of why I just really got really annoyed when I would get calls, when I was at AOL Black Voices 12 years, 14 years ago, whatever, and I would get calls from the Obama administration. At first I thought it was kind of cool. It's interesting. It's like, oh wow, okay, President Obama, I'd love to help. But Lord, when I got on the phone, all they were literally trying to do was get me to do what they told me to do. And I was like, who do you think I am? I'm not fit for slavery. I don't do that. And this happens a lot with Black elite people. I'm gonna be honest. That was the gist of the conversation I had with Kanye West. As we get on the phone, he's like, "I want you to do this and do that and do that." And I text my friend. I said, "Does this guy think I work for him? He doesn't. I don't work for nobody. The things that matter to you don't matter to me, bro. I don't care that you got a million little Asian kids to buy your ugly ass shoes. Those things are overpriced and ugly. I wouldn't wear them for free. So what makes you think I'm gonna bow to any of this? Like we're obviously playing different games with different rules. This makes no sense to me. So again, what you have in America, generally speaking, is you do have that elite class that is very quick to sort of expect that the masses will simply do what they're told. And the unfortunate reality is that they're almost always right. They're almost always correct. The studies show that most people, because they're not sure who they are, they're too scared to be different. They don't want to be seen as radical and dangerous and all that. They just go right along with whatever's cool, whatever's hip, whatever's popular. I can't, that's not healthy. That's not good. So let me keep reading here. So according to Dr. Claude Anderson, and by the way, if anybody asks what page we're on, if somebody in the chat could just tell them so I don't have to say, I'm gonna say it like a couple of times, but then I see sometimes, then even if I say it 3 times, someone will say, what page are we on again? Just tell them if they ask. If y'all could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it, because that's gonna trigger my ADHD, and y'all know how I get. All right, so let's pop in page 159, the Black History Reader. So Dr. Anderson mentions Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois were very much against wide open borders. Let's see here. When the Black Civil Rights Movement commenced in the late 1950s, the new Black leadership dismissed or ignored the opinions of their predecessors. One can only speculate as to the reasons. Perhaps they did not have the foresight to fully understand the politics of displacement that was occurring, that they were being replaced. Maybe they were unknowledgeable about this nation's immigration history, where Black people used to have a much larger percentage of the population. or maybe they wanted to demonstrate altruism, or they simply preferred to ignore or forget history and go along to get along as much as they could. Whatever the reasons, the new black leadership switched from the anti-immigration stance of their predecessors to being pro-immigration. While the reason for the change in position is not clear, it is clear that they made the switch without fully understanding that providing unearned rights and benefits to people who are from other countries chasing the American dream caused native black Americans to be neglected, disadvantaged, and rendered invisible in all respects. The old anti-black, the old black anti-immigration fighters must be turning over in their graves. Black civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume alliances with newly arriving immigrants. They began to presume that anybody who comes into the country is automatically going to be unified with the black community. And I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that the majority of people that come in from other countries are just, vehemently pro-black? How many of you believe that everybody who comes from, say, I don't know, south of the border is going to just line up and show up at the reparations rally and and just really make sure that y'all are good? Anybody believe that nonsense? Yeah, yeah. So maybe they're making us into Boo Boo the Fool. And I say Boo Boo the Fool because, almost like the little kid, the kid who rode the little bus to school, who thought that people were his friends when really they weren't. So you think that the bully is your friend when really he just beats you up and takes your lunch money every day. Or you think that every time he makes a joke and him and his friends are laughing at you, you think that you're laughing together, so you start laughing too. And the kid starts laughing too. Like the slow. So maybe we're like the slow kids on the little bus. Maybe we're the ones who, and no offense if anybody in here rode the little bus, or if you got a relative. I'm not making fun of those people because I think that they're actually smarter than us in certain areas. But really, you think about that. There sometimes you don't know when the joke is on you. Sometimes you don't know when people are laughing with you versus when they're laughing at you. And I think that we, to some extent, fall for the rope a dope because many of us get our political habits from people who just told us what to do and what to say and what to believe. We didn't actually form those beliefs on our own. And that's very, very dangerous because propaganda is real, manipulation is real. This does happen. So let me keep going here. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says on page 160 of the Black History Reader. He says civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume that there were alliances with newly arriving people from other countries. I'm gonna try not to say the word immigrant too much, just because I don't want to trigger algorithms, because again, there's censorship out here. Those alliances, especially with the Latino community, did not and do not exist. The Latino community firmly denies that such alliances exist, and it takes little analysis to determine that any alliances Black leaders presume are one-sided. Again, like the little kid on the little bus. You think they're laughing with you, they're laughing at you. Black leaders even support policies that benefit immigrant groups at the expense of Black people. Many Black leaders, for instance, support increased immigration, but immigrant groups such as Hispanics, Asians, and Arabs do not commit to or give support to any Black issues. There is no reciprocity, and immigrant advocate groups not only do not represent the interests of Blacks, the very purpose of their advocacy is in outright opposition to Black interests. Why is it that after all these years, leading Blacks cannot recognize circumstances that are harmful to their own people? Why is it that the people permit those whom they have accepted as leaders to continue doing them harm? So he says here, so the next question is question 53. How do immigration policies specifically injure Native Black Americans? So this is a good conversation to have in terms of if someone asks you, like, well, why do you have this issue with wide open borders or whatever? Well, let's see what Dr. Anderson has to say. He says, throughout the history of North America, waves of I'm going to say people from other countries have entered the country to take advantage of the considerable economic opportunities extended to them and to enjoy the elevated status, respect, and privileges they automatically receive over Blacks in the labor force. Since the Black descendants of slaves are not immigrants, they are excluded from the privileged status, benefits, and rights extended to people from other countries and must compete with every person from another country for basic rights and life resources. Immigrants and Blacks compete for space, rights, economics, and privileges. Reaching America has been a dream come true for people from other countries, but it has been a nightmare for many native blacks and their forefathers. Space. Although a growing number of legal and illegal immigrants are located in the suburbs, most immigrants find residential and commercial space in urban areas. Once they establish a toehold in the urban centers, they then mark and close the space using their language, culture, or religion as barriers to encroachment. Within the confines of their closed communities, they concentrate their resources and build socioeconomic enclaves or niches. Immigrant niches can be found in most urban areas like Detroit, Miami, LA, Philadelphia, New York, DC, San Francisco, and Chicago. After closing their territories, they mark them for their own cultural image, such as Koreatown, Chinatown, Frenchtown, Japantown, Little Cuba, Greektown, and Mexicantown. As their numbers grow, they spread out and gentrify the black areas, such as Harlem in New York City, Overtown, Liberty City, and Coconut Grove in Miami, Inglewood, Compton, and Watts in the LA area, and Sweet Auburn in Atlanta. Has anybody seen any of this? Let me know if you've noticed any of this in your communities. Anybody seen any of that? All these formerly black dominated cities are now occupied predominantly by Hispanic immigrants. Interesting. Numerical displacement means diminished economic and political influence by blacks in mainstream society. Since 1900, this is interesting. Pay attention now. Listen up. Since 1900, the Hispanic population increased from 100,000 to 55 million in 2016. They have surpassed and made Black Americans a minority. Hispanics boast that they are now the nation's new majority minority and will gentrify urban residential areas along with whites and Asians, displacing blacks. And that's what a lot of people in Chicago are protesting right now. They're very, very upset about this. The economic impact. Okay, so the economic impact of immigrants on Native Black Americans is quantifiable. For every 10%, now listen to this now. For every 10% increase in the number of immigrants, Native Black income is reduced by 0.3%. Blacks had an earnings ratio of 56 cents to every dollar earned by whites in the 1950s. Because of the Black Civil Rights Movement in the 1970s, Blacks' earnings ratio rose to 66% of every dollar earned by whites. So we went from 56 to 66. However, between 1970 and 1990, there was a 300% increase in the number of legal and illegal Asians and Hispanics that entered the country, and the ratio of blacks' earnings to white earnings dropped from 66% to 57%, where it was nearly 40 years earlier. So in 40 years, no progress in that earnings gap. Give me a yes if you follow that, if you understand what I said there. So what he's basically saying is that you are making progress when you have policies like affirmative action that were specifically designed to close the racial wealth gap, specifically designed to address grievances that were grievances that were done to you, right? But then when everything started to dilute, when other people started to jump in and grab your benefits, your income ratio went down again. So this is what he's saying here. In short, the 9-point economic gains due to the Black Civil Rights Movement were wiped out by the 300% increase in immigration population that occurred between 1970 and 1990. Employment, whether the job and this is where we talk about black jobs, whether the job categories are skilled or unskilled, this nation has a long history of displacing blacks to make employment opportunities for other people. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. What? Damn. Did y'all hear that? Let me read it again. This is interesting. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. This is when we had trade, y'all. This is when we had skill. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on. Let's do an economic consciousness exercise. Are our kids coming out with skill now? Coming out of high school? Are the majority of our children coming out of school knowing how to do anything? Knowing how to, I don't know, paint things, build things, carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, electricians, welders. Are they getting any of these trades coming out of school? I mean, I'm gonna just tell you like this, in my opinion, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We really should be ashamed. We should be absolutely ashamed that that people 100 years ago had more skill than we have right now with our bougie asses, our high tech, internet having asses, all these opportunities we supposedly have, all this progress we claim to have made, but our children have less skill than the children had 100 years ago. That's downright shameful. I'm very sorry. That's downright shameful. So anyway, let me keep going here. All right. So let's see here. During the same time that 100,000 of the 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans right after slavery, during the same time, 55 to 65% of all Southern farmers were Black and former slaves. Instead of Lincoln's administration mainstreaming the 5 million former slaves, he and his administration chose to enact immigration reform that attracted 26 million Europeans into the country to replace Black farmers and artisans. Initially, newly arriving immigrants replaced northern native Blacks in the lowest paying and dirtiest jobs. Later waves of immigrants replaced native Blacks in the South as well as the North in skilled trades, artisan crafts, and agricultural based occupations. For those who would argue that immigrants did not displace Black Americans in jobs and employment opportunities, why are so many of the jobs that Blacks used to hold in hotels, retail sales, restaurants, airports, trash collection, banks, and other local businesses and all levels of government now staffed by Hispanics, Arabs, and other ethnic groups? Many Blacks were displaced by immigrants in business and public offices because they could not speak Spanish or other languages. The actual hidden or structural unemployment rate for Black Americans is nearly 50%. According to a report from the Center for Immigration Studies, matters were made worse between 2006 and 2016 when approximately 50% of all new jobs went to Hispanics. Where's the economic justice for Black Americans? And the scary, interesting part about this is that he's talking about 2016. He's not even, he doesn't, when he wrote this, he didn't even know about the wide open borders we have right now. He didn't know that we were bringing in 2 million people a month or something crazy like that. Just wide open, literally people climbing through the fence. Like that's very interesting. And what that speaks to is that the future is coming and it does not look bright if your goal is to sort of live off this integrationist dream of sort of like getting the same jobs that your parents would have gotten. I don't think the future looks good for that. I think that specific skills, specific wealth building strategies, specific economic survival methods are absolutely essential for anybody that wants to survive this new economy. And I haven't even talked about AI. AI, if we have, I don't know, 50 million immigrants that come through a fence in the southern border, well, AI is like bringing in a billion new immigrants. Like AI is everywhere. AI is going to be all over the place. So you really have to adjust to this new economy. And if you just simply, live as a sheep and do what you're told and just follow whatever they're telling you to do, you're probably going to get displaced. We're already being replaced when it comes to voting and stuff like that. I'm convinced of that. I think that the whole idea that a lot of Black people aren't automatically voting blue no matter who is leading them to say, okay, well, we got to get new voters to replace Black people, especially Black men. You've got these troublesome Black men out here who are questioning Democratic Party politics. So we're just going to get rid of them. We're just going to deal with something that's easier to deal with. And so that's happening on the political front. I think on the economic front, it's incredibly important to have a strategy. So the solution is wealth building. The solution is twofold. One, in the Black Business School, for example, we believe every Black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. They should have someone should be buying stock from them from the time that they're born. And also, every child should know the difference between ownership and renting. In addition to that, skilled trades are incredibly important. College degrees are nice, but having either a skill trade or a capital base is typically better. And what I mean by a capital base is just a set of resources that allows you to generate the income that you need in order to pay your bills or to survive financially. I don't think it's very, very safe to send your children into an economy that has proven itself to be racist and has proven itself to marginalize Black people for the last 150 years and just sort of say good luck. I wish you the best. I don't think that they're going to be safe in that situation. So that's a solution. The solutions are out there. I personally think we need infrastructure building. We need investment. Job seeking, chasing down those few little Black jobs that they decide they want to give you is not going to get you to where you want to be. typically. Okay, so let's keep going here. It certainly is not a solution for 40 million people. All right, so let's read here. We're on page 163 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at powernomics.com. It says the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education decision was supposed to have corrected damages inflicted on Black students for more than 400 years of zero schools and poor schools. But before any major educational improvements could be made, the immigration reforms of 1965 brought in a massive influx of immigrant minority children, quote unquote minority children, who began to compete with native Black children for resources. There are no constitutional mandates to giving newly arriving immigrant children legal or illegal, accompanied or unaccompanied, educational advantages over Blacks. Prevailing policies and laws, however, give immigrants preferential treatment over Blacks. Another area is affirmative action. Affirmative action programs were originally designed to correct injustices to one race of people, Blacks, by another race of people, whites, and to eliminate the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. Today, affirmative action programs have been converted into preference programs for immigrants, though most categories of immigrants are white and have never been negatively impacted by the racism and racial conditions that caused these programs to be necessary. This error can be traced to the Immigration and Reform Control Act of 1986, which effectively required employers to treat immigrants exactly like native-born citizens. Since nearly 90% of all immigrants are classified as white on their immigration records and driver's licenses, why aren't immigrants treated like whites and excluded from affirmative action programs? Why are they categorized with Blacks only in the instance of affirmative action? So they don't live the whole Black experience, but when it comes time to benefit from being Black, everybody wants to be Black. But when it's time to really be Black and to deal with the struggles of being Black, everybody walks out of the room. So he says here, putting apples and oranges in the same categories set up a situation where immigrants of any race displace Blacks from the very programs designed to help them. It is not possible to justify including Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, and other immigrants and women who are a majority in affirmative action programs. Yet in 2016, Black civil rights leaders, elected officials at the highest levels, and other members of the Black overclass publicly supported immigration reform and granting citizenship to 12 to 20 million illegal immigrants that had entered the country since 1990. The Black overclass agreed with those who wanted to reach out and invite even millions more immigrants. Our federal and state governments may have reasons to support increased immigration, but they have a moral obligation to avoid and correct the devastating harm it causes Native Black Americans. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. Um, I'm irritated. I'm very irritated because you're really in a fight. Basically, you're really in this fight that you're losing. Collectively, you're losing. But there are solutions, and I think the solutions. I don't see the solutions ever being implemented on a national level. And part of it is because if you go back to the beginning of our conversation where we talked about the BETs of the world, BET, this big white owned company that pretends to be Black, that uses Black people and sells them and makes billions of dollars doing that. These platforms are not positioned. This overclass is not positioned to do the things that are absolutely essential to really create the sort of um, economic or cultural or educational foundation required for you to truly succeed in this competitive economy. In this society, the more mainstream you are, the more mainstream your ideas are, the more you're relegated to the underclass. Because in the mainstream, there is a presumption that Blackness means you're at the bottom. They will always have more sympathy for, I don't know, say a George Floyd situation where a guy gets killed by a cop and everyone feels sorry for a Black man. They'll highlight that, but they won't talk about all of the other Black men that are just trying to survive economically with their families, or the abuse that happens when men get incarcerated, or what's happening, how our families get broken when you have things like the Biden crime bill where so many men are in prison right now, and all these other variables that are affecting families. I get it. The police shootings are something worth addressing 100%, but that's not really something that is absolutely foundational to the existence and survival of the average Black family in America. If you want to look at solutions, here's the deal. I think you have to get rid of the old school black leadership model where you have these civil rights superstars who are, going to be at the Grammys and the Oscars and taking pictures next to the presidential candidates claiming to represent the black community. In almost every single case, none of that ever really works. None of it. I still remember even when President Obama got elected and everybody was so excited about who he was supposed to become for the black community. I was speaking at a church in New York, and on the day he got inaugurated, they changed the words of the song "We Shall Overcome," and they started singing "We Have Overcome." That's what they started singing. And I remember sitting there, I couldn't even sing it. I just kind of moved my lips because I said, I cannot believe we're singing "We Have Overcome." What have you really overcome? Barack overcame a lot for sure. He's president. He should be proud of that. I'm very happy for him. But you ain't overcame nothing. Like what are you getting excited about? And then the same day, I remember a lady came out and she had this real nice picture of Barack Obama. It was like a painting. And I said, "That's a nice painting." And she said, "Absolutely. I just bought it." And she was real excited. She said, "I'm gonna put it up in my living room next to my pictures of Martin Luther King and Jesus." That's what she literally said. She was going to put it up next to Martin Luther King and Jesus, and that was like her inspiration for the day. And I get that. I'm not anti-Barack on any level, but I think that you have to kind of know the difference between substance and symbolism. Also, I think you have to know the difference between um, a pseudo solution and an actual solution. I don't think the solutions for the Black community typically are going to be mainstream, led by mainstream leaders on national media outlets, because there's too much money being made from your oppression. There are too many people that benefit from controlling you. If you have a pimp and he's making money from his pack of hoes, because that's what we become. We become everybody's hoe except for, we don't benefit ourselves. We become a pack of hoes. That pimp has no incentive to liberate any of the women or any of the hoes, because he maybe got some male hoes too. He has no incentive to do what's best for those individuals, none. So to some extent, Black people, we've always been this commodity for other people. We are the perfect consumer because we will buy anything. We are wonderful for the educational system because they make money when your kids are going to these schools and not being properly educated. There are, we also give away so many things for free. We have the best athletes in the world, the best performers, the most interesting culture. People can package it up like BET and they can sell it and make money from that. And so there are so many people that are positioned properly to extract things from you. So when you're looking, when the pimp, when the prostitute is looking to the pimp to say, how do I become a better person? How do I do more for me? How do I make my life better? All he's going to do is tell her a bunch of lies. So you have this overclass, these pimps that pretty much are, if you let them lie to you, they're going to keep lying to you. If you let them keep telling you like, oh yeah, the best way for Black people to move forward is to everybody make sure you vote for the Democrats, and make sure you come to work every day. Make sure you go to school every day. Make sure you go to college and go $200,000 in debt to get a college degree, and that's how you become successful. They're walking you right down the rabbit trap. What they're literally saying is we're okay. See, the thing is, people think that there are others who just flat out hate Black people. First of all, I don't care if other people like me or not. I assume that they don't care that much about me. If I have a neighbor across the street who has a big Trump flag in his front yard, and I don't hate the guy. I don't like him or dislike him. I don't know if he likes me or not. He has a big pickup truck. He's like a former cop. He could be a black people hating redneck or something. But I don't care. Um, he doesn't care about me. I don't care about him. I don't need him. I don't need him to like me. I just need him to like not bother me, right? So I don't know if there are all these people in the world that just sit around and think how I can, how do I hate Black people today? I don't know if there are people out there like that. Maybe there are a few, but I don't think that there are lots of people like that per se. But I do know that if you're talking about people that are going to love you, that has to start with you. And if you talk about people that are going to represent your interests, you have to start with you. And so similar to that prostitute who, everywhere she turns, the pimp is always there explaining the world to her. She's going to have to get her validation from somewhere other than the pimp. She's going to have to get her advice from somewhere other than the individual who has a direct incentive to exploit her. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So this whole system's designed to benefit from you, to extract things from you. That's just how it's built. So in order for you to find your solution, you're gonna kind of have to wiggle out of that. You're gonna have to spend some time alone and really look at your life, look at your family, look at your situation, look at your goals, and come up internally with the solutions that are gonna liberate you and get you to where you want to go. And you have to know that some of those solutions are gonna cause you to lose favor with your master. If I go, for example, when I go and when I started saying to black people, look, I don't think you have to vote for Democrats or Republicans. I think you should do what's best for you. A lot of people got real mad at me. And I was like, why are you mad at me? They're like, because you're telling black people not to vote. I said, I never told black people not to vote. You're telling black people to become Trump supporters. I never told black people to become Trump supporters. I told them to do what's best for themselves. Why is that such a threat to you? Why is that so bad for you? Well, oh, I get it, because you have a direct interest and you benefit directly from the control and the management of black people. So you don't really have leaders. Leaders are people that lead you to a better life. Leaders are people who improve your situation. You don't have leaders, you have managers. Managers are people whose job it is to keep you in a nice little collective bucket so they can serve you up to the next person that wants to exploit you. They can pass you around. Like Diddy did with some of his victims. Shout out to poor Justin Bieber. I wonder if that's what happened to him. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but that poor guy, he'd been through something, right? So really, the thing is, I think we have to know the difference between people that want to serve the black community versus those who want to sell the black community. That's what you have. So in every election, you have these political bosses who go into, the office typically of the Democrats and sometimes the Republicans too, and they say, I can deliver black votes. How much you gonna pay me to deliver black people? And then their job is to deliver. And if they don't deliver, then their bosses say, I'm not going to compensate you because you didn't deliver black people the way you're supposed to. Just like a farmer delivering chickens to KFC. You are a commodity. You are a commodity. And I could keep going to other analogies, but I'm not going to keep on dragging this on and on. But I want you to really understand that. So in order for, if you have a prostitute who wants to do what's best for himself or herself, she cannot go to the pimp to get guidance or advice on any level. If you are a chicken on a farm and all your friends are being fattened up so they can be sold to KFC, you can't go to the farmer and say, what should I do next with my life? What does it mean for me to be a good person? You can't do that. You have to figure that out internally and know that at some point, your interests and the farmer's interests are going to just be different. So your interest, so when you start to become economically independent, an economically independent black community or an economically independent black family is at the very least a family where that family benefits as much or more from its own labor, skills, and resources and intellectual capital than anybody else, right? So economically independent, let's draw a picture of that. What does that look like? Well, if I've got a family and there are 5 of us in the family and we all work 40 hours a week, and traditionally we all go out and we find some white guy to work for. You go work for Ford, you go work for GM, you go work for Walgreens or whatever. We're all giving our 40 hours a week to this broader system that's owned and controlled by other people. So we're pouring into the wealth of other people. And then after we get all our money, we go shopping to pour into the wealth of the people who own the mall. And then after that, we also pay the landlord. So we're pouring into the landlord's wealth. So you're draining yourself by making sure that everyone else is good, making sure that everyone else is well taken care of, because they've trained you to believe that that's what you do in order to be a good citizen. Well, an economically independent family, in my opinion, if you want a direct solution, is a family that says, how do we sort of shift the system a little bit where those benefits, at least a portion of those benefits, are coming to us too? How do I create a win-win with this economy instead of the win-lose that we were raised on? See, you were raised on a win-lose in this economy. And the win-lose means this. It means that you have millions of people in the black community who work hard every day, went to school, who have been very responsible, law-abiding citizens who have not broken any laws, raised their families properly, worked their butts off for 40 or 50 years, and are dying with a negative net worth, and somehow you feel screwed and you don't know why. You're trying to figure out, you're like, something isn't right, and I just don't know. Like, how is it that I did everything the way I was supposed to do it, but everybody was winning except for me? Well, that's because you got to really go back and question the assumptions of the game that you're playing. You have to sort of figure out, like, what does that look like for me to pour 40 hours of labor into something that's going to benefit me and the people that I care about, as opposed to pouring 40 hours into something that's not going to give me any benefits? What does it look like for me to spend money on a product that's where the part of that money is going to accrue to either myself or people that are in my space, versus me spending money in a place where those financial benefits aren't coming back at all? Do you understand? You have to think about these things. Critical thinking is essential for anybody that wants to deal with all this. You are going into, in my view, the most complicated economy and society that we've ever had. We've never had an economy, for sure, in American history that's more complicated than the one you're entering into now. You've got illegal immigration over here. You've got corrupt politicians and the failing government over there. You've got artificial intelligence back there. You're going to have to think. You're really going to have to think. And to me, what does that mean? Well, that heightens the importance of little things like the family meeting. Maybe we sit down together as a family and say, how are we going to help each other out? How are we going to make sure everybody in here is good? I've got an extra X number of hours per week that I'm going to put toward one of my goals. How do I do it in a way where I'm winning and you're winning? What partnerships can we come up with that allow us to bring our energy together, as opposed to dividing and diluting our energy by all of us just going out here chasing the black job? Right? Do you understand? That's what we all do that. A lot of us traditionally, we just do that. It's like you got 3 siblings, all of you are hardworking, smart people, but all of y'all are running off trying to go get some degree and go work for some white man somewhere when you could be working with each other. What is it about white folks in creating businesses and institutions that makes us believe that they're the only ones who can do it? Asian people do it, Arab people do it, Jewish people do it, white people do it. We can do it too. And we are doing it, by the way. So shout out to those of you who are trying. And I just want you to understand that you're gonna fail. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna always make sense. It's gonna be hard, but it's better than the other version of hard, which is where you work your butt off for 50 years and then you die broke, or you die with a net worth that is much lower than what it should be, or you find out that the people that you've been pouring into your whole life are all getting rich. Every time you're making that car note payment, the car dealer's getting rich. You pay your rent, the landlord's getting rich. You go to work, your boss is getting rich. What about you? Where are you getting rich in this process? And if you can't see where you're getting rich, where you're at least getting a piece of the benefits of all the things that God has blessed you with, then that means you playing the wrong game, partner. You in the wrong system. You got to fix it, buddy. You got to look around, elevate your consciousness. Consciousness is critical. So again, I want to reiterate, I am not here telling you what to do. When I talk like this, I know that there are people who get mad at me and they think that I'm out here just misleading people and all. I'm not telling you nothing about what you need to do next. What I want to be able to help you do is I want to help heighten your consciousness to the point where when you decide what you're going to do next, it's the right move for you and those kids that you got. It's the right move for your family. I think every parent, some of y'all in here are parents like me. I'm a parent, and my number one goal as a parent is to make sure my kids, I'm not raising no goddamn slaves. I'm not. I'm not raising, I'm not raising anybody's servant. I'm just not doing that. I want them, maybe they can serve humanity or something, do good things in the world. I want that, but I'm not raising, I don't want children that were raised under me to go out into the world and be miserable, broke, struggling, selling stuff that they shouldn't be selling just to go pay the rent. I don't want them in that situation. So I think, just something as basic as like loving yourself and loving your kids means that maybe it's worth sort of reconsidering the things that you were told, because a lot of things that they tell you are just wrong. And here's the thing about, and this is the last point I'm gonna make on this about capitalism, the dark side of capitalism, is that they're not just doing this to black people. They're not just doing this to you. They're doing this to everybody. The capitalist system, it harms it harms pretty much everybody, right? Anybody that's in the working class is pretty much getting screwed in America right now. I want to make that clear. So you're not the only ones, but it tends to happen worse to black people because we are so vulnerable. Do you understand? So effectively, when you're in that situation, I think it's important to at least start the conversation by realizing we don't have any friends, we don't have any true allies, because if you were really an ally, you'd be fighting for us to get that 14 trillion in reparations. But from what I understand about money and power, people don't give those things away easily. So I hope that this discussion was beneficial to you. That's what I'm seeing. I thank God for Dr. Claude Anderson for explaining the truth behind, the historical immigration policies and what that does to us. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with him. Maybe he's wrong about things. I'm not going to say that he's right about everything, but this is another perspective for you to consider. Okay. All right. So, anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for a financial consciousness training. If you want to join us, we meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free to join the live session. So if you want to get an invite, you can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, if you live in another country and you can't text the word morning, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. I'll send you an invitation, and we're going to meet tomorrow morning because I want your economic consciousness on 10. That when you have that heightened awareness, you just understand things better and you can get more out of life that you want without sort of hoping that somebody eventually gives you things that people just don't give away. Nobody gives away money and power. You got to learn how to take it. All right. So let's see. Where can you hear the recording? Well, this particular recording, I am streaming on my YouTube channel, which is drboycetv.com. If you want all of the trainings that we've done in this class, we've probably done 200 or 300 by now. You can actually go to drboycebookclub.com, or I think Amani's in the chat. Maybe Amani, if you have the link, you can share the link where if you want to just go get them all and you can share them with your family. There we go. Amani put the link in the chat. So feel free to take a look at that, and all of that's in there. And in addition to that, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com, and use the code word book club, all one word. You get 30% off. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. God bless you. It was great to see you, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the morning for consciousness training. And I wish you the best. So let's educate ourselves. Let's be great. Let's make Black people great again. I'm kidding. We've always been great. We never stop being great. It's other people who got to be great again. I don't know about y'all, but I think most of y'all in here have been kicking ass for many years. So everybody ain't losing. So keep on winning. God bless you. And if you haven't got an invitation to financial consciousness training, Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I mentioned to you all that I created something new to go with Money in the Morning, and I call it Money in a Minute. And it's basically bite-sized financial lessons that you can get delivered directly to your cell phone every single morning, so that you can learn specific topics like stock options or whatever it is that you want to learn. And so the first Money in a Minute sequence is in the area of stock options. So if you'd like to sign up, the lifetime access fee is $299, but those of you that are in class can actually get lifetime access for 35% off. So I want to say it's maybe $230 or something, and you can share it with your whole family if you want to. So feel free to sign up. If you want to sign up, text the word Miami, Miami. That's Money in a Minute. So text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you can get access to Money in a Minute. And so what will happen is within 24 hours, you will start getting text messages delivered to you that have 90-second videos that will give you some new concept within the area of stock options that you can watch each day that will make you stronger in that area. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Let me know how your stock portfolios are doing. I hope that you're making an insane amount of money. I want you to be filthy rich. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of break down what I'm seeing in the market, what I'm doing with my own portfolio. And also, as we go along, I'll let you know about a stock that I plan to purchase that I'm just going to add to my portfolio that you can consider or take a look at if that is of interest to you. All right, so let's see who's in here. Give me a second here. I got all these screens up. I see you, Angela McKinney. Good morning, ma'am. And let's see who else is in here. I see. Let me hit the chat button so I can see everybody that's here. Elaine Johnson. Let's see. James Keller. Good morning, James from Philadelphia. Natasha, I love your beginners training to investing. It was so helpful, and I'm sharing it with family and friends. Yeah, absolutely. We did. I don't know if you're referring to the training we did on how to invest in the stock market, but everything, is each one teach one in the Black Business School. We do our financial education like soul food. This is like financial soul food, except it's healthy and won't kill you or give you diabetes or nothing. And basically, we want you to share it just like you would food, because knowledge is food. There's nothing better I can do for a loved one, I think, than to help them to become financially secure, to avoid all of the problems that we run into when we have to deal with financial stress, financial anxiety, I know people who've been killed for $50, you know. So to me, if somebody needs killing, you shouldn't kill them for $50. Make it at least 5,000 or something. I mean, I'm playing. Don't kill nobody. Don't go kill nobody. But seriously though, you know, when you when you talk about economic desperation, you can see scenarios where people do desperate things because of money. And I just don't think that that should be our story. I don't think that has to be our narrative, right? Long term or short term. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in and look at some of your questions. And if you have a question, I only ask that you kind of keep it kind of tight and condensed so I can make sure I answer as many questions as possible. And then also in a second, I'll talk about the stock that I like for today that you know, you can take a look at if you'd like. And also, let's see here, what else? Oh, and also if you're in the Black Stock Market program, you can log in, and I have a new set of stocks that I picked this week under what Dr. Boyce is buying. So for those of you that are in Prime or in the Black Stock Market program, the Prime members have free access as well. You can look it up there as well. All right. So in those who want to join Prime, where we generate income from selling stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right. So let's see. I'm hopping in. I'm going to start answering questions here. All right. So the first question I see. Oh, there is no first question. Okay. So put your question in the Q&A section. That way I can see it. I thought I saw the chat and I thought those were a bunch of questions. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll start in the chat and then I'll work to the Q&A. So if you have a question, put your question inside the Q&A section so I'll see it. Natasha White says the May and June training for introduction to the stock market. Oh yeah. That was something we did and it seemed to go really well. You guys really liked it. I always like to make sure that I'm giving you what you need, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it a lot. And also we had our stock options summit in California, and I think at some point we'll just do a stock options summit online. So the stock options summit, we call that the SOS. Well, maybe the stock options summit online can be called the SOSO, the SOSO, right? So we're going to do it, not a SUSU, we're going to do a SOSO, where we're going to do some sort of stock options summit online where we'll spend the whole weekend going from A to Z with stock options. I'll talk you through it. I'll pull out the slides. We'll take a field trip. I'll break it down for you. And you know me, I always have the analogies and stuff because I think money is connected to life, and I want your regular life to help you understand your economics because they kind of go hand in hand. I'm not teaching you anything new. I'm only igniting the things that you've always known your whole entire life. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so the first question is, King May, Chipotle is down. What do you think? Chipotle is interesting because I saw where Chipotle was getting beat up online a little bit, with all these, I guess Keith Lee, the food critic, was talking about how little food they give, and apparently this guy's got a lot of weight in the food. It's crazy, and so after that happened, Chipotle ended up kind of getting blasted online pretty bad, where people were making fun of the fact that the food portions were not big enough. But I can tell you, I have made tens of thousands of dollars from Chipotle stock. I invested. I did a stock option strategy with Chipotle, where I don't like to take the risk of buying a lot of stock options. So what I did was I did a what it's called a stock replication strategy. So I did a long term, deep in the money call spread. That's what it's called in stock options on Chipotle, where basically it was set up where I had 2 years for Chipotle stock to recover, and it recovered in about 2 months. It didn't take 2 years, it took 2 months. So basically, I just had this position, and it did really well. I did the same thing with Amazon. It worked really well. And Chipotle is just a strong company. And my belief is that when you invest in strong companies that have strong earnings and strong earnings growth, and you hold those companies for 5 years or more, it's very, very hard to lose. It's very, very hard to lose because these companies are going to survive and do well. Chipotle is one of those companies. So I think Chipotle is a solid investment. Although you can't predict things, I don't think this stink that's kind of on them now is going to last. They're just really good at adapting. They have great management. So do I think that it's a good price to buy? The fair price is 40, according to Robinhood, says Natasha. I don't think that's, let me see, what's the price of Chipotle? Um, Chipotle, Chipotle stock is trading at 61. Um, a lot of analysts really like it. I didn't see anything that says the fair price is $40. I don't think it's $40. I think it's higher than that, but I see that here. I see the research report says, now this is just Morningstar. So one thing you got to remember about analyst reports is that analysts in many cases are just wrong. Nobody really, just so in case you want to know, no one really knows the fair price of a stock. Nobody knows. I sat in the lab with the best financial scientists on the planet with the best equipment, the best mathematical models at the highest levels, and seen people sit around and try to come up with the fair value of a stock. Nobody really knows exactly what the fair value is, and no one knows what the market is going to pick as the fair value of that stock. For example, Donald Trump's company is pretty worthless. That stock is worth about $1, maybe, if you want to be nice. It's trading right now, probably in the 40s or something. Why? Nobody knows exactly. Can you really explain why human beings, do what they do? Humans be human and humans be human in, right? So basically, we just the market just picks the value that it wants. What tends to happen though is that when the economy starts to crash or the market starts to collapse, you see stocks tend to gravitate back to their fair market value and the cream rises to the top. That's when you begin to scrutinize. The market becomes much more financially conscious. It's almost like at a party when everybody's drinking and getting high. Nobody's really paying attention to what's going on. Everybody's doing whatever they want to do. But after the party, when the police have arrived and the drugs have worn off, everyone's suddenly extremely aware of every little detail of their lives. And that's what a market crash, that's the visual I get when I see a stock market crash. The market becomes sober. So right now, with the market doing so well, the market's a little financially drunk. There are some stocks in there that are a little overpriced. The AI stocks are at the biggest risk of overpricing, although nobody knows for sure because everyone knows that AI is going to be this big, gigantic economic boom. That's no secret. That's no secret. Everyone knows AI is going to be a massive. What you don't know is you don't know who the winners are going to be in this new industry. You also don't know exactly how massive it's going to be. You may think it's going to be mega massive, and it may not be mega massive. It may just be massive without the mega, right? Which would be a disappointment, which could lead to a correction, which feels like a crash. So effectively, you just don't know. So a lot of market growth has been collapsed into these magnificent seven stocks, the big tech stocks, the Nvidias, Apples, Microsoft, stuff like that. And there is a school of thought that says that it's at some point it's going to have to spread out. But then again, there's another school of thought that says maybe they really have the juice like that. Maybe their juice is that strong that they're going to just maintain this sort of market power for a long time. I doubt it. So to basically summarize with Chipotle. I'm looking at the report here on it. I'm a big fan of Chipotle. I'm sorry. I think the company has great management. They're run very well. The stock, it looks like it's gone down 5% this week, 1.3% this month. But year to date, it's up 35%. In my view, if I wanted to approach a Chipotle, I would look at it as, okay, I like this company. That means I'm going to go ahead and marry this stock. And marrying the stock might mean I'm going to dollar cost average my way into this stock, which means that I'm going to consistently buy a certain number of shares every month or every week and just keep doing that for the next 5 or 10 years. That means when the stock goes down, I'm buying a little bit more. When it goes up, I'm getting a little bit less. But either way, I'm in bed with Chipotle financially. That's where I'm going to use as my store of value. And remember, when you buy a stock, there are two things you want that stock to do. One is grow, right? You want your money to grow, but growth is not really the primary goal all the time. The primary goal is protecting your money, protecting your wealth, not collapsing. Just like in football, and when I was asking you all, like, what's the most important job of the quarterback? It's not to throw touchdowns. It's not to run the ball. It's not to throw passes or anything. The job of the quarterback, the first and most important job is to protect the ball. If you don't protect the ball, then nothing else matters. So Chipotle isn't just a great company, in my opinion, because of its growth potential. Chipotle is also a great company because I believe that the stock is not going to collapse on you as badly as some other stocks will if the market goes south. If the market goes south, a company like AMC is going to kill you. If the market collapses, a company like DJT, Donald Trump's media company, oh, that's going to make you cry. It's going to break your heart. But Chipotle, it's going to be pretty solid, I think. I mean, it could drop. Don't get me wrong. Any stock can drop, but it's probably going to make a comeback, and it's going to maintain a lot of fundamental value. Like there's a lot of meat on them bones, if you know what I mean. All right. So anyway, enough of that. Let's see here. Is Chipotle a good stock to do cover calls on? I don't think it is, Jonathan. I think there are better companies out there for sure. Errol, do you expect a market correction at some point this year? I really thought that there would be, Errol, and I think that there could be because the market's very fragile. But you know what? They did a study where they basically found that whenever the market does this well the first half of the year, it almost always does well the second half of the year. So the odds are saying that the rest of this year is going to be strong too. but that doesn't mean it won't collapse in 2025 or something. But if it does collapse, here's the problem with waiting for the decline before you make a move. When you sit on the sidelines waiting, what happens is that you're missing all of the upward trajectory that occurs while you're waiting, right? So if let's say that I want to buy stock and the price is $20, and I say, oh, I think it's gonna go down. I'm gonna wait till it gets cheaper. So then it goes to 22, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna keep waiting. 24, you keep waiting. 26, you keep waiting. 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 40. Right, it hits 40, and you're like, I'm gonna keep on waiting because I want this stock to go down, and then then it collapses, right? Then you have like the worst day ever, right? Then the stock drops from 40 to 33, right? That's a massive drop, but 33 is still higher than the 20 you could have bought it at 2 years ago. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you had a little bit of a win. If you're not financially conscious, you have a recency effect. You think, oh, well, it went down from 40 to 33, so this stock is cheap now. But what you've forgotten is that that stock also went from 20 up to 40, then down to 33. So you missed that whole climb. It's like relationships. You know what people, they have a breakup and they say, I'm never gonna date again. I'm gonna stay in my house and never date a man, date a woman, whatever, for the rest of my life. And then someone comes along and says, well, it's better to have loved and to have lost than it is to have never than to never have loved at all. I said it wrong, but you get the point, right? Well, what does that mean to me? What that means to me is like it's better to have invested in the stock and lost a little money than to have not invested at all or to have waited until the crash. If you wait until the crash, yeah, you're sure you're getting the stock cheaper, and you miss the overpricing of it, but you also miss the climb. You missed that whole climb from 20 all the way up to 40. Now maybe the last seven was garbage. The last seven kind of got taken away, but you had the previous 20 points of that stock that you missed out on. People do that in real estate all the time. I never understand that. Where people say, I'm not going to buy a house now because I'm going to wait for housing prices to go down. I need you to go look at any major area in the United States and look at the real estate market. And I want you to show me one decade where the real estate in that major city was cheaper 10 years later than it was 10 years before. You're not going to be able to find it. Real estate always goes up in price. And this is where, when we do our financial consciousness exercises in the morning, this is the kind of stuff I want you to be able to think about, because money consciousness is a very important part of money acquisition. If you can't acquire something and control something if you're not conscious of how it works. So part of financial consciousness is just knowing that, knowing little things like I remember seeing this news story from 1983 where they had some serious experts that were talking about how overpriced the San Diego housing market was. And they said, according to recent studies, the average home in San Diego costs $88,000. And they're like, oh my God, that's so insane. Who would ever buy a house for $88,000? And that looks ridiculous to us now. It's like a joke now. But some of your parents went and bought that house for 88,000 in 1983, and that house is worth $1 million today, or half a million. So don't get I wouldn't get caught up in trying to time things. If you want to invest in Chipotle, then I would consider investing in Chipotle. This is not investing advice, but if you overthink it, you're gonna mess it up. That's a part of consciousness too, is knowing when to kind of tone it down and not talk yourself out of doing what you need to do. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Natasha says also Ian Dunlap from Earn Your Leisure said that the price to get an Nvidia is 107 or 112. Your thoughts? You know what? I never met Ian, but I like him, and I'll tell you that the research says that trying to predict an individual stock price is kind of a fruitless exercise. It's widely done by market analysts all the time, and the reason it's done is because people believe it's possible. It intuitively seems like you should be able to just, someone says, "Oh, the stock price is too high," or "It's going to go down," or "It's going to go up." It's not so easy to do. It's not. In fact, there's a whole theory around this. They won a Nobel Prize on this, called the random walk hypothesis. And the random walk hypothesis basically says that stock prices move in a random walk, like a drunk person. Like a drunk person, his walk is random. You don't know if he's going to go left or right, forward or backward. You can't really predict individual stock prices like that. And also another thing that I can tell you as a person who's just kind of gone through all the math on how a stock price is formulated, nobody really knows what the true value of NVIDIA is. That's the enigma of NVIDIA. The price right now of NVIDIA is 122.09. That price could either be incredibly high or it can be incredibly low. You will not know probably for another 5 or 10 years. Just like right now in 2024, we could look at prices in 2016. We could look at Apple and we could say, holy crap. In 2016, what was Apple trading in 2016? Let me see here. Apple, let's look up the history of Apple stock. Let's go on a little digital field trip here. Okay, Apple stock. Okay, Apple stock price. Okay, so let's pull this up. The price of Apple right now is $219. Okay, and I've owned a substantial stake in Apple. I think I sold some of my Apple, not because I hate it, but because I wanted to do something else with my money. But anyway, look at, okay, so you look here and you see that Apple stock is trading for 219. Now, if I look a year to date, it's gone up by 18%. The last year has gone up 14%. Last 5 years, it's gone up 329%. So the last 5 years, so that means if you bought Apple in 2019, you could have got it for $50. And now it's trading for $219. That would have been a beautiful investment for you. If you bought Apple in, say, 2016, you could have bought it for $29.41. Now, here's what I want you to understand from a financial consciousness standpoint. Let's move up right here. Let's look at September 21st, 2018. Apple stock was trading for $54.42. Give me a yes if you can see this chart. Let me know if you can see this on the screen. Can y'all see my screen? Give me a quick yes so I can just know that that this is visible for you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to look at the chat. Just a minute. Okay. All right. Thank you, Claudia and Angela. I see you in there. All right. So here, if you go right here to 2018, September 21st, that price is $54.42. Now, I want you to imagine yourself living in the year 2018. It wasn't that long ago. For a lot of you, it felt like yesterday. At this point, I guarantee you that there were analysts that were looking at the price right here because you hit what they call a local maximum. That's what they call it in mathematics. It's a local maximum that is of limited perspective. I bet you there were people who said, okay, Apple's overpriced. You need to sell Apple because Apple is too high. Now, and why would they think that? Well, I don't know. Let's see. The stock is at $55 or $55 a share. And if you went back, say 5 years, it was trading at 15. So they're thinking, oh my God, this stock went from 15 to 55. Holy crap. It's overpriced. It's time to sell. So let's say, for example, that they, did sell. So here you notice that the stock goes from 54, and then in 2019 it drops down to 38. So that makes you feel redeemed. Like, haha, I'm so smart. Look at me. I sold my Apple stock before the price went down. I'm a genius. I'm a financial genius, right? This is these are the financial geniuses that you find all over the internet. There were financial geniuses all over the internet who said, ha, I told you. I told you that you should have sold your Apple. Look at it now. Look at Apple now. Well, I call some of these geniuses don't know what they're talking about, to be honest with you. Because if you have the right perspective, you understand that the first step to true knowledge, in my opinion, is to know how little you actually know. The first step to knowing anything, in my opinion, is that you must acknowledge that there are some things that you just don't know. You don't really know shit. You think you know everything, but you don't know shit. So I'm a professor. I have more education than 99% of all people, but I never walk into a room assuming I'm the smartest guy in the room, because the first thing I'm thinking about is how little I know, not how much I know. So here's the deal. You don't know nothing because you're looking at January 11, 2019, like that's the be all end all. That's not the end of the story for Apple stock. In 2019, they might have thought it was an important part of the story, but no, it's a microcosm of a much bigger story. And the best was yet to come. If you look at Apple since January 11, 2019, look at what this stock has done. Look at this stock. This sucker's up to 219. And every time it hit a local maximum, and people thought that this was it, the stock has no more left to give, it kept going up. There are 1,000 different companies I can show you that have the same sort of history. So what I want to really encourage you to do is stop trying to know the unknowable. Stop trying to know things that you can't know. You can't know what the future holds. Let me just tell you, the biggest factors that impact stock prices are things like information, time, risk, various factors like that. And in fact, information, when I say the words information, time, and risk, you don't understand that my brain goes 30 years deep in each of those areas. I don't when you say time, I literally go into a trans like meditative state because I've thought about time from so many different angles and perspectives, mathematically, theoretically, philosophically, all that, right? Same thing is true with information. Information is one of the most important variables in the financial universe. That's why information is so closely guarded in financial markets. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg because she went to prison because she had access to information she was not supposed to have. Because information is money, right? This is why, as I believe, as Black people, we should have as much information as possible. Same thing is true with risk. Risk is interesting because with risk is a very complex idea. You know what it means to be in a risky situation. A lot of you know that. My wife talks about in the 90s when she went to a Tupac party in Vegas and she walked in and she saw girls with mini skirts and being dragged into the VIP room and all that. And she said, I got to get out of here because I'm feeling a little risky in here. This does not feel like a safe space for me. So she wouldn't beg for her money back. It was her last $20 and the bouncer gave her $20 back, even though they have a no refund policy. So she felt the risk in the room, right? So we know what risk is. But risk is very, very deep. Risk is like the boogeyman, where you have the things that you know, the things you don't know, and then you have the things you don't know. So you have the risk that you're aware of, but then there's a universe of risk that you can't see because it has not presented itself yet. These are called black swan events. So the risk that I see in the stock market right now are the numerous infinite number of black swan events that might present themselves and suddenly become the thing to think about when it comes to stock prices. Like, for example, how many of you really thought that 2020 and 2021 would be dominated by a pandemic that would pretty much shut everything down economically? None of us thought about that in 2019, 2018. That wasn't even in our consciousness, but that was a risk factor that was always there. And just because you don't see it there doesn't mean it's not there. But also, here's the other crazy thing about risk is that just because you see it doesn't mean it's actually there. Like, we watch the local news. My mother-in-law watches the local news and she thinks that everybody's getting killed. Why? Well, because she turned on the TV and there's always somebody dying. So she thinks that she walks on the porch, something bad could happen to her. But we know that that's not the case. But here's the thing. Even risk that isn't real can have a real impact on asset prices. So even risk that is completely imaginary that's why they measure things like consumer confidence and the VIX, which is the fear index, fear gauge, stuff like that. They measure these things because they know that sometimes if you imagine something to be real, it becomes real, right? Which is crazy, right? So that spills the financial stuff into the areas of psychology and philosophy and therapy and everything else, right? So long story short, let's circle back. Let's summarize this. Stop trying to predict things you can't predict. If you like Chipotle as a company, why not add it to your portfolio? It's better than spending your money at the mall. That's how I kind of look at it. Even if the stock does not do great, you made the best decision you could based on the information you had at the time. And also, if you do things like dollar cost averaging, like if a person has simply invested, let's say $50 a week in Nike stock since 2016, you would be filthy freaking rich. That's it. Very basic. So market timing and predicting, it's more like a sport. It's not really something that has to be done for you to actually build wealth. So I hope that drawn out discussion was beneficial to you. And actually, let me give you guys the stock that I'm going to buy right now in case you're interested. It's actually a renewable energy stock called Next Era Energy, and the ticker symbol is NEE. Nancy, Erica, and it's priced at $70 per share. And Next Era Energy engages in the provision of renewable energy, operates through the following segments: FPL and NEER. The FPL segment involves the generation, transmission, distribution, and sale of electric energy in Florida. The NEER segment produces electricity from clean and renewable sources, including wind and solar. The company was founded in 1925 and headquartered in Juno Beach, Florida, and this is a stock that I'm going to purchase. So Feel free to take a look at it. Again, not investment advice. The bulls are saying that this company's management, the management's long runway of capital investment opportunities support our expectation that annual earnings growth can reach the top half of management's 6 to 8% target through 2027. The company has benefited from renewable energy federal tax credits, but state renewable portfolio standards, corporate purchases, and attractive economics are also supporting renewable energy investments. So NEE is, according to bulls, they believe that this is a good investment. It's not the one that's gonna, the one stock ain't gonna get you out the hood. So make sure you're diversified. Diversification is important, but that's a stock I'm gonna look at. Not investing advice, just me sharing what I'm looking at. Okay. All right. So let me get to your questions again. All right. Claudia, Dr. Boyce, I'm in London, UK, signed up for Robinhood and Trading 212, trying to purchase shares in VOO. However, Robinhood does not support, and Trading 212 has S&P 500 ETFs. Is this the same as VOO? Yeah, yeah. There we go, Claudia. And shout out to Black London. I every time I think about Black people in London, I smile because y'all gave me so much love when I was there, and I haven't been there since 2017 to do an event. Well, actually, when I was there with my wife, I did do like kind of a pop-up event, and a lot of you came out. I appreciate that very much, and I just love y'all. I love London. I think Black Americans, we can learn a lot from what's happening in Black London because I saw a lot more stable families. I saw a lot of Black professionals that just really are doing amazing things, and I really think that you should be proud of that. So anyway, but yes, if you're investing in an S&P 500 index fund, that's very close to VOO. The $5 a day plan, which is, again, that's free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com is where you can go. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's very, very simple. And literally, if a person simply bought SPY or VOO and did that consistently and didn't sell the asset, your family will be rich in less than a generation. And also remember this, that I mentioned to you all, I used to talk about investing for your children, and that message resonated with a lot of you. I probably said it to 50 million people by now or something, but really I realized that the message could be refined in a way that it allows us to be a little more selfish. So even if you're a parent who hates your kids, then this can work for you, because remember, wealth is it's an asset. It's a thing. It's this thing that can be used to achieve certain goals and to meet certain needs, similar to like a car. And so in our household right now, our biggest dilemma is we have two cars, but we got four grown-ups in the house, or two kids who think they grown, and then me and my wife, we really are grown-ups. And all four grown-ups want to use the two cars. Well, you know what? We share cars. When one of us isn't using the car, the other one is. And wealth is the same way. When you're investing for your children, you're really not just investing for them, you're investing for yourself. But I sat with a couple yesterday. We did a consultation, and it was a young couple. The father was 30. Well, not the father. They don't have kids yet, but the man was 33. His wife was 29. And I just, had so much fun talking to them about, the next 20 years, because I was 33 20 years ago, and I was just sharing everything I could share with him about that. And I said, you're gonna have kids, right? And they said, yeah. I said, okay. So yeah, so when you're investing now, you're investing for your kids, and time is your greatest asset. So the sooner you get started, the sooner you can build that wealth. If you give me enough time, I can make anybody into a millionaire. It's very easy to make anyone into a millionaire if they have time and consistency. Just like it's no different. It literally mathematically is no different from walking from one side of the city to the other. If you have enough time, it doesn't even matter if you're walking really slow. If you give yourself enough time, there is a certain amount of time that if you keep walking and you walk consistently in the right direction, you will have an accumulation where will have covered any distance that you can imagine. So you give me any distance, any rate of progress, and even the slowest walker on the planet, you give me enough time, I can get them to any destination. So think of wealth as a destination. If you think of wealth as, I don't know, I want to have $1 million in the bank, that's your destination. Well, if you give yourself enough time and you're very consistent in the accumulation process, then you will eventually reach that $1 million mark. So don't let anybody make you think that wealth is elusive, or that wealth only comes to the rich or whatever. They got rich because somebody made a plan and somebody executed the plan. Somebody got to the destination. And then once you accumulate that wealth, you're able to give that to the kids after you finish using it. So I told them, I said, look, this is your money. You're making the investments for you, but then your children are a part of you. So whatever benefits you is going to benefit them. on the negative side, whatever harms you is going to harm them. If you're not healed and fixed and you're doing terrible things to yourself, then chances are you're going to be doing terrible things to your children. If you're making bad choices, then those bad choices will curse your children. So make the good choices, and then you can bless the kids, and they can have this wonderful life, and then their kids will have a wonderful life. And that's how wealth kind of gets created. Another reason that people don't build wealth tends to be either they don't believe they can do it because everyone tell the propaganda is that it's impossible unless you were born rich. They don't, or maybe that no one ever incorporates or instills either the discipline or the requirement that they build wealth. So, for example, it's very easy to build wealth. It would be really easy for me to build wealth for anybody in here if I was able to force you to do what I told you to do, right? Not that I would want to do that. I don't want to be a dictator, but if I had that power, and to use it in a good way, I would force you. I would say, no, we're going to take 10% of your check and we're going to put this in the stock or your stock portfolio every week, whether you like it or not. And then you're going to build wealth from that. And that's actually what's already happening to you. You already have bills you're forced to pay. If you don't pay your cell phone bill, they cut your phone off. You don't pay your car note, they come and take your car. If you don't pay your rent, then you have no place to live. So you already have forced savings in your life. The only difference, unfortunately, is that forced accumulation is going to the benefit of other people. It's not going to your benefit. But because when it comes to your benefit and your wealth, it's like optional. It's like, yeah, save if you want to, do what you want to do. And that's, I think, very harmful because then what happens is that there's a lot of financial security and financial anxiety and economic stress that emerges because sometimes it's hard to do stuff if nobody makes us do it. It was really hard for me to lose weight before my wife was really kind of nudging me every day and saying, "Hey, boys, let's get up and go run. Come on, boys, let's go run." Before when I made the decision, I never did it, and that's why I kept getting fat. All right, so let me keep reading here. How can I give my 14-year-old grandson Chipotle stock? Zakia, I would buy it for myself, and then maybe you can tell your son that you're getting it for him, or and then when he gets old enough, let him get an investment account, and maybe you can buy him some shares through the account. I think that's the easiest approach. I mean, you can gift people stock and actually buy the stock certificate. I got to find a website. There used to be a website, I think it was called Gift to Stock or something, but I think it went out of business. But you could actually buy a stock certificate and have that given to somebody in your family. And if you want to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's good maybe for illustrative purposes or to symbolic effect, things like that. But really, if your goal is just to make sure he has the benefit of owning the stock, I would just buy it for yourself and then just let him know I'm putting something aside that's going to be for you. But I would not, I don't believe in giving kids a whole bunch of money. I think we've talked about that. I think the kids, unfortunately, they don't have the economic consciousness or the maturity nor the appreciation for how hard you had to work for that money. And if you ever want your money to disappear, just give it all to a kid. Um, do you have other energy ETFs like URA? Yes, I do, not Natika. I have URA, uranium. It's a uranium stock. Uranium is supposed to be in short supply. Most most experts predict that uranium is going to be a high demand asset in the near future. Sherelle, what do you think about the latest news regarding Maxion Technologies? I don't know anything about Maxion. Um, Maxion, Maxeon. I don't know the company. I haven't followed um the news, but let me see. Okay, so Maxion Solar. Ooh, Lord Jesus. Ooh, Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh Lord. Oh, oof. Oh, oh. I don't like what I'm seeing with this company. Maybe this could be kind of a long shot bet, like betting on that horse that has 80 to 1 odds or something and it may hit, but there's nothing about this company that tells me this is a healthy company. The stock has dropped in the last 5 years, the stock has dropped 99.44% in the last year. In fact, the last year it's dropped 99%. Whatever that is, and I can see they're losing money hand over fist. So they're probably struggling for cash. I know that they're suffering major net losses. There's no indication recently that things are getting better for the company. So this company is probably in danger of bankruptcy. And so if you want it, and then they're based in Singapore and so when you talk about foreign companies that are struggling financially, that's very risky. But then again, the stock's 18 cents. So if you're in a gambling mood, maybe, maybe you buy a few shares and, and just maybe if it goes from 17 cents to actually while I was talking, it went from 18 cents to 17 cents. That's how bad the stock is falling, it looks like. So maybe it goes up to $1 or something and you make a bunch of money, but I wouldn't bet my retirement on that. I wouldn't put a substantial part of my portfolio in it. I would do something stupid like for fun, like maybe buy like 100 shares, which would cost like $17 or $18. I mean, it's better than going to Applebee's or something, right? Because you never know. Maybe the stock will go up. So let's see. Let's do it together. I'm gonna buy 200 shares of Maxion Technologies. It's gonna cost me $35.88. So let's see how the investment goes. So if you guys want to ask me in class one day, how did your Maxion investment go? I can tell you. Now I am a shareholder. I now officially own a percentage of Maxion Technologies, but I did not buy that stock because I think it's a great company. I just bought it just for fun because sometimes even bad companies have stock price increases, or maybe they get a buyer, or maybe somebody comes along and gives them the funding they need to survive. That can move the stock price up. But this one's on life support for sure. All right, so let's see here. Sean, can you take a look at Gush for me? I've had 3.5 years. This made me a lot of money. Would you cover call this stock? The premium looks good. Also feels one to be married to, even if I'm not making contracts. Okay, Gush. Let's look at Gush here. Okay. That's the Direxion Daily S&P Oil and Gas. Okay, so it looks like it's okay, it provides 2x daily exposure to an equal weighted index of the largest oil and gas exploration and production companies. Okay, so maybe, who knows, maybe a stock like this is good to own if you think that there's going to be tension in the Middle East or something. It looks like it's done well in the last year. It's gone about 18%. Not much. I think it's, I don't know if it's kept up with the market though. I don't know what the market's done exactly this year, or maybe it's right at the market. When I look at the options on the stock, yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for selling options. I mean, I don't hate you for it. I mean, it just means that your preference with this asset is you like a little leverage, a little extra risk. Some people like that. Some people have a high risk tolerance or risk appetite. It's like spicy food. This is a spicy stock. So, yeah, I mean, why not? It looks like it's fun to kind of mess around with. It could be considered possibly a good long-term investment, but you got to be careful. Actually, scratch that. This stock has actually gone, it says it's gone down 95% in the last 5 years, which is kind of alarming. I don't know what the story is behind all that, but I wouldn't fault you if you enjoyed owning the asset. Remember that when they have a company like this, if I say to you, like, I think that this is a bad stock, that does not mean it's a bad investment for everybody. Because think about this, this stock has trading volume of 387,000 shares yesterday, I believe, which, and let's see, I don't know how many outstanding shares their average volume is 491,000. So that means that there are hundreds of thousands of people who think this is a perfectly fine investment. So don't think that because I personally say, oh no, I wouldn't mess with that means that it's a stock no one would mess with. It's like dating. When somebody says, I don't like that guy or I don't like that girl, it doesn't mean nobody wants them. It just means that person, it doesn't see that person as a good fit. So that's the same way with stock. So if you like it, then yeah, I think there's a lot of fun you can have with that stock, 100%. Okay, so let's keep going. Next question. Let's see. Marianne says first grandbaby, is the 529 the best option? I think 529 plans are great for children, grandchildren, all that stuff. A lot of y'all are grandparents. I'm a grandparent. I can't believe it's kind of weird, right? But I take pride in it, and it's exciting to know that you have the ability to shape their lives into whatever you want it to be. You've got 50, 60 year head start on them, and their lives are just getting started. You know what's down the pike for them, if nobody prepares for them. And so I think that the ultimate sign of love is to, use some of those assets and start planting those seeds for them. If I have a 3-year-old grandchild, which I actually do, I know that I've got about 22 years or so before he really needs money and he's in a financially conscious situation. In 22 years, I can take a small amount of money and turn it into a very large amount of money. It's very easy to do. In the $5 day plan, I was explaining that if you invested simply $5 a day in the S&P 500 and you give yourself 20 years for the money to grow, that kid's going to have over $100,000. And I can tell you what $100,000 20 years, 25 years from now won't be what $100,000 is now, but he'll appreciate that money. That money will still matter for him. And if 100,000 ain't enough, that's fine. Just do $10 a day. Then it goes to 200,000. Or maybe you do $20, maybe, or sorry, yeah, $20 a day, which makes it into 400,000. I bet $400,000 will be a lot of money in the year 2045. And the thing about it is, what's really sad is that there are millions of kids where nobody's doing that for them. Nobody's nobody's even thinking about the future because people can't think about the future. People are not very conscious. They're not imagining what life will be like in 2040 and 2050. I think about that all the time. I always do. And a lot of people just don't think about it. And then it gets here and then your kids are in the mud just like you were. They're struggling financially. They're all stressed out. It's only going to get worse. Inflation ain't never going away. Inflation does benefit the elite and it benefits those who own assets. That's why they'll never stop inflation because with inflation, they use inflation as an indicator of a growing economy. And so when they have a strong economy, it tends to boost inflation, and inflation is typically hand in hand with a strong economy. And the problem is that it's very strange because it's like we'll see the inflation and we'll say, wow, the economy's really taken off. And so we got to watch the inflation, but we know inflation tends to go hand in hand with a booming economy. But then workers' wages don't keep up with the rate of inflation. So there's like a little bit of wage suppression that occurs due to the fact that the elites who decide how much inflation we're going to have and all this other stuff, they're also the ones who don't necessarily work very hard to make sure that workers' wages and incomes keeps up with inflation. They don't care. They just say, "Hey, you know what? If you don't want to take the job for $20 an hour, we'll bring in some Mexicans that'll do it at that price." That's the logic. So to me, the ultimate form of economic protection for yourself and your family is to invest in stocks and things like that, and stocks and real estate mostly, so that your wealth will keep up with the rate of inflation and will keep up with where the elites put their money. Congressmen, and I told you I don't like politicians that much because they're just a bunch of selfish bastards who do what's best for themselves. So I don't ask politicians to do what's best for me because I don't think they're going to do what's best for me unless it's already the best thing for themselves. What I do is say, okay, what are they doing? Where are they putting their money? Where are their economic interests? I'm going to get on the same boat as you because I know that you won't sink a boat that you're on, you selfish bastard. You understand? Like this idea of altruism and people just doing the right thing just because that doesn't typically happen very much in a capitalist society because I told you capitalism is a form of economic pimping. That's what it becomes in its worst form. And I just really think it's important to understand that. So anyway, let me keep going. Barbara is having a dividend stock a better strategy for an individual 65 and older to have passive income. I think the best form of passive income is selling stock options, but dividend stocks do exist. I created a list of dividend stocks that I put together. I'm going to try to see if I can find that list for you, and I'll put it in the chat so everybody can grab it. Or also maybe what I can do is I can text it out. Get on the text list, and you get on the text list for Money in the Morning, and I'll send it out to you guys. The way you get on the text list is text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send that list of dividend stocks, and I'll also send you an invitation to join us for Money in the Morning, our financial consciousness training. All right, so let's see. Next question, and I'm gonna try to find that list and just put it in here too before we're done. I just have to go dig through all my stuff. All right, so let's see. Next question is not on my screen. Okay, here we go. What are your thoughts about GOVX? Okay, GOVX. 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 That's GeoVax Labs. Okay. Okay, the company's had some trouble. This dropped by 93% in the last 5 years. They're losing money hand over fist. This is a company in distress. If you think that the company can survive, then maybe an investment just sort of is sort of a hope that perhaps this company will get out of whatever tough situation it's in. Pharmaceutical companies have all that jump risk I mentioned to you all, where the stock can really jump like crazy. We had a stock in class we were talking about, and the week after we talked about it, it went up an insane amount of money, and that was because it was a pharmaceutical company, and that's kind of what they do sometimes. But they can also go down by a lot of money too. So you don't want to ever assume that it's going to be one way or the other. It can be both. As long as you're ready to accept both, then that's okay. But if you get to the point where you think that market prices can only go up, then that's kind of where you're putting yourself at risk. All right, so let's see here. Next question is APLS. What are my thoughts on APLS? Let me look it up. Yeah, I remember us talking about that stock before. Applied Sciences, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. That's let's see here. That's another company that's had some issues. The last year has gone down 60%. Um, the analysts seem to like it. They're losing money, but they're losing less than they were losing before. I don't think it would be a terrible risk or terrible investment to make if you're into pharmaceutical stuff, based on the caveats that I mentioned before. Let me see. I'm trying to find that list of dividend stocks. I can't find it right here, so I gotta go and dig it up because I don't know where I put it. All right, so let's see. Next question is from Natika. Okay, what do you think about Samsung Electronics? I think Samsung is a great company. I like Samsung. They compete with Apple. They're good at making money. I don't see anything wrong with that organization. I think it's just in terms of solid companies. A lot of times, if you're not sure about, sort of whether an investment's worthwhile, I think just sort of looking to see if that company is just a solid company can go a long way in terms of letting you know what to do over the next 5 or 10 years. Because while it's impossible to tell you what a particular stock is going to do in the next 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, it's not hard to tell you what a particular industry is going to do over the next, say, 10, 15, 20 years. Okay. So it's very easy. Stevie Wonder can see that AI is going to be the next big thing. AI is similar to what the internet was. In the year 2000, if you go back to what people were saying back then, every single person knew that the internet was going to be the absolute economic beast of our economy. What they did not know was which companies were going to dominate, or exactly how much money would be made from the internet. So a better investment in the internet in the year 2000 would not have been to go and invest in the best companies of that industry. The best investment would have been some sort of fund that will allow you to be exposed to all the different companies that are the dot coms and the internet companies and things like that. And then maybe adjusting through time. So as Facebook comes along and some of these other, and Google starts to grow, maybe dollar cost averaging is having creating a diversified portfolio of stocks that are all connected to the internet. Do you see? Like, so you spread your money out. That way you're able to still take advantage of the industry, adjust to the changes that are occurring, and be a part of it without betting all of your money on one horse. I don't think that's a good move. Now, I did find that list of dividend stocks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it here in the chat. If you guys want to take a look at it, I jokingly called it my list of dividend monsters. So when you get to the page, you're going to literally see a bunch of little monsters, little financial monsters sitting at a table because I'm just goofy like that. In case you don't know, I do have a really goofy side. Like I surprise people sometimes because they come to my YouTube channel and I love to play video games sometimes. But because I'm old and it takes a long time to learn one game, I just decided to really practice Call of Duty. So I get on there with a few of my friends who are all my age. These are my boys, and we get online. We play Call of Duty. We talk crap to each other. And if you have questions about stocks and stuff, you can come in and ask me questions. And in between me getting shot in the face on the game, I will answer questions and talk to you. So feel free to take a look at that. Marianne says that the link won't open. Can anybody click on that link and let me know if it opens? Give me a yes if the link works. I just put that link in the chat, and I can also text it out a little bit later if you have trouble getting to here. Give me a yes if you're able to see the link. Okay, Josephine says yes. Okay, Josephine, you always come through. All right, who else? Ryan. Okay, Ryan says yes. Okay, so Marianne, you may want to try a different browser. That may be the issue there. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so how do you know when to sell off a stock? I think you mentioned you sold off some of your Apple stock. Okay, so here are some of the reasons that you might sell a stock. One reason that isn't always the best reason, in my opinion, is that you know that it's going to go down, because nobody knows it's going to go down. Remember, when Apple was trading at $38 a share, a lot of people sold because they thought it had hit its peak. Or actually, it was 54, and then it went down to 38. So then all those people who sold at 54 were like, yeah, I'm glad I sold. I made the right decision. I'm so smart. Right? No, you're not. You just think you're smart. You were smart in 2019, but you look real stupid in 2024. You're feeling stupid in 2024 because the people in 2024 are looking back at you with the benefit of time and saying, why would you sell Apple stock at $54 a share? Apple's now trading at 2019. So nobody can predict. I'm just telling you. I've seen all the thousands of research papers and all that. It's just not, it doesn't work. Here are the reasons why, according to financial theory, that people might sell a stock. Number one, for what they call liquidity reasons. You just need the cash. You got something, you got to pay a bill. You have to make a margin call. You have to pay taxes or something. That's when you might sell. Um, Another reason is because you see another investment that you'd like to make. You just, for whatever reason, believe that moving your money into this other space is going to give you a better ROI. They call that the efficient use of capital. Capital, one rule of finance is that capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So that's another reason. You just say, hey, you know what? I have this money in Apple stock. I want to sell my Apple stock because I want to start a business with my wife, and I believe that this business is going to make me more money than my Apple stock. A third reason that you might sell stock is because you want to diversify. You just don't want all your eggs in one basket. A lot of times when you hear about athletes or people entertainers going broke, it's because they put all their money in one investment. And they made the horrible mistake of believing that because that investment did so well in the past, it's going to keep on going up. And anybody who believes that kind of thing, I just tell them, go read the story about all the hundreds of thousands of people who lost their whole retirement because they put all their money in Enron stock. When you look at the history of Enron stock price, I'm gonna see if I can find it because I think it's a great illustration in terms of not falling for that trap when it comes to the stock market. Um, Let me see if I can find a graph that shows me Enron stock price. Okay, is there anything out here? Let's see here. Come on, show me, give me something. All right. So anyway, so with Enron stock price, it was it was one of those things where this company seemed like they couldn't lose. Like they just really came off like this company that was destined to win. And I'm looking at the chart. The chart I have in front of me is not good enough that I'm going to put up here. I really want to see the bigger picture because I want you to really kind of understand why people thought that Enron stock was going to be, this amazing investment for the rest of their lives. So basically, people had their money in Enron stock and they would sort of just keep reinvesting all the dividends and they would put any extra money they had into the stock. And if you ask them, like, well, why do you keep doing that? They would say, well, because it's a good stock. This company's made me so much money. I'm going to keep investing in the company that's made me money. And what they did not know, they hadn't read the thousands of research papers that say that past performance is not an indicator of future performance. In fact, if you listen to most investment advisor commercials, they will tell you that at the end of the commercial. If you listen to, when they're talking real fast, terms and conditions apply, and past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Blah blah blah. Blah. Stock market investing involves risk. Blah blah. Blah. Right? They do all that because they're legally required to do this. And one of the things they're legally required to let you know is that past performance does not indicate future performance. Why? Well, because everybody thinks that it does. So sometimes you sell because you just want to spread your money out. You had a good run. You bought Nvidia when it was cheap. Congratulations. But that is not a reason to double down and triple down because you're feeling this what they call the momentum effect. It does exist sometimes. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's not as real as you think. And for as many people that there are who will brag, and get on Twitter and say, "I look at how much money I made," there are just as many people who got economically devastated and they're not telling anybody. You don't announce to the world when you got fried financially because you made a bad move. So diversification reasons might be what every mutual fund manager does is when they have a stock that takes off and just goes to the moon, they immediately start going into protective mode. They immediately start thinking, how do I make sure that this run does not beat me up? So I'm going to take some chips off the table. I'm going to sell some shares. so that this stock does not become more than, say, 5 or 6% of my total portfolio. They have rules where they have to keep less than 5% of their assets in any one investment. They can't put all their eggs in one basket. Okay. And then also just spreading out across asset classes is important. So one example was in 2021 when the market was doing really well and I was making all this money and it was great. I immediately got worried and I said, okay, let me take some money out. I took a big chunk of my portfolio out and I went and bought a house. And that's the house in Atlanta I've told you guys about. And I did that because I know real estate is a sturdier, or it's a not sturdier, but it's a solid investment because real estate is very real. It's tangible. It tends to maintain its value a little bit better. And also, I didn't know what was going to happen with the stock market, and it just turned out that the market pretty much did. It collapsed the next year. 2022, it wasn't a good year, and I was glad I made that move. But did I know exactly what was going to happen? Not really. But it's like sort of when you had a good run, you immediately want to think like a quarterback. Okay, I broke away. You ever see a football game where the guy breaks away and he starts running down the field, but he's holding the ball out, and so the defensive back chases him down and knocks the ball. And first thing they do when they tackle you in football is they do this. They practice like knocking the ball out of your hand, and that's because you had a good run, but you didn't think about protecting the ball. So when you start winning when it comes to investing, you have to make sure you protect the ball. And so, for example, I did the Stormproof investing training to show you 7 different ways to protect your portfolio. Anybody who wants to take a look at that, feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com if you'd like to take a look at that. And it's yours for life. All right, so let's see. Hillcrest Energy. What do I think about Hillcrest Energy? I think energy generally, I think I'm a believer in energy because all the indicators tell me that energy is going to become more scarce. There's going to be more competition for energy acquisition. And now Hillcrest, I don't know much about Hillcrest as a company in particular, but I can tell you what I think. HLRFT. You know what? I don't think Hillcrest is on. It's not on Robinhood, and that's the only app I have open. So yeah, so if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com and you want to leave that question for me, I can go look it up on my E-Trade account, but it's not on Robinhood. So it sounds like it's a stock that's not widely traded. I don't know if it's over the counter or pink sheet or something, but that to me is an indicator that maybe that's not a great place to put money. I believe that most of your money, stock market investing wise, in my opinion, not investing advice, but in my opinion, is that NASDAQ and NYSE are good places to be, and also S&P 500 stocks tend to be the best long term. Okay, a couple more questions I'm going to bounce out. Michael Ruff, good afternoon, Doc. How do you feel about Delta Airlines stock? You know what? From what I saw, Delta, I remember seeing some reports about Delta and the airline industry. Airlines are just such a weird industry, but Delta seemed to stand out in terms of being better than the other airlines for a lot of reasons. Yeah, I think it was Delta. I believe it was Delta that was actually able to kind of make a profit and everybody else is kind of getting their butt kicked. I like Delta as a long-term investment. And I think right now it's cheap. It's gone down by about 9% this month. So yeah, I think it's a solid business from what I've read. I know that they have a lot of analysts that are very favorable on Delta. So I'm a big fan of Delta. Do you still hold SVV? SVV. Gosh, I don't remember what it is. Oh, Savers Value Village. I think I bought it because I like the options market but no, it wasn't the options. And no, I do own it. I think I own it. I think it's in my E-Trade account. I just don't remember all the stocks that I buy because I buy a bunch every week. So, but I do believe I mentioned that one and I was buying it as I was talking about it. And it looks like it's doing well. I'm looking at it now. I know it went up today. Let me see how. Oh, 8% this week. Okay. Oh, down 12%. Oh, down. Ooh. Okay, so this one hasn't done so well this year. Okay, let me take that back. Yeah. So if I own it, a lot of times I'll buy stuff and just sit it in there and let it sit for a while. So, and remember, even when a stock doesn't do what you want it to do, remember that's better than wasting the money. At least it's storing some of your value. So even if a stock doesn't go up the way you hope it will, by investing, you at least give yourself a chance to have your money grow. If you spend your money, it doesn't grow. Dead money doesn't grow into anything. All right, so last couple questions. Okay, you're asking, Michael's asking about Neo. So let's look at Neo. I like Neo as a company. I think that it seems like they're struggling as a stock. I think Neo is very risky. That's one thing I can say about Neo. It looks like, yeah, and the whole EV market in the US is really having some trouble. So if you believe that Americans eventually are going to come around when it comes to EVs, then maybe NEO is a good place to put money because NEO will eventually emerge once the sentiment toward EVs improves. But it's very risky because the EV market is changing. China's kind of exuding their dominance over it. And a lot of Americans don't want electric vehicles, they want hybrid vehicles. But at the same time, I saw a story about robo taxis. I actually covered it on my Spotify podcast. It's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So feel free to look that up. And I actually did a short little segment on it. Oh, everything's like 60 seconds. And basically, the robo taxis are in San Francisco and they're being used like regularly. Like you can go to San Francisco and get a robo taxi. I think that's going to be nationwide. I think eventually, nationwide, you're going to have driverless cars everywhere. The trucking industry will benefit tremendously once we get over our fear of driverless vehicles. Because even though driverless cars can have accidents, they have far fewer accidents than human drivers. Human drivers are the ones you should be scared of because they're the ones who are texting on their phones and going to sleep and, what are not paying attention. Driverless cars have so few accidents that when it does happen, it becomes national news. Like, what if it was national news every time a human had a car accident? You wouldn't have enough hours in the day to cover all the stories. So, I think that that's the wave of the future. So if you feel that way, then I think companies like Neo could be beneficial. Maybe some sort of portfolio though, with a lot of companies in that industry might be good. So, for example, on Stash, they have different areas where you can form portfolios by just buying like a few shares of some asset that they kind of pull together for you. And I think investing in the industry might be better than investing in just individual stocks. But yeah, I think EVs are going to come back. Also, just AI and all that stuff. I mean, it's all connected, right? EVs and AI. Um, you're not going. You can't put that back in the Pandora's box. It's only a matter of time. Amazon has bought what 750,000 robots, and they've replaced 100,000 jobs already. And that's going to become 200,000, 300, 400, 500,000. They're not stopping. Jeff Bezos is a technologist. Elon Musk is a technologist. Mark Zuckerberg is a technologist. These guys and their teams are on top of AI, and they're going to use AI every chance they get because all these men, every single one of these men, has been accused of workers' rights violations in one form or another. Zuckerberg has been accused of misusing people's data, mistreating workers, and all this other stuff. Elon Musk is just a big old prick. He don't even like black people. He's a apartheid South African guy and who's all up into technology and AI. He fired 75% of the workers at Twitter when he took Twitter over. And then Jeff Bezos has been accused of abusing Amazon workers, where they say that they have to work so hard they don't have time to go to the bathroom. Remember that where the truckers were saying they had to pee in a bottle and all that stuff. They don't want to deal with all that. These wealthy industrialists want to use robots and they want AI as soon as it's available, and the government is not going to stop them. If you notice, all of these people, almost all of them, I don't think Bezos was, but all these people were like brought before Congress and they had all these big hearings and nothing happened after the hearings. It was just like, okay, let's do the dog and pony show. Let's pretend like we're being tough on them. And then let's let them go do whatever they want. They didn't do anything. There was no follow-up to that. And then also what's interesting from a political standpoint is that what one political dynamic, just as a side note, that's actually happening that was really surprising to me is that Silicon Valley is actually embracing Donald Trump now, which is very surprising because before Silicon Valley was known to be very liberal and they've actually leaned right. And the reason they're leaning right is because Trump has pretty much said, I'm not really going to regulate you. I'm not going to push antitrust violations on you or anything like that. So they're going to go gangbusters. They're not going to be stopped. So the AI thing is here. I encourage you to learn it, invest in it, all this stuff, connect to it because that's not going to back up. It's only going to get stronger every year or every month, literally. And in fact, actually, I put together a list of AI stocks if you want to take a look. If you text the word stock to 87948, then you can get the list sent to you. A lot of you may already be on that list, but text the word stock to 87948. And also, as a companion to Money in the Morning, we're doing something called Money in a Minute, where every single day I send you a 90-second training on some topic related to stock options each morning to kind of help you learn it within the flow of your day. So if you're interested in that, just text the word Miami to 87948. Miami stands for Money in a Minute. So that's something that we're testing out in the Black Business School to make financial literacy more of a part of our daily flow. Like I want you thinking about this stuff every single day. That's how you become a financial expert, financial genius. All right. Last quick question. How do you feel about Boeing and Roblox? I don't like Boeing. God, Lord Jesus. They're just the problem with Boeing to me is, in a normal world, let me look at Boeing stock. Okay, so Boeing stock in the last 3 months has gone down just only 2%. It's gone down 28% this year, 12% in the last year, 50% in the last 5 years. Um, all that would normally say that this stock is undervalued, possibly, that maybe the market just can't appreciate a great, airline production company. But Roblox, I'm sorry, I got Roblox in front of me. Boeing is so bad that they're almost acting like criminals right now. Like they're literally talking about prosecuting people because they're so bad at what they do. The only thing that's really kept Boeing in business to this point, in my opinion, is that they don't have anybody else that can do some of the jobs that they do. But I literally fear for those astronauts that were on a Boeing rocket ship going to the space station. I said, man, whatever they're doing, their culture is so bad. There's something wrong with Boeing. And so, long story short, I wouldn't touch that company just because what I'm afraid of is not what they've done and what I've seen. What I'm afraid of is all the stuff I haven't seen. Like I'm really sitting here thinking I think it's like seeing a roach in your kitchen. If you see the roach in your kitchen, you know there's not one roach in your kitchen. You know that. Anybody, I don't know if anybody else had roaches in the house. If you didn't, then good for you. You were privileged. Roaches were like siblings to me. I had no fear of roaches. You just flick them off the sandwich and you keep on eating. And so if you come in the kitchen and you see one or two roaches in your kitchen, you know that ain't those are not the only two roaches, right? You kill the first two, you've got a whole family up in there somewhere that you got to find. So I feel like with Boeing, no, I feel like we've only seen two roaches in the kitchen. That's my point. So that's why I would not want to invest in Boeing stock, because that information is the biggest driver of a stock price. So information is not just what you know, it's also what you don't know. And then it's also what you don't know. And so with Boeing, what we don't know is massive. What we do know is horrible. What we don't know is probably pretty massive. And what we don't know could be even worse than that. So I would not put my money there. Roblox, eh, you know, it hasn't done so well over the last 5 years, that's for sure. Um, the analysts kind of like it. I know that kids love it. Let me see. I know kids love Roblox in general, so it's kind of like this thing that looks like it's the wave of the future. It looks to me when I'm looking at the story here, that well, there's not much of a story here, so they're not telling me much. Um, I don't have much of an opinion on Roblox. I wouldn't buy it myself, but I don't see it as something that if there are many places you could put your money, I will say this: there are better places to put it than Roblox. How about that? There are so many other companies that are better industries, have better management, where there's much more certainty. But if you have a special interest in this particular industry or you have an affinity for this stock, then there's nothing wrong with owning it. I think it's really okay to just look at a company and say, I want to be in that business, and just aligning with that business. It's like if you want to be a hairstylist, sure, maybe you might know that maybe the hair salons are going out of style or something like that, but you just like it. You like the industry. You want to be in it. I think that's okay to invest in something because you like it. I really do. I don't think everything has to be about the money all the time. You don't want to put your money in places where you're going to lose money. But remember, one thing about stock prices is really important. When I was explaining to you all the random walk thing, how nobody can predict what a stock price is going to do. Well, one other thing about stock prices is that the price that you see is the right price at that time. The price that you see is the right price at that time. It's like when I think about my dating life, for example, and you might go back 20 years and say, Boyce, why were you dating this other person instead of dating your wife? Well, because that was the right choice at the right time. I didn't know that I was going to be married to my wife. I didn't know who was going to be my wife. I just made the right choice, which felt right at the right time. Right. So basically, stock prices are the same way. If you ask me, do I think that Roblox is undervalued? The stock is lower. Do I think it's undervalued? I could speculate on that, but I'm speculating on nonsense. I'm speculating on something I don't know. Because remember, information is like, you can think of information flow like a door. There's like a magic door where the information comes out, and when the information arrives, all the analysts put that information into the model and they say, oh, no, this is the new stock price based on this information. But most information about that company is behind the door of time. You don't know what black swan events are going to happen with Roblox in the next few years. You can make predictions, but all the predictions are part of the information that you have access to. Do you understand? The stock price that you see, this is, I hope I don't get too deep with you guys on this, but the stock price that you see is really just this mathematical culmination of all available information out there about the stock, not just information about what has happened, but all information about what is expected to happen. They sat in the earnings call. They listened to the CEO. They listened to the projections. They made the speculations based on what the industry is going to do, what little kids are going to want 20 years from now, all these other things, right? They've looked at all these things, and based on all that available information, they come up with this stock price. They call that price discovery. But again, there are some things. There's some my one of my wife's favorite singers, and she's coming to Chicago, and I want to see anybody know Olita Adams. Olita's the best singer ever. I don't know why she's not famous. Everybody at the BET Awards was twerking. They should have had Alita up there. Alita would be better for the black community. And she has this song where she says, "Everything must change," right? And she says, the young become the old, mysteries do unfold. That's the way of time. I can't sing, but Olita can sing it better. But it's a great song. I used to listen to the song over and over again. The most beautiful song I've ever heard. Well, the thing about that is that's how stock prices kind of operate. That mysteries unfold because that's the way of time, right? As time goes by, more mysteries will unfold about what the true price will be, but you will only know the true price after all the events have happened. But based on where we are right now, if you look at the price of Roblox, the price that is there in the market is the best price estimate available based on all information that has been revealed. And as new information gets revealed, you see the price adjust. Like the price of Roblox probably changes every single day. That's because new information is being impounded every day. So when you ask me, do I think the price is going to go up? Do I think it's a good investment? I don't know. All I can say is that based on all available information, the price that you see is the right price. If I tell you what I think, that is merely an opinion of my assessment of where I think things are going to go from here. That's me saying, this is what I think will probably be behind the door, but nobody will really know until somebody actually knows. So that's I know that I don't want to be too philosophical on it, but that's kind of something I want you to understand because I can tell you 99% of the people I see talk about it online, they just get it wrong. But I understand why, because I studied this stuff 30 years. So it's a different kind of perception of how things work. But I want you to just understand that really when it comes to moving forward with your investing, the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing in the stock market is when you don't invest at all. If you allow what you don't know and the fear of the unknown to stop you from taking action, then you are making the mistake that has been proven over time to be the wrong decision. So I would say whatever you do, just do something. Wherever you invest, invest in something. Follow the basic rules. Diversify. Start with the S&P 500 companies, the VOOs and the SPYs if you want to be safe, and just be consistent with it. And I guarantee you'll be doing far better financially over time than 99% of your relatives who are too scared to make a move. So just don't be scared. Make a move. Invest. Plant your seeds. Something is going to grow. I can't tell you what it's going to be, but something will grow. One thing I can tell you is that if you don't plant anything, nothing will grow. Do you get what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So we're done for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This is fun. We do the portfolio power play every Tuesday. And also, if you want to sign up for Money in a Minute, that's the first Money in a Minute sequence we put together with stock options. So feel free to text the word Miami. That stands for Money in a Minute. Text Miami to 87948. Or you can text Miami to 87948. The new podcast I mentioned on Spotify is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. And also, last but not least, I want to make sure I mention to you guys, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It's a really nice West End, and it's a very nice area. There's a movie theater across the street. There is a Target in the parking lot, actually, and it's just a really super cool, super nice neighborhood, and it's not far from the O'Hare Airport and the West End. We got the rooms down to $131, so the rooms are running out, so you may want to go ahead and book a room under our room rate. And it's going to be amazing. It's the largest gathering on the planet of intelligent Black people who want to specifically solve problems for the Black community in a way that breeds healthy love, healthy relationships, and healthy finances across the board for us and our children. That's what we want. That's the vision. It's very, very simple. So if that's who you are, if that's what you believe, then I encourage you to come to the convention, because the convention is just the place to be. And I'm really proud of the convention also, because we've had some people that have been there that are really doing some amazing things. D1 is transforming all of hip hop. He's been doing a great job. He's been at the convention 4 or 5 times as a performer. Killer Mike just won 2 or 3 Grammys or something, or 3 Grammys at the Grammy Awards. He was on the BET Awards last night. I don't like the BET Awards, but I like Killer Mike. Who else? Infinity Song, who actually was at the BET Awards last night. They performed 2 or 3 times, and so it's kind of become this awesome launching pad of really successful people. And also, in addition, but it's not just the performers we have during the ball, the B1 ball, where we all get dressed up and fancy. We also have tons of learning and connecting. So it's not just a big party at all, but it feels good. It feels more like a family reunion. So we do have fun at the ball, but there's also a ton of experts in every area, from crypto to real estate, to therapy to science to attorneys, just whatever, right? So if that's who you are, then join us at the convention. I know you're going to love it. So anyway, if you want to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good night, everybody. Good day. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go hang out with my wife and eat some lunch. Talk It's Wednesday. This is where we do the free Powernomics training every Wednesday night in the Black Business School. And the reason that Powernomics training is so important is because we know that money is power, and we know that we want to go get some. We want to have power so that others do not use their power over us. And also, for the last several years, we've been reading through every single one of Dr. Claude Anderson's books, because he's the GOAT in terms of individuals that have made tremendous contributions to our society and helped us to just learn the things we need to learn, and be who we need to be. And so tonight we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to read in one of his books. His book is called The Black History Reader, and I'll let you guys know what page we're on in 1 second. And also, another thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about a little bit of a current event that I just saw that I thought would be worth analyzing, exploring, and breaking down. Because you know what I do. I do the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. In fact, I have a podcast on Spotify called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. And literally, there's stuff up there every single day. So if you have Spotify on your phone, and you support independent Black media, we would love to have your back. We would love to have you subscribe. And so feel free to look me up on Spotify, look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, or the other podcast I have called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. All right, so let me see who's in here. I want to say hi to some of y'all before we jump right into it. Hey, Lori Eubanks. I see you, Lori. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. I saw Karen. Oh, Kendall and Karen from New York. Good to see you. All right. I love this. Bed-Stuy. Rodney Ward, San Francisco. Let's see. Landetz T. Jones. Is that right? I probably said it wrong, but good to see you. Sacramento in the house. I love Black Sacramento. I did an event in Sacramento about 7 years ago, and I never forgot how amazing that city was and just how awesome the Black folks were in Sacramento. DMV I see Rev Joe. That's all I see of your name. I don't see the rest there. Akila Hooker, good to see you, Akila. Taquana Logan from East Rancho Dominguez, California. Did I see East Atlanta for Kwame? Okay, good to see everybody in here. And I saw Black London in the house. Good to see everybody. Okay, so so here is the first thing that I wanted to kind of discuss and sort of address. Did anybody else hear about this? Did anybody else hear that that BET is on the chopping block in terms of being sold by their parent massa, Paramount? Because BET is not a Black owned company. We know this, right? BET it's not Black entertainment television. It's white entertainment television in blackface. That's what that is. It's not a Black company. It's a white company that has Black people in it, that uses Black culture and sells Black culture to you, pretty much, and gets corporate sponsors to give them money, because they go to the corporations. They say, we have, like Trump said, we have all the Black people. We have all the Black people, and we will gather all the Black people to come and watch Sexy Red twerking on the stage. Get it sexy, get it sexy. And when we get all the Black people, they love to buy things. They buy everything. So you advertise to us, you pay us money pay us billions of dollars, and we will go gather the black people, and then we're all gonna get rich together. And that's kind of what BET is. And BET, in case you don't know, is owned by a company called Paramount Global. And for many years, Paramount Global was run by a family called the Redstone family. The patriarch of that family was a weirdo named Sumner Redstone. He was a funny guy. I don't know if I think he's dead. He might, but maybe he's alive. I don't want to kill him too quick. But I think he was like 92 and had like a 35-year-old girlfriend or something. So he was probably doing some old Diddy Hugh Hefner type stuff. And anyway, so the Redstone family, apparently they have run Paramount into the ground. BET, if you work for BET, you better be worried because your economic daddy is having some problems. If you study Paramount Global, you'll see that Paramount Global has a big problem, and their problems can be summarized very quickly in terms of too much debt. They got about $15 billion in debt that they can't really service. They overpay for their content. They put out way too much money for content. Now they don't overpay for BET content. That they overpay for other content. Not but the BET content they get the discount. And I don't. Yeah, they're not going. Sexy Red probably costs you like $8 in a bag of Cheetos to get her to twerk on stage while she's pregnant or something. So that's cheap. That's there. So BET is, as black people always have been, BET is the golden asset of Paramount. It is really a nice little business where they're like, hey, we can go buy these Negroes for $1.99 and we can then sell them to advertisers and make our money just like we did in slavery. So it's something the rest on died in 2020. Thank you, Janet. I did not know that he was dead. I could not remember. I don't know the family that well. I know the basics. So let me kind of read to you about the sale of BET and what I've sort of seen, and then kind of give you a Dr. Boyce perspective on this. And just so you know, I'm coming. You know what I am. I'm probably gonna sound like a hater because I am. I kind of am. I hate anybody who hates us. I just well I don't hate, you know what I mean? But I don't when you hate us that much that you just want our children dead, you want our kids in prison, you want our people as ignorant as possible. You want more broken families. You want to celebrate all the things that harm us. You want to celebrate black people dying young from diabetes and fried chicken. You want to celebrate mental illness. You want to celebrate busted, broken relationships. You want to celebrate economic despair. You want to celebrate poverty. You want to celebrate the lack of education. That's gonna make me a hater. I'm gonna sound like a hater. So I have to be honest with you. I'm really not particularly interested in having a lot of patience with anybody who's probably doing more damage to the black community than the KKK ever could. There is no Klansman. There is no Trump supporter. There's no Democrat or Republican that could ever do as much damage to the black community as BET is probably doing when they celebrate some of the stuff that they celebrate. In fact, if you recall, BET was the network that really, really, really elevated R. Kelly right after he got caught on video with that little girl. If you go back and you look back maybe about 2003, 2002, 2004, something like that, this was way before I was doing any of this. This is way before any of you knew who I was because I was just on the faculty at Syracuse University. No one knew who I was. Nobody cared. I remember I called my wife, Alicia, who's now my wife. She was my friend back then. And I remember calling her and I said, how in the hell are they putting this Negro on TV? And making him the keynote performer. They didn't just it was right after. If you recall, go look at the history. It was right after this man, was on this tape with this little girl. I don't know if that was the time he peed on the girl or not. I get them mixed up. There's so many pee stories about R. Kelly. And if you remember, the only network that really stood by him was BET. BET brought him on for an interview after the incident, and that was where he was given an opportunity to do some damage control. And he kept saying, "Just focus on my music, just focus on my music," because that's the goal, right? If we get you to focus on how good my music is, then you're gonna forget about all these other things that are going on. And then for the BET Awards, I will never forget. I said, I wonder if they're gonna have him perform on the BET Awards because a lot of radio stations had banned his music at the time. Not only did they have him perform on the BET Awards, they gave him the longest set. Like everybody else's performance might have been 3 or 4 minutes. His had to be like 12 or 13 minutes, maybe 15. It was really long, and it was a full-fledged music video, all that stuff. Maybe it was 03, 04-ish around that time. And I just remember thinking, Lord Jesus, is that all? So y'all really, that's all y'all really care about is the money, huh? And so this is the history. And I'm sorry, I don't think you can be nice about it. What BET kind of does is I understand what they're seeking to do. They try to balance the crazy and the negative with a little bit of positive to try to say, well, no, we got this and we got that, and I love that. You know, they have Infinity Song, who performed at the All Black National Convention several times. They were at the BET Awards this year. I think D1's been invited, stuff like that. So I think that their goal is to say, look, we've got a range. But I think I was talking to my wife about it the other day, and I said, okay, so if I gave you 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and it was like the best Kool-Aid you've ever had. But I tell you, oh, by the way, there's about 2 ounces of piss in the Kool-Aid. Like I just put a little drop of urine in the Kool, just a little pee, just a little. It's not a lot. You won't taste it. You won't taste the pee in the Kool-Aid. But because there's 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and just one drop of pee, is that okay? Like, would y'all drink the Kool-Aid? How many of y'all, yes or no? Would you want to drink the Kool-Aid if it had even just one little drop of pee in it? But it was like the best Kool-Aid you ever had. But it's just one drop, just a little drop of pee in it. What do you think? I don't know. What do y'all think? And I think that's kind of what the point, the argument would be is that, you know, if you think about it, if someone was to make the argument and say, well, no, look at all the good things BET does, that outweighs the bad things. I think that's an interesting conversation because then you can make that same argument about R. Kelly or Bill Cosby or really anybody, any person or entity that's done terrible things. You could say, well, you know, even if you dislike Donald Trump, for example, or if you look at Joe Biden and know that he incarcerated more black men than any president in American history, or you look at Donald Trump and what he wanted to do to the Central Park Five, you can make the exact same argument. You could say, no. But look at all the good things. Look at all the good stuff he did. It's okay. It's all that's forgiven because he did this good stuff. And I think that's not an argument. That's not a debate for me to have for you. That's a debate I want you to have for yourself. And I think all of us have to kind of balance that out and figure that out. Like, what does this look like? So BET is very dangerous, to be honest with you. And I know I upset people over there, and I'd hate to be the guy who's saying these things. But I think that they know these things. They know these things, and the reason I know is because I had a conversation with a guy named T.J. Holmes, and back when he worked with BET, and I remember he called me. Somehow Don Lemon gave him my number, and he called me on my phone, and we talked. And I think he was surprised that I understood their business model so well. He said I was in a meeting, and he said I could have. It was almost like you wrote that article as if you were in the meeting with us. I couldn't believe that you wrote, and I said, yeah, well, because I understand how racism works. I understand how powerful media is. I understand what capitalism does. I understand when you mix money and media, that can be a formula for oppression. When you mix money and media, so y'all got to understand this. This is an economic lesson. I'm about to dive into this article in a minute. But um, when you have the money, which white people have much more than you. So if you measure your success based on how much money you have, then you're automatically going to be a white supremacist. And the reason is because white people have most of the money. That's like a fish measuring its the quality of the fish by how fast it runs the 100-meter dash. A fish will always be inferior to a panther because panthers run fast and fish do not. Fish, they swim. So what the fish would have to do in order to create a level playing field is stop trying to be a track star. Stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to give your opponent the advantage by competing with their rules and their standards. Do you understand? So stop measuring success, your success, my success, black success by how much money you have or how famous you are, how much you're on TV. Because that's something, if you want to talk about this whole oppression, white supremacy thing, well, they own the TV networks. They own the radio stations. They have the capital bases. They own the banks that fund these institutions. So how the hell are you going to compete with that? How are you can't do that. The only way you can really win is you have to change the rules. You have to throw out the whole competition altogether and create something that gives you an advantage. So ultimately, when you mix money and we love money, it's really fascinating to me. In case you knew, my background is I'm a finance guy. I've been teaching finance for a long time. When you really consider how much we love money and how much we worship people just because they made money or just because they're on TV, um, it's really fascinating to me because we don't have that much money to begin with. So you can't measure black success based on who has the most money or who's the most famous. Give me a guess if you understand that. We have to pick other criteria. What are those criteria? I'm going to allow you to decide what that's going to be, but it has to be something other than that. So with BET, it's the perfect formula for oppression. And I'm going to read this article to you and tell you what's going on with BET. Another real surprise with this pending purchase of BET is that they cut the price in half. And the price, when Byron Allen made a bid for BET, he bid $3.5 billion. Now they're in talks to sell it for 1.7 billion, according to Variety. Now here's what Variety's saying. Now that was a real shocker to me. I'm like, why? So maybe BET's struggling. I don't know. I mean, this is very surprising when the price gets cut that much. So they said here in this article in Variety, it says BET or Paramount is reportedly in talks to sell BET for 1.6 billion in a buyout led by CEO Scott Mills. I don't know Scott Mills. I guess he's the CEO of BET. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know. He's a bald. He's got a bald head like me, but he's got kind of a little George Jefferson thing going on. But he's he seems like a nice dude. I don't know this man. It says Paramount Global's trio of co-CEOs have publicly said they've hired bankers to evaluate the sale of certain assets. Industry speculation has swirled around BET, which has been the target of acquisition offers in the past. Now, Paramount Global is engaged in exclusive discussions to sell BET in a deal valued at 1.6 to 1.7 billion to quote buyers that include end quote BET CEO Scott Mills and Chen Chu, founder of private equity firm CC Capital, Bloomberg reported, citing anonymous sources. The BET Media Group comprises the BET cable channel, VH1, and other networks, the BET Plus streaming service, and BET Studios. Reps for Paramount Global and CC Capital declined to comment. Shares of Paramount Global rose on the report of the renewed sales talks, closing up 5.7% for the day to $10.72. Interesting, right? The latest reported price range for BET is less than half of the 3.5 billion that media mogul Byron Allen extended to Paramount Global in late 2023. So let's think about this for a minute. Let's be conscious of time for a moment. What month is this and what year? This is July 2024. And just late 2023, you had a bid that was twice as high as what you're selling the company for now. What's happening? That just doesn't add up. It seems to me that if Byron Allen was offering you 3.5 billion 7 or 8 months ago, you would have taken the bid. Now, the only possibility I'm thinking about is perhaps they didn't believe that it was credible. Remember, anybody can bid anything for anything. Anybody can pop up and say, "Oh, I'll give you $10 billion for your house or something." But they have to be able to raise the money. And so I think that with Byron, I think the question might have been, can he really go get the money? Or is he just making big bids, hoping he can go raise the money? Is he just doing it for attention? Nobody knows. And I know that with Byron Allen, it seemed to me that the Griot was having some trouble. I know he bought the Griot. I think that they were overspending on their content. I got that sense because I know he had to let a lot of people go. He had to fire a lot of people. The media business is a tough business. So some other bidders were were Tyler Perry and Sean Diddy Combs. Can you imagine if they sold BET to Diddy? Wouldn't that be something else? In August 2023, Paramount called off the bidding process for BET because, quote, a sale wouldn't result in any meaningful deleveraging of its balance sheet. I'm confused. It's just 8 months later. So now it wouldn't. So 3.5 billion wouldn't result in you paying off enough debt, but 1.7 billion will. So I think that what's happened is that Paramount's in even deeper, much deeper trouble than it was at the end of 2023. But I can tell you, as a person who's been following Paramount stock for a long time, that company's been in trouble for a while. So I'm very surprised that they're even talking about this. Let's see here. The three executives running Paramount Global have outlined a three-pronged strategy of job cuts, asset sales, and streaming partnerships to right the ship. The company's going solo for now after controlling shareholder Sherry Redstone, who's the daughter of Sumner Redstone, nixed M&A talks with Skydance Media as those came down to the wire. The leadership trio, George Cheeks, president and CEO of CBS, Chris McCarthy, president and CEO of Showtime, MTV Entertainment Studios and Paramount Media Networks, and Brian Robbins, president and CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon, were installed as co-CEOs after Bob Bakish's dismissal. Okay. Another prime asset Paramount Global is expected to shop around is the Paramount Pictures Studio. So basically, okay, here we go. Let me move on to, they talk about Chris Mills, the guy that I mentioned. I think his name was Chris Mills, the CEO of BET. I hope I got Scott Mills. I'm sorry, Scott Mills. Let's see. They said here, speaking at the June 25th employee town hall, CBS's Cheek said the Paramount's co-CEOs are looking to sell certain Paramount-owned assets. In fact, we've already hired bankers to assist us in this process, blah, blah, blah. Scott Mills has led BET since January 2018, adding CEO to his title in 2021. He first joined BET in 1997 as a senior VP of business development and rose through the ranks over the years to various senior roles. As COO of BET, he led the launch of his Centric channel, and as president of digital media, launched BET Mobile and BET's digital video distribution operations. Okay. So there's more. You can go look up more if you want to. But basically, BET is owned and run by Paramount, as we mentioned earlier, and basically Paramount has too much debt. The traditional media that they built their business on, Sumner Redstone is really good with traditional media and traditional cable. All that stuff's kind of dying, it's kind of going away, and so they're losing money in a pretty horrible way, and they're just overspending on their content. They had this show that I liked called Yellowstone, and they had this writer named Taylor Sheridan who wrote the show, and I guess because his shows were so good, they gave him like the ability, kind of a blank check to just create a bunch of other shows that are on the network. I forgot the name of it. I think one of them stars Sylvester Stallone's like Tulsa King or something, and a couple more. But anyway, the funny thing was that they were, and this is something for you to remember when you go build your own business, is that if you recall, remember the other day, how many of you were in financial consciousness training in the last couple of days where I talked about the free cash flow problem? Does anybody remember when we talked about the free cash flow problem and what happens when companies or even individuals just have too much access to cash? Well, what happens is you become less efficient, you become less financially conscious, you start to just make it rain, you start throwing around, you start becoming a rapper in the strip club, dropping $100 bills in stripper thongs, right? So basically, Taylor Sheridan, there was a deep Wall Street Journal analysis of Taylor Sheridan and the toxic financial relationship between Paramount and Taylor Sheridan, where basically they said that because Paramount Global had given this guy free range to do whatever the hell he wanted, he was creating amazing content, but he wasn't profitable anymore. This man was going around talking to other farmers, from what I understand. At least that's what the report insinuated. He was literally talking to his homeboys and saying, look, these people are suckers. These Hollywood suckers, they got all this money. You can rent your horses for $2,000 a day. You can use I use my property and they pay me $50,000 a day to use my land. He would fly in horse trainers from other states. When he would be in a state with plenty of horse trainers, but he would feel the need to fly his horse trainers in from Texas or whatever. So basically, they didn't sort of consider the fact that yes, you do have a hit. Yeah, you are making money, but you have to remember the most important rule of financial success. It is to live within your means. It is to spend less than what you make. I don't care if you make $1 trillion a year. If you spend more than you make, you're only digging yourself into a deeper and deeper financial hole. And so what happened with Paramount Global as a result, and this just gives you the backdrop. And I'm talking about this because BET is part of the community, and y'all people be out here thinking that it's a black owned company, and it's not. So the thing about Paramount that was interesting. So what happened was Taylor Sheridan, his shows were so good that they got 1 million new subscribers with Paramount. That's really good. They got 1 million new subscribers in a quarter. But that same quarter, I think they lost either $1 or $2 billion. They had $1 billion loss. While like literally the greatest period of growth in your company is a massive loss. And so keep that in mind. Be efficient with your money. Be efficient with your income. Conservatism is a culture. And I can tell you that if you don't embrace that, then you could have some financial challenges. And this goes for an individual, this goes for a company, or in everything in between. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I think that's a lesson to learn. I'll keep you posted on what happens with BET and who their new massa is, and maybe Scott Mills will buy it, and then I guess it'll kind of be a black owned company. But the other things I'd always be interested in who's really funding this, right? Because I'm a believer that it's not the manager who makes the difference, because he's been managing BET for a long time. He's been the economic babysitter of this entity for a very long time. The real power is the person who's actually writing the checks. That's the person who, or the group who has the veto power. And the big problem you have with black media right now, here's the problem that you have. And this is something I want to talk about before we dig into the book. Unhealthy black people are very profitable. Vices and addictions are extremely profitable. Vices and addictions and unhealthy behavior are much more profitable than people living with intelligence, consciousness, and discipline. And what do I mean by that? It's much easier to sell black people fried chicken than it is to sell them health food. You actually have to care about them to get them to buy health food because you're not going to make as much money. So if money is your only criteria, then you don't sell people things that are going to help them. You sell them their vice. You sell them the things that they want, not the things that they need. And that's the biggest problem that you have with BET is that there is a part of the culture that has become quite accustomed to all of the cultural poisons that kill our young people at an early age. There's a part of the culture that really embraces the drugs because drugs are fun. I don't use drugs. I never popped a Molly before, but I bet I would like it. I ain't never hit the crack pipe. But you know, if you'd say, well, how do you know crack is bad if you never tried it? Well, no, I know that if I try it, I would probably enjoy it. In fact, if I was to try it, I wouldn't be the man that I am right now. I'd be on here justifying crack use because I wouldn't want to give up that high. You know, the reality is that when you talk about the problems that we have, we're very comfortable in the dysfunction. You know, we're starting to celebrate the dysfunction. We celebrate it because what they do is they sprinkle money on top of it and they sprinkle fame on top of it. So you look at a young lady like a Krishan Rock. I don't know if you ever know if you anybody how many of y'all I keep up with all the culture. Me and my wife do. I don't some of y'all I know don't keep up, but you need to look up Krishan Rock and Blueface. How many of y'all are familiar with Krishan Rock and Blueface? Anybody else? Because I watch the culture because I like to see because in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about economics, but all I talk about is culture. What does a strong economic culture look like? And we don't have one, people. We just don't. We have a long way to go. Well, Krishan Rock and Blueface, to summarize it, they're kind of like the new version of it's imagine Bobby and Whitney at 25 years old, but also imagine that neither one of them have any talent. Like Bobby and Whitney could sing. Bobby could dance and jump around and sing and wiggle and all that. And Whitney had the most beautiful voice ever. She actually had to earn her way to fame. Krishan Rock and Blueface don't really have any talent like that. They're not that great. They're okay. I think Blueface made a song or two, but they're not that good. But they're similar to Bobby Whitney. They're just this train wreck in slow motion. Like you're watching these two young people literally kill themselves in public. And the reason it ends up seeming okay is because they've got lots of money and lots of fame, and they've got millions of Twitter followers and Instagram followers that will watch them destroy each other's lives. And Krishan had a baby that my wife is a therapist who can identify things like fetal alcohol syndrome by looking at the face of a child. And she was deeply concerned with Krishan's child because she knows that Krishan loves to party it up. They were at the BET Awards twerking and, you know, pregnant women twerking and holding liquor bottles. And one of the things, for example, this is one of many things we could talk about, but I'm not going to go into all of it because I don't want to depress anybody. But do you understand that when you're promoting the city girl culture of all these young black women that are being told to go out and twerk and drink liquor all day and have sex with just anybody, fetal alcohol syndrome is literally one of the quiet epidemics that's occurring in the black community. If you look at the symptoms and the effects of fetal alcohol syndrome, you're talking about significant cognitive delays and significant behavioral problems of millions and millions of black children. I was shocked by how little alcohol the mother had to consume during her pregnancy for fetal alcohol syndrome to kick in. So think about this. You live in city girl life because you've been watching the BET Awards and Krishan Rock and Megan Thee Stallion told you that's how a young girl's supposed to live. You've been having sex. In case you don't know, sex results in pregnancy, and that means children are going to be born. For those who need a biology lesson, sometimes we forget. And so you're pregnant for maybe 4 weeks, but you don't know you're pregnant. So every week you're getting drunk and getting high every single week. Well, that is where the fetal alcohol syndrome comes from. And what many people, what nobody has talked about, I have not seen anybody on the internet address this at all, is that millions of young children, young black children, are getting fetal alcohol syndrome because you don't have to drink that much for that to really disrupt the brain of your child. I'm talking about significant neurological problems, like they're slow for the rest of their life and have behavioral problems for the rest of their life. So this is one of the many things that I think has to be addressed, right? Somebody has to talk about it. And when people talk about these things, you can't just say, well, you be hating. That can't be your response. Man, that's not hate, that's love. Now, the real hater are the people who celebrate this kind of stuff, who know what it leads to. who see the millions of black kids going to prison and getting killed and all this other stuff and think that that's okay. And so part of my job, in my opinion, is as a person who talks to you about money, is I need you to really understand money from a 360 standpoint, which means that money is good, it's nice, but it can destroy you or distract you and mislead you. Money can get you to heaven, but money can also be the devil. Money can be the devil shows up with a bag full of money. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but BET has become kind of the devil of the black community. Everything that is harmful and destructive and terrible about being black tends to get celebrated in these spaces, and they dress it up with money and fame, and we think that that makes it okay. But even before people realized that Diddy was a predator, there were people who always said that, but there were many people who would have argued you down because they would have said, no, 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 Diddy's one of the leaders of the black community. I mean, process this. Think about this for a moment. One of the biggest predators that in the media right now is a guy who 4 years ago was telling you who to vote for. Anybody remember Vote or Die? He was telling you you got to vote or you're going to be dead or something stupid like that, right? And people were doing this. Millions of people were following the lead of a person who has a complete track record of 30 years of doing horrible, harmful things to people, possibly including starting with killing Tupac, right? So I think generally, and this is where we're going to dig into. We're going to read tonight about black leadership and the history of black leadership, so you can understand that sometimes you're following the wrong leaders. That's my point. In fact, it's so dangerous to follow a black leader nowadays, in my opinion, that I don't really want you following any leader. I don't even want you follow. I don't want you following me. I'm just an advisor. I'm a person who's got a perspective. If you'll hear my perspective, then that's all I ask you to do. I'm not asking you to follow me, because generally speaking, it is difficult for black people on a mass scale to distribute a message that is going to be beneficial to all black families. Most of the messages that are healthy are not going to make as much money as the unhealthy messages that are going to point you to more ignorance, drug abuse, and ratchetism. That's what makes the money. This black intelligence stuff is not a big money maker. Okay. All right. So let me jump into the book. We're going to read tonight from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader. We're going to go to page 158. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson, his books, I always have to mention his website. It's powernomics.com. So you can go to powernomics.com. Get all of his books. These are the must-read books for every black person in America that wants to do better. He's the modern-day Marcus Garvey. He's one of the greatest black thinkers in the country, which is one of the reasons why he's seen as dangerous even by many HBCUs, because their bills are being paid by people who don't want to see the black community gain too much power and influence. But if you read his book, Powernomics, it will transform you immediately. And I'm not here to say every entertainer is bad. I can tell you, Kanye West saw Powernomics. He immediately was affected by it. Ice Cube saw Powernomics, immediately influenced by it. Charlemagne the God, Tiffany Haddish, people like that. A lot of celebrities, even Diddy flew Dr. Anderson into his office because he has so much respect for Powernomics. So some of this, so what's going on, in my opinion, is that there are people who know that something's wrong. They just can't put their finger on it. Like they're just not sure. They're like, okay, something ain't right here. It's like you're playing a game and somehow the other team keeps winning. Somehow Massa always he ends up with all the money, all the power, and all the positive outcomes belong to him. And you always end up in last place. And you can't figure out. And every time you say, wait, this game seems rigged, he has you brainwashed. He's been educating you and grooming you, right? So he can exploit you, right? Just like a groomer would groom. He's been grooming you through the educational system to buy into a set of ideas where all of the disparities can be explained away. And so you walk away concluding a bunch of nonsense, like, oh, well, the reason that white people have all the money is because white people just work harder than black people. And the way to fix those problems is we all got to go vote for our favorite white man, either the old arrogant narcissist or the old guy who can't remember his kids' names right now. Like that's the guy. That's what we do, and that's going to get us where we need to get to. And so to some extent, the reason that Dr. Anderson is dangerous is because he's encouraging you to wake up. And really, I will tell you, my position is very simple. I'm not really telling you to do what I tell you to do. I'm not telling you to do what I believe you should do. I'm telling you to do what's going to be best for you. And I want you to study that. I want you to figure this out. And again, it goes back to very simple things: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean for black people to be physically and mentally healthy? There wasn't much on the BET Awards that led to physical or mental health. None of that. There's nothing about a pregnant woman twerking and holding a liquor bottle that says anything about a young lady having a positive, wonderful life. It speaks that she's going to be abused, assaulted. She's going to be depressed, and have and fatherless for her children. Her children are going to be unhappy. There's going to be a lot of poverty. There's going to be a lot of despair. What's healthy about that? What's physically and mentally healthy about any of that? That's the second area is relationships. We need families. We lost our families. Who's getting our families back? What is it when you watch the BET Awards? What about the BET Awards on any level, in my view, is pro-family? There's nothing. I mean, if you're highlighting the sexy reddish, type stuff, there's nothing about that that's pro-family. Nothing. There's nothing about that that speaks of responsible planning of when you have a child and who you have a child with. All that's promoted typically is very irresponsible, very sloppy sex. I'm going to go sleep with whoever I want. STDs are very, very high because a lot of people fall into this culture. And also broken families are very high. A lot of people don't even have the training of what's required to even have a healthy relationship with another human being that is necessary to provide a protective space for a child. So when a child is not protected by a father, that increases the probability that he ends up getting molested, or that he ends up in the street, or that something bad happens to him, or ends up in prison. And then you go down the third area. What does it mean for Black wealth to actually go up? There's nothing that I've seen rappers really do that's improved or increased Black wealth in the Black community at all. Nothing. And then when you turn to the politicians, all they do is they offer you jobs working for white people. So those are the two options you get. You either get a rapper who brags about how much money he has, but ain't putting nothing in your pocket, or you get a politician who says, "Here, come work for me, Negro. I'll give you a job. I'll help you in your desperate situation." Well, who's giving you the long-term plan that's going to really allow you to have the peace of financial security? Who's really giving you the solutions that are going to allow you to actually prosper instead of just survive? Who's doing that? There's nothing in mainstream media, or very little in mainstream media, that I see that is really sort of doing these things that's really going to get the Black community where we need to be. Not only are we being given the wrong medicine, we're being given no medicine, and we're given a bunch of poison disguised as medicine. So that's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. All right, so let me start reading here. And by the way, if you're not on the text list to get invited to Powernomics training on Wednesday, just pull out your phone, text the word greatness, GREATNESS, greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. And also, we have my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. Use the code word book club and get 30% off everything in the store. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can check that out. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson reveals on page 58 of the Black History Reader that it was really fascinating to me. Did you know that Black leadership changed their position on immigration around the 1960s? Did you know that they actually had a completely different policy on immigration before the civil rights movement? And basically, whoever was controlling them pretty much got them to pivot and shift in a different direction. I don't know if y'all know this, but let me read this to you. I'm going to tell you, this is what Dr. Anderson says. I literally have not read this yet, so I'll be as surprised as you when I get to whatever he says. So he says here, Black leaders and activists unilaterally expressed opposition to the nation's open door policy on immigration throughout the 19th century. These conscious Black leaders expressed concern that immigrants were reinforcing the subordination of the native Black population, as well as usurping the access of Blacks to rights, privileges, employment, education, and wealth building opportunities. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves. Think about this. You have a labor shortage. You got all these former slaves. You got all these Black people, hardworking people that they've been working for free. So you know they're going to make good employees. They've been working for free. So here on page 159 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Anderson is telling you that whatever you learned in school was a bunch of BS. So listen to this. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves, who had been skilled tradesmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, cooks, artisans, and farmers, to fill those jobs. But the country recruited and imported European immigrants instead. The pattern was just beginning. For more than a century, Black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. So they were asking them to shut the doors. They were like, look, you got your workers here. We got you. We can do this. But they were like, no, no, no. Rather than working with you, we're going to go get some people from England. That's what he's saying here. So it says for more than a century, black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. In his famous 1895 Atlanta Expo speech, Booker T. Washington pleaded with white industrialists, businessmen, and politicians not to look to European immigrants to develop skills and work in their businesses, but to instead look to native blacks. How about that? Washington also pointed out that many already had the skills, attitudes, and experiences to meld into the mainstream society. W.E.B. Du Bois was against immigration and spoke frequently about the downside for blacks of 40 million white immigrants coming into the country, doing the jobs of former slaves and being automatically elevated into an overseen white management class. How many of you have ever heard this before? How many of you have ever heard this anywhere? So maybe their concept in their head was if you do have black jobs, every job should be a black job. Any job we can do is a black job. A black man can fill that job. So I'm not, again, I believe that you have to own the companies and all that for sure, but you can't, Booker T. Washington, that was a great man. George Washington Carver, W.E.B. all these individuals were people who said, yeah, well, some of us want these black jobs. We don't want to have fathers and mothers that are unemployed. We want to have opportunities to make money and to go to work like everybody else. We're already very hardworking people. So stop bringing in outside recruits to replace us. But now, years later, we support wide open. A lot of us just support wide open doors and don't even know why. Don't even know why. Only reason you support it is because Joe Biden told you to support it. That's it. That's the only reason you support it. You forgot about the mass incarceration and the crime bill and all. You don't even think about it. That's why Shaquana ain't got no daddy. You're not even connecting the dots on that. You're just so quick to just do whatever they tell you to do that you don't even think about it. I'm not mad at you for voting for Democrats and Republicans. I get that. I know lesser of two evils. Okay, I get it. But still, what I have a problem with is that some of us don't even think about it. Some of us don't even come to our own conclusion. We just say, okay, what you want me to do? What you want us to do? And that's my problem. That's my problem is that you're not even processing the information. You're not even thinking like, well, what's best for me? You've told me what's best for you, but I need to make sure that what's best for you is also best for me. That's the problem that I have. And that was really the whole crux of why I just really got really annoyed when I would get calls, when I was at AOL Black Voices 12 years, 14 years ago, whatever, and I would get calls from the Obama administration. At first I thought it was kind of cool. It's interesting. It's like, oh wow, okay, President Obama, I'd love to help. But Lord, when I got on the phone, all they were literally trying to do was get me to do what they told me to do. And I was like, who do you think I am? I'm not fit for slavery. I don't do that. And this happens a lot with Black elite people. I'm gonna be honest. That was the gist of the conversation I had with Kanye West. As we get on the phone, he's like, "I want you to do this and do that and do that." And I text my friend. I said, "Does this guy think I work for him? He doesn't. I don't work for nobody. The things that matter to you don't matter to me, bro. I don't care that you got a million little Asian kids to buy your ugly ass shoes. Those things are overpriced and ugly. I wouldn't wear them for free. So what makes you think I'm gonna bow to any of this? Like we're obviously playing different games with different rules. This makes no sense to me. So again, what you have in America, generally speaking, is you do have that elite class that is very quick to sort of expect that the masses will simply do what they're told. And the unfortunate reality is that they're almost always right. They're almost always correct. The studies show that most people, because they're not sure who they are, they're too scared to be different. They don't want to be seen as radical and dangerous and all that. They just go right along with whatever's cool, whatever's hip, whatever's popular. I can't, that's not healthy. That's not good. So let me keep reading here. So according to Dr. Claude Anderson, and by the way, if anybody asks what page we're on, if somebody in the chat could just tell them so that I don't have to say, I'm going to say it like a couple of times, but then I see sometimes, then even if I say it 3 times, someone will say, what page are we on again? Just tell them if they ask. If y'all could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it because that's going to trigger my ADHD and y'all know how I get. All right. So let's pop in page 159, the Black History Reader. So Dr. Anderson mentions Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois were very much against wide open borders. Let's see here. When the Black Civil Rights Movement commenced in the late 1950s, the new Black leadership dismissed or ignored the opinions of their predecessors. One can only speculate as to the reasons. Perhaps they did not have the foresight to fully understand the politics of displacement that was occurring, that they were being replaced. Or maybe they were unknowledgeable about this nation's immigration history, where Black people used to have a much larger percentage of the population. Or maybe they wanted to demonstrate altruism, or they simply preferred to ignore or forget history and go along to get along as much as they could. Whatever the reasons, the new Black leadership switched from the anti-immigration stance of their predecessors to being pro-immigration. While the reason for the change in position is not clear, it is clear that they made the switch without fully understanding that providing unearned rights and benefits to people who are from other countries chasing the American dream caused native Black Americans to be neglected, disadvantaged, and rendered invisible in all respects. The old Black anti-immigration fighters must be turning over in their graves. Black civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume alliances with newly arriving immigrants. They began to presume that anybody who comes into the country is automatically going to be unified with the Black community. And I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that the majority of people that come in from other countries are just, vehemently pro-Black? How many of you believe that everybody who comes from, say, I don't know, south of the border is going to just line up and show up at the reparations rally and, and just really make sure that y'all are good? Anybody believe that nonsense? Yeah, yeah. So maybe they're making us into Boo Boo the Fool. And I say Boo Boo the Fool because, almost like the little kid, the kid who rode the little bus to school, who thought that people were his friends when really they weren't. So you think that the bully is your friend when really he just beats you up and takes your lunch money every day. Or you think that every time he makes a joke him and his friends are laughing at you, you think that you're laughing together, so you start laughing too. And the kid starts laughing too. Like the slow. So maybe we're like the slow kids on the little bus. Maybe we're the ones who, and no offense if anybody in here rode the little bus, or if you got a relative, I'm not making fun of those people because I think that they're actually smarter than us in certain areas. But really, you think about that, sometimes you don't know when the joke is on you. Sometimes you don't know when people are laughing with you versus when they're laughing at you. And I think that we, to some extent, fall for the rope-a-dope because many of us get our political habits from people who just told us what to do and what to say and what to believe. We didn't actually form those beliefs on our own. And that's very, very dangerous because propaganda is real. Manipulation is real. This does happen. So let me keep going here. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says on page 160 of the Black History Reader. He says, civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume that there were alliances with newly arriving people from other countries. I'm going to try not to say the word immigrant too much just because I don't want to trigger algorithms because again, there's censorship out here. Those alliances, especially with the Latino community, did not and do not exist. The Latino community firmly denies that such alliances exist, and it takes little analysis to determine that any alliances Black leaders presume are one-sided. Again, like the little kid on the little bus. You think they're laughing with you, they're laughing at you. Black leaders even support policies that benefit immigrant groups at the expense of Black people. Many Black leaders, for instance, support increased immigration, but immigrant groups such as Hispanics, Asians, and Arabs do not commit to or give support to any Black issues. There is no reciprocity, and immigrant advocate groups not only do not represent the interests of Blacks, the very purpose of their advocacy is in outright opposition to Black interests. Why is it that after all these years, leading Blacks cannot recognize circumstances that are harmful to their own people? Why is it that the people permit those whom they have accepted as leaders to continue doing them harm? So he says here, so the next question is question 53. How do immigration policies specifically injure Native Black Americans? So this is a good conversation to have in terms of if someone asks you, like, well, why do you have this issue with wide open borders or whatever? Well, let's see what Dr. Anderson has to say. He says, throughout the history of North America, waves of I'm going to say people from other countries have entered the country to take advantage of the considerable economic opportunities extended to them and to enjoy the elevated status, respect, and privileges they automatically receive over Black. blacks in the labor force. Since the black descendants of slaves are not immigrants, they are excluded from the privileged status, benefits, and rights extended to people from other countries and must compete with every person from another country for basic rights and life resources. Immigrants and blacks compete for space, rights, economics, and privileges. Reaching America has been a dream come true for people from other countries, but it has been a nightmare for many native blacks and their forefathers. Space. Although a growing number of legal and illegal immigrants are located in the suburbs, most immigrants find residential and commercial space in urban areas. Once they establish a toehold in the urban centers, they then mark and close the space using their language, culture, or religion as barriers to encroachment. Within the confines of their close communities, they concentrate their resources and build socioeconomic enclaves or niches. Immigrant niches can be found in most urban areas like Detroit, Miami, LA, Philadelphia, New York, DC, San Francisco, and Chicago. After closing their territories, they mark them for their own cultural image, such as Koreatown, Chinatown, Frenchtown, Japantown, Little Cuba, Greektown, and Mexicantown. As their numbers grow, they spread out and gentrify the black areas, such as Harlem in New York City, Overtown, Liberty City, and Coconut Grove in Miami, Inglewood, Compton, and Watts in the LA area, and Sweet Auburn in Atlanta. Has anybody seen any of this? Let me know if you've noticed any of this in your communities. Anybody seen any of that? All these formerly black dominated cities are now occupied predominantly by Hispanic immigrants. Interesting. Numerical displacement means diminished economic and political influence by blacks in mainstream society. Since 1900, this is interesting. Pay attention now. Listen up. Since 1900, the Hispanic population increased from 100,000 to 55 million in 2016. They have surpassed and made black Americans a minority. Hispanics boast that they are now the nation's new majority minority and will gentrify urban residential areas along with whites and Asians, displacing blacks. And that's what a lot of people in Chicago are protesting right now. They're very, very upset about this. The economic impact. Okay, so the economic impact of immigrants on Native Black Americans is quantifiable. For every 10%, now listen to this now. For every 10% increase in the number of immigrants, Native Black income is reduced by 0.3%. Blacks had an earnings ratio of 56 cents to every dollar earned by whites in the 1950s. Because of the Black Civil Rights Movement in the 1970s, blacks' earnings ratio rose to 66% of every dollar earned by whites. So we went from 56 to 66. However, between 1970 and 1990, there was a 300% increase in the number of legal and illegal Asians and Hispanics that entered the country, and the ratio of blacks' earnings to white earnings dropped from 66% to 57%. Where it was nearly 40 years earlier. So in 40 years, no progress in that earnings gap. Give me a yes if you follow that, if you understand what I said there. So what he's basically saying is that you are making progress when you have policies like affirmative action that was specifically designed to close the racial wealth gap, specifically designed to address grievances that were grievances that were done to you, right? But then when everything started to dilute, when other people started to jump in and grab your benefits, your income ratio went down again. So this is what he's saying here. In short, the 9-point economic gains due to the Black Civil Rights Movement were wiped out by the 300% increase in immigration population that occurred between 1970 and 1990. Employment, whether the job and this is where we talk about black jobs. Whether the job categories are skilled or unskilled, this nation has a long history of displacing blacks to make employment opportunities for other people. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. What? Damn. Did y'all hear that? Let me read it again. This is interesting. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. This is when we had trade, y'all. This is when we had skill. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on. Let's do an economic consciousness exercise. Are our kids coming out with skill now? Coming out of high school? Are the majority of our children coming out of school knowing how to do anything? Knowing how to, I don't know, paint things, build things, carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, electricians, welders. Are they getting any of these trades coming out of school? I mean, I'm gonna just tell you like this, in my opinion, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We really should be ashamed. We should be absolutely ashamed that that people 100 years ago had more skill than we have right now with our bougie asses, our high tech, internet having asses, all these opportunities we supposedly have, all this progress we claim to have made, but our children have less skill than the children had 100 years ago. That's downright shameful. I'm very sorry. That's downright shameful. So anyway, let me keep going here. All right. So let's see here. During the same time that 100,000 of the 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans right after slavery, during the same time, 55 to 65% of all Southern farmers were Black and former slaves. Instead of Lincoln's administration mainstreaming the 5 million former slaves, he and his administration chose to enact immigration reform that attracted 26 million Europeans into the country to replace Black farmers and artisans. Initially, newly arriving immigrants replaced Northern native Blacks in the lowest paying and dirtiest jobs. Later waves of immigrants replaced native Blacks in the South as well as the North in skilled trades, artisan crafts, and agricultural based occupations. For those who would argue that immigrants did not displace Black Americans in jobs and employment opportunities, why are so many of the jobs that Blacks used to hold in hotels, retail sales, restaurants, airports, trash collection, banks, and other local businesses and all levels of government now staffed by Hispanics, Arabs, and other ethnic groups? Many Blacks were displaced by immigrants in business and public offices because they could not speak Spanish or other languages. The actual hidden or structural unemployment rate for Black Americans is nearly 50%. According to a report from the Center for Immigration Studies, matters were made worse between 2006 and 2016 when approximately 50% of all new jobs went to Hispanics. Where's the economic justice for Black Americans? And the scary, interesting part about this is that he's talking about 2016. He's not even, he doesn't, when he wrote this, he didn't even know about the wide open borders we have right now. He didn't know that we were bringing in 2 million people a month or something crazy like that. Just wide open, literally people climbing through the fence. Like that's very interesting. And what that speaks to is that the future is coming and it does not look bright if your goal is to sort of live off this integrationist dream of sort of like getting the same jobs that your parents would have gotten. I don't think the future looks good for that. I think that specific skills, specific wealth building strategies, specific economic survival methods are absolutely essential for anybody that wants to survive this new economy. And I haven't even talked about AI. AI, if we have, I don't know, 50 million immigrants that come through a fence in the southern border, well, AI is like bringing in a billion new immigrants. Like AI is everywhere. AI is going to be all over the place. So you really have to adjust to this new economy. And if you just simply, live as a sheep and do what you're told and just follow whatever they're telling you to do, you're probably going to get displaced. We're already being replaced when it comes to voting and stuff like that. I'm convinced of that. I think that the whole idea that a lot of Black people aren't automatically voting blue no matter who is leading them to say, okay, well, we got to get new voters to replace Black people, especially Black men. You've got these troublesome Black men out here who are questioning Democratic Party politics. So we're just going to get rid of them. We're just going to deal with something that's easier to deal with. And so that's happening on the political front. I think on the economic front, it's incredibly important to have a strategy. So the solution is wealth building. The solution is twofold. One, in the Black Business School, for example, we believe every Black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. They should have someone should be buying stock from the time that they're born. And also, every child should know the difference between ownership and renting. In addition to that, skilled trades are incredibly important. College degrees are nice, but having either a skill trade or a capital base is typically better. And what I mean by a capital base is just a set of resources that allows you to generate the income that you need in order to pay your bills or to survive financially. I don't think it's very, very safe to send your children into an economy that has proven itself to be racist and has proven itself to marginalize Black people for the last 150 years and just sort of say good luck. I wish you the best. I don't think that they're going to be safe in that situation. So that's a solution. The solutions are out there. I personally think we need infrastructure building, we need investment. Job seeking, chasing down those few little black jobs that they decide they want to give you is not going to get you to where you want to be, typically. Okay, so let's keep going here. It certainly is not a solution for 40 million people. All right, so let's read here. We're on page 163 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at powernomics.com. It says the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education decision was supposed to have corrected damages inflicted on black students for more than 400 years of zero schools and poor schools. But before any major educational improvements could be made, the immigration reforms of 1965 brought in a massive influx of immigrant minority children, quote unquote minority children, who began to compete with native black children for resources. There are no constitutional mandates to giving newly arriving immigrant children, legal or illegal, accompanied or unaccompanied, educational advantages over blacks. Prevailing policies and laws, however, give immigrants preferential treatment over blacks. Another area is affirmative action. Affirmative action programs were originally designed to correct injustices to one race of people, blacks, by another race of people, whites, and to eliminate the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. Today, affirmative action programs have been converted into preference programs for immigrants, though most categories of immigrants are white and have never been negatively impacted by the racism and racial conditions that caused these programs to be necessary. This error can be traced to the Immigration and Reform Control Act of 1986, which effectively required employers to treat immigrants exactly like native-born citizens. Since nearly 90% of all immigrants are classified as white on their immigration records and driver's licenses, why aren't immigrants treated like whites and excluded from affirmative action programs? Why are they categorized with blacks only in the instance of affirmative action? So they don't live the whole black experience, but when it comes time to benefit from being black, everybody wants to be black. But when it's time to really be black and to deal with the struggles of being black, everybody walks out of the room. So he says here, putting apples and oranges in the same categories set up a situation where immigrants of any race displace blacks from the very programs designed to help them. It is not possible to justify including Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, and other immigrants and women who are a majority in affirmative action programs. Yet in 2016, black civil rights leaders, elected officials at the highest levels, and other members of the black overclass publicly supported immigration reform and granting citizenship to 12 to 20 million illegal immigrants that had entered the country since 1990. The black overclass agreed with those who wanted to reach out and invite even millions more immigrants. Our federal and state governments may have reasons to support increased immigration, but they have a moral obligation to avoid and correct the devastating harm it causes Native Black Americans. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. Um, I'm irritated. I'm very irritated because you're really in a fight, basically. You're really in this fight that you're losing. Collectively, you're losing. But there are solutions, and I think I don't see the solutions ever being implemented on a national level. And part of it is because if you go back to the beginning of our conversation where we talked about the BETs of the world, BET, this big white owned company that pretends to be black, that uses black people and sells them and makes billions of dollars doing that. These platforms are not positioned, this overclass is not positioned to do the things that are absolutely essential to really create the sort of economic or cultural or educational foundation required for you to truly succeed in this competitive economy. In this society, the more mainstream you are, the more mainstream your ideas are, the more you're relegated to the underclass. Because in the mainstream, there is a presumption that blackness means you're at the bottom. They will always have more sympathy for, I don't know, say a George Floyd situation where a guy gets killed by a cop and everyone feels sorry for a black man. They'll highlight that, but they won't talk about all of the other black men that are just trying to survive economically with their families, or the abuse that happens when men get incarcerated, or what's happening, how our families get broken when you have things like the Biden crime bill, where so many men are in prison right now, and all these other variables that are affecting families. I get it. The police shootings are something worth addressing 100%, but that's not really something that is absolutely foundational to the existence and survival of the average Black family in America. If you want to look at solutions, here's the deal. I think you have to get rid of the old school Black leadership model where you have these civil rights superstars who are, going to be at the Grammys and the Oscars and taking pictures next to the presidential candidates claiming to represent the Black community. In almost every single case, none of that ever really works. None of it. I still remember even when President Obama got elected and everybody was so excited about who he was supposed to become for the Black community. I was speaking at a church in New York, and on the day he got inaugurated, they changed the words of the song "We Shall Overcome," and they started singing "We Have Overcome." That's what they started singing. And I remember sitting there. I couldn't even sing it. I just kind of moved my lips because I said, "I cannot believe we're singing "We Have Overcome." What have you really overcome? Barack overcame a lot for sure. He's president. He should be proud of that. I'm very happy for him. But you ain't overcame nothing. Like what are you getting excited about? And then the same day, I remember a lady came out and she had this real nice picture of Barack Obama. It was like a painting. And I said, "That's a nice painting." And she said, "Absolutely. I just bought it." And she was real excited. She said, "I'm gonna put it up in my living room next to my pictures of Martin Luther King and Jesus." That's what she literally said. She was going to put him up next to Martin Luther King and Jesus, and that was like her inspiration for the day. And I get that. I'm not anti Barack on any level, but I think that you have to kind of know the difference between substance and symbolism. Also, I think you have to know the difference between um, a pseudo solution and an actual solution. I don't think the solutions for the Black community typically are going to be mainstream, led by mainstream leaders on national media outlets, because there's too much money being made from your oppression. There are too many people that benefit from controlling you. If you have a pimp and he's making money from his pack of hoes, because that's what we become. We become everybody's hoe except for, we don't benefit ourselves. We become a pack of hoes. That pimp has no incentive to liberate any of the women or any of the hoes, because he maybe got some male hoes too. He has no incentive to do what's best for those individuals, none. So to some extent, Black people, we've always been this commodity for other people. We are the perfect consumer because we will buy anything. We are wonderful for the educational system because they make money when your kids are going to these schools and not being properly educated. There are, we also give away so many things for free. We have the best athletes in the world, the best performers, or the most interesting culture. People can package it up like BET and they can sell it and make money from that. And so there are so many people that are positioned properly to extract things from you. So when you're looking, when the pimp, when the prostitute is looking to the pimp to say, how do I become a better person? How do I do more for me? How do I make my life better? All he's going to do is tell her a bunch of lies. So you have this overclass, these pimps that pretty much are, if you let them lie to you, they're going to keep lying to you. If you let them keep telling you like, "Oh yeah, the best way for Black people to move forward is to everybody make sure you vote for the Democrats, and make sure you come to work every day, make sure you go to school every day, make sure you go to college and go $200,000 in debt to get a college degree, and that's how you become successful." They're walking you right down the rabbit trap. They're literally saying is we're okay. See, the thing is, people think that there are others who just flat out hate Black people. First of all, I don't care if other people like me or not. I assume that they don't care that much about me. If I have a neighbor across the street who has a big Trump flag in his front yard, and I don't hate the guy. I don't like him or dislike him. I don't know if he likes me or not. He has a big pickup truck. He's like a former cop. He could be a Black people hating redneck or something. But I don't care. Um, he doesn't care about me. I don't care about him. I don't need him. I don't need him to like me. I just need him to like not bother me, right? So I don't know if there are all these people in the world that just sit around and think how I can, how do I hate Black people today? I don't know if there are people out there like that. Maybe there are a few, But I don't think that there are lots of people like that per se. But I do know that if you're talking about people that are going to love you, that has to start with you. And if you talk about people that are going to represent your interests, you have to start with you. And so similar to that prostitute who everywhere she turns, the pimp is always there explaining the world to her. She's going to have to get her validation from somewhere other than the pimp. She's going to have to get her advice from somewhere other than the individual who has a direct incentive to exploit her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this whole system's designed to benefit from you, to extract things from you. That's just how it's built. So in order for you to find your solution, you're gonna kind of have to wiggle out of that. You're gonna have to spend some time alone and really look at your life, look at your family, look at your situation, look at your goals, and come up internally with the solutions that are gonna liberate you and get you to where you want to go. And you have to know that some of those solutions are gonna cause you to lose favor with your master. You know, if I go, for example, when I go and I say, when I started saying to black people, look, I don't think you have to vote for Democrats or Republicans. I think you should do what's best for you. A lot of people got real mad at me. And I was like, why are you mad at me? They're like, because you're telling black people not to vote. I said, I never told black people not to vote. I never, oh, you're telling black people to become Trump supporters. I never told black people to become Trump supporters. I told them to do what's best for themselves. Why is that such a threat to you? Why is that so bad for you? Well, oh, I get it, because you have a direct interest and you benefit directly from the control and the management of black people. So you don't really have leaders. Leaders are people that lead you to a better life. Leaders are people who improve your situation. You don't have leaders, you have managers. Managers are people whose job it is to keep you in a nice little collective bucket so they can sell you, serve you up to the next person that wants to exploit you. They can pass you around. You know, like Diddy did with some of his victims. You know, shout out to poor Justin Bieber. I wonder if that's what happened to him. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but that poor guy, he'd been through something, right? So really, the thing is, I think we have to know the difference between people that want to serve the black community versus those who want to sell the black community. That's what you have. So in every election, you have these political bosses who go into, the office typically of the Democrats and sometimes the Republicans too, and they say, I can deliver black votes. How much you gonna pay me to deliver black people? And then their job is to deliver. And if they don't deliver, then their bosses say, I'm not going to compensate you because you didn't deliver black people the way you're supposed to. Just like a farmer delivering chickens to KFC. You are a commodity. You are a commodity. And I could keep going to other analogies, but I'm not going to keep on dragging this on and on. But I want you to really understand that. So in order for, if you have a prostitute who wants to do what's best for himself or herself, she cannot go to the pimp to get guidance or advice on any level. If you are a chicken and on a farm and all your friends are being fattened up so they can be sold to KFC, you can't go to the farmer and say, what should I do next with my life? What does it mean for me to be a good person? You can't do that. You have to figure that out internally and know that at some point your interests and the farmer's interests are going to just be different. So your interest, so when you start to become economically independent, an economically independent black community or an economically independent black family is at the very least a family where that family benefits as much or more from its own labor, skills, and resources and intellectual capital than anybody else, right? So economically independent, let's draw a picture of that. What does that look like? Well, if I've got a family and there are five of us in the family and we all work 40 hours a week, and traditionally we all go out and we find some white guy to work for. You know, you go work for Ford, you go work for GM, you go work for Walgreens or whatever. We're all giving our 40 hours a week to this broader system that's owned and controlled by other people. So we're pouring into the wealth of other people. And then after we get all our money, we go shopping to pour into the wealth of the people who own the mall. And then after that, we also pay the landlord. So we're pouring into the landlord's wealth. So you're draining yourself by making sure that everyone else is good, making sure that everyone else is well taken care of, because they've trained you to believe that that's what you do in order to be a good citizen. Well, an economically independent family, in my opinion, if you want a direct solution, is a family that says, how do we sort of shift the system a little bit where those benefits, at least a portion of those benefits, are coming to us too? How do I create a win-win with this economy instead of the win-lose that we were raised on? See, you were raised on a win-lose in this economy. And the win-lose means this. It means that you have millions of people in the black community who work hard every day, went to school, who have been very responsible, law abiding citizens who have not broken any laws, raised their families properly, work their butts off for 40 or 50 years and are dying with a negative net worth, and somehow you feel screwed and you don't know why. You're trying to figure out, you're like, something isn't right, and I just don't know. Like, how is it that I did everything the way I was supposed to do it, but everybody was winning except for me? Well, that's because you got to really go back and question the assumptions of the game that you're playing. You have to sort of figure out, like, what does that look like for me to pour 40 hours of labor into something that's going to benefit me and the people that I care about, as opposed to pouring 40 hours into something that's not going to give me any benefits? What does it look like for me to spend money on a product that's where the part of that money is going to accrue to either myself or people that are in my space, versus me spending money in a place where those financial benefits aren't coming back at all? Do you understand? You have to think about these things. Critical thinking is essential for anybody that wants to deal with all this. You are going into, in my view, the most complicated economy and society that we've ever had. We've never had an economy, for sure, in American history that's more complicated than the one you're entering into now. You've got illegal immigration over here. You've got corrupt politicians and the failing government over there. You've got artificial intelligence back there. You're gonna have to think. You're really gonna have to think. And to me, what does that mean? Well, that heightens the importance of little things like the family meeting. Maybe we sit down together as a family and say, how are we going to help each other out? How are we going to make sure everybody in here is good? I've got an extra X number of hours per week that I'm going to put toward one of my goals. How do I do it in a way where I'm winning and you're winning? What partnerships can we come up with that allow us to bring our energy together, as opposed to dividing and diluting our energy by all of us just going out here chasing the black job? Right? Do you understand? That's what we all do that. A lot of us traditionally, we just do that. It's like, you got 3 siblings, all of you are hardworking, smart people, but all of y'all are running off trying to go get some degree and go work for some white man somewhere when you could be working with each other. What is it about white folks in creating businesses and institutions that makes us believe that they're the only ones who can do it? Asian people do it, Arab people do it, Jewish people do it, white people do it. We can do it too. And we are doing it, by the way. So shout out to those of you who are trying. And I just want you to understand that you're gonna fail. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna always make sense. It's gonna be hard, but it's better than the other version of hard, which is where you work your butt off for 50 years and then you die broke, or you die with a net worth that is much lower than what it should be, or you find out that the people that you've been pouring into your whole life are all getting rich every time you're making that car note payment. The car dealer's getting rich. You pay your rent, the landlord's getting rich. You go to work, your boss is getting rich. What about you? Where are you getting rich in this process? And if you can't see where you're getting rich, where you're at least getting a piece of the benefits of all the things that God has blessed you with, then that means you're playing the wrong game, partner. You in the wrong system. You got to fix it, buddy. You got to look around, elevate your consciousness. Consciousness is critical. So again, I want to reiterate, I am not here telling you what to do. When I talk like this, I know that there are people who get mad at me and they think that I'm out here just misleading people and all. I'm not telling you nothing about what you need to do next. What I want to be able to help you do is I want to help heighten your consciousness to the point where when you decide what you're going to do next, it's the right move for you and those kids that you got. It's the right move for your family. I think every parent, some of y'all in here are parents like me. I'm a parent, and my number one goal as a parent is to make sure my kids, I'm not raising no goddamn slaves. I'm not. I'm not raising. I'm not raising anybody's servant. I'm just not doing that. I want them, maybe they can serve humanity or something, do good things in the world. I want that, but I'm not raising, I don't want children that were raised under me to go out into the world and be miserable, broke, struggling, selling stuff that they shouldn't be selling just to go pay the rent. I don't want them in that situation. So I think, just something as basic as like loving yourself and loving your kids means that maybe it's worth sort of reconsidering the things that you were told, because a lot of things that they tell you are just wrong. And here's the thing about, and this is the last point I'm gonna make on this about capitalism, the dark side of capitalism, is that they're not just doing this to black people. They're not just doing this to you. They're doing this to everybody. The capitalist system, it harms pretty much everybody, right? Anybody that's in the working class is pretty much getting screwed in America right now. I want to make that clear. So you're not the only ones, but it tends to happen worse to black people because we are so vulnerable. Do you understand? So effectively, when you're in that situation, I think it's important to at least start the conversation by realizing we don't have any friends, we don't have any true allies. Because if you were really an ally, you'd be fighting for us to get that 14 trillion in reparations. But from what I understand about money and power, people don't give those things away easily. I hope that this discussion was beneficial to you. That's what I'm seeing. I thank God for Dr. Claude Anderson for explaining the truth behind the historical immigration policies and what that does to us. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with him. Maybe he's wrong about things. I'm not going to say that he's right about everything, but this is another perspective for you to consider. Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for a financial consciousness training. If you want to join us, we meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free to join the live session. So if you want to get an invite, you can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, if you live in another country and you can't text the word morning, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. I'll send you an invitation, and we're going to meet tomorrow morning because I want your economic consciousness on 10. That when you have that heightened awareness, you just understand things better and you can get more out of life that you want without sort of hoping that somebody eventually gives you things that people just don't give away. Nobody gives away money and power. You got to learn how to take it. All right. So let's see. Where can you hear the recording? Well, this particular recording, I am streaming on my YouTube channel, which is drboycetv.com. If you want all of the trainings that we've done in this class, we've probably done 200 or 300 by now. You can actually go to drboycebookclub.com, or I think Amani's in the chat. Maybe Amani, if you have the link, you can share the link where if you want to just go get them all and you can share them with your family. There we go. Amani put the link in the chat. So feel free to take a look at that, and all of that's in there. And in addition to that, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com, and use the code word book club, all one word. You get 30% off. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. God bless you. It was great to see you, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the morning for consciousness training. And I wish you the best. So let's educate ourselves. Let's be great. Let's make Black people great again. I'm kidding. We've always been great. We never stop being great. It's other people who got to be great again. I don't know about y'all, but I think most of y'all in here have been kicking ass for many years. So everybody ain't losing. So keep on winning. God bless you. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America, and they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like, I think that younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen, because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion, because when I was young, I was smart, but sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds, and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like, we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge, all of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured, and I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down. And I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious.
and she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan, or even beyond that, and really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand? We are a team. We are a collective. Just like we're gonna give we have cars right now. We have a couple cars in our garage, and it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do, so we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to just, do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never never seemed to really work out when a kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no. We're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find the car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. And so we're gonna have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car. But because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're gonna get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car, or I'm taking my car. Because for you to say, to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias, but I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents, or you're going to be parents, or maybe you're grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just say, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything. That don't work out too well.
and people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when, that football player Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders, and I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on because he's the Negro. The Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time, and so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully, because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like, remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card, because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman. And it's about this. It starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father, who was the Duke of something or whatever. And they call them Your Grace or My Lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was, the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia, 5 to 600 years, was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible, because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk, we've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing. And we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions, and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. There's so many shows. If you watch, there's so many shows you watch that there are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And and this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right, so let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or Financial Flashcards for Kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use the code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Money in the Morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate, and then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett they saw the effects of the Great Depression. So they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong. Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that. Then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses, or some of these websites where you can put money in and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or, waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles like watches and classic cars and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting though to me is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation, and generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse and the whole economy is gonna go to shit and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt and I'm stuck and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like, all that's real and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. But that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. You understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility. but then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy. I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp, and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um, but and then pickleball comes along, and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. You know, if I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most I've noticed are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally, and the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out, though, that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He borrowed out. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper loss is extreme, then you're going to pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? You know, so basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they will probably find something. They will probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan in you got a bank loan in 2017 and you said your income was 98,200 and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. Once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if like, what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again, he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. Again, I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took a billion, right? And then the market crashes because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff. And those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20, and so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman-Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could make three wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person, and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance because if they just said, You know, Jeff, we were going through your history and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for black people, especially black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man?" And in this book I wrote in about 2004 was basically to kind of say that we underestimate from an economic standpoint how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. Do you understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes? There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, if I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of black owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of black owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in black people. Nobody believes that that black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a black guy. And those black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos because black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. Um, the perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, "Do fairies exist?" And she said, "They exist if you believe in them." So the question is crypto going to be successful or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private, I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know, they know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just, like, again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say, for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment where, like, you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like, he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P-Funk. Like, you ever see those P-Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love, the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind and Fire. Like, Earth, Wind and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment because all the Hollywood people were like, who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him? But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-Funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat and what like stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I really wonder, like, I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. A lot of times I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. And that's it's important to do that because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. That's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy. And my mother was like, no, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better. And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. The financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now. And then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? Like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time just Time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is, if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA. If I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. Or you give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like, time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also, time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy. And in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money. But when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is that is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. And let's not waste. I'm gonna tell you what you did because y'all stole our money. You need to cut that check expeditiously. In the words of my friend Ti, who actually bought some. I found out Ti bought some flashcards from some of our financial flashcards for his kids, which I thought was really cool of him. But anyway, yeah. So someone was asking, do we still have the business school for children? Yeah, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. It's really, really good. Kids that go through our program, they know more about finances than 90% of all adults. So feel free to go take a look. It's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find the flashcards, workbooks. We got a lot of tools that you can use to educate your kids in economics. You guys know I'm a finance professor, a real PhD, not an honorary PhD, not a weekend PhD, like a real PhD. This is what we do. And so we got a ton of educational material. So feel free to take a look at that. But anyway, let's keep reading here. So in this book, which is the Black History Reader on page 150. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about something that's a really interesting, delicate, and really very powerful emotional issue in the community, which is the way policing is done toward Black people. The way cops are trained to treat us. And my father, was a police officer for many years, so I saw all sides of that. I saw I saw officers at their best, and I saw officers at their worst. The racism is 100% real. And I was explained, a guy did explain to me that the historic job of police officers is to protect the rich from the poor and the white from the Black. And so, especially back in the day, if you were Black and you were in a special session or special section of the city, you would be stopped just because you were there, right? All these things are very, very real. We know the history here. Now, here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says there is a pattern to this. There's a historical precedent of this, and understanding this can help us understand what's happening now. So let's read this. He says here, question 49 on page 150 of the Black History Reader. He says, why is the pattern of Black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? He says, for centuries, America has been a killing field for young Black men, especially by white law enforcement. Although a long historical pattern, incidents in recent years have been troubling. In nearly every instance, courts and juries allowed those who profile, beat, or kill young Black men to go unpunished. Why? Because the underclass status of Blacks, which caused them to have unique historical experiences, is codified in this nation's revered founding documents. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights declare America a land of exceptionalism, the cradle of democracy, and a nation that values immigrants. Blacks were exceptional too. They were the nation's only non-immigrants. They were valued only as human property, entitled to be treated just like field animals. This lack of respect for a Black man's life, rights, and contributions became infused into the nation's national spirit and codified into the legal and political infrastructure. America's perception of Black men was framed by the U.S. Supreme Court's infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision. A Black slave declared that he was free because he had visited and temporarily lived in a free state. The Supreme Court ruled, however, that, quote, a Black man has no rights which a white man is bound to respect. This infamous ruling, never reversed in over 150 years, has been locked into the culture and collective American psyche and passed down from generation to generation of ethnic whites. The first lesson immigrants learn when they come to this country is that they are prized and valued over native Black Americans. This prevailing attitude impacts every aspect of how our political and law enforcement systems view and treat Blacks. This nation's public policies of benign neglect and political correctness further depreciated the value and rights of Black Americans. Those policies were constructed to kill off the Black civil rights movement of the 1960s and to make all forms of Blackness invisible. The policy of benign neglect, this is where they neglect you and just kind of ignore you, and rather than say directly addressing you, just no attention, no interest, you're just there. This policy of benign neglect took the focus off of Blacks and over the course of the next half century morphed into political correctness and diversity, policies that do not distinguish or aid Blacks. The views of law enforcement and society in general carry the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow semi-slavery, and the Dred Scott decision. Having relinquished the few concrete gains made during the civil rights movement, Blacks have slid back into a powerless underclass status. Blacks, however, should not be treated as guests in America. This nation was founded on the blood, sweat, and labor of millions of Blacks who were denied their very humanity and the fruits of their labor. The newly fabricated class groups, especially immigrants, inherit unearned benefits, respect, and rights to which Blacks were entitled but never received. The larger society adds further insult to injury when it participates in public dialogue that gives the false impression that all people and groups have contributed equally to the development of this nation. This is a convenient myth. The racial problems between law enforcement and Black men will not abate until this nation addresses the exceptional history and achievements of Black Americans. Police power is freely exercised against Black men who are perceived as obsolete and powerless to do little more than march or riot. The larger society has a responsibility to resolve the long-standing dehumanization of blacks that is contained in the foundation documents and to erase the emanating legal precedents. The tension between law enforcement and blacks will never abate as long as whites own and control 98% of all the nation's wealth. 98% of all the nation's wealth, income, businesses, land, privileges, and all levels of government. The Dred Scott decision must be considered in any serious efforts to analyze the relationship between blacks and law enforcement. Calls for healing, no matter how sincere, will not correct the problem. Understanding the historical context, however, will be a better beginning point. At least both groups would understand the importance of reversing the holding of Dred Scott and the contribution of the U.S. Constitution to the problem. So, according to Dr. Anderson, it seems that he's saying that the Dred Scott decision, in which they clearly stated that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect, that basically a white man is not expected to respect any of the rights of a black man, and that decision was never reversed. So this is the America. Welcome to America. This is the country that you live in.